Bincheng, People's Hospital of the Ninth District. A piercing scream reverberated down the corridor. I told you to send him to the morgue, and you put him in a VIP ward instead. Lienxia, plump and short with her tight black dress, spat furiously as she cursed. Are you deliberately trying to squeeze money out of me? The doctor quickly responded. Please, try to stay rational. Jiang Mo he. Rational? Why on earth should I be rational? She interrupted rudely. His blood energy has been shattered, which means he's as good as dead. The sooner he dies, the sooner he reincarnates. The doctor chuckled bitterly. Shattered blood energy doesn't mean it's incurable. With a blood energy pill, he could still survive. Blood energy pill? Lienxia's eyes widened. Do you know how expensive that thing is? Do you think money just falls out of the sky for my family? I'm just his aunt, not his biological mother. Move him to a basic ward. No. Discharge him immediately. She then kicked the man beside her. Cheng Fangdong, this is all your fault. Back then, it was you who insisted on bringing that little brat home. Do you realize how much money we've spent on him over the years? You thought he'd become some big-shot martial artist and benefit us. Huh? Sent him out to pick a few fruits for Xiaofeng, and he comes back beaten like a dog. Cheng Fangdong shrank back, adjusted his glasses, and muttered softly. But if we hadn't taken him in, we wouldn't have access to his parents' inheritance or compensation money. Xiaofeng's cultivation resources also came from Jiang Mo. At the mention of inheritance, compensation money, and cultivation resources, Lienxia's expression shifted. Her gaze turned vague, and then, with a bounce from her stubby legs, she plopped her hefty body down on the floor. The impact seemed to make the entire corridor tremble. I don't care. Whatever the facts are, don't tell me that little brat doesn't have any blame in this. Anyway, he's already 18. His life or death is none of my concern. Don't even think about making me pay his medical bills. Inside the hospital ward, Jiang Mo lay stiffly on the white bed. A familiar sense of weakness overtook him, leaving his gaze a dull gray. Barely managed to die and get it over with, only to transmigrate into a paralyzed body? In his previous life, he had been struck down by ALS, bedridden for 3 years before falling to death. Now, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in another world, on another hospital bed, still paralyzed. At that moment, ding! Detected. Host has only 10 days remaining to live. Multiplication system initializing. His lifeless eyes flickered slightly. What the hell? Only 10 days left? So I'm not just paralyzed, I'm dying? System. Host's blood energy has been shattered, leaving you critically injured and immobile. Jiang Mo was briefly stunned, but his gaze quickly lit up. Fantastic. System. Multiplication system fully loaded. Host. Jiang Mo gender. Male age. 18 level. 0. Blood energy. 7 lifespan. 10 days. Ability. Multiply by 10 usage limit. 1. Jiang Mo stared at the translucent screen before him. What's this multiply by 10 mean? System. You can multiply any attribute or entity by 10. However, you may use this only once. Afterward, the system will disconnect. Recommendation. Multiply your lifespan by 10 to extend it to 100 days. Jiang Mo raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Really? I can multiply anything by 10? System. I don't lie. After half a second of thought, he started chanting aloud. Multiply by 10. Multiply by 10. Multiply by 10. Multiply by 10. System. Host. You only get one chance. Jiang Mo persisted without hesitation. Multiply by 10. Multiply by 10. Multiply by 10. System. No, wait. Host. Ignoring the protest, Jiang Mo cheerfully continued. Multiply by 10. Multiply by 10. Multiply. The system panicked. Limit enforced. Multiplication by 10 cannot stack. Stop immediately. He promptly shut his mouth, glanced back at the screen, and smiled with satisfaction. Name: Jiang Mo. Gender: male. Age: 18. Level: 0. Blood energy: 7. Lifespan: 10 days. Ability: multiply by 10, non-stackable. Usage limit: infinite. The system was on the verge of collapsing. I told you to use multiply by 10, not to multiply the usage limit. Infinite uses. After a tense pause, the system cautiously ventured. Host, would you like to multiply something else by 10? Maybe multiply itself and turn multiply by 10 into multiply by 100?
Jiang Montag feignet regret.
It's all my fault. Why don't you come out and let me apologize face to face? The system scoffed before taking form as a blue orb of light about the size of a fist. The moment it appeared, it stated loudly, "If you can turn multiply by 10 into multiply by 100, then I'll forgive you." Jiang Mo fixed his gaze on the orb. Multiply by 10. Bang! 10 systems burst apart in a synchronized explosion. What the hell? Playing dirty? He innocently asked. If multiply by 10 can't stack, but now there are 10 of you, does that mean I can stack it 10 times? Besides, if it really turns into multiply by 100, wouldn't the usage limit reset back to 1? The systems collectively erupted. This cunning bastard. Run. Emergency disconnection. With a whoosh, 10 streaks of blue light fled in succession. The ward fell silent. He tested the waters. System? No response. Conclusion: the system had fled. He sat in thought. Did the ability persist? The panel reappeared, unchanged. Multiply by 10, non-stackable. Usage limit: infinite. Only then did he exhale in relief. Suddenly, he noticed subtle shadows behind the panel, as though it had been multiplied into 10. But no matter how he tried, the shadowy duplicates wouldn't emerge. He gave up for now. Time to test the ability. He looked at the orange resting on the bedside table. Multiply by 10. Instantly, the single orange transformed into 10 tangerines multiplied instantly, a few rolling to the ground. His heartbeat quickened. It really could multiply by 10. Thinking of the limitations, he directed his command experimentally at one of the already multiplied tangerines. Multiply by 10. No response. So that was it. The multiply by 10 ability could not stack. Once something had been multiplied, it couldn't be multiplied again.
Jiang Montag frownet.
Multiplying the system itself tenfold hadn't broken the rules either. It was as if there were another 9 panels hidden behind the system interface. Better not to mess with it for now. Then he had an idea, adding a time limit to the multiply by 10 effect. He looked at a bottle of mineral water and said, "Multiply by 10, for 1 second." Instantly, 10 bottles appeared. After 1 second, 9 vanished, leaving only 1. He tried again, and the result was the same. Confirmed, multiplication by 10 could be time-limited. Just as he was getting excited, his vision went black. Oh no, he wasn't just a cripple, he was a dying man. He fainted. Waking up amid a cacophony of noise, his body felt utterly drained. His 5 senses dulled to the point where he could barely make out the commotion around him. With great effort, he raised his eyes to the floating interface. Name: Jiang Mo. Gender: male. Age: 18. Level: 0. Vitality: 5. Lifespan: 7 days. Ability: multiply by 10, non-stackable. Usage: infinite. He froze for a moment. Only 7 days left, which meant he had already slept through 3 days. But things were different now. With an infinite ability to multiply by 10, there were infinite possibilities. Memories surged through his mind. The awakening of spiritual energy, biological mutations, monstrous invasions, humanity resisting as martial artists. The original owner of this body was an 18-year-old martial artist. A few days ago, he had ventured into the wilderness alone to pick a spiritual fruit for his cousin, but was surrounded by unknown creatures. By the time he was rescued, he was already dead. Jiang Mo had taken over the body, managing to cling to life, but only had 7 days left. In the original owner's memory, there were spirit fruits and potions that could enhance abilities, prolong life, and strengthen the body. Sorting out his thoughts, he concluded, though multiplication by 10 couldn't stack, the larger the base, the greater the benefit. He needed to expand his foundation first, using time-limited multiplications as a transitional strategy. He spoke, lifespan multiply by 10 for 3 days. Lifespan increased from 7 to 70 days. Yet his body remained extremely weak. He could barely turn his neck. He had an epiphany. The issue lay in his vitality. In this world, the average vitality for a regular person was around 50 to 70. Over 70 qualified someone as a martial artist trainee, while 100 marked them as a proper martial artist. A vitality of 5 was practically dead. He issued another command, vitality, multiply by 10, for 3 days. His vitality surged from 5 to 50. The sensation of strength returned. Tentatively, he lifted his hand. I can move now. Jiang Mo stared blankly at his raised arm. The 4 needle on the back of his hand continued dripping. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open. An ear-splitting female voice shot across the room. Jiang Mo, you're 18 now. You're no longer part of our family. Don't even think about asking me to cover your medical bills. I have no obligation to give you money. Li Yanxia stomped in, her short, stocky legs carrying her rotund frame forward. Behind her, a nurse entered, followed by a middle-aged man with weathered features and dull eyes. Jiang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the obese woman in a black dress, a trace of disdain flashing in his gaze. The original owner's parents had been martial artists, killed in battle when he was 6. His uncle Cheng Fangdong and Aunt Li Yanxia had taken him in, but only for the inheritance and compensation money. They had emotionally manipulated and physically abused him. Once they'd gotten their hands on the money, they became nouveau riche in District 9, while he was relegated to the maid's quarters, doing chores every day. The house had originally belonged to his biological parents. If not for the Martial Artists Union's strict educational requirements, he wouldn't even have been allowed to attend school. Despite all that, he managed to break through 100 in vitality at 18, becoming a martial artist thanks to his parents' superior genes. Later, he ventured into the wilderness alone to collect a morning mist fruit to replenish vitality for Chang Xiaofeng. The nurse noticed his raised arm and her eyes lit up. She quickly checked the instruments. It's a miracle. Vitality has restored to 50. She immediately pressed an alarm button. Seeing the change, the middle-aged man's dull eyes regained a glimmer of light. He stumbled forward. It was his homeroom teacher, Su Qi. Teacher, Jiang Mo said softly, you're recovering. That's excellent. Su Qi exclaimed repeatedly, relief evident in his voice. Li Yanxia grabbed the nurse roughly. Wasn't his vitality completely shattered? How is it recovering? The nurse patiently replied, that still needs to be investigated, but right now it's definitely 50.
Li Yanxia's brow furrowed.
Sensing an opportunity, she turned to Jiang Mo and yelled, you ungrateful wretch! You stole Xiaofeng's morning mist fruit. Each one costs 1 million. If you can't repay it, make your teacher pay. The cost of the VIP hospital room and treatments had all been fronted by Su Qi. Su Qi snapped, you're going too far. The morning mist fruit was something Jiang Mo harvested himself. How could it belong to you? He assumed Jiang Mo's improvement was indeed due to the fruit. The morning mist fruit, a first-tier spirit fruit, permanently boosted vitality. Li Yanxia sneered, I don't care. He promised it to Xiaofeng, and now that he's eaten it, he must compensate us. You're his teacher, so you pay. 1 million, no bargaining. Her shrill voice was like nails on a chalkboard. Jiang Mo tilted his head, coldly eyeing her, murmuring quietly to himself. Blood pressure, multiply by 10. Cholesterol, multiply by 10. Blood sugar, multiply by 10. Li Yanxia's body stiffened and she collapsed backward, straight as a board. 2 streams of bright red gushed from her nostrils, practically like small fountains. The young nurse froze in shock. Just then, doctors entered the room and, upon witnessing the scene, unleashed a torrent of curses. The noise erupted as they scrambled to carry Li Yanxia off for emergency treatment. The nurse quickly fetched a mop to clean up the blood. A moment later, the VIP patient room was quiet, leaving only Jiang Mo and Su Qi. Still stunned, Su Qi stared at Jiang Mo, who was lying in bed. "What happened to her?" he asked, bewildered. Jiang Mo shifted into a more comfortable position. Maybe her high blood pressure acted up. He couldn't be sure. If his blood pressure, blood lipids, and blood sugar levels really skyrocketed tenfold, what would happen? Probably wouldn't die. And even if he died, it would be considered avenging the original host. In his previous life, he had been bedridden for 3 years, and his mindset had long become different from the average person. Su Qi slowly exhaled and cautiously asked, "How are you feeling now?" Jiang Mo was his proud student, an 18-year-old martial artist on track to securely enter martial arts university. A few days ago, he had heard that Jiang Mo's life force had been shattered and that he had been sent to the morgue. It was as if the sky had fallen for him. Looking at Su Qi's expression, Jiang Mo was reminded of his parents in his previous life. On the day he was diagnosed with ALS, they had a similar look on their faces, despair mixed with a sliver of hope. In his previous life he had died. It had been his release as well as his parents'. Since he was in this new world, he decided he would live well. Besides, without Su Qi, he would have already been cremated by Cheng Fangdong and Li Yanxia. He smiled at Su Qi and said, "Teacher, I'm fine now." Su Qi thought of the mist ripple fruit mentioned by Li Yanxia and finally felt relieved, saying, "That's good. Stay here and rest well. I have a class to teach, so I'll head out first." He had already paid the medical fees and hospital room costs. He had received a call from the hospital earlier and rushed over to confront Li Yanxia, but now it was time to go back to class. "Goodbye, teacher," Jiang Mo said, watching Su Qi leave in a hurry. Turning his attention back to the system interface in front of him. Name: Jiang Mo. Gender: male. Age: 18. Level: 0. Vital force value: 50. Lifespan: 100 days. Ability: multiply by 10. Non-stackable. Ability usage limit: infinite. Lifespan capped at 100 days? He muttered to himself. Lifespan was likely tied to vital force. With 50 being the standard for a normal adult, even multiplying it by 10 only gave him 100 days. This indicated that there were other issues with his body. He frowned. Just then, a young nurse entered the room with an expression of disbelief. Curious, Jiang Mo asked, "Nurse, how's that fat lady doing?" The nurse was taken aback. Fat lady? Isn't she your aunt?" She quickly glossed over it with an awkward laugh. "She's in a terrible state. Her blood pressure, blood lipids, and blood sugar all shot up dramatically. If she wasn't a martial artist, she'd have been dead already. Most likely, her blood sugar and blood lipids soared first, blocking her blood vessels, and then her blood pressure surged, breaking through the blockages. Her martial artist-level vital force protected her blood vessels and tissue, so she's still alive. Barely," the nurse explained. Jiang Mo frowned slightly. Was Li Yanxia also a martial artist? That wasn't in the original host's memories. On second thought, however, it made sense. They had consumed all the wealth and resources left behind by the original host's parents. Anyone could be trained into a martial artist with that much. Outsiders, however, believed all those resources had gone to the original host. Now that he was on the brink of death, they had torn their masks off completely. The nurse sighed. "That couple of yours is really awful. Not like your teacher. Su Qi spent more than 100,000 yuan on saving you. They didn't contribute a single cent and even tried to send you straight to the morgue." Jiang Mo felt a sudden pang in his chest. Though Su Qi was just a homeroom teacher for a senior high school class, in a world of spiritual energy revival that was teetering on the edge of an apocalypse, ordinary people were at the very bottom. For Su Qi, spending over 100,000 yuan was likely all of his savings. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What exactly was the injury I sustained?" The nurse, staring at the medical instruments, replied absent-mindedly. Your vital force was shattered, dropping you from a martial artist back to an ordinary person. But you ate a spiritual fruit, which restored your vital force. So there's still hope for you to become a martial artist again. She paused and frowned. But here's the strange part. While your vital force meets the standards, your body is still in terrible shape. It's contradictory. Jiang Mo froze for a moment before immediately understanding. He had only multiplied his vital force by 10. His lifespan might have increased slightly, but his physical condition hadn't kept up. His body was still in critical condition. Time to temporarily multiply his physical constitution by 10 as well. The system interface had misled him, making him focus only on the numbers. Since he could multiply Li Yanxia's blood pressure, blood lipids, and blood sugar by 10, he could do the same with his own physical condition. The principle was the same. The stronger the foundation, the more beneficial the multiplier. Start with something temporary for now. The nurse continued muttering to herself. The doctors are still working to save Li Yanxia. Since she's a martial artist, she has certain privileges, so… Jiang Mo waved her off. Don't worry about me. He wanted to test whether something multiplied by 10 could be forcibly reduced by external intervention. If the hospital managed to bring down Li Yanxia's amplified blood pressure, he could try multiplying it again, and it wouldn't count as stacking. As for the original host's family assets, they had most likely already been laundered and transferred away by that couple. Getting them back would be hard. He decided on another approach. If Li Yanxia, Cheng Fangdong, and their relatives all ended up dead, their property would become an inheritance, legally passing to him as their nephew. In his previous life, he had been paralyzed for 3 years, and now he carried memories of 2 deaths. His heart had inevitably grown darker. Now that he could finally move freely again in this life, he wouldn't tolerate any threats. The original host had barely stepped into the martial arts world with a vital force value over 100, when Li Yanxia manipulated him into venturing alone into the wilderness to gather spiritual fruits. It was murder. The original host was dead, and now he had taken over. Li Yanxia and Cheng Fangdong would certainly try to eliminate him. He needed to act first. The nurse, unaware of his thoughts, continued changing the instruments for more tests. She could read the data but couldn't discern the root cause of the problem. Abruptly, Jiang Mo asked, "Nurse, apart from spiritual fruits, what else can quickly restore vital force?" She put away the instruments and replied, "Vital force pills. They help regulate the body and restore vital force. Each costs 300,000 yuan. As long as your uncle and aunt are willing to pay." Just as she was about to continue, she paused. He hadn't expected that the honest teacher could come up with so much. Jiang Mo was silent. 300,000 yuan. A huge sum, even for him, but if multiplied by 10, it might not be impossible. The young nurse joked half-seriously. Of course, there's another way, the abyssal fruit. If you're insanely lucky enough to stumble upon one, and then even luckier to unlock a sequence by eating it and becoming a sequence warrior, at that point, who cares about blood energy pills or mist-rippling fruits? The young nurse said with a smile that if someone got their hands on an abyssal fruit, others would be scrambling to hand everything else over to them. Jiang Mo's lips twitched faintly, but his eyes lit up. He understood she was talking about sequence warriors. In this world, martial artists had privileges. Sequence warriors stood even higher, practically above everyone else. The only way to unlock a sequence was to consume an abyssal fruit. Public knowledge stated, abyssal fruits were priceless and came from unknown origins, wholly reliant on luck. They were mostly discovered in the wilderness and were more likely to appear before martial artists than ordinary people. Even if someone managed to obtain one, there was still only a 1 in 10,000 chance of unlocking a sequence. A person only had one shot in their lifetime. If successful, it was like ascending to heaven. If they failed, there was no second chance. Forcing oneself to consume a second fruit? The result was certain death, the body exploding from within. The moment the nurse mentioned it, Jiang Mo's thoughts surged. He started calculating. Multiply his luck by 10, multiply the probability of encountering an abyssal fruit by 10. Then multiply the chance of obtaining the fruit by another 10. With 3 layers of times 10. His chances of acquiring a fruit would far surpass anyone else's. If he got 1, then another times 10 could turn that into 10 fruits. At that point, he could multiply the odds of unlocking a sequence by 10, multiply his own individual odds by another 10, and multiply the opportunities by 10 more, compounded with his heightened luck from before. Round it up, and he was bound to become a sequence warrior. As this thought unfolded, his heartbeat soared, and his face flushed red. He had to thank the nurse for this inspiration. Now he just needed to figure out if his luck and probabilities could indeed be multiplied by 10. He'd test it as soon as he could step outside. The nurse noticed his sudden excitement and blinked. "What's up with you?" Jiang Mo replied casually. "Just thinking about my life after becoming a sequence warrior." The young nurse nodded thoughtfully. "I daydream about that all the time too, like being hit by a falling abyssal fruit out of nowhere, becoming a warrior overnight, and then getting even with the head nurse who's always bullied me." Before she could finish, she clammed up, realizing she'd said too much.
Jiang Montag.
That mindset was all too familiar. It was like the dreams people had when they bought lottery tickets in his past life. The nurse grew awkward. "I was just joking, don't go around telling anyone. The head nurse is actually really nice to me." Jiang Mo gave an innocent look. "What did you say?" "I was busy daydreaming about my glorious future as a sequence warrior. I didn't catch a thing." "Oh, by the way, can I go for a walk outside?" The nurse caught on and smiled. "Sure, but you're not fully stable yet. Best to stay lying down to avoid any accidents." Jiang Mo nodded agreeably, though his eyes were filled with deep yearning. As soon as she left, he took a deep, steadying breath, then slowly pushed himself upright, his feet touching the ground. Summoning his strength, he stood up. In an instant, a sensation both familiar and strange flooded his mind. It was like a faint electric current coursing through his entire body, leaving it tingling and slightly numb. I really stood up. He tentatively took a step forward with his left foot, steady as could be. 1 step, then 2, then 3. Eventually, he let go of the bedside for support, standing firmly on his own, taking strides across the room. "I can walk again." The VIP hospital room was spacious, and he paced back and forth across it. "I can move, I can walk, but there's still this odd, lingering weakness in my body, like I can't summon my full strength." He frowned thoughtfully and murmured to himself, "Physical constitution, times 10, for 3 days." In the next moment, the sense of weakness evaporated, replaced by an overflow of strength throughout his body. Once again, he looked toward the system panel that appeared before him. Name, Jiang Mo. Gender, male. Age, 18. Level, 0. Vitality, blood energy 70. Mental energy, 100. Lifespan, 200 days. Ability, multiply by 10, non-stackable. Uses, infinite. He frowned slightly. Multiplying his physical constitution by 10 only added 20 points to his vitality. His lifespan increased by a mere 100 days. Some of his vitality had been severely depleted. Felt like he'd suffered a grievous injury. Self-healing times 10 for 3 days. No response. Realization struck. His natural self-healing ability was gone. If he wanted to recover, he'd need blood energy pills or spirit fruits, which brought him back to that daunting figure, 300,000. Just then, he noticed a new stat on the panel, mental energy. It must have appeared as a result of multiplying his physical constitution by 10. Plus, his thoughts had become sharper. The original owner of this body had no knowledge of this attribute. Should he multiply it by 10? He shivered at the idea, wary that his brain might explode. Better to play it safe. Cerebral intensity times 10 for 3 days. Brain endurance times 10 for 3 days. Mental energy times 10 for 3 days. Whoosh, mental energy 101,000. His body felt light, his mind vividly clear, filled with an indescribable sense of euphoria. He turned his gaze to the orange on the bedside table. With a single thought, the orange floated into the air. With another, the remaining 9 followed suit. The 10 oranges lined up neatly in midair, slicing through the room and leaving faint afterimages, before gently returning to their original positions. He focused his mental energy outward. It extended beyond the walls of the room, spreading farther and farther until it formed a sphere with a diameter of 20 meters. Everything within the range, every image, movement, and sound, entered his mind without requiring eyes or ears. At this moment, the doctors and nurses, the hospital was in chaos, with people rushing in and out, all centering around a particular ward. He guessed it was Li Yanxia's room, but his guess was beyond proof, and the precise details eluded him. Suddenly, 2 low voices broke into the scene. Jiang Mo, that little bastard, didn't die. He even consumed a mist fringe fruit, and now his vitality has recovered. Old Wu, what the hell is wrong with you? You didn't even notice he had a mist fringe fruit on him? Now that he's recovering, he'll likely heal soon. What are we going to do now? What did you just say? No mist fringe fruit? No mist fringe fruit, How did his injuries heal? Who's foolish enough to spend 300,000 on buying him blood vitality pills? Kill him again? This is the city center. Are you crazy enough to kill a martial artist? Don't drag me down with you. That little bastard isn't an idiot. He won't fall for the same trick again. Fine, but let's be clean this time. Don't leave a body intact. All right, I'll hang up. Jiang Mo's face turned somber. The voice belonging to his cheap uncle, Chung Fangdong. Sweeping his mental energy, Jiang Mo assessed that Chung Fangdong had abundant blood vitality and was also a martial artist. The situation became clear to him. It wasn't just about tricking the original owner into going out to die. It was a deliberate plan to commit murder. To claim the inheritance left behind by the deceased, they needed everyone to believe the original owner was dead, with the body serving as the best evidence. Old Wu killed the original owner and sent the body to the mortuary, making everything set in stone. Unexpectedly, class teacher Su Qi refused to give up and insisted on resuscitating him. At this critical moment, Jiang Mo transmigrated here and, under hospital treatment, narrowly survived. Now that he was alive, Chung Fangdong and Li Yanxia wouldn't stop. Old Wu had undoubtedly been hired by them. The original owner had no memories before his death and had never met Old Wu. These 3 people are all threats. I'll have to deal with them first, Jiang Mo thought resolutely, locking onto Chung Fangdong. Blood pressure, blood lipid levels, blood sugar. Multiply them by 10. After some hesitation, he added, bad luck. Multiply by 10. Just at the edge of his mental energy range, Chung Fangdong stumbled suddenly, falling face first to the ground in a dramatic flop. His eyes filled with blood, and his nose began to bleed profusely. Panic seized him, though he fared slightly better than Li Yanxia. Not passing out, he was dizzy, suffocating, nauseous, unable to catch his breath, and his throat felt obstructed, preventing him from speaking. Jiang Mo calmly withdrew his mental energy, no longer concerning himself with Chung Fangdong. For now, his uncle and aunt would stay confined in the hospital so they couldn't cause trouble. As for whether the doctors could handle blood pressure, lipid levels, and blood sugar soaring tenfold, he wasn't certain. To eliminate the problem at its root, I'll have to factor in my cousin, Chung Xiaofeng. Not urgent for now. First, I need to protect myself. He multiplied his blood vitality, lifespan, physical constitution, brain endurance, and spiritual energy altogether by 13, but for the span of only 3 days. During these 3 crucial days, he had to find a way to secure blood vitality pills or a spiritual fruit like the mist fringe fruit. If nothing else, he'd have to find items capable of boosting blood vitality. Otherwise, even if he retained the ability to multiply by 10 after those 3 days, the returns would diminish. The greater the foundation, the more he would gain from multiplication. He went to the wardrobe and retrieved a faded uniform from Binqing 9th High School, still stained faintly with blood. After changing into it, he left the ward. A sweep of his mental energy indicated Chung Fangdong was sprawled in the hallway 1 floor below, lying ignored, a probable effect of the multiplied bad luck. Dressed in his plain school uniform, Jiang Mo blended easily with the crowd. Without drawing attention, he entered the elevator, ready to leave the hospital. He hadn't overheard the rest of the phone conversation, but what old Wu might have said was no mystery. He would likely try to act in the hospital. Dangerous. If he couldn't fight back, then his priority was to flee and protect his own life. Inside the elevator, Jiang Mo frowned in deliberation. Raising 30,000 yuan in 3 days to purchase blood vitality pills wasn't realistic. There were other ways to enhance blood vitality, although their effects were weaker. By multiplying the outcome, it could still be enough to stay alive. Decision made, he'd return home first. Cheng Fengdong and Li Yanxia were trapped in the hospital, and Cheng Xiaofeng was at school. Nobody should be at home. When the elevator arrived at the ground floor, Jiang Mo, clutching his hungry stomach after several days without food, began walking toward the exit. Suddenly, a robust teenager came charging like a mad bull. Spotting Jiang Mo, the boy froze for a moment, then smirked derisively before lunging straight at him. Caught off guard, Jiang Mo dodged hastily but was still shoved hard in the chest, stumbling back several paces and nearly falling over. Furious, he yelled, "Cheng Xiaofeng, are you out of your mind?" It was indeed his cousin, Cheng Xiaofeng, a senior student at Binchang 9th High School's top tier. 3 months earlier, his blood vitality surpassed 100, qualifying him as a martial artist, and his current vitality was even higher. His parents had completely drained the resources left by Jiang Mo's parents, enabling Cheng Xiaofeng to rise in strength. Using his advantages, he regularly bullied Jiang Mo, who, conditioned by constant gaslighting, never resisted. Today, he had rushed to the hospital only after hearing his mother was gravely ill. Cheng Xiaofeng sneered cruelly, "Want another beating? I'll deal with you later." After saying this, he stormed toward the elevator and shouted at those inside, "Open the door, or I'll beat you all."
Jiang Mo's Gase darkened.
Well, since the family was all here, they might as well be dealt with together. He whispered under his breath, "Blood pressure, blood lipids, blood sugar, multiply by 10. Just before reaching the elevator, Cheng Xiaofeng suddenly stiffened up. He convulsed, his nose spurting a stream of blood. Rolling his eyes back, he collapsed, his head wedging right between the closing elevator doors. Thud, his head was trapped. Open, close, they clamped repeatedly. It took more than 10 cycles before the people inside panicked. "The elevator's gone haywire. Quick, get someone." With considerable struggle, they pulled Cheng Xiaofeng out from the doors and scattered in terror. Medical staff, alarmed by the commotion, rushed toward the scene. Jiang Mo withdrew his mental energy and muttered to himself, "A family all suffering from the same condition. It can pass as hereditary illness. Nobody should suspect me. I'm not trying to be a second Yagami Light here." Watching the nurses lift the blood-soaked Cheng Xiaofeng onto a stretcher and rush him to the emergency room, Jiang Mo felt his old resentment surge again. Finally making up his mind, he muttered coldly, "Blood pressure, blood lipids, blood sugar, multiply by 10. For martial artists, these don't count as terminal illnesses. They should be treatable. Multiply by 10. Jiang Mo's eyes sharpened as he targeted Cheng Xiaofeng once more. In the emergency room, Cheng Xiaofeng, still spasming, spraying blood, and rolling his eyes back, suddenly jerked upright, clarity flashing through his pale face as he, "Shun. What's going on?" Jiang rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Multiplying this by 10, isn't that just giving him a free advantage? Wait, no. The quantity increases by 10, but the ability itself doesn't improve. He swept the area with his mental power, and goosebumps shot up all over his body. So disgusting. I'm not hungry anymore. Turning around, he headed toward the hospital entrance, but suddenly froze mid-step. I wonder, can I multiply mutated beasts' organs, or even dimension beasts' organs, by 10 as well? In this world, spiritual energy had resurged, leading to biological mutations and monster invasions. The wilderness outside the city was teeming with mutated beasts and dimension beasts. Only martial artists dared to venture beyond the city limits. These beasts were dangerous but incredibly valuable. Both their bodies and crystal cores could fetch a high price. As a result, martial artists spent years hunting them in the wilderness. As long as I take down one, it's equivalent to the corpses of 10. He recalled lessons from his textbook. A first-rank mutated beast, the crimson-tail mouse. Its most valuable part is that red tail. I can multiply the tail by 10 first, then multiply the whole mouse by 10, that's 100 tails. That probably doesn't count as stacking, does it? He was nearly itching to rush into the wilderness immediately. The crimson-tail mouse was a low-level first-rank beast, and its tail wasn't worth much, at most a few hundred xia coins. But for him, one beast equaled 100 tails, resulting in 100-fold profit. No, calm down. Right now, he was only at the level of an aspiring martial artist. His sole advantage was 1,000 points of mental power, though he wasn't sure how to accurately gauge his power level. If he could control elevator doors, he should do all right. He patted his pockets. Empty. No phone, no wallet. Gotta head home first. Leaving the hospital, he broke into a sprint. His blood energy value was 70, above that of an average person. His home was in Blue Shore Manor, number 666, at the center of District 9. It wasn't far from District 9 People's Hospital, about a half-hour walk on foot. He initially considered speeding things up by multiplying his pace by 10, but decided instead to slow down as he walked and observed the city. The city resembled the one in his past life. High-rises, traffic. But one major difference was the colorful light bands floating in the sky, prominent even at noon, an airborne defensive barrier to intercept aerial invasions. The resurgence of spiritual energy had been underway for a century, during which humanity rebuilt civilization from ruins. To Jiang Mo, this world felt more like a parallel universe. Human culture and customs were almost identical, as was most of its history. He stopped and started intermittently, finally arriving at Blue Shore Manor after more than an hour. In front of him stood a 3-story standalone house. It was a villa his parents had left him, still under his name. Cheng Fangdong and his family of 3 had moved in 12 years ago under the guise of taking care of him, and they had stayed ever since. The front gate was locked, and there were no live-in housekeepers. He confirmed he didn't have the keys on him. Staring at the door, he willed his mental power forward. Asterisk click asterisk. The lock opened. Seems like my mental power isn't weak, he mused. If I can control elevator doors to clamp someone's head, then surely I can. Jiang Mo experimented with lockpicking, entering the courtyard and subsequently unlocking the villa's main entrance. His living quarters were a small helper's room at the bottom of the staircase on the first floor, more fittingly described as a storage closet. The room contained just a bed and a nightstand. Extending his mental power, he swept through the entire villa. As expected, there was nothing valuable inside, let alone any resources for cultivation. Anything his parents had left behind had either been squandered by the freeloading trio or quietly transferred away. His stomach growled, but he suppressed his hunger. The important matters come first. He headed straight to the 3rd floor to Cheng Xiaofeng's room. His target was the computer. Originally, that room had been his, but it had long since been claimed. As soon as he opened the door, a pungent stench hit him like a wall. Jiang Mo retreated a few steps, gagging. Should have eaten earlier just in case. The curtains were drawn, leaving the room dim and filthy, akin to a garbage dump. Debris, empty liquor bottles, take-out boxes, crumpled up tissues littered the floor. In the few days Jiang Mo had been hospitalized, no one had bothered to clean up. The once luxurious room now resembled a junkyard. His face twitched in irritation. No wonder Cheng Xiaofeng only just managed to become a martial artist at 18 after being showered with resources. If I give him my X10 multiplier, can he even handle the workload? Revolted, he kept his distance and used his mental power to pull open the curtains and push the window open for ventilation. The odor finally began to disperse. While Jiang Mo wasn't one to care much about appearances, he also didn't want to step foot inside. Instead, he locked onto the only clean object in the room, the computer. Thankfully, it wasn't shut off. Otherwise, he'd have no idea what the password might be. Using his mental power, he manipulated the mouse and keyboard. The screen lit up, frozen on an obscene photo of a familiar face. Jiang Mo froze for a moment. Isn't that the original owner's goddess? Han Ruobing, the class beauty? The image was indecent, completely unbefitting of a student. Jiang Mo had been a senior in class 34, grade 12, at Bincheng No. 9 High School. Han Ruobing was the class beauty and a strong contender for the title of school beauty. The previous owner had pursued her, and only after becoming a martial artist had she agreed to date him. The original owner wasn't dumb, but he was irrational when it came to relationships. It was Li Yanxia who first manipulated him into venturing into the wilderness zone to pick Wu Lian fruits. He wasn't willing at first. Then, when Han Ruobing made the same request for spiritual fruits, his mind heated up, and he rushed into the wilderness, where tragedy struck. Staring at this image now, Jiang Mo smirked icily. Turns out those two were in cahoots all along. The original owner was such a sucker, played like a fool. He made a mental note to settle the score with them later, important matters first. He closed the video and opened the browser to search for information on mental power. He had decided to head to the wilderness zone to hunt minor mutated beasts. It was the fastest way to make money at the moment. His trump card was 1,000 points of mental power, but he still didn't know what level he was at. He had to figure that out first. In his past life, he had spent 3 years bedridden. Though it left psychological scars, it also trained him to be calm and rational. Plan first, then act. Jiang Mo's eyes brightened as he clicked through his findings. Got it. Mental power. Spirit masters. A specialized branch of martial artists. He rapidly browsed using his mental power. Online resources were scarce with just a rough introduction. Telekinesis, mental shockwaves, killing unseen. As for the numerical value and ranking system for mental power? Not written. Oh right, the warrior forum. He used his mental force to tap on the keyboard and input the website address. The original body, after becoming a warrior, had registered at the guild and thus qualified for forum access. The moment he logged in, he was dumbfounded. Current warrior status has been revoked. His expression darkened. It was most likely the handiwork of Cheng Fangdong and Li Yanxia. After a warrior's death, the guild would revoke their status to prevent misuse. A few days ago, he had been lying in a hospital bed with blood vitality nearly at 0, practically indistinguishable from a corpse. As his nominal guardians, those two could have processed the revocation on his behalf. If his status had remained valid, he would have been entitled to subsidies, even as a severely injured ordinary person. Now, with it gone, surviving wouldn't change the fact that there would be no subsidies. Thankfully, I can recertify myself. But his blood vitality was only 70, which didn't meet the threshold. This was giving him a headache. The surface of this world appeared peaceful, but that only applied to the cities. Outside the city limits, the wilderness was the norm, and even within the cities, complete safety wasn't guaranteed. Stray mutant beasts and void beasts occasionally slipped through. Ordinary people had no clearance to leave the cities. Only certified warriors could step into the wilderness. Without wilderness access, avenues for making quick money were cut off. The inability to access the forum was a minor issue compared to being barred from the wilderness. Why not register as a spiritual mind adept instead? The guild might also provide answers to questions regarding spiritual mind adepts. However, that was his trump card. He immediately slapped himself in self-reproach. My trump card is multiplying by 10, not being a spiritual mind adept. I'm barely clinging to life. This isn't the time for posturing. He closed the forum page and continued looking up information. Warriors, the warrior guild, the wilderness areas, mutant beasts, void beasts, and the world at large. Half an hour later, he closed the browser. Combining what he had read with the original host's memories, he had a rough understanding. Within the warrior circle, spiritual mind adepts ranked lower than sequence warriors but higher than ordinary warriors. In that case, he would register with the status of a spiritual mind adept. Just as he was about to take a deep breath, a thought suddenly struck him. He dashed down to the living room on the first floor and exhaled deeply. First, I need food. He used his mental power to sweep the area and found a few chunks of stale bread in the kitchen fridge. No more pickiness. If I can't endure this bit of unpleasantness, setting foot into the wilderness would mean certain death. He plopped down on the couch, chewing on the stale bread while planning his next course of action. Wait, there's another thing I need to multiply by 10. A flash of insight crossed his face as he recalled the scene at the hospital when Cheng Xiaofeng had bumped into him. He had dodged the brunt of the collision but hadn't avoided the shove. In truth, with his current strength as a quasi-warrior, he should have been able to evade it instinctively. Never had he expected his body to simply freeze in response to Cheng Xiaofeng's shove. The problem lies in neural reaction speed. It needs to be faster. If his reactions were slow, having strong mental powers would be pointless. If he couldn't avoid even a bump and shove from someone like Cheng Xiaofeng, forget killing mutant beasts, he wouldn't even survive an encounter with one. Multiply neural reaction speed by 10 for 3 days. A buzzing sensation washed over Jiang Mo's body, causing it to shudder. Everything in his surroundings, both in his field of vision and in his mental perception, seemed as though time had been slowed down. It's not that the world slowed down, it's that I got faster. His eyes lit up. The rest can be learned gradually. He didn't have practical combat experience, but he could learn. Now that he was a spiritual mind adept, he wouldn't need to face mutant beasts head-on. He could hide in the shadows and strike covertly as a lurker. Swallowing the last bite of bread, he gulped down some cold water. First, head to the Warrior Guild for recertification. Just as he stood up and prepared to leave, he paused mid-step. Wait a minute. How do I get to the guild? Bin City was divided into 13 districts, each with a secure exit leading to the wilderness. The 13 Warrior Guild branches were situated close to these exits, serving as defenses against beast invasions. The original body had been there twice, once for certification and once for a wilderness venture. However, from Blue Shore Manor to the nearest secure exit, it was quite a distance. Unwilling to waste time traveling on foot, Jiang Mo extended his mental force, scanning the villa inch by inch. Found it. With a thought, 7 1-yuan coins floated out of a corner in the living room. Their size, weight, and material were identical to what he was familiar with. Most importantly, they didn't have serial numbers. Multiply by 10. With a clatter, the 7 coins transformed into 70. Divided into 2 bundles, he slipped them into the pockets of his school uniform pants. $70. That's enough for a taxi. He then located a small fruit knife and fixed his gaze on its blade. Strength multiplied by 10. Hardness multiplied by 10. Toughness multiplied by 10. Sharpness multiplied by 10. Quality multiplied by 10. A faint hum resonated from the knife as a chill gleam danced along its edge, making it seem like an entirely different weapon. Using his mental power, he flicked the knife briefly. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the living room's marble coffee table. Crash! The table split cleanly in half. Satisfied, he retrieved the knife and tucked it into the sleeve of his school uniform jacket. Glancing at the wall clock, it was 1:17 p.m. time to leave. Exiting the villa complex, he walked for a bit before flagging down a cab. The driver, seeing the uniform from 9th High, immediately grew enthusiastic. Kiddo, you're from 9th High? Heading back to school. 9th High was the best high school in Bin City's 9th district, and the only one offering combat studies. A clear path towards producing future warriors. Jiang Mo entered the car. Not back to school. To the Warrior Guild. The Warrior Guild? The driver looked momentarily stunned before his eyes lit up. Alrighty then. Buckle up, kid. Let's roll. Stepping hard on the gas, the car shot forward like an arrow. The driver never would have imagined he'd pick up a passenger heading to the Warrior Guild. To certify as a warrior, held back a laugh. Why was he dressed this formally for a certification? Was he going to a banquet after this? Let's get started, Shen Yan said, adjusting his glasses and gesturing towards one of the rooms in the back. Jiang Mo followed. The certification process wasn't complicated, and as long as he demonstrated the requisite level of physical strength and combat ability, he'd be re-registered as a warrior with official status. This would allow him entry into the wild zones legally, along with access to resources like weapons and medicinal supplies. Inside the small room, there was a transparent, cylindrical column in the middle, surrounded by various instruments. Xinyan pointed to it and explained, "Step in. We'll start by measuring your basic physical stats, strength, speed, and endurance. The machine will handle everything." Jiang Mo nodded and stepped into the column. In his previous life, basic health checkups in hospitals were far more complicated, and he wasn't unfamiliar with these kinds of processes. However, with the memories and abilities of 2 lifetimes overlapped in his mind, he was curious to see how this new body would perform. The machine activated with a hum, scanning his body from head to toe. Numbers began to appear on the display screen outside the column. Shun Yen leaned closer, his expression gradually shifting from routine professionalism to stunned disbelief. Strength, 3,450 kilograms. Shen Yen read aloud, his voice slightly tremulous. Speed, 62 meters per second. Endurance, max level. These indicators, you're already an intermediate level warrior. How is that possible? Jiang Mo raised his eyebrows. While he expected his stats to be good after his miraculous recovery, he hadn't anticipated these results either. Is it rare? He asked innocently. Rare. Xin Yan almost choked on his words. He couldn't decide if Jiang Mo was playing humble or simply ignorant. These stats would make even some high-level warriors jealous, let alone intermediate ones. Just how did you train?
Jiang Montag shrugged casually.
A bit here and there. Behind them, Su Lulu, who had followed them into the room out of curiosity, was equally stunned. She had seen a lot of young warriors come through for certifications, but none of them displayed stats like these, especially not at the age of 18. For a moment, she wondered if the machine itself might be malfunctioning. Xin Yan adjusted his glasses again and coughed dryly. Let's proceed to combat ability. There's an opponent simulation function we'll use to gauge your practical combat skills. Do you need any rest before starting? No need, Jiang Mo said flatly. He adjusted the sleeves of his clothes, his calm demeanor making Xin Yan and Su Lulu exchange a glance. The simulated combat began. A virtual opponent, formed of dense energy that mimicked the form and movements of a real creature, appeared before Jiang Mo. It was a first-level mutated beast, a common test subject for entry-level warrior certification. Before Xin Yan could even begin to explain the procedure, Jiang Mo moved. His attack was swift and devastating. A single precise blow that obliterated the simulated opponent into shards of dissipating energy. Both Xin Yan and Su Lulu froze in place. That's gone in one hit? Su Lulu whispered, wide-eyed. Xun Yan cleared his throat hastily, pretending to remain calm. Well, that was just the first-level opponent. We'll try a second-level beast next. The simulation upgraded. This time, it was a gray-skinned mutant wolf with sharp, menacing claws. The moment it lunged, Jiang Mo sidestepped with ease, his movements fluid and calculated, delivering a kick that sent the wolf flying into the wall of the testing room. The simulation flickered off as the system registered the defeat. Xin Yan and Su Lulu exchanged another look. This was no ordinary combat ability. What Jiang Mo displayed wasn't just strength, but also a mastery of combat techniques. Calm, efficient, and deadly precision. Perhaps, let's stop here, Xin Yan suggested after a pause. There's no need to continue. Your combat skills are more than sufficient. Jiang Mo dusted off his hands and stepped out of the testing area, looking as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. So, did I pass? He asked casually. Pass? Xin Yan burst out laughing nervously. You didn't just pass. If this were a competition, you'd be the champion. Great, Jiang Mo said with a small smile. He didn't seem particularly fazed by the praise, though Su Lulu could tell it wasn't out of arrogance. This young man's attitude was strange. He exuded a calm confidence that didn't quite align with his age or background. After completing the rest of the administrative process, Shen Yan handed Jiang Mo his newly updated warrior certification card. With this, you can freely enter the wild zones and access the privileges of warriors. I'll also personally report your results to the higher-ups. I'm sure they'll be very interested in your performance. Thanks, Jiang Mo said, slipping the card into his pocket. His main concern wasn't the attention but the access it granted him to resources and freedom to explore beyond the city walls. With everything sorted, he turned to leave. As he walked out of the certification hall, Su Lulu couldn't help but call after him. Hey, Jiang Mo, if you get a chance, try not to get yourself killed again. Okay? Jiang Mo glanced over his shoulder with a faint smile. I'll keep that in mind. And with that, he disappeared out of the building, leaving Shen Yan and Su Lulu behind, both wondering just how far this mysterious young warrior would go. Confused, normally he wasn't this flamboyant. Indeed, the receptionist escorted someone in, saying, "Student Jiang, this is Supervisor Shen." Jiang Mo came back to his senses and greeted immediately. Shen Yan rubbed his nose. This kid probably doesn't recognize him. Last time he came here, his head was down the whole time, looking timid. Shen Yan signaled for Su Lulu to leave. Once she had gone, he scrutinized Jiang Mo up and down with a frowned brow. Second-level martial artist certification? Your vitality hasn't even recovered to the baseline. At best, you're at the threshold for a prospective martial artist, still far from hitting a score of 100. He addressed directly with caution. The standards won't be lowered due to registration errors. If you don't meet the requirements, you won't pass.
Ide rakumen rakubaring fi.
Before he could finish, his pupils shrank. In front of Jiang Mo, a coin floated mid-air. Mental manipulator? Fixating on the coin, he instantly grasped the situation. Jiang Mo appeared innocent. So, can I be certified as a mental manipulator? Shen Yan took a deep breath to suppress his shock. You can. Follow me. The 8th room on the innermost side was designated for mental manipulator certification. It was a small room with just one device. Shen Yan turned on the machine. Place your right hand on the screen and concentrate your mental energy into your right hand. Jiang Mo hesitated a bit. Left hand won't work. It does too. Still, he placed his right hand. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers surged rapidly before stabilizing above 1,000. Shen Yan was dumbfounded. 1,000 mental strength. Jiang Mo remained innocent. Is that high? I looked up information all afternoon, but I couldn't find what level this number represents. Shen Yan stifled his surprise. It's not just high, it's exceptional. Once the certification is done, you can check out the forums yourself. He didn't know much about mental manipulators himself, but he had to maintain composure outwardly. Wait here. I'll go process your information. Shen Yan walked out briskly.
Jiang Montag schruget.
He wasn't particularly concerned about his current levels. It was a ×10 state and could only last for 3 days. If he couldn't resolve matters within those 3 days, the stats would plummet. As for the permanent ×10, that was his trump card and only for use as a last resort. Everyone knew, the lower the initial level, the easier it was to advance. The higher the level, the tougher it got. He wouldn't resort to it unless absolutely necessary. In the meantime, Shen Yan returned to his office, holding a folder and a martial artist badge. Student Shi, your martial artist information is all set. Shiju took it and paused while processing it. Mental manipulator. Shen Yan hastily explained. About this visit, certified as a mental manipulator? Shen Yan carefully gauged her expression. Mental manipulator? Is that not okay? Shiju rolled up the file and stuffed it into her uniform pocket, then fastened the black martial artist badge onto her jacket zipper. It's all fine. Thank you for the trouble, Supervisor Shen. I'll head out first. Not at all. Take care, Student Shi. Only after she left did he finally exhale in relief. Just as he was about to sit down, her voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Don't tell anyone about today's events. He instinctively stood straight. Don't worry. I'll keep it completely confidential. The voice didn't continue. He slumped back into his chair, sweating profusely. That little ancestor is even scarier than a year ago. After a long while, he forced a bitter smile, grabbed Jiang Mo's file and martial artist badge, and wobbled his way out of the office. Certification Hall. When Jiang Mo saw Shen Yan reappear out of the blue, he raised an eyebrow. Supervisor Shen, did you take a bath? Shun Yan's temple throbbed. Yes. He handed over the badge and the certificate. So fast. Jiang Mo was caught off guard. Last time took 3 hours, and online it said a second certification process would take as long as the first. This time, though, it only took 15 minutes. Lucky you, Shen Yan responded with an unnatural expression.
Lucky. Jiang Montag was skeptical.
Don't overthink it, Shen Yan deflected. Jiang Mo gave an O in response, stuffed the certificate into his pocket, and hung the badge on his jacket zipper. Shen Yan's eyelid twitched visibly. Nothing else? I'll leave then. For real? I'm leaving now. Bye. Jiang Mo glanced at him wordlessly and left. Internally, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Apparently, mental manipulators didn't hold as much weight as he had assumed within the martial artist community. He had thought Supervisor Shen would seize the opportunity to recruit him. But then again, mental manipulators weren't sequence-based martial artists anyway. He descended to the second floor. Noticing his dejected demeanor, Su Lulu was about to ask when her eyes fell on the golden badge on his chest. Her eyes widened. You're certified already? So quickly. Supervisor Shen said I was lucky. Luck has something to do with certification? Who knows? By the way, Sister Su, where can I get online? The entertainment zone over there has an internet cafe. Thanks. He rushed off eagerly. Su Lulu scratched her head. Why does this feel familiar? Oh right. A girl from number 9 high came down just now with the same reaction. The entertainment zone wasn't very crowded. Jiang Mo passed by a karaoke bar, a pool hall, and a spa before stopping briefly at the internet cafe near the far end of the club. After sitting for a moment, he came out visibly irritated. $800 an hour to get online? Why not just rob people instead? The manager retorted with a straight face. Robbing isn't as profitable as running an internet cafe. If you're broke, don't go online. Jiang Mo touched the few loose coins in his pocket and could only leave angrily. As he passed by the spa, a man with a scarred face happened to step out. The Scarface froze upon seeing him. Instinctively, Scarface darted to the side to avoid him, watching Jiang Mo walk away before quickly pulling out his phone. Brother Wu, guess who I just saw? The man on the other end sounded impatient. If you've got something to say, spit it out.
Jiang Montag.
He's not dead. You've really seen him? Where? First floor of the Martial Artists Guild. Keep your eyes on him. Report his every move immediately. Got it. District 9 General Hospital, outside the VIP ward. The man's grim expression slowly softened. He went to the Martial Artists Guild? Wants a second certification. Old Chung was right. That kid must have hit the jackpot and eaten a spirit fruit. Jiang Mo wasn't in a hurry to leave and was wandering around the first floor lobby. Ordinary backpack, 18,888. Lower level combat suit, 123,000. Lower level battle knife, 66,666. Mobile phone, 23,333. Energy pills, 998. Blood and chi pills, 500,000. Weren't they 300,000? He took a sharp intake of breath. Even blood and chi pills were being sold here, and they were 200,000 more expensive. And this was just the basic equipment. He glanced at the purchase prices. Red-tailed rat tails, 200 each. He muttered quietly. To be a martial artist, either you're filthy rich or just a total sucker. Forget it, stop looking. Let's go make some money first. If only my account balance could multiply by 10. With that thought, he turned and left. In a corner, a scar-faced man observed him and quickly followed. Huh? He went to the emergency exit, headed to the wilderness zone. He swiftly messaged Old Wu. Old Wu was momentarily stunned before breaking out into a broad grin. Off to the wilderness again? Can't remember a beating? Zhao Dapeng, take a few men into the wilderness. Take him out. No need to leave the whole body. Just bring back his head. Outside the Martial Artists Guild, scar-faced Zhao Dapeng licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. On the second floor of the certification hall, Xin Yan blinked, suddenly feeling like he had forgotten something. No, something's wrong. Damn it, Jiang Mo. That kid's a psychic warrior. 18 years old with a starting psychic strength of 1,000. How the hell did I let him slip away? As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure blurred as he darted out, leaving only afterimages. However, upon reaching the nearby area, Jiang Mo was already nowhere to be seen. Xin Yan could only beat his chest in frustration. The city's defensive walls towered high, their gray-black surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Even under the afternoon sunlight at 3 o'clock, they exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Standing atop the wall, Jiang Mo looked up. If this wall was multiplied by 10, he snapped out of it, shaking his head violently. This structure is already fine-tuned to the last detail. Blindly multiplying it by 10 might make it weaker. Or maybe I could directly multiply its defensive strength by 10. He withdrew his gaze and headed toward the safe passage leading out of the city. The passageway had a radius of about 10 meters and featured 18 checkpoints designed to prevent mutant beasts from invading. At the entrance, a black armored guard paused. Another one in a school uniform. Hey, it's you. Last time you left upright but came back sideways. You survived injuries like that.
Jiang Montag coughed lightly.
Just lucky. The guard nodded. And yet you're going outside the city again? Jiang Mo gave him an innocent look. The guard sighed. All right, fine. You're allowed. But you've just become a martial artist, and you're still just a student with a bright future ahead of you. Stick to training at school, you'll get stronger before you hunt. Luck won't always protect you. He scrutinized Jiang Mo, appearing increasingly resigned. Last time, the kid had been wearing combat gear. This time, he was in a school uniform heading into the wilderness. And that girl earlier was the same way. What's up with high schoolers these days? Heading into the wilds in school uniforms? Jiang Mo, looking just as innocent as ever, said, Just want to check out the scenery. I'll be right back. The guard smirked, more like picking out a grave site. Speechless, Jiang Mo entered the safe passage without another word. The guard watched his disappearing figure and could only sigh once more. As soon as the red scanner swept over the martial artist badge hanging from his zipper, it responded with a beep. An electronic voice announced, Martial artist status verified. Permission granted to enter the wilderness zone. Familiar with the process, Jiang Mo moved swiftly, not stopping at all. The passage wasn't straight. It took 18 sharp turns over 50 meters, with each turn housing a checkpoint. The walls were equipped with high-definition cameras and concealed laser systems. To martial artists, it was a safe passage. To mutant beasts and realm beasts, a death trap. Not long after Jiang Mo entered, 7 individuals dressed in camouflage combat gear with battle knives strapped to their backs strode into the passage. The guard nodded approvingly, now that looked proper. But his thoughts quickly drifted back to those 2 high schoolers. Mentally, he could only pray, I hope they don't have to be carried back. Jiang Mo quickly exited the passage and stepped into the wilderness. A cold wind greeted him, causing him to shiver. March, and it's still this cold. Binhai City was in the north. The chill wasn't as obvious inside the city, but in the wilderness, it struck right to the bone. He whispered, warmth multiplier times 10. The chill immediately faded away. He stretched his limbs and looked back at the city wall, his pupils contracting. The surface of the wall was pitted, with hundreds of long claw marks, each more than 20 meters in length and several meters deep, as if they had been gouged out by a massive creature. He grinned. The person who designed this wall is a genius. I wonder if it was a mutant beast or a realm beast who did this. Luckily, my target is only red-tailed rats, the smallest ones. Once again he whispered, layering on his buffs. Luck multiplier times 10 for 2 hours. Probability of finding spirit fruit times 10 for 2 hours. Probability of spirit fruit being found by me times 10 for 2 hours. Probability of finding abyssal fruit times 10 for 2 hours. Probability of abyssal fruit being found by me times 10 for 2 hours. He hadn't used these enhancements back in the city. With too many eyes around, it would have drawn attention immediately. Out in the vast, sparsely populated wilderness, as a psychic warrior, he could sense and avoid others before they spotted him. The sun's glow felt weaker. Now it was just past 3 p.m., and sunset was approaching. It was 4:30. He planned to return to the city by 5. The wilderness at night was far more dangerous. He had neither a phone nor a watch. The times 10 ability had a countdown, so it could be used as a timer. Jiang Mo thought briefly and murmured in a low voice, "Mental radius times 10, duration 2 hours." As soon as he finished speaking, his mental energy spread out in an instant. The original radius of 10 meters expanded directly to 100 meters, forming a sphere that covered 200 meters in diameter. He looked back at the city wall and furrowed his brows. The city wall can block mental probing? That means there must be a psychic among the mutated beasts or boundary beasts. His guard went up immediately. A psychic who is not very strong, with only 1,000 mental strength, is considered average. The Martial Artists Guild wouldn't even bother with such a person. He himself was still a novice, having never fought a beast in the wilderness before. Play it safe. Just stay safe for now. The wilderness stretched out bleakly in all directions. Gray skies and dark red ground extended to the horizon. The safe zone within a 30-li radius was cleared of obstacles and devoid of any vegetation, with hills and pits leveled flat to prevent ambushes or sneaky attacks. If one wanted to hunt, they'd have to venture beyond the 30-li safe zone. This blank area had already been thoroughly scoured. It was hard to find even a strand of beast fur here. His target, the red-tailed mouse, a small underground rodent-type mutated beast. He recalled the information from school and online, running it through his mind. Speed times 10, 2 hours. Let's go. Whoosh! His figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. Not long after, Zhao Depeng and 6 others emerged from the safe zone's exit. It was 3 in the afternoon, and there was little traffic. They looked around but couldn't find Jiang Mo. His sky-blue school uniform should have stood out in the wilderness. Zhao Depeng frowned. Where is he? Still hiding in the passageway. The tunnel had a 5-meter radius with spacious multi-layered concealment and defense measures, making it indeed hard to locate someone. At that moment, a bald young man exclaimed, "Punth, look, that blue dot over there. Could it be Jiang Mo?" Everyone looked toward the horizon. At the edge, a small blue dot was speeding across and disappearing quickly. Zhao Depeng's eyes widened. So fast, faster than an average beginner martial artist. Then he sneered. Novices love wasting physical energy. The blank zone might still have beasts after all. He had a sudden thought. Locking eyes with the group, they spoke in unison. Spirit fruit. He must have consumed a spirit fruit, which restored his vitality to martial artist levels. Now he's rushing into the wilderness in such a hurry. Could it be that he has more than one? Even the lowest grade Misthaze fruit cost 1,000,000 summer coins, enough for a beginner martial artist to buy decent gear. Chase him. Jiang Mo sprinted with all his might, covering 30 li in 10 minutes and entering the true wilderness zone. The times 10 countdown was clear as day. Speed times 10 really is speed times 10. There's no matching physical energy consumed. He assessed himself, it wasn't full speed, and his stamina usage was minimal. His vitality value was 70, just at the threshold for quasi-martial artists, with stronger physique and stamina than an ordinary person. He wiped away the tears and snot brought by the cold wind and found a hidden spot to crouch. This was the real wilderness, albeit just its edge. The wilderness was teeming with mutated beasts that could leap out at any moment. The next second, Jiang Emo flicked his sleeve, and a fruit knife enhanced by ×10 floated out, hovering beside him. He whispered, "Quantity ×10, duration 2 hours." 10 fruit knives materialized instantly, gleaming coldly as they hovered before him. With a mental command, the 10 knives scattered and patrolled back and forth within a 100-meter radius. All right, he thought to himself. With his current mental strength, controlling 10 knives at once was more than manageable. He calmed his mind and began using his mental energy to search for red-tailed mice. The red-tailed mouse, a small mutated beast that resembled northern rats, was one of the most widespread creatures in the wilderness zone. Their only valuable part was their red tail, which the Martial Artists Guild purchased at 200 summer coins each. They were fast, good at hiding, and spent most of their time underground, so no one wanted to waste time catching them specifically. But Jiang Emo had calculated well. One red-tailed mouse could produce 100 tails, netting him 20,000 summer coins. If he caught 15 of them, he could afford a vitality elixir from the hospital. Novices had to face reality. He didn't plan to venture deeper for now. Fortunately, the data said there were red-tailed mice near the border between the blank and wilderness zones. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Someone's coming. From the direction of the blank zone, 7 martial artists broke into his mental detection radius, wearing camouflage combat uniforms with gleaming blades, heading straight for him. Trouble. He prepared to put away the 10 fruit knives and change locations. The next moment, their voices entered his mind. Capture him alive. Break his arms and legs first. Get the spirit fruit's details out of him. Then snap his neck. The leader, Zhao Dapeng, spoke in a cold tone, killing intent radiating strongly. The 7 sped up, charging directly at Jiang Emo. Spirit fruit. He thought of the conversation between Cheng Fangdong and Old Wu, his heart tightening. They're here for me. Sensing the impending danger, he didn't hesitate. Run! With ×10 neural reflexes and ×10 speed active, he turned into a blur and vanished. The 7 were equally quick, landing nearly simultaneously at his former location. Fast reaction. Chase him. The 7 gave chase with all their power, their burst speed far exceeding Jiang Mo's, quickly closing the distance. Yet Jiang Emo grew calmer instead. After 3 years bedridden, patience was something he never lacked. ×10 neural reflexes kept his thoughts razor-sharp. A sweep of his mental energy locked onto the fastest pursuer, Zhao Dapeng. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Left leg, quantity ×10, duration 0.1 seconds. Mid-sprint, Zhao Dapeng's left leg suddenly translated text. 10 legs. Though it was only 0.1 seconds, it directly disrupted the balance, causing him to collapse on the spot. At the same moment, a gray shadow, carrying a cold gleam, aimed straight for his throat. Zhao Dapeng slid face-first along the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. The faces of the other 6 men changed dramatically. They halted abruptly and rushed toward Zhao Da. Everyone gathered around Brother Peng, exchanging glances, all equally stunned. In unison, they stared at Zhao Dapeng. Did you see that? The bald man widened his eyes. Just now. Brother Peng looked like he grew 11 legs. 0.1 seconds. To an ordinary person, it was as quick as a blink. But for a martial artist, it was enough to see everything clearly. Zhao Dapeng climbed up from the ground, spat out grass and dirt with a tui. He looked down at his legs in terror and touched his throat, the throat guard having blocked the stab. That didn't matter. The legs were what mattered. Just a moment ago, he had distinctly felt his left leg had turned into 10 legs. In the distance, Jiang Emo dashed wildly and hid in a small valley, stopping to catch his breath. He glanced at his attribute panel, his face darkening. His mental power had dropped from 1,000 to 999, right after he gave Zhao Dapeng the left leg ×10. Previously, using the multiplication ability never cost him mental power. Did it have something to do with martial artists? But it didn't consume mental power for Li Yanxia, Cheng Fangdong, or Cheng Xiaofeng when he multiplied for them. No, that wasn't right. Those three were mere weaklings propped up by resources. That scarred guy, however, had immense vitality and was leagues stronger.
Jiang Montag swiftly deduced.
A martial artist's vitality can resist multiplication. The stronger the vitality, the greater the resistance. Thus, mental power is required to either reinforce or break through. For now, it's just a hypothesis, further verification later. On another note, he thought of the fruit knife. The fruit knife he had multiplied layer upon layer. When it struck the scar-faced man's throat, it shattered into iron shrapnel from the immense force. The combat suit had protected his throat. Conclusion: even a simple fruit knife multiplied tenfold cannot penetrate a low-tier combat suit. In the Martial Artists Guild's trading area, a low-tier combat suit was priced at 123,000 yuan, likely similar to what those 7 people were wearing. From that perspective, it's not too expensive. Next time, aim for exposed areas. He glanced at the 9 fruit knives hovering at his side, his expression turning colder. The combat suits displayed in the guild came with helmets, goggles, and face shields. The group had dismissed him as a minor threat and didn't bother wearing their helmets. Fine, he'd exploit their complacency to take them down. Now that he could finally act in this life, anyone who dared threaten him deserved only one thing: death. Extending his mental power, he sensed a range of 100 meters, no sign of Zhao Dapeng and his men. They were probably still reeling over those 10 legs. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Red-tailed rat. Within the range of his mental power, a rodent with a crimson tail appeared. It was his target. Beep! The transparent, phone-like screen by his right cheek flashed. A second screen popped up. Name: Red-tailed rat. Level 1. Weak point: belly button. Key organ: tail. Jiang Mo focused intently on the second screen. After he had multiplied the system tenfold, it disappeared, but 10 screens remained. The other 9 had always been folded behind the first screen. Unexpectedly, during his first encounter with a mutated beast, this screen activated on its own. Yet, it didn't display any stackable multipliers. Although his multiplication ability was intact, the system screen displayed the red-tailed rat's level, weak point, and valuable organ. The red-tailed rat wasn't in plain sight. It was 30 meters underground within his mental detection range, burrowing deeper. He understood now. As long as his mental power captured a mutated beast, the attribute panel would appear, but this screen only revealed the creature's weak points. The second screen didn't show up during his earlier chase by the scarred man and his group. Knowing the weak points was efficient, but mutated beasts weren't his priority right now. His goal was clear: eliminate those 7 martial artists. They were convinced he knew the location of the spirit fruit and wouldn't stop until he was dead, even blocking off safe passages. Even if he cleared out a red-tailed rat, returning to the city would still be challenging. The 9 fruit knives hovered at his side as he activated the multiplication ability one after another. Defense penetration times 10, damage times 10, critical rate times 10, and critical damage times 10. Whether or not it worked, just like multiplying misfortune for Cheng Fangdong or luck for himself, or increasing probabilities for spirit fruits and abyssal fruit, it was invisible, intangible. Multiply first and let life go where it may. The knife blades shimmered faintly with cold light. Jiang Mo crawled forward slowly, edging toward the valley entrance. They were here. 7 figures broke into his sensory range, none of them wearing helmets, face shields, or goggles. He pressed himself flat against the ground, unmoving, while the 9 fruit knives slid silently toward the 7 men. The plan was simple: kill one first and seize their battle knife. The valley had a complex terrain. In mid-March, the mixture of withered grass and fresh buds provided a natural cover. The 7 slowed their pace, alert to their surroundings. Out in the wild, a mutated beast could appear at any time. Jiang Mo crouched behind the cover, mentally locking onto them. The 7 men suppressed their vitality, blending almost seamlessly into their environment, moving with minimal sound. Without mental powers, they would have been nearly invisible to the naked eye. He gritted his teeth. Their experience in the wild surpassed his own. The plan was set, but he couldn't act rashly. Earlier, Even with a surprise attack on the scar-faced man at high speed, he hadn't managed to snag a single hair. Now, with them on guard, even 9 small fruit knives wouldn't leave a scratch. Fortunately, as a mental power user, he had the upper hand in terrain like this. And then he thought of the first fruit knife. The blow struck the throat but exploded on the spot. He tried using his mental energy to touch the opponent's battle blade, only to find that the blade carried the same vital essence as the warrior, directly resisting him. He couldn't snatch it. No wonder Manager Shin didn't hire him. Mentalists weren't as invincible as imagined. In TV dramas, masters could kill with a flick of a flower petal. Yet he couldn't even cut the piece of cloth stuck to someone's neck with a blade. A thought tightened in his mind. He absolutely could not be discovered. Otherwise, they'd first sever his limbs, then twist his neck. He lay perfectly still behind a small earthen pit. At that moment, Zhao Dapeng glanced at his left leg and said in a low voice to the other 6 people, "At that guy's speed." During this period, the 7 of them chased him to the valley entrance. He could only have gotten this far. This valley is the only place within a 50-mile radius where someone could hide. That kid is definitely here. Split up and search. If we can't find him, set a fire to smoke him out. The valley wasn't large, but its terrain was complicated, overgrown with dense vegetation, and even housed mutated beast dens, making it difficult to search. The 7 exchanged glances and slowly spread out, beginning their search within the valley. Jiang Imo heard the commotion, and his heart tightened. He couldn't wait around. He had to strike first. Noticing the scar-faced man's repeated glances at his left leg, Jiang Mo's eyes gleamed with an idea. He must have left a shadow in his mind with that left leg times 10. Left leg count times 10, permanent. On the attribute panel, his mental energy dropped by 10 points, from 999 to 989. He quickly summarized, temporary times 10, for 0.1 seconds consumes 1 point, while permanent times 10 consumes 10 points. There was no resistance at the moment of application, but it felt a bit strange. He made a mental note to keep experimenting. For the 11th time, Zhao Dapeng looked down at his leg, then suddenly screamed and collapsed. "My leg!" It multiplied again. His left leg had once more turned into 10 legs, and his pants and shoes had also multiplied to accommodate the change. The other 6 people were startled and rushed over in haste. Jiang Imo locked onto one tall, thin man, left foot toes times 10, for 1 second. His mental energy dropped again by 1 point, from 989 to 988. The tall, thin man stumbled mid-run. His face turned purple, and he fell to the ground, screaming in agony. In the next instant, 9 fruit knives shot up from the ground directly in front of him, almost in a seamless line. They drove into his mouth and erupted out the back of his skull. The tall, thin man's eyes widened, his mouth agape, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Jiang Mo's eyes shone. It works. His toes had multiplied from 5 to 50, but with no change in the size of his combat boots, the toes were instantly crushed. The pain was unbearable, even for a trained warrior. Looking at the corpse, Jiang Imo only frowned slightly, feeling little emotion. The death memories in his mind from 2 lives made killing those who wanted him dead feel like second nature. He extended his mental power toward the fallen battle blade. Its owner having died, the blade's vital essence had dissipated, and it no longer resisted him. The battle blade disappeared into his possession on the spot. "Let's test this again." He spoke to the corpse. "Left leg, times 10, for 1 second." The corpse's left leg instantly multiplied into 10 legs, but Jiang Mo's mental energy wasn't consumed. The 5 warriors arrived just in time to see the eerie scene. The 10 left legs lasted for only a second before vanishing. In the next moment, the corpse twitched and grew 10 left legs again. "Holy! Haunted! Run!" The 5 of them turned pale with fright, spinning on their heels and bolting from the valley. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. Multiplying a corpse by 10 didn't consume mental energy. It wasn't a matter of vital essence resistance. It was about life itself. Multiplying dead or weak life forms by 10 didn't use up mental energy. Only live and strong beings required mental energy as fuel. If there was no consumption, it was the system doing it. If there was consumption, it came out of his own reserves. He didn't hesitate any longer, locking onto the last bald-headed enemy with his mental strength. Left foot toes times 10. For 1 second. Crack. The bald man screamed, stumbling to the ground. From beneath the earth, 9 fruit knives shot up in a flash, piercing straight into his open mouth. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The bald man dropped dead on the spot. The remaining 4 shivered in terror. What scared them even more was what happened the moment the bald man died. His left leg also suddenly multiplied into 10 legs. 10 left legs. Their speed skyrocketed as they fled from the valley at top speed, as though their lives depended on it. Zhao Dapeng panicked as well, pushing off the ground in an attempt to run. But his 10 left legs, spreading like the fan tail of a peacock, stumbled and tripped him. Thud! He tripped over himself and fell face first. What the hell? Why do I have so many legs? In the next second, he widened his eyes. A familiar battle blade sliced through the air toward him. Who? He roared and swung his own blade with his right hand to intercept it. But intense pain racked his body immediately. 10 left legs, 10 left feet, and 500 toes were crushed all at once within his boots. Tenfold ecstasy shot straight to his brain. The incoming flying blade effortlessly slashed across. Squelch, thump, thud. His head hit the ground. Zhao Dapeng, dead. This time, even the protective neck gear didn't save him. Jiang Emo used his mental energy, and the dark, gleaming battle blade floated before him. 3 feet long, a palm wide, and heavy. He nearly dropped it. Damn! This thing's at least 100 pounds. The blade gleamed coldly, unstained by blood. He swallowed hard. They only sold this for 66,666? In my last life, I could never afford a blade like this. It's not that the blade's expensive. I'm just that broke. Using his mental energy to hold the blade, its immense weight now felt as light as a toy in his grip. Not far away, 2 other fallen battle blades flew over and landed at his feet. He squinted, calculating. A low-grade battle blade costs 66,666. Multiply that by 11, and we're looking at 30 blades. Although they're all secondhand, so I can't sell them at full price. Mental energy activated, and all the combat suits and equipment from the 3 corpses were stripped off and piled in a heap. 3 combat suits, 3 battle knives, 3 phones, 1 outdoor pack. A pile of energy pills, over 10 bottles of mineral water. Plus small items like lighters and cigarettes. Jiang Emo understood immediately. These 7 people weren't just casually passing by. They had intentionally come to take his life. Thinking it was an easy job, they didn't even bring full gear. My head is apparently worth a lot, enough to make 7 warriors come after me, he thought, silently noting down their names. Cheng Fengdong, Li Yanxia, Cheng Xiaofeng. Just wait. I was busy saving myself earlier. No time to deal with you all. I'm a good person, and I repay grudges. I'll send you lot straight to a rundown rehabilitation center where you can enjoy the rest of your paralyzed lives. I'm truly a benevolent soul. He shifted his gaze back to the equipment. Not much here, but multiply it by 11, and the blood energy pills are taken care of. Then he steadied himself. Have to stay calm, for are still alive out there, plus old Wu lurking in the shadows. If I carry things back now and word gets out, it'll be trouble. No guilt about killing them, they tried to kill him first. But those 10 long, powerful legs must not be tied back to him. Keep a low profile, play the long game. For warriors, body parts multiplied by 10, either don't use or silence the source. Once his ability is exposed, the consequences are unpredictable. Weakness is a crime. Only the strong have a voice. For now, he must keep his head down. Even if word gets out, it'll just sound insane. 10 left legs? Who would believe it? Regardless, none of them, including old Wu, could be left alive. Torturing them a bit more before the end. Now that would be perfect. 10 heads, 10 legs, 10 of each body part. Once everyone was cleared out and there were no victims, he could sell these things openly. At that moment, one of the phones lit up. "How's it going?" He frowned. With a flash of the blade, all 3 phones were smashed and thrown back onto the 3 stark naked corpses. He couldn't take any enemy's phone with him. There was bound to be tracking. The bodies need to be taken care of too. Deep in the valley, he found a large exposed rock, laid down some dry grass and branches, then piled the 3 bodies onto it. Fishing out a sturdy, finely crafted lighter from his bag, he muttered, "This thing wasn't cheap either." With a mental command, he lit the fire, flame temperature times 10, burn rate times 10. Whoosh, under the intense heat, the bodies burned to ash in an instant. After extinguishing the flames, he scattered the ashes with another thought. Wind speed times 10, 3 seconds. A powerful gust swept through, and the remains vanished completely. Outside the valley, 4 warriors sprinted until they reached the edge of a neutral zone, stopping there to catch their breaths. Hands on their knees, they gasped for air. "Did any of you see it clearly just now? The left legs. 10 left legs. I swear it was 10 left legs." Then they all just dropped dead. The 4 exchanged glances, all sharing the same fearful uncertainty. One of them, sneaking a glance at their rough-faced leader, Tiger, asked in a timid voice, "Tiger, should we head back?" Tiger gritted his teeth. "Wait a little longer." Jiang Mo's reaction and speed are nearly that of a mid-tier warrior. But his posture, movements, and running style, those were all like an ordinary person. He has no concept of how to exert force. Given that whatever he found isn't some regular first-tier spirit fruit, it's probably second-tier, maybe even third-tier. At the mention of second-tier and third-tier, the other 3's breathing immediately grew heavier. A first-tier Wu Lian fruit was worth 1 million. Second-tier fruits were a minimum of 10 million. Third-tier started at 1 billion. For warriors at their level, this was an astronomical fortune. Not to mention, spirit fruits were inherently beneficial to warriors. But 10 left legs. Tiger clenched his teeth, glaring at the valley. It's definitely connected to that valley. The first time Depeng turned into 10 left legs, we were near the valley, and it lasted for 0.1 seconds. The real trouble started after we entered the valley. "Don't go into the valley. We'll wait here for Jiang Mo. Let's see if he comes back to the city after dark." A greedy glint sparked in his eyes. "Don't you want to find out how a left leg multiplies into 10? If we figure out what's causing it." The spark of greed spread among them. "Fortune lies in taking risks. Let's do it." In the valley, Jiang Mo was holding up a pair of pants with 11 pant legs, sporting a headache. They belonged to Zhao Dapeng. Just now, he had permanently multiplied Zhao Dapeng's left leg by 10, and even the pants transformed into a ridiculous garment with 11 legs. Who's going to take this? Should I sneakily multiply another left leg by 10 and sell the pants back to them? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have made it permanent. He tried to stuff the pants into his backpack, but the bag was too small. Earlier, he had barely crammed items in using mental force, and now it was completely full. After some thought, he whispered, "Backpack size unchanged, volume times 10. Instantly, the bloated backpack deflated. Opening it, he found the combat suits, battle knives, and other items still inside, but the internal capacity had increased tenfold while the exterior remained the same. Holy crap! It worked. Putting the pants in and lifting the bag again, it was noticeably lighter. The 100-pound battle knives and 3 combat suits inside seemed to have no weight anymore, leaving only the bag's own weight. Size unchanged, volume multiplied by 10. This defies logic. Did this just turn into a spatial backpack? Jiang Mo slung the bag over his shoulder and drew out one of the battle knives. Though heavy at over 100 pounds, his proto-warrior physique could still manage it. First, he swung it manually, then allowed his mental energy to take over. Flexibility times 10. Hardness times 10. Sharpness times 10. Material times 10. Power increased by 10. Defense penetration multiplied by 10. Buzz. The blade let out a faint hum, its black surface shimmering with stars. He clicked his tongue, saying, "Too bad it's a blade, not a sword. If it were a sword, a white-clad swordsman wielding a blade, how exhilarating that would be." He immediately laughed at himself. "When I make some money, I'll forge one. A sword suits a psychic much better. Maybe I can even fulfill my dream of becoming a sword immortal." Pushing aside the whimsical thought, he returned to focus. "Left the city about half an hour ago. There's still an hour and a half left to hunt the scarlet-tailed rats. Will those 4 outside ambush me? Highly likely." He glanced at his stats panel. Mental energy, 986. Coverage radius still at 100 meters. Unaffected. Calm and composed, he began searching for signs of the scarlet-tailed rat in the small valley. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Found it! The scarlet-tailed rat was hiding in a burrow 40 meters underground. Jiang Imo guided his battle blade with mental power, gently piercing through the soil and driving it straight underground. The hardened dirt was nothing but tofu to the blade, enhanced tenfold. Soon, he dug down to the entrance of the scarlet-tailed rat's burrow. The rat was lying down asleep, completely unaware. Glancing at the system panel, weak points were displayed, the belly button. Before the thought fully registered, there was a swift puff as the blade decapitated the rat. He snorted coldly. Under absolute power, flaws are everywhere. Using the battle blade as his tool, he brought the headless scarlet-tailed rat to the surface in no time, dragging it over to his position. Jiang Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Scarlet-tailed rats weren't much different from ordinary rats, only distinguishable by their red tails, which were also their only valuable feature. Number of tails, multiplied by 10. A whoosh later, the rat's tail instantaneously became 10. Number of scarlet-tailed rats, multiplied by 10. Within moments, 10 headless scarlet-tailed rats materialized, each sporting 10 red tails. Zero exhaustion to his mental energy. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. First, he attempted to slice off the tails using a fruit knife, but the blade didn't budge. "This knife is useless. Good thing I snatched a real battle blade." Summoning the battle blade enhanced tenfold, he gave a gentle slice. It cut through as if slicing tofu. All 10 tails dropped seamlessly. He repeated the process for the other 9 rats, cleanly slicing off every tail. A total of 100 crimson tails were neatly laid out. He silently calculated. Even if other pieces of equipment might not sell, these 100 tails would surely fetch a price. 200 credits per tail, 100 tails equaling 20,000. His mind eased, and an overwhelming hunger suddenly surged through him. Having been tense ever since leaving the hospital at noon, and unwilling to eat after getting provoked twice by Cheng Xiaofeng, he had only stuffed a few pieces of dry bread earlier. Pulling out an energy pill and a bottle of water, he murmured, 998 units, then casually said, quantity multiplied by 10. 1 pill turned into 10 in his hand. Keeping 1, he stored the rest in his bag. The energy pill was about the size of a thumb, resembling a spherical chocolate. He didn't multiply its effect by 10, worried it might cause complications. Popping it into his mouth, a bitter taste spread, while the slow-releasing energy replenished him gently, sending a warm current coursing through his body as the hunger dissipated. He then grabbed an unopened bottle of water, multiplied by 10. A bottle turned into 10 bottles. 9 were stored in his bag. Unscrewing one, he chugged it down in no time. His bag now contained a surplus of energy pills and water. Chewing on what now felt like candy, he muttered, "At least I won't worry about food and drink anymore." Packing the 100 tails into his bag, he burned the remaining scarlet-tailed rat fragments, water bottles, and energy pill packaging with a protective seal. Slinging the bag over his shoulder, he headed deeper into the valley. Along the way, his mental power scanned the surroundings vigilantly. The battle blade multiplied by 10. It hovered close to the ground, trailing silently at Jiang Mo's side, ready for action at any moment. Aren't scarlet-tailed rats supposed to be the most abundant and widespread creature? Yet after all this trekking, I barely ran into one. The wilderness stretched out, barren. Yet in this secluded valley he'd encountered one. The countdown on the screen displayed 40 minutes since leaving the city. Zhang Mo crouched low, advancing cautiously, his mental powers scanning in all directions, focusing especially underground. The second one, his eyes gleamed, but the rat hiding 60 meters underground suddenly turned into a grayish-red blur, darting out of his detection range in an instant, as if fleeing for its life. Is there a stronger creature in the valley? He contemplated retreating, only for a hint of blood to waft through the air. He froze, his eyes once again alight. No wonder the valley lacked other beasts. Perhaps a strong creature had been battling here. He decided to take a look. If he could scavenge a beast carcass, great. If not, it'd at least be entertainment. As he ventured deeper, the metallic scent of blood grew stronger. A massive corpse entered his detection range. A black python over 10 meters long, as thick as a water barrel, its vital 7-inch point slashed, life extinguished. Did I actually stumble upon a beast carcass? Still cautious, he approached gradually. At that moment, a weak female voice reached his ears. Hey, help me. Zhang Mo nearly jumped. Who's there? His mental power spread out in all directions. Just 10 more meters ahead, and you'll see me. The voice was faint, tinged with helplessness. He moved forward cautiously, 10 meters. Sure enough, he spotted a lone figure. A beautiful girl, dressed in a black baseball cap and the blue and white school uniform of 9th High. She leaned against a tree, yawning as if on a field trip. Her hands, however, were blood-stained, presumably from the python. Noticing her attire, he observed a warrior's badge dangling from the zipper of her uniform jacket and a rolled-up dossier stuffed into her pants pocket, somewhat akin to his own. A psychic stronger than me, he concluded. She was a student of 9th High? Zhang Mo scoured his memory. He didn't recognize her. You're from 9th High? Her body tensed but relaxed upon seeing him, offering a faint smile. Yeah. Which class? Why haven't I seen you before? Her level of beauty could outshine the flower of class 14 by miles, and with her strength, it was unlikely for someone like her to stay unnoticed. My name's Sergio. I transferred to 9th High 3 days ago. Senior year, class 14. Teacher Su Chi, she spoke weakly.
Jiang Montag nodded.
The head, 14th class, his own class. 3 days ago, he had been in the hospital, reasonable enough. Did you kill this black python? He asked. Her face was full of frustration. Yeah, but who would have thought a python could be poisonous? How can a python even be poisonous? Zhang Mo stopped 3 meters away, scrutinizing her face, which was undeniably beautiful yet utterly lifeless, and hesitated. Is it possible that this isn't an ordinary python? Could be a mutated beast. Ordinary pythons aren't venomous, but mutated ones might be. And it might not even be a python, it could just be a venomous snake that grew larger. Sergio lifted her gaze to look at the elegant boy through the brim of her hat, stunned for a moment. That makes sense. Seeing that Zhang Mo was still wary and refused to come closer, she said, I've got an abyssal fruit. I was planning to sell it, but now you can have it, for saving my life. Zhang Mo's eyes widened. An abyssal fruit? Why aren't you eating it yourself? Sergio gave him a sidelong glance. Zhang Mo immediately understood. She had already consumed one. The odds must have been extraordinarily in her favor. What were the chances of a person finding 2 such fruits alone? He added, but I don't know how to detoxify poison. Sergio replied calmly, it's a minor poison. I can recover on my own with time. I just can't move for now. You'll have to get me out of here. The smell of blood will soon attract major mutated beasts. Zhang Mo stared at her delicate face. Self-healing? Isn't that like the honey badger? Sergio? She wished she was that resilient. He suddenly remembered the pre-departure bonuses. Luck times 10, fruit discovery times 10, found by you times 10. And then he had encountered Sergio, who carried a fruit. Did the probability really multiply by 10? Did this mean that activation probability and number of sequences would multiply by 10 as well? Suppressing his excitement, he forced himself to stay calm and nodded. All right, you give me the fruit, and I'll take you out of here. He studied her. Her left leg bent, leaning against the tree, blood on her hands but nowhere else. Instead of taking the fruit right away, he fetched water first, using his mental strength to wash the blood off her hands. Then he held her hand up and sniffed. Sure, Joe. He crushed an energy pill, applied it to her wound, and sniffed again. Still uneasy, he bent down and sniffed her body. There was no fragrant scent, only a faint tang of blood. Sure, Joe. He then crushed another energy pill and spread it over her body. The scent of blood was entirely masked now. Sure, Joe, she reminded him. The energy pill scent is still a foreign smell, right?
Jiang Montag shrugged.
Mutated beasts are more drawn to the smell of blood. Sure, Joe nodded. That makes sense. He suddenly became alert. How do you know my name? Sure, Joe sighed helplessly. Your name and photo are on the class honor roll. I'm not blind. It was only now that Jiang Mo remembered she was a transfer student. He cleared his throat. The fruit. Sure, Joe glanced at her left pants pocket. It's in the left pocket. You can get it yourself. He tried using mental power, but as soon as it touched her pants, it dissipated. As expected, mental practitioners aren't dependable, he muttered under his breath. Left with no choice, he reached into her left pocket by hand. Sure, Joe's face flushed. Just take the fruit. Don't grope around.
Jiang Montag frotze.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Her left leg was bent, and the uniform pocket was deep. The fruit was pressed close to the inner side of her thigh. His hands trembled as he fumbled, and his movements were clumsy. He couldn't grab it after trying for a long time. Sure, Joe stole a glance at him. His face was red, and he was shaking all over. Indeed, in this world, there really was no one who could. Jiang Mo calmed himself, staring at the abyssal fruit he was about to retrieve. The first time he'd obtained one, he had been even more excited than he was now. Sure, Joe kept telling herself in her head, he's not doing it on purpose. But her face turned completely red. Jiang Mo, fumbling awkwardly, finally pulled out the round, black fruit from her pocket. A gray mist coiled around it like a miniature abyss. It wasn't hard to see why it was called that. He breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the crimson-faced Sure Joe, and cautiously asked, Are you really giving this to me? Sure Joe's gaze drifted, unfocused. I can't move. If you take it and run, there's nothing I can do. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Mo's expression changed. He scooped her up and dove to the side. Boom! Crack! A 1-meter-deep crater opened in the spot they had just been standing, and the nearby tree snapped in two. A silver-gray giant wolf, baring its fangs, closed in on them. The system's second light screen popped up. Species: Silver Moon Wolf. Level: 2. Weak points: waist, underbelly. Most valuable part: fur. One word: run. Jiang Mo darted off, holding her in his arms. The Silver Moon Wolf cast a disdainful glance at the 10-meter-long python before deciding to pursue them instead. Jiang Mo cursed inwardly. Doesn't want the snake meat but is chasing me? Sure Joe spoke calmly. Mutated beasts are intelligent.
Jiang Montag frowned.
So it knows the snake is poisonous. Sure Joe was speechless. The sound of paws grew closer. Sure Joe sighed. Just leave me behind, this way. Before she could finish, she was flung into the air. The Silver Moon Wolf leapt, aiming straight for the silhouette in midair. It saw this as a more tempting target than the runner. At the same moment, a black blade descended from the sky, enhanced with mental energy, as fast as lightning, aiming directly for the wolf's waist. The wolf wanted to dodge, but midair it had no leverage and couldn't avoid the blade. Fine, then I'll just take this human head on. It was confident that a blade of this level couldn't penetrate its defenses. The next second, it felt the world had shifted. Its ascending body was suddenly pressed down, unable to reach Sure Joe by a meter. and it plummeted violently. Simultaneously, the black blade grew heavier, pressing down hard. Silvermoon Wolf is subjected to tenfold gravity for 3 seconds. Combat Blade's weight is multiplied by 10. 3 seconds duration. From that moment, Zhou's actions were completely different from before. Gravity times 10. For 3 seconds, Jiang Mo's whisper dispersed with the wind. Bang! Boom! The giant wolf smashed into the ground. Its spine snapped. The entire wolf folded like a collapsible screen. Jiang Mo stopped, took 2 steps forward, and caught Shizhou steadily. He exhaled deeply. Good thing you let me throw you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of such a perfect tactic. Shizhou remained silent. He glanced at the system. Mental energy dropped from 986 to 926, consuming 60 points. Conclusion: no resistance during the times 10 process. However, applying times 10 to life forms consumes his mental energy. Level 2 Silvermoon Wolf. Consumed 60 points. Done. Losing 60 mental points in one go, Jiang Mo showed no signs of exhaustion. The Silvermoon Wolf King was far more terrifying than the warriors who had chased him earlier. Luckily, he already knew its weakness. Otherwise, it could have ended badly. He looked down to see the girl in his arms. Her black and white pupils stared straight at him. What's wrong? The poison worsening? He instinctively asked. Shizhou let out a faint When the Silvermoon Wolf approached earlier, she hadn't noticed at all. If Jiang Mo hadn't acted quickly, they'd have already ended up as wolf food. The venom of the black serpent had fully taken effect. Even her mental energy was suppressed. She hesitated and said, "That Silvermoon Wolf is quite valuable." Jiang Mo looked at the silver wolf, about the size of a large ox, and frowned. His spatial backpack couldn't fit it, and trying to drag it along would likely expose them to rogue warriors ready to ambush them for the loot. The city had order. The wilds did not. Worse yet, those warriors coming after him and Shizhou might be lurking nearby. He debated whether to skin the wolf. His pelt was the most valuable part, but cutting into it would result in the stench of blood, inevitably attracting mutated beasts. Shizhou noticed his hesitation and whispered, "I have a storage badge." Jiang Mo widened his eyes. "What? A storage badge?" She nodded. "A spatial artifact made by a sequence user."
Jiang Montag suddenly understood.
Sequences were like the ultimate cheat in this world. The abyss fruit in his possession could unlock a sequence. Just thinking about it made his hands tremble with excitement. Shizhou bit her lip. "The badge? It's inside my shirt pocket. But don't you dare touch anywhere you shouldn't." Jiang Mo's face flushed red. When grabbing for the fruit earlier, he may have accidentally touched somewhere inappropriate. Should I wait until my hands stop shaking to grab it? If we wait until then, the mutated beasts will already be here. The Silvermoon Wolf had been smashed into a pulp, completely dead. But the black serpent wasn't far away, and the scent of blood was starting to spread. Soon enough, it would attract a swarm of creatures. All right. Jiang Mo stopped overthinking and carried Shizhou to place her under a tree. "Inside your shirt pocket?" Under the school uniform. He took a deep breath and unzipped her school jacket. The weather was still cold, and underneath, she only wore a thin white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing her collarbones. The shirt's left side had a button pocket. As he unbuttoned it, he tried to distract himself by asking, "Why didn't you store the fruit in the badge earlier?" Shizhou sighed helplessly. "Right after I picked it, the serpent attacked before I had the chance. Oh, by the way, you should store the serpent too. Poisonous ones are valuable." This black serpent was a new type of mutated beast she hadn't seen before. Its strength was average, but its venom was potent, rendering her completely immobile. For this reason alone, she decided to let Jiang Mo use the badge. Jiang Mo blinked, his heart racing. Luck times 10. The probability of finding the abyss fruit was multiplied tenfold. This meant that even if he hadn't encountered Shizhou, he could have stumbled upon it in this valley, only to be ambushed and eaten by the serpent. He shuddered at the thought. Thankfully, he had met Shizhou. Ugh! Shurjo let out a muffled groan, her cheeks flushing red. At that moment, Jiang Mo's 2 fingers were carefully reaching into the pocket. The earlier shudder caused his hand to retract slightly, and he still hadn't reached the badge. Shurju bit her lip. If you don't hurry, the mutated beasts will show up. Jiang Mo's expression changed. Realizing he was wasting too much time, he withdrew his fingers and, with the back of his hand facing outward, slid his entire hand into Shurjo's pocket. Touching the hard, coin-sized object at the bottom, he carefully hooked it out. Despite his best efforts, there were inevitable brushes and bumps along the way. Shurjo closed her eyes, accepting the situation, while Jiang Mo's face turned a deep red as he forcibly suppressed his awkward emotions. This is the storage badge? It was a small token of dull gold, its shape and texture resembling a martial artist's badge, but smaller in size. Shurju nodded faintly. Activate it using mental energy. The password is 3366959. Jiang Emo was speechless but followed her instructions, channeling his mental energy into the badge. Sure enough, a mental lock appeared, prompting him for the password. He entered it. It felt as if a door swung open, revealing a space measuring 20 meters in every dimension. Inside, it was almost empty, except for 2 open suitcases in a corner, one filled with food and water and the other with neatly folded undergarments. Jiang Emo quickly withdrew his mental energy. Only mind adepts like you can use this badge? He asked, attempting to make conversation. Shurjo weakly replied, not just mind adepts. Martial artists can use their energy for it. You focus on recovering. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Emo adjusted her disheveled shirt and zipped up her jacket. Shurjo remained silent as Jiang Emo carried her to the Silver Moon Wolf's corpse. The storage badge's rules were straightforward. A range of 3 meters, capable of storing all inanimate objects within that area. Jiang Emo thought for a moment, and in an instant, the Silver Moon Wolf disappeared into the badge. He then closed the 2 suitcases and moved the wolf's corpse to another area of the storage. Looking down, he noticed Shurjo had already closed her eyes, seemingly asleep. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Jiang Emo held her close and headed toward the Black Serpent's location. Since meeting Shurjo, his every decision felt unlike himself. In just a few minutes, from being hunted by the Silver Moon Wolf to now, Zhou Dao pressed himself to move quickly. The girl in his arms was soft and light, not a burden, but her presence made his heartbeat accelerate. He soon returned to the valley. The stench of blood lingered in the air. This area bordered the wilderness, home to few high-tier mutated beasts, just a scattered number of Tier 1 creatures. At the edge of his perception, a Tier 2 feline beast sauntered away with a disdainful expression. It clearly knew the massive serpent was venomous and would be fatal if consumed. Jiang Emo felt a brief sense of relief but dared not let his guard down. Even a group of Tier 1 beasts would overwhelm him if they attacked together. He approached cautiously and stopped 30 meters away. It was only then that he could clearly see the massive snake. Its entire body was jet black with a metallic sheen. On its head rested a small black crown about 3 inches tall with sharp edges that sparkled like a black gemstone, resembling a finely crafted piece of artwork. It was clearly no ordinary creature. Jiang Emo didn't hesitate any longer. Expand the storage badge range by 10-fold for 1 second. Collect. Whoosh! The serpent's body, over a dozen meters long, was instantly drawn into the storage badge. Alongside it, the remains of the Silver Moon Wolf. The corpses now formed a heap, immediately crowding the space inside the storage badge. Jiang Emo, gazing at the massive remains now in his possession, grinned. With these, he could refine the chi and blood pills he needed. He secured the snake and turned to leave. Near him, the dozen or so creatures that had been surrounding the snake immediately roared furiously upon realizing the giant serpent was gone. Jiang Emo was just about to retreat quietly, but his expression changed. He burst into a sprint at full speed. At this moment, direction didn't matter, he just needed to run. Suddenly, a chilling, violent aura surged from underground, swiftly invading the range of his spiritual perception. The ground trembled, and cracks split wide open, as though a massive entity was about to emerge. He understood in an instant. It wasn't that the creatures at the outer edge were weak. It was that he was simply too fragile. He steadied his emotions and quickly weighed his options. What else can be enhanced by tenfold? Right, burst power. Duration: 1.5 hours. Whoosh! He accelerated once more. Enhancing burst power by tenfold wouldn't harm his body, similar to enhancing speed by tenfold. He didn't dare let up, he just kept running. Behind him, thunderous booms resounded. The small valley quaked as violent energy swept through like a storm, scattering the beasts. Yet even within a 100-meter radius of his spiritual perception, the entity still didn't come into view, and the system had not triggered the second phase alert. But his instincts were sharp. Whatever it was almost breathing down his neck. "Hand me the blade." Shurjo's drowsy voice suddenly broke the tension. "You need to withdraw your spiritual power from it first. Forcing it away myself will hurt you." "Got it." Hum. The black blade let out a resonant hum. Its 3-foot blade unleashed a burst of deadly energy over 10 meters long, momentarily tearing out of Jiang Mo's range of spiritual perception. Boom! A horrific screech echoed. The oppressive aura instantly dissipated, and the massive entity frantically retreated into the ground. The battle blade slowly returned and landed with a dull thud against Jiang Mo's backpack. Shurjo rested her face against his chest, yawning. "I've exhausted every bit of my mental strength. Whatever you plan to do to me now, I won't be able to resist." Jiang Mo remained silent. He lowered his gaze to her pale, exhausted face but didn't slow his pace. He continued sprinting. Before long, he emerged from the valley. That thing, they had only injured it, not killed it. Jiang Mo didn't dare linger any longer. That valley was no ordinary place. It was a site capable of bearing abyssal fruits. At the same time, just outside the valley, the 4 men led by Brother who sensed the disturbance and instantly tensed up. "There's something wrong with this valley. There's a powerful mutated beast inside. Possibly even a realm beast." "Wait, Jiang Mo. He's out." "No, look, he's getting faster. A spiritual fruit. Quick, after him." Jiang Mo only came to a stop after sprinting for 10 full minutes. Even with the constitution of a near martial artist, he was utterly spent. He found a large tree, gently set Shurjo down, and sat heavily beside her. As he reached out, he began unzipping her school uniform. Shurjo closed her eyes with a conflicted expression, as if resigning herself to whatever would happen. But in the next second, she felt a slight weight in the pocket of her shirt. The zipper was pulled back up. She opened her eyes. "You don't want it?" The storage badge was a genuine artifact of the system's sequence, a treasure whose value exceeded that of an abyssal fruit. An abyssal fruit was but a possibility, while the badge could be used repeatedly, essentially functioning as a portable space for belongings. Shurjo, still weakened from the snake venom, had no hope of regaining it. She had resigned herself to losing it to Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo stared seriously at her. "I know how to tell the difference between temporary gains and the long-term value of a powerful ally." That one blade strike from Shurjo had been beyond his comprehension. Even with his spiritual energy, he hadn't been able to track its trajectory, and she had been poisoned and frail at the time. With enemies like the Fong family and the elusive old Wu intent on killing him, he needed a strong backer. Shurjo was momentarily stunned before she broke into a smile. "Fine. When we get back alive, I'll watch your back." Her smile shook Jiang Mo for a brief second, but he held her gaze. "Don't worry, we will make it back alive." As he spoke, he took out 2 energy pills, tore open the packaging, and pushed one into her mouth. "This spot should be safe for now. Get some rest." Weakened by the snake venom and drained of her mental energy, Shurjo's face was pale, and her body was fragile. The bitter taste of medicine flowed through her, helping her feel slightly better. She murmured her assent and started to close her eyes, but a conflicted look on Jiang Mo's face caught her attention. "What's the matter?" she asked. "How do you restore spiritual energy?" He mumbled around his own medicinal pill. You don't have a mental cultivation technique? Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. There's such a technique? Shizhou sighed. I have a manual. It's in my storage metal. Jiang Mo glanced at her chest, then recalled the 2 suitcases stored within the metal. Give it to me after you've fully recovered, he said. He knew his self-control wasn't great. If he reached for it now, he might not be able to restrain himself. Shizhou noticed his gaze, and fragmented memories of a moment ago flashed through her mind. Her ears flushed as she closed her eyes, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, Jiang Mo scooped her up in his arms, leaning his back against a tree. His expression turned vigilant. Someone's coming? I can handle it, Shizhou replied, yawning softly as she rested her head against his chest, gradually closing her eyes. Jiang Mo's lips curled slightly. Just now, I was so focused on escaping, I almost forgot about them. Within his mental perception, the 4 warriors from earlier were closing in from 4 different directions, their footsteps nearly soundless. The wind in the wilderness masked their approach. Their camouflage uniforms blended seamlessly with the grass. If Jiang Mo hadn't fully unleashed his mental power, it would have been impossible to locate them with the naked eye. The 4 warriors had already locked onto him. His blue and white school uniform was far too conspicuous in the wild. After witnessing his speed earlier, they dared not make a sound, instead opting to approach slowly, aiming for a single fatal strike. But Jiang Mo had already locked onto them first. A fruit knife won't pierce your defenses, he thought. What about my combat blade? The combat blade stored in Shizhou's backpack began to rise slowly. Jiang Mo felt a surge of tension. The blade was different now. It emanated a sharp aura, akin to his mental force. He looked down at Shizhou nestled in his arms. The girl was sleeping soundly. Jiang Mo steadied his racing heart and directed his mental force into the blade, grazing it lightly. Buzz! A black flash of blade light shimmered. Similar to mental force, but sharper. Blade intent. His eyes gleamed. Perfect. Time to test it out. Not wanting to damage combat uniforms that would cost money and blood energy pills, he targeted their faces. Buzz! The black blade turned into a shadow, darting straight for the nearest enemy. The warrior's pupils shrank suddenly. A mentalist. Before he could finish the thought, his vision spun. Half his head hit the ground. Jiang Mo froze for a moment. The blade hadn't yet reached the enemy's face. Its light had already cleaved through his head. So this is blade intent. The blade flashed again. The second one. The third one. Each one fell in turn. By the time the last warrior noticed something was wrong, his panicked cry was cut short, overwhelmed by the incoming black gleam. In the end, all 7 warriors who had been hunting Jiang Mo were dead. Jiang Mo withdrew his blade. Its black sheen radiated an eerie glow, the source unmistakably being the blade intent left within by Shizhou. An excellent blade, truly excellent. A perfect match for my little tricks. With it, ambushing would be a breeze. The 4 intact combat uniforms and 4 combat blades now lay neatly before him. Hugging Shizhou, Jiang Mo cheerfully stuffed them all into his spatial backpack. His heart began to race again. Now that things had settled, should he take advantage of the moment and consume that abyss fruit to enhance himself? Using his mental force, he drew the fruit from his pocket. Multiply the chance of unlocking a sequence by 10. Multiply my ability to consume abyss fruits by 10. Multiply the number of sequences I can unlock by 10. Luck has already been multiplied by 10. The probability of this abyss fruit unlocking a sequence is multiplied by 10. The quantity of abyss fruits is multiplied by 10. Swish! His pocket suddenly became heavier. 10 abyss fruits now sat within. In Jiang Mo's previous life, people frequently shared trivia online. He had read a lot, especially about the process and precautions for unlocking sequences. It was as meticulous as following steps to claim a lottery prize. Earlier that day, Jiang Mo had spent most of his time researching how to unlock a sequence while browsing information about abyss fruits. After consumption, the fruit's energy would integrate into the body over 14 seconds. If nothing happened during this time, it meant failure. Hesitating for a moment, Jiang Mo carried Shi Jiao to a different location. He had just killed 4 warriors here, and though he'd thrown their bodies far away, the scent of blood might attract mutant beasts. Moving quickly, he found a patch of tall grass to conceal himself. After scanning the surroundings with his mental force to confirm the absence of threats, he relaxed. He stopped hesitating and, directing his mental force, withdrew an abyss fruit and placed it into his mouth. Its juice was sweet, sliding smoothly down his throat. A peculiar sensation began to spread within his body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 14 seconds passed, and the sensation dissipated. Nothing happened. Failed. Jiang Mo pressed his lips together, but he wasn't discouraged. He still had 9 abyss fruits, 9 more chances. He continued. The second fruit, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Finally, on the 6th, something changed. Around the 6th second, Jiang Mo's mind jolted, and a dazzling golden light exploded within his consciousness, manifesting into a system-like screen. Sequence. Angler. Category. Leisure and entertainment. Level 1. Skill. Riverside fishing. Skill description. Fish for 5 minutes daily, with a 12% chance of randomly acquiring any first-tier item. Sequence description. A qualified angler must courageously face empty catches. Jiang Mo froze in place. A sequence? Angler? Leisure and entertainment? This was a sequence? Wait, randomly acquiring any first-tier item wasn't literally about fishing, was it? He remembered reading online that he could upgrade the sequence and enhance skills. Silently, he thought to himself about multiplying the sequence level by 10, extending the duration to 30 seconds, multiplying daily fishing time by 10, and increasing the fishing success rate by 10-fold. A golden light trembled in his mind, and the sequence description instantly changed. Sequence. Fishing Master. Category. Conceptual type. Level. Divine Sequence. Skill. Fishing across the realms. Skill description. Space is the river, time the water. On the peaks of all worlds, fish across the heavens. Daily fishing time is 1 hour, with a 120% chance to fish out anything of any grade. Randomly. Sequence description. The fishing master will never return empty-handed. Jiang Mo was completely baffled. Conceptual type? Divine Sequence. The phrase, the fishing master will never return empty-handed, was way too catchy. The 10-fold he had requested earlier had somehow turned into 1 hour. It seemed like the sequence level had undergone a qualitative transformation. After 30 seconds, the 10-fold effect disappeared, and the sequence reverted to its original form, but with slight changes. Sequence. Fishing Enthusiast. Category. Leisure and entertainment. Level 1. Skill. River's Edge Fishing. Skill description. Daily fishing time is 50 minutes, with a 120% chance to fish out any first-tier item, randomly. Sequence description. The fishing enthusiast will never return empty-handed. Watching the glowing interface, Jiang Mo became increasingly convinced. Multiplying the sequence at level 1 by 10 would break through the sequence's level cap, transforming it into a divine sequence. Without hesitation, he silently repeated a new command: multiply sequence level by 10. Make it permanent. The glowing interface quivered gently, and the divine sequence appeared once more. Jiang Mo fixed his gaze on the glowing interface in his mind, calculating whether he could further multiply sequence quantities by 10. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. 10 identical sequences wouldn't serve much purpose. He decided to revisit the idea later. He still had 4 abyssal fruits in his possession, offering him 4 more chances to unlock abilities, but he had no intention of consuming them just yet. Unlocking probabilities depended on luck, and he felt he had already used up quite a bit of it today. First encountering Shi Jiao, obtaining the abyssal fruit, and then unlocking the divine sequence. It was better not to push his luck. Licking the corner of his mouth, he smiled at the thought of heading back to buy a fishing rod to test out what the fishing master will never return empty-handed divine sequence could reel in. Cradling a soft and warm safety net in his arms, he felt like he had hit the jackpot. It was time to head back to the city. Shit! His expression changed immediately. His spiritual probe revealed that not just one or two, but an entire pack of Silver Moon wolves was charging toward him. The encirclement was growing tighter, with their numbers far exceeding 100. At the forefront was a third-tier wolf king. Even a master with chi and blood surpassing 10,000 would have no choice but to flee in the face of such a scene. Without hesitation, Jiang Emo vanished into a blur, leaving his original spot behind. His speed and burst capacity, both multiplied by 10, left the wolf pack in the dust. Far behind, the wolves failed to close the gap, while his spiritual detection field signaled safety. Despite this, Jiang Emo remained alert. His battle saber, infused with focused intent, hovered by his side, ready to engage any moment. While fleeing, he calmly analyzed how he had been discovered. A sudden realization struck him, scent. Instinctively, he leaned in and sniffed Shi Zhou's neck. Apart from the faint smell of an energy pill previously applied, there was no other scent. The martial artists who had been tracking him earlier also bore no peculiar odors, clearly having used specialized methods to mask their scents before entering the wilderness. And yet, here he was, untrained in those techniques, his prolonged stays in the hospital leaving him reeking of disinfectant. As expected, the problem lies with me. Annoyed but composed, Jiang Emo resolved to be better prepared next time. Following that, he activated 2 more buffs. Stamina multiplied by 10 and endurance multiplied by 10, both lasting an hour. He maintained peak condition, running until that aggressive scent was completely left behind before finally stopping. Panting heavily, he used his spiritual energy to wipe the tears and snot from his face, glancing at the time. He had already been away from Bin City for over an hour. Jiang Emo knew full well that he was like an oversized neon target in this wilderness. He needed to head back. Jiang Emo thought, popping an energy pill into his mouth to restore his physical strength. Just as he was about to set off again, he froze in place abruptly. Scanning his surroundings with confusion, he looked up at the sky. While it could reveal directions, he had no idea where Bin City lay. In his frantic attempts to escape the Silver Moon wolf pack, he had circled the area several times without paying attention to where he had ended up. Getting lost in the wilderness was nearly the same as courting death. A sense of despair surged within him. Looking down at the girl he was carrying, he saw that Shi Zhou was sleeping soundly, her complexion healthier than before. Jiang Emo silently thought to himself, Shi Zhou's toxin resistance, multiply by 10. A glance at the system interface in his mind revealed no change in spiritual value. Did it fail? But Shi Zhou's complexion had noticeably improved. Clearly, it had some effect. His eyes shifted to the small wound on Shi Zhou's hand, a needle-like puncture on her palm. Jiang Emo focused his mind and thought, wound healing rate, multiply by 10. The wound quickly closed, yet his spiritual energy remained unchanged. He contemplated, was she simply too weak? Or did such enhancements not consume spiritual energy? Then a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be absolute trust? He dismissed the notion as quickly as it had come. They had only just met and couldn't possibly trust each other that deeply. The sun tilted westward. The wind rustled through the grass, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Jiang Emo decided to test again, silently murmuring, sequence level, multiply by 10, for 3 seconds. Beneath the brim of Shi Zhou's hat, a glimmer of golden light flashed across the center of her brows, like a rune appearing and disappearing in an instant. Shi Zhou mumbled softly, instinctively nuzzling closer into his arms, then froze for a moment. She opened her eyes, staring blankly at Jiang Emo. Jiang Emo quickly asked, how are you feeling? Can you move? Shi Zhou yawned, her voice hoarse. I'm fine. I can move, but I still want to sleep. As she spoke, her jacket shifted slightly, and a still warm phone slipped from inside her school uniform. The phone lit up, displaying a map of the area near Binqing. A red dot pinpointed their current location. Only then did Jiang Emo breathe a sigh of relief. Shi Zhou yawned again, closed her eyes, and drifted back to sleep. Leaning against him, her steady breathing helped to ease the tension in Jiang Mo's heart. Jiang Mo finally relaxed a bit, but the danger hadn't fully passed. Still, the soft, warm figure in his arms gave him a sense of stability. His support had fallen asleep, yet her mental energy had recovered enough to ensure that if something arose, she'd snap awake immediately. Mental energy? Or was it something more advanced than just mental ability? He decided he'd check the warrior forum for answers once they got back. Using his mental ability, Jiang Mo took hold of the phone to examine the map, quickly determining both their own position and that of Bincheng. The city is southeast of here, about 130 li away from the wilderness zone. Thinking about his current speed, Jiang Mo was somewhat astonished. If they moved in a straight line without avoiding obstacles, the distance would only be greater. He carefully adjusted Shi Jiu's loose baseball cap and picked a route that would avoid the perilous valley before heading toward Bincheng. Accelerating, his speed and burst power multiplied tenfold, streaking like a blur across the wilderness. His mental ability constantly scanned for mutated beasts or unusual presences. Any sign and he would instantly change course to avoid them. Having narrowly escaped with her as his lucky charm this time was no guarantee they'd always be so fortunate. Jiang Mo resolved to quickly gain experience at being a survivor, learning how to stay hidden and deliver fatal blows with precision. No reckless fights. If avoidance was possible, he would evade. The memory of nearly being surrounded by the Silver Moon wolves earlier still lingered, leaving his heart uneasy. Only his quick reactions had saved them from being cornered. But in the wilds, besides level 2 wolves, there were even more dangerous level 3, level 4, and higher-tiered creatures lurking. Suddenly, his mental ability detected a lone level 2 Silver Moon wolf moving sluggishly, its hind leg drenched in blood. A stroke of luck? Jiang Mo slowed down, ready to make his move. As his blade shifted at his side, a massive deep green bird with a 10-meter wingspan silently descended from the sky, its sharp claws seizing the wolf squarely by the rear. A level 3 creature, a green flame owl. Its weak points were its throat and underbelly, while its valuable parts included its beak, claws, and eyes. Jiang Mo froze. This bird had moved so swiftly that its initial approach had gone undetected by his mental scans. Just as the green flame owl was about to carry off its prey, a towering, grayish-yellow figure darted out silently, biting the owl's neck and pinning it to the ground. Despite its fierce flapping, the next moment, its neck snapped. A blood-eyed golden tiger, level 3. Its weak spots were its rear, throat, and abdomen, but its entire body was a treasure trove. Jiang Mo wasted no time and bolted. No matter how valuable such creatures were, survival came first. Only then did he realize that the injured Silver Moon wolf hadn't been an opportunity but a trap set by the blood-eyed golden tiger. Opportunities and traps often went hand in hand. Damn it! Even mutated beasts know how to use strategy and act like survivors. Jiang Mo cursed before dashing ahead. Letting out another exasperated swear, Jiang Mo muttered to himself. It wasn't the strength of the mutated beasts that terrified him. It was their cunning. That blood-eyed golden tiger was clearly the survivor type of the mutated beast world. Its eyes remained focused on the green flame owl, entirely ignoring him, a mere ant in its presence. In her sleep, Shi Jiu suddenly murmured groggily, "Valuable." Her nasal tone was heavy, as if she still hadn't fully awakened. Jiang Mo instinctively glanced down. She was fast asleep, her face calm and serene against his chest. Sure enough, even sound asleep, his soft support could still subconsciously sense her surroundings. He said nothing, speeding up again toward Bincheng. The sun sank lower in the sky, casting a warm golden-red hue across the wilderness as more mutated beasts began to appear. Jiang Mo ducked, swerved, and dodged his way forward. 40 minutes later, they reached the edge of the no-man's land zone. Tucking away his phone and stowing his combat knife back into his bag, he crossed the 30-li stretch of open terrain to reach the safety entrance to District 9. The sun hung low in the west, painting the sky entirely gold and crimson. Many warriors were returning to the city through the safety tunnel. When they saw the two of them, dressed in blue and white school uniforms, stepping out from the no-man's land zone, a wave of murmurs arose. Students running around the wilderness in school uniforms? Maybe they're young lovebirds who just became warriors and wanted to explore. Jiang Mo's face grew warm, glancing down awkwardly at Sergio nestled in his arms. She had awoken, her eyes half closed, still languidly leaning against him. Support? Sure, Sergio, how are you feeling now? Jiang Mo stammered, clearly flustered. Sergio yawned lazily, her voice soft and ethereal. A single abyss fruit? And you thought of leaving me behind? She murmured. Jiang Mo immediately waved his hands frantically. No, no, of course not. Quickening his pace, he carried Sergio through the safety tunnel. The guards at the other end, engrossed in their own chatter, stopped to gape at the pair, their expressions full of surprise and curiosity. Only then did Jiang Mo heave a long sigh of relief. They were back, looking at the overbearingly beautiful girl nestled in his arms. His cheeks flushed red. Sergio, now fiddling with her phone to play a game, noticed his gaze and raised her eyes. What is it? She asked. Nothing, he quickly replied. She added languidly, I can't move for now, so wherever you go, I'll go too.
Jiang Montag nodded.
All right, he nodded. He decided to head to the Warriors Guild first to sell today's spoils. The combat knife and the tactical suit in his backpack would remain hidden and unsold for now, but the tails of 100 scarlet-tailed rats could fetch about 20,000 yuan. Though it wasn't enough to buy a qi and blood pill, it was sufficient for buying some blood-replenishing items. Tomorrow, the battle would continue. As soon as he stepped into the trading area on the first floor of the guild, a flustered voice came rushing down from the second floor. Student Sure, what happened to you? Clad in ordinary clothes, with his hair neatly styled, Shun Yan darted over like the wind and reached out to grab the Sergio held in Jiang Mo's arms. Jiang Mo frowned, muscles in his legs and core instantly tensing. His neural reaction, speed, and explosive power all surged to their peaks. Speed multiplied by 10. Explosive power multiplied by 10. He swiftly dodged Shun Yan's grab, shielding Sergio in his arms and positioning himself defensively in front of Shun Yan. The atmosphere froze in an instant. His cold, sharp gaze locked onto the man in front of him, his face etched with wariness. Shun Yan was momentarily startled, but soon glared angrily at Jiang Mo, ready to rebuke him. But just as his words were about to spill out, his body trembled and his voice caught in his throat. Sergio raised her eyes, looking at him indifferently. Her expression carried a resemblance to Jiang Mo's. It was as if a bucket of cold water had doused Shun Yan, instantly sobering him up. He wanted to slap himself. Am I possessed by a ghost? With this little ancestor's prowess, who would dare approach her casually? Quickly recovering, he changed his tone and said, Ahem, I was being rash. Student Sure, what's going on here? Shun Yan began to ask, but Sergio had already lowered her head again, casually continuing her game. Tired. Don't want to walk, she said indifferently. Jiang Mo nodded with a straight face and stepped back a few paces. Shun Yan awkwardly replied, I see, but couldn't help stealing glances at Jiang Mo in astonishment. His reaction speed, too fast, as expected of a genius with a starting mental power of 1,000. The longer he looked at the two of them, the more something felt off. Both had rolled up file folders sticking out of their pockets, with identical warrior guild badges hanging from the zippers of their uniforms, touching as they stood close. No way. What kind of scene was this? This little ancestor, normally cold and ruthless, was now nestled in the arms of a boy, leisurely playing on her phone.
Shen Yan quietly envied Jiang Montag.
Director Shin, do you still have business with us? Jiang Mo's tone held a hint of impatience.
No, Shen Yan está mered.
Jiang Mo carried Sergio into the trading area without a backward glance. Shun Yan let out a breath of relief, riddled with lingering fear as he muttered to himself, Good thing Jiang Mo dodged in time. Otherwise, I'd probably have lost my hands. He sighed to himself. Though this genius mentalist showed immense potential, she truly had no ties to the Warriors Guild. At the center of the trading area was the official purchasing counter set up by the Warriors Guild, specialized in acquiring materials from the wilderness. Shizhou shifted her gaze from her phone to glance at Jiang Emo. You're here to sell something?
Jiang Montag nodded.
I gathered some scarlet-tailed rat tails. Shizhou added, sell the silver moon wolf too. As for that snake, I want to take it back for research. We'll hold off on selling it for now. Jiang Emo pursed his lips, keeping his trump card undisclosed. The tenfold multiplier was his secret, one that couldn't be revealed. Still, he nodded. All right, how should we split the earnings? The wolf was your kill, Shizhou replied plainly. But you contributed too, Jiang Emo said seriously. Shizhou was momentarily startled, the memory of him throwing her into the air as bait flashing through her mind. But she simply tapped her phone absent-mindedly. Oh,
Jiang Montag grinned.
Then let's split it 50-50, half for each of us. With that, he stepped into the purchasing shop. The trading hall wasn't small, and the warriors bustling around were mostly folk returning from the wilderness, bearing their spoils to exchange for cash. The moment the two students appeared on the scene, all eyes were drawn to them, especially to Shizhou in his arms, whose ethereal beauty seemed to command everyone's gaze. Jiang Emo initially intended to place Shizhou on a sofa, but glancing at the people around, and recalling Shun Yan's earlier demeanor, he decided against it and continued to carry her instead. The physical attributes of a prospective warrior, strength multiplied by 10, endurance multiplied by 10, meant that Jiang Emo didn't even feel Shizhou's weight. They approached an empty counter.
Jiang Emo greeted politely, hello.
Behind the counter stood a woman, about 25 or 26, dressed in a dark teal professional suit. The name on her badge read, Manager Liu. With a welcoming smile, she approached them. Is there anything I can help you with today? Liu asked. Jiang Emo quickly responded, do you accept scarlet-tailed rat tails here? Liu was momentarily stunned. Seeing a boy carrying a girl, she had initially thought they were in trouble, perhaps seeking help.
Scarlet-tailed rat tails?
Did someone seriously go through the trouble to hunt scarlet-tailed rats? Noticing the 9th high school uniforms on the two of them, everything suddenly made sense. Two high school students who had just become junior warriors, eagerly venturing into the wilderness, stumbling upon a lone scarlet-tailed rat, successfully killing it, and proudly harvesting its tail as their spoils. When her gaze fell upon Shizhou, lying gracefully in Jiang Mo's arms, Liu's heart skipped a beat. This stunning girl. She must have gotten injured while hunting scarlet-tailed rats. She smiled warmly. We do accept them. Students, why don't we step inside to discuss further? With that, she stood up and led them into the guild's primary trading area. Outside, a warrior dressed in camouflage fixed his gaze on the departing figure of Jiang Emo. His brows furrowed tightly. Is that Jiang Emo? He's still alive? Could it be that brother Peng and brother who failed? 500 summer coins per piece. How about that? Both pairs of eyes lit up. Shizhou, leaning against Jiang Mo's chest, raised her head to stare intently at Liu, as though she might bore a hole through her. Jiang Emo chuckled too. Seeing them like this, Liu's heart softened, and she relented. Fine. This time I'll buy everything you've hunted at this rate, for a premium. But only this time. No exceptions moving forward. You're both still young. Don't go wandering into the wilderness recklessly. Wait until you've enrolled in a martial arts university and learned the proper systems first. Jiang Emo hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Understood. Thank you, sister. He set Shizhou gently on the small sofa, took off his backpack, and then neatly laid 100 red-tailed rat tails on the table. Liu was stunned. What is this? Red-tailed rat tails.
Jiang Montag nodded earnestly.
Shizhou chimed in with the final blow. He caught them all by himself. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were just tails. 100 tails meant 50,000 summer coins. She could afford that. Her gaze shifted back to Jiang Mo's backpack, It was merely an entry-level pack with limited capacity, not big enough to hold anything enormous. While she mulled this over, a slightly warm storage badge fell into Jiang Mo's palm. He probed it with his mental power. The silver moon wolf he had beaten down until it folded like a tablet was quietly tucked into a corner by the crowned giant python. Jiang Mo glanced at Shi Jiao, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, before clenching his teeth and beginning to operate. Shi Jiao couldn't help but pause for a second at the sight of the pile of tails. However, she quickly relaxed. Jiang Mo was a mental power practitioner, someone capable of splitting a level 2 silver moon wolf in one strike. Catching a few red-tailed rats would surely have been child's play. Liu, snapping out of her shock, asked, "Did you two really catch all of these?"
Jiang Montag nodded.
Liu glanced at the backpack again, thinking that the matter was pretty much settled, until there was a loud thud. A massive silver wolf, the size of an adult ox and twisted into a folded form, appeared right in front of Liu. Liu let out a startled cry, stumbling back several steps in sheer fright, her entire mind blank. What is this? Jiang Mo stood there with an innocent look. A silver moon wolf. No sooner had he finished speaking than a second wolf, this one twisted into the shape of a pretzel, thudded into view. Then came a third, a fourth, and countless others. An entire pile of mangled silver moon wolves with grotesquely contorted waists quickly filled the room. Liu froze in place. Shi Jiao was also wide-eyed, gazing at the room full of corpses in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo remained unfazed, calmly directing his mental power to maneuver the storage badge while lifting the soft and pliant Shi Jiao over to the doorway. Softly tugging on the zipper pull of his warrior badge, Shi Jiao murmured, "Are we a bit overboard here?" Jiang Mo grinned sheepishly. "I mean, they can buy them at the original price if they'd prefer." Liu instantly came to her senses. So they had a storage badge. These two were clearly no ordinary students. They were undoubtedly the offspring of some wealthy, influential family. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, plastering on a warm smile as she responded, "Of course, we'll take them. As previously agreed, 100 red-tailed rat tails and 10 silver moon wolves. We'll buy them at premium prices. But since the silver moon wolves are level 2 mutated beasts, they'll require inspection, which will take about half an hour." Jiang Mo merely nodded, indifferent. It didn't matter to him. He had already tampered with the insides of each wolf, ensuring that unless someone performed a genetic analysis, there would be no danger of a mix-up. The inspection only needed to confirm the species. Shortly after, the two of them were led to a lounge. Jiang Mo gently set the soft Shi Jiao down on the sofa, allowing her to lean against his shoulder before pulling out her phone to start a game. Liu, showing a flicker of concern, asked, "Would you like me to call a doctor?" Shi Jiao waved her hand. "No need. I'm comfortable leaning against him." Liu glanced at Jiang Mo's slightly red face, smiled meaningfully, and left the room. Jiang Mo, observing Shi Jiao playing her game, secretly thought to himself that they'd soon have money. Perhaps it was time to buy himself a phone. Before leaving the city, he had multiplied all his attributes: mental power, speed, burst strength, stamina, and endurance, by tenfold in preparation for the mission. Not long after Liu left, the staff brought them some refreshments, neatly arranging them on the coffee table. Jiang Mo casually picked up a small, exquisitely made cream cake and asked, "Want a bite?" Shi Jiao, her fingers flying across the screen of her phone, simply murmured, "Can't move." Without looking up, she slightly parted her lips. Watching her fingers, which were nearly a blur from their speed, Jiang Mo carefully brought the cake to her lips. She turned her head slightly, taking 2 gentle bites before resuming her game. Outside the lounge, Shen Yan seemed slightly tense as he handed a document to Liu. "Manager Li, you handled the situation well. From now on, if these two happen to visit the trading house again, make sure you're the one who assists them." He followed up with instructions regarding pricing. "This time, we'll offer a 150% premium. From here onward, process their requests at standard rates." Liu complied, though inwardly, she was both pleased and confused. Why did Shen Yan, the second-in-command of Binqing's Martial Artists Guild District 9, appear to be somewhat afraid of the two individuals inside? After Shen Yan left, Liu hesitated for a moment before stepping into the lounge. She placed the paperwork on the coffee table. The transaction has been finalized. The funds will be deposited into your specialized Warrior Bank account within half an hour.
Jiang Montag blinkt.
Specialized Warrior Bank account? Liu smiled and explained. The guild opens dedicated accounts and provides cards for certified warriors. The account details are included in your file folder. Jiang Mo reached into his pocket to feel for the folder secured there, breathed a sigh of relief when he found it still intact, and then examined the paperwork. The receipt read, 100 red-tailed rat tails, 500 coins each. The total comes up to 50,000 summer coins with a 150% premium. As for 10 complete silver moon wolf corpses, each priced at 1,250,000, making a total of 12,500,000, 150% premium. The payment will be transferred within 30 minutes.
Jiang Montag frownet.
A single silver moon wolf. Only 1,250,000 even with the premium? It was lower than his expectations. Liu patiently explained, low-level mutant beasts usually aren't worth much. A silver moon wolf is only a level 2 mutant and appears frequently in the wilderness in packs. Since they pose no real threat to cities, the purchasing price is naturally low. But among level 2 beasts, the silver moon wolf is considered highly valuable. Jiang Mo thought about those silver moon wolves that had chased him before. There were indeed hundreds of them, an overwhelming number. Liu continued, the purchasing price of mutant beasts from level 1 to level 3 often falls between 100,000 to 1 million. But there are exceptions. For example, the level 3 blood-eyed golden tiger can be worth even more than some level 5 mutant beasts. At this moment, Shi Jiu raised her head, her little face scrunched up. I feel like we've lost money somehow, like seeing something super valuable and walking past without picking it up. Before she could finish speaking, she looked back down and continued scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a mighty, majestic tiger with blood-red eyes appeared in her imagination. Jiang Mo's expression froze, and he stammered, I think it must be a dream. Shi Jiu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, lowering her head to resume her game. Jiang Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, though it didn't meet his mental expectations. At least it was a substantial profit, sold at a premium price, even exceeding that of some level 3 mutant beasts. Martial artists didn't need to pay taxes on their sales. They kept every penny. Half of 12,550,000 was 6,275,000. More than enough to buy vitality pills. And for someone like Jiang Mo, practically a walking cheat code, one vitality pill was equivalent to 10 for anyone else. Thinking along these lines, he didn't say more, placing the sales document back onto the coffee table and scooping Shi Jiu up from the sofa. Transaction complete. We won't take up any more of your time, he said as he bid farewell to Liu. Liu handed him a business card. Next time, just contact me directly. Jiang Mo took it, nodding in agreement. Once outside the trade hall, Jiang Mo glanced at the Shi Jiu in his arms. She was staring intently at her phone screen, playing a game. His initial intent was to say something more, but he swallowed his words, pulling out the sky blue bank card from the file envelope. It was a custom card from the Martial Artists Guild, universal globally. Martial artists could purchase phones directly within the guild's trade zone, priced at 23,333 each. These phones were specifically designed for wilderness use, durable and rugged with a strong signal. With the money transferred into his account, and as long as he wore the martial artist emblem, no additional documentation was necessary to buy the phone and set up a new account, all done within 10 minutes. As soon as the phone was activated, a call came in. Just as Jiang Mo was about to answer, Shi Jiu hung it up and saved the number. Jiang Mo then took out a wrinkled business card. It belonged to Li Daji, the taxi driver who had brought him to the guild that afternoon. Since no fare had been charged earlier, Jiang Mo figured now was a good time to settle it. He dialed the number. Uncle, It's me. Haha, I knew it was you. Uncle's right here at the parking lot. Come on over. The driver had stayed in the parking lot and hadn't left. This small gesture warmed Jiang Mo's heart. Holding Shizhou close, he quickly headed downstairs. The sun had set, casting large shadows from the city walls, and the street lamps glowed dim yellow. It didn't take long for him to spot the taxi with its hazard lights flashing at the parking lot entrance. Jiang Mo placed Shizhou in the back seat first before sitting next to her, ensuring she wouldn't slide off. Li Daji, noticing the martial artist emblems pinned on their chests, chuckled. Hey there, young man. Is this your girlfriend? A couple who are both martial artists. How perfect! Jiang Mo's face flushed red. Just as he was about to deny it, Shizhou slid down the seat, and he hurried to pull her back up into his arms. Her lips were light pink, but her focus remained glued to her phone. She had just been solo killed by the enemy team's support character in the game. Jiang Mo let out a relieved sigh and sheepishly said, Uncle, please take us to the Blue Shore Manor community. He planned to head home for a shower before dealing with anything else. Hearing the address, Li Daji's eyes lit up. Blue Shore Manor was one of the premium martial artist residential areas in Binqing's 9th district. The taxi jolted forward with an eager press of the accelerator. The sudden motion caused Shizhou to first lean back and then tilt forward, and Jiang Mo steadied her in time. When he looked up, his eyes met Li Daji's in the rearview mirror, where the driver was casting a meaningful and playful gaze. Shizhou, now stabilized, ended up landing directly in Jiang Mo's embrace. This time, she finally looked away from her phone screen. Uncle Driver, could you drive a bit more steadily? Shizhou asked, somewhat exasperated.
Li Daji shugja.
This section of the road is just bad. Bear with it for a bit. The car bumped again, and Jiang Mo instinctively held Shizhou tighter. She let out a soft sigh. Being held like this throughout the ride wasn't really a big deal, though inwardly, she did find it somewhat unappealing. Being held by Jiang Mo wasn't as comfortable as properly sitting in a car seat. Unconsciously, she leaned closer into his arms, not even realizing it herself. When they reached the city center, the car stopped at the entrance to Blue Shore Manor. Jiang Mo took out his newly activated phone, linked it to his card, set up mobile payments and social apps, and even added Shizhou's contact information before preparing to pay the fare. Li Daji waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need. Focus on studying and training well. Be sure to take down a few more mutant beasts. He suddenly muttered something wistful. Back then, my wife and I… forget it. Jiang Mo nodded and gave him his phone number. Overjoyed, Li Daji quickly saved the contact. Jiang Mo carried Shizhou as they stood in front of the residential community. At the doorway, watching the departing taxi, he sighed, The driver uncle is a good man. Shizhou leaned her head on his shoulder, squinting her eyes. If only the ride had been smoother, she murmured. Night had fallen. Jiang Mo used his spiritual energy to press the villa's main gate, and the darkness was instantly torn apart by the flood of light. Jiang Mo carried Shizhou into the living room and set her down on the sofa. Her gaze landed on the marble coffee table, seemingly split neatly in half by a single blow, and she stared for a moment before asking dazedly, This is your home?
Jiang Montag nodded.
Shizhou's expression abruptly turned complex, and she asked, The third floor? Is it your room? The mere mention of third floor pulled unpleasant memories into Jiang Mo's mind. He gagged for a moment, not because he feared mutated beasts, but because Cheng Xiaofeng's room was far more terrifying. He secretly resolved to hire a cleaning service tomorrow to give that room a thorough sweep and seal it off. Shaking off his discomfort, he quickly pointed toward the corner of the staircase at the maid's room. That's actually my room. There was a parasitic family living there before, and I'm just about ready to kick them out. Shizhou extended her telekinetic senses toward the small room but didn't say much. Instead, she changed the subject. The thing you wanted is inside the storage badge. Jiang Mo blinked in surprise, hastily taking out the storage badge and probing it with his spiritual energy. Inside were 2 suitcases, one filled with snacks, the other with personal items. He pulled both out and set them before Sergio. Her cheeks turned red as she released a wisp of telekinesis, extracting a slim booklet from a hidden compartment in the personal suitcase. She placed it in front of Jiang Mo. Rainy Night Star Chart? Jiang Mo read the title aloud absent-mindedly. She explained, "There are no stars on rainy nights, so you have to see with your mind instead of your eyes." She yawned after speaking, leaning against the couch back to rest her head on his shoulder. Jiang Mo set the booklet aside and began organizing the luggage on the floor. After tidying, Jiang Mo tucked the storage badge back into Sergio's pants pocket. With that done, he scooped her up effortlessly and said, "The poison in your body hasn't been cleared yet. Let me take you to rest." The secondary bedroom on the second floor was unoccupied, clean, and well-maintained. Jiang Mo gently placed Sergio onto the large bed, covering her carefully with a blanket. He asked if she wanted to take a bath first, to which she hesitantly replied, "Will you help me bathe?" Jiang Mo's face flushed red, and he coughed lightly. "We'll talk about it once you can move," he muttered. He observed that though her hands were white and full of strength, her body was still limp, likely indicating only her hands had recovered thus far. After ensuring she was comfortable, Jiang Mo didn't return to the maid's room. Instead, he headed to the guest bathroom to take a hot bath. Soaking in the tub, a towel draped over his head, he extended his spiritual energy toward the open Rainy Night Star Chart, focusing on its first pictorial chapter. He studied it for a long time but could make no sense of it. Frustrated, he simply muttered to himself, deciding to grant himself temporary buffs. Comprehension X10, Understanding X10, Cultivation Speed X10, effective for 10 minutes. In an instant, his spirit seemed to be sucked into another world. A small rainy town, empty streets, roaring thunder. A moment later, he returned to reality, and his spiritual energy rose from 926 to 927. The attribute panel displayed before him had also changed, showing that the cultivation progress for the Silken Rain chapter had reached 0.1%. Jiang Mo was struck with an idea. As long as there was progress, it could be multiplied by 10. Perhaps he could leverage this to advance the chapters. Just as he contemplated further, a prompt popped up in the cultivation section of the panel, warning that cultivation would affect the rules of order, and showing that currently, only 2 people were cultivating the Rainy Night Star Chart. The screen read, Joe * Starry Chapter, Progress 59.99%. Jiang Mo * Silken Rain Chapter, Progress 0.1%. Jiang Mo stared at the light panel, momentarily stunned. He pondered, would multiplying the skill grade by 10 affect everyone who had ever cultivated this technique? But since the Rainy Night Star Chart had only been practiced by Sergio and himself, it must be Sergio's fateful opportunity. Currently, it displayed as a heavenly tier top-grade technique, which was likely the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. The light panel before him was a remnant message left after the multiplier system had fled in fright. Jiang Mo was concerned that multiplying by 10 might also increase the difficulty of cultivation. Logically, the higher the grade, the harder the practice. He himself had temporarily buffed his comprehension, understanding, and cultivation speed by 10 times just to barely break into it. The light panel then provided clarification. After the rank increase, cultivation difficulty would rise accordingly, but those who had already begun would remain unaffected. Only those starting afterward would need to contend with the enhanced difficulty. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. This was a heaven-defying bug. He resolved not to wait any longer and whispered resolutely, "Skill grade, multiply by 10. On the light panel, the heavenly tier top-grade rank flickered and transformed into 2 words, Supreme Path. Jiang Mo scratched his chin, murmuring inwardly, Supreme Path? I was expecting it to upgrade to Saint tier or Divine level. Meanwhile, in the adjacent secondary bedroom, Sergio awoke. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. The images she had just witnessed flooded into her mind. A low-level mutated serpent with a crown and deadly poison, her own sudden and massive increase in poison resistance, A fleeting glimpse of an existence belonging to the divine sequence. Though it lasted only a few seconds, she knew she was nearing the threshold of the divine sequence. What was more absurd was the inexplicable enhancement of her spiritual cultivation practice. Shurjo tried to move but remained paralyzed, softly muttering. Still, Jiang Mo's arms are more comfortable. She closed her eyes again, unwilling to delve deeper, though a vague feeling lingered in her heart, as if everything that had transpired was somehow connected to Jiang Mo. Elsewhere, Jiang Mo finished his bath, preparing to give wisdom. Sex, understanding capability, and cultivation speed were temporarily enhanced tenfold. Jiang Mo lay down and started cultivating using the rainy night stargazing map. He used his spiritual force to depict the image on the silk rain diagram, an evening scene of a rainy street corner in a small town. The more detailed the depiction, the more his spiritual force was replenished at a rapid pace. At some point, without realizing it, he fell asleep, and in his dream, he entered the world of the diagram. The once empty street corner of the scene now had a figure, a girl in a blue and white school uniform holding an oil paper umbrella. She smiled mischievously. As thunder rumbled, Jiang Mo woke up. It was already daylight. He stretched lazily and glanced at the glowing screen. Spiritual force, 1000. Cultivation progress. Silk rain diagram, progress, 2.33%. Jiang Mo squinted to calculate. Cultivating at this rate, 2.33% per night, it would take less than 5 days to reach 100%. He took this in as a promising start to a wonderful day. Suddenly, Jiang Mo remembered something and quickly got up, changed clothes, washed up, and headed next door. He used his spiritual force to probe. It seemed that Shurjo was awake, casually lying in bed playing on her phone. Sensing his presence, she looked up and said, "Come on in." Jiang Mo asked her how she felt. Shurjo set her phone aside. "I can move now, but I still feel weak," she replied. Her recovery was faster than anticipated. Jiang Mo told her to continue staying here for now, to which she looked at him and nodded in agreement. Sunlight spilled into the living room. The coffee table, which had been split by a fruit knife, had been replaced with a new one. Shurjo, dressed in a creamy white furry loungewear, lazily lounged on the sofa playing a video game, her long hair still dripping with water. Jiang Mo, sitting nearby, held a new laptop reading a martial artist forum. That morning, he'd visited the property management office, ordering the housekeeper to buy several items. The laptop, clothes for both of them, breakfast, daily necessities, and even a fishing rod. He also had a cleaning service come over and dispose of everything used by the Chung family trio. Chung Xiaofeng's eerie room had been stripped down and was now being renovated. Additionally, he arranged through property management to revoke the access privileges for Cheng Fangdong, Li Yanxia, and Chung Xiaofeng, even adding new access for Shurjo. Blue Shore Manor was a high-end community. Without access privileges, entry was impossible. As a homeowner, he had the right to do this. As he browsed the forum, Jiang Mo finally understood the levels of martial artists. Blood energy between 100 to 1000 was beginner level, 1000 to 10,000 was intermediate level, and surpassing 10,000 marked advanced level. Beyond that was extraordinary level, where blood energy condensed into true energy. The classification was similar for spiritual power wielders too. Upon reading this, Jiang Mo paused in realization. Shurjo was actually at the extraordinary level. He couldn't help but complain about how he'd been underestimated in the past. Remembering Director Shin from the Martial Artists Guild, Shin hadn't invited him before. Jiang Mo once thought it was because spiritual wielders weren't valued, but now it seemed like Shin simply didn't think highly of him. Shurjo patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. "That just shows his lack of vision. Don't worry, I've got your back," she reassured. Jiang Mo's heart warmed at her words, and he nodded. Suddenly, he recalled the intent left behind from Shurjo's strike against the mutated beast. He started contemplating whether he could learn sword intent from the blade she used. Despite wanting to pursue the path of a sword immortal, Jiang Mo thought wielding a blade was equally impressive. Why not train with both weapons? "I need to run to the hospital. Do you need me to pick up anything for you?" Jiang Mo asked, planning to purchase blood energy pills since the hospital sold them at the cheapest price. While he still had over 6 million in his account, his expenses were mounting, so saving money where he could was ideal. Shurjo thought for a moment and said, "I'd like sweet and sour spare ribs." Jiang Mo took out a small notebook and seriously wrote it down. "Anything else?" Shurjo lazily listed a few more items. Crystal shrimp dumplings, a creamy sponge cake. "That's it." Jiang Mo closed his notebook. "All right then, I'm off." He changed into fresh clothes and left the villa. Shurjo was a solid ally. She may temporarily lack her physical strength, but her extraordinary level spiritual energy was no joke. With Blue Shore Manor's impeccable security, hardly anyone would dare cause trouble here. This time, Jiang Mo didn't bother Li Daji. His friend had his own life too, and Jiang Mo had already taken up some of his time yesterday. Having spent 3 years paralyzed in his past life, Jiang Mo cherished walking on his own in this one. Wearing a deep blue tracksuit and white sneakers, he made his way to the 9th District People's Hospital according to memory. This trip wasn't just about the blood energy pills. He also needed to investigate the Chung family, as well as uncover the true identity of Old Wu. The 7 people who pursued him yesterday had all perished in the wildlands, so Old Wu was bound to be on alert and harbor resentment towards him. At his current pace, it didn't take him long without needing to exert full effort. Along the way, passers-by occasionally gave him curious glances. Fortunately, he wasn't wearing his conspicuous school uniform, and martial artists were a common sight in the city, so people quickly lost interest. Upon arriving at the hospital, he used his spiritual energy to scan, but he couldn't locate Chung Fangdong, Li Yanxia, or Chung Xiaofeng.
Jiang Montag frownet.
The 9th District People's Hospital catered to ordinary citizens. It was likely the Chung family had transferred to a hospital for martial artists. Feeling slightly disappointed, he returned to his previous hospital room. To his surprise, his medical records were gone. He searched the room thoroughly, a sinking feeling in his chest. Just then, he spotted the little nurse who'd been taking care of him. When she saw him, she immediately began scolding him. "Where did you sneak off to last night? You're in a very dangerous condition right now. If something happened while you were out there..."
Jiang Montag coughed lightly.
"I went out to earn some money," he replied. "Earn money?" The nurse was visibly shocked.
Jiang Montag nodded calmly.
"And I earned it." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "You made 300,000 in one day? You just became a martial artist, and you dare venture into the wildlands already? You're quite something." She then mentioned that it was possible the cleaning staff had taken the records and left to retrieve a new set for him. However, she murmured to herself as she walked away, "That's strange. Hospital cleaning staff wouldn't normally touch the private medical records in a VIP room." Jiang Mo's eyes narrowed as his thoughts spun. Could this be Old Wu? Moving his hand? At the thought of Old Wu, his expression darkened. He used his mental power to float the phone to his chest and activated the camera. He recalled seeing on the forums that many martial artists sealed off their blood energy and reduced their presence, quietly observing their enemies. He was still inexperienced, with his mental power only reaching a range of 100 meters. However, in a crowded hospital, there might be blind spots, so he had to resort to the simplest method, recording the entire way back and analyzing it later. No matter how bold Old Wu may be, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him in public inside a hospital. In the city, anyone who dared to commit murder in public would face relentless pursuit from the Xia Nation's authorities and the Martial Artists Guild until justice was served. Jiang Mo suddenly asked, "Nurse, where did Li Yanxia go?" The young nurse pursed her lips. "Transferred to another hospital. Should be at Bin City's 9th Martial Artist Hospital." Thinking of that particularly unlucky family of 3, she couldn't help but find it both frustrating and amusing. Their blood sugar and blood pressure levels had all spiked. Luckily, they were all martial artists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it. They had been transferred just yesterday afternoon. At the nurse's station, Jiang Mo requested a reprint of his medical records and asked about being discharged. The nurse sized him up and down. "Are you sure you're okay?" He smiled. "As long as the qi and blood pill works, Staying here longer would just be a waste of money. The nurse informed him that treatment fees could not be refunded, but the class teacher had prepaid half a month's VIP ward fees at 800 yuan per day. That portion could be refunded. Did he prefer cash or for it to be returned to the original account? Remembering the hurried departure of his teacher, Jiang Mo approved refunding to the original account. The nurse advised him to head to the pharmacy on the second floor to buy a qi and blood pill before completing his discharge. Just as he reached the pharmacy door, he spotted his desk mate Zhang Qilin walking out in a fluster, hurriedly hiding a red box behind his back. Jiang Mo used his mental power to glance. TSK qi and blood pill? He thought to himself, the original owner used to get leeched off by Zhang Qilin all the time. Judging by how frugal he usually is, he'd clearly been saving up to buy this. Zhang made an excuse to leave in a rush, but Jiang Mo didn't bother with him. He entered the pharmacy and handed over his medical records. The doctor explained that each patient was allowed to buy up to 3 pills at a 60% discount. Jiang Mo requested only one. Payment and retrieval went smoothly. Jiang Mo was well aware. 1 qi and blood pill for him was equivalent to 10, more than enough to recover fully. After completing his discharge paperwork, the prepaid hospital fees made by his teacher were also refunded as per his request. Once everything was settled, Jiang Mo left the 9th People's Hospital and headed straight to a large supermarket nearby. Support Mountain's craving sweet and sour ribs, crystal shrimp, creamy cupcakes. He pushed a shopping cart while murmuring his grocery list. Hold on, I can't even cook. He suddenly remembered how, in his previous life, he'd developed ALS soon after entering high school. Before long, he'd been bedridden. But this life was different. There were cooking memories in his mind, and he even had a decent grasp of culinary skills. Jiang Mo chuckled inwardly. Cooking skills multiplied by 10? Doesn't that mean I'm a culinary god? After buying groceries, a cake and seasonings, he remembered a snack-packed suitcase in Shizhou's storage badge. That led him to the snack aisle, where he went on a shopping spree until his cart was overflowing. Satisfied, he finally headed toward the checkout counter. As he was about to pay, chaos erupted in the seafood section. Someone screamed, "Danger! Mutation! That crab's mutating! Run!" The supermarket broke out into pandemonium. Near lunchtime, the place was packed with people, screams and wails reverberating as the crowd surged towards the safety exits. Frowning, Jiang Mo calmly maneuvered his cart through the gaps in the fleeing mob. Using his mental power, he scanned the seafood area. It was utter chaos. A mammoth creature, light blue in color and over 5 meters in diameter, rampaged through the section with menacing claws. Fortunately, since the mutation had just occurred and there were numerous water tanks in the area, major casualties were avoided. Only one person had fallen and hit their face hard enough to draw blood. A system panel quietly appeared. Species: Blue Abyss Emperor Crab. Rank: 1. Weak spot: mouth. Most valuable part: crab legs. Jiang Mo licked his lips, thinking, a crab this big. The legs must be delicious. Before finishing the thought, he was already in motion. His figure blurred as he darted toward the emperor crab. From his pocket, he pulled out a palm-sized blade. A sharp fragment he'd sliced off from a combat knife imbued with Shizhou's blade intent. Though diminutive, it was practical and easily concealed, perfect for self-defense in urban settings. In an instant, the blade, driven by his mental power, plunged into the emperor crab's mouth. The once arrogant colossal crustacean immediately crumpled, lifeless. As with the silver moon wolf he'd encountered before, striking its weak spot sent it to its death, leaving no room for resistance. Scanning the scene, Jiang Mo mused, the weak spots provided by the system. If I can strike them in one go, breaking through their defenses, I can deliver a fatal blow on the first attempt. Contemplating further, he nodded inwardly, resolving to refine this approach through future practice. While his mind raced with thoughts, his movements didn't falter for a second. With a flash of his knife, Jiang Mo cleanly severed all 8 crab legs. Wrapping them in mental power, he discreetly moved them to a hidden corner outside the supermarket. This prize is fair game, right? Completing the task, he casually pushed the shopping cart back toward the checkout line. Moments later, 3 figures in navy black combat uniforms burst through a window, martial artists, seasoned and robust. They exhaled in relief upon seeing the limbless blue abyss emperor crab. One of them joked, "Whoever killed this crab has got some serious skills. Took it down in 10 seconds flat. Probably a foodie who knows the value of crab legs. Huh. Eat." The words were barely spoken when the ground trembled. The floor tiles beneath their feet cracked wide open, and 3 dark red tentacles, marked with blue rings, suddenly shot out, lashing toward them. The 3 immediately reacted, their expressions shifting drastically as they swiftly dodged out of the way. Jiang Mo came to a halt, his mental energy locking onto the underground parking lot. Below the surface, a massive octopus loomed, its tentacles over 20 meters long, its body adorned with glowing bluish rings. A system interface appeared. Species: blue-ringed octopus. Level 2. Weakness: see diagram. Most valuable part: venom glands. Note: this octopus has not mutated. It has unlocked its genetic lock. A 3-dimensional hologram appeared beneath the interface, highlighting a small red dot moving inside the octopus's body. It was the weakness.
Jiang Montag froze in shock.
The octopus had unlocked its genetic lock? It hadn't mutated yet reached level 2? Could an octopus train and upgrade just like a human? Memories of the octopus species surfaced in his mind. 9 brains, high intelligence, adept at learning and mimicry. However, their genetic lock ensured that after reproducing, their lineage effectively reset, forcing their offspring to relearn everything from scratch. As a result, octopuses often alternated between being predators and prey. But this particular octopus was no mutated beast. It was a complete, unlocked genetic form, capable of advancing to level 2. Practically a monster. Bin City bordered the sea, and safe passages from districts 1 through 6 directly connected to it. The city walls frequently faced attacks from mutated sea beasts. This blue-ringed octopus likely crawled out of the ocean. Like the blood-eyed golden tiger from before, it seemed capable of using other mutant creatures as bait to lure human fighters.
Jiang Montag's nerves tightened.
The blue abyss emperor crab had just undergone mutation. How had this octopus known about it? Was it merely coincidence? Or was there some connection? His thoughts turned to the massive black python crowned with a golden crown. Capturing this creature might provide answers. With resolve firmed, Jiang Mo pushed his shopping cart to an unaffected corner, then scouted through the other sections of the supermarket. He grabbed a nearby baseball cap, still tagged, along with a pair of black masks. Quickly disguising himself, he crouched low and maneuvered through the collapsed shelves to relocate undetected. Meanwhile, the trio of patrolling fighters finally saw the blue-ringed tentacles up close, and their faces turned pale with dread. "This is bad. A level 2 blue-ringed octopus," someone shouted. "Request backup immediately." The blue-ringed octopus wasn't a mutant. It was far more terrifying. It carried neurotoxins potent enough to kill even high-level fighters with just a touch. Protect yourselves. Don't let it entangle you. Stall it. Under no circumstances can we let it reach the residential area. The 3 gritted their teeth and deliberately made noise to divert its attention. Outside the supermarket, a perimeter had been established, converting the area into a battlefield. In a secluded corner, Jiang Mo crouched, channeling his blade to pierce through a crack in the ground and into the underground parking lot. As Jiang Mo moved, his blade shadow sliced into the parking lot below. The octopus's massive orange-yellow eye rotated, catching the glint of the weapon in its gaze. One tentacle lashed out with a swipe, sending the blade flying. The octopus's attention shifted to Jiang Mo, and 2 more tentacles smashed through walls to strike at him. "It can see me." Jiang Mo was taken aback but reacted quickly, shifting positions. Shelves were toppled over, crashing loudly to the ground. The 3 patrolling fighters tried to draw its focus in other directions, noticing Jiang Mo was nothing more than a passerby, and a rookie fighter at that. Disappointment flashed in their eyes. "Hey, buddy, get out of here. It's too dangerous." one of them shouted. Jiang Emo pulled the brim of his cap lower and whispered, "Keep its attention. I'll kill it." The words had barely left his lips when a shelf suddenly rose into the air, blocking the incoming tentacles and twisting them into a mangled mess. "Holy crap! A psychic!" the trio exclaimed in unison, immediately tightening their formation and charging in with their battle blades. Blue blood spattered as the tentacles twitched violently. The previously deflected blade rebounded with tenfold speed and tenfold damage, piercing straight through the octopus's body. Its entire form shuddered, its tentacles writhing in agonizing spasms before retracting rapidly underground. The patrolling fighters exhaled in relief, turning with newfound awe toward Jiang Emo, clad in his deep blue tracksuit. A psychic, capable of telekinetically controlling objects to directly wound a creature hidden underground. Jiang Emo frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, "Almost." The blue-ringed octopus's internal weak point continued to move chaotically. Though Jiang Mo's attack had pierced it, the blow had not been fatal. Once more, Jiang Emo gritted his teeth. His blade traced an arc through the parking lot, gleaming coldly as it struck at the creature again, this time zeroing in on its erratically moving red weakness. The colossal blue-ringed octopus sensed the impending danger and started slithering like liquid into the cracks deeper within the parking lot. The blade pierced it once more, causing it to convulse and slow down, but the blow still missed its critical point. On the system's interface, the small red dot marking its weakness was accelerating, about to escape the range of Jiang Mo's mental lock. Jiang Emo clenched his teeth and switched tactics. Speed times 10, destructive power times 10, damage times 10, sustained for 10 seconds. The blade pierced through the air, targeting the massive yellow eye. A tentacle snapped forward in retaliation, but Jiang Emo had anticipated this. With his neural reflexes boosted tenfold, the blade slowed momentarily before accelerating sharply, slicing through the tentacle and plunging straight into the formidable yellow eye. The octopus erupted in violent spasms. Its 8 tentacles contorted grotesquely as the entire body thrashed wildly within the parking lot, spewing out dark ink in massive quantities. The 3 patrolling fighters, startled by the commotion beneath the ground, stared at the young man clad in deep blue attire. Their admiration for the psychic swiftly escalated into reverence. Psychics, too formidable and beyond comprehension. Terrifying. If it weren't for him today, everyone would have died. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Mo's eyes as he used his mental energy to guide the small blade deeper into the octopus eye. The blade wreaked havoc, moving recklessly in all directions. Suddenly, it struck the small red dot marked by the system. With a muffled sound, the octopus stopped twitching. Its 8 tentacles went limp and lifeless. Someone cautiously asked, "Sir, that blue-ringed octopus, did it escape?" Jiang Emo shook his head indifferently. "It's dead." The group froze in place. Wasn't this a level 2 being? Normally, it would take considerable effort to kill it. Yet from the moment it appeared to its death, only a few seconds had passed. The sheer power of a spiritualist was simply overwhelming. Jiang Emo paid them no attention and continued using his mental energy to dissect the octopus. Muttering to himself about finding the location of its venom glands, one of the patrolling warriors quickly said, "The net-like structure inside the body, that's the venom gland." Jiang Emo nodded and, following his advice, severed the venom gland and moved it aside using his mental energy. The 3 patrolling warriors were in a disheveled state. Their combat suits were torn and covered in a sticky substance. Without their armor, they would have likely succumbed to the poison already. Through the cracks in the supermarket floor, they could see the massive corpse of the blue-ringed octopus, eviscerated in the underground parking lot. Where's that man? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Mo's figure had already vanished. At this moment, reinforcements from other patrolling squads arrived. From the mutation of the blue abyss king crab to the appearance of the blue-ringed octopus and its subsequent death, less than a minute had passed. A blue abyss king crab and a blue-ringed octopus? Zhang Chong, what in the world happened here? Zhang Chong, the leader and one of the first 3 patrollers to witness the incident, recounted the events. As they listened, the group's expressions grew grim. Biological mutations and the invasion of a blue-ringed octopus, neither were trivial matters. Thankfully, there was that powerful spiritualist. Otherwise, we'd have been in big trouble, someone muttered. Hurry up and seal the cracks. Send a team to investigate and make sure nothing else comes through. Zhang Chong suddenly added. That blue-ringed octopus was using the mutated blue abyss king crab as bait to specifically lure and kill warriors. How did it know the crab would mutate? The words fell, plunging the surrounding area into a heavy silence. By now, Jiang Emo had already retrieved his shopping cart and headed toward the checkout area, picking up a few travel backpacks along the way. The supermarket was empty. Everyone had evacuated. Though the alarm had been lifted, the lockdown remained in effect, and outside, many onlookers gathered along the perimeter. Jiang Emo pushed his fully loaded cart to the self-checkout and began scanning the items. After settling the bill, he removed the tags from the hat and mask he was wearing, calmly paid and left. All eyes were on him. Watching him carry heavy bags out, the bystanders quickly stepped aside. Young people these days are so fearless, someone muttered. There are still mutant beasts inside the supermarket, yet he's completely unfazed. Probably just pretending to be cool, someone else speculated. Before long, Zhang Chong and the other patrolling warriors emerged from the store. There's a crack in the underground parking lot leading to an unknown region. It needs to be sealed immediately. What happened in there? How did you resolve it so quickly? Zhang Chong's face carried an expression of having narrowly escaped death. There was a level 1 blue abyss king crab and a level 2 blue-ringed octopus. Both were taken down by a mysterious and incredibly powerful spiritualist. The more he spoke, the more astonished he became. That level 2 blue-ringed octopus was over 20 meters long. Yet in front of that spiritualist, it didn't last 20 seconds before it was completely dead. Unfortunately, the person was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, so we couldn't see their face. Someone suddenly recalled something and asked, "Was that spiritualist wearing a dark blue tracksuit?" Zhang Chong nodded. "Yes. Did you see them too?" Jiang Emo couldn't help mumbling to himself. "What is wrong with these people? I've already checked out, so why are they still staring at me?" He quickened his pace, wanting to leave. In his previous life, Jiang Emo had been bedridden for 3 years, hardly interacting with people. Suddenly being the center of attention made him deeply uncomfortable. It felt awkward, like he was developing some social anxiety. Just yesterday, when he returned from the wilderness zone and was being stared at in the safe passage and trading hall, he had already begun to feel uneasy. Back then, holding on to his sense of reliance offered some comfort. But now only Jiang Emo remained. "I should have just skipped checkout, like everyone else, and walked out," he grumbled internally, pulling down the brim of his hat and quickly changing direction. At a secluded corner hidden from the surveillance cameras, Jiang Emo found the blue abyss king crab legs and the blue-ringed octopus venom glands he had stashed earlier. With all the commotion surrounding the mutant beasts at the supermarket, many people had run to watch the excitement, leaving the streets mostly empty. Jiang Emo enhanced the internal space of his backpack by a factor of 10 and carefully stored the crab legs and venom glands into 2 separate packs. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that while the morning had been sunny, now heavy clouds loomed overhead, and a chilled breeze swept through the air. Picking up his pace, Jiang Emo moved swiftly through the city, soon arriving at the Blue Shore Manor. It was just past noon, and the living room was quiet. Shizhou, dressed in a cozy, fluffy beige loungewear set, was curled up on the sofa asleep, a phone still clutched in her hand. Jiang Emo took off his mask and cap, gently retrieved the phone from her hand, and carried her upstairs to her bed. After tucking her in, he placed her phone on the bedside table, quietly closed the door, and left. As the door clicked shut, he heard a soft murmur behind him and couldn't help but smirk to himself. He had grown used to this. Returning to the first floor, he carefully sorted the items he had brought back. Snacks and small cakes were placed on the coffee table. Ingredients were trimmed of unnecessary parts, and the essence stored in the refrigerator's cooler compartment. The pouch containing blue-ringed octopus venom glands seemed valuable in his eyes. But Jiang Mo didn't plan to sell it. Applied to a blade, it would become a lethal weapon. He cut the king crab legs, saved the essence, and discarded the remainder. He then took out the qi and blood pill from the red box. Its wax-sealed, dark red surface resembled coagulated blood. Jiang Mo was well aware. This was not the right time to consume it. He had to wait until the tenfold effect ended to maximize its benefits. He rubbed his stomach. After the heavy breakfast this morning, he wasn't hungry now. Time to test my sequence, he said excitedly, changing into loungewear. Grabbing a fishing rod and a small stool, he headed to the backyard pool of his villa. Space as the river, time as the water, standing atop infinite worlds, fishing through the heavens. This was the conceptual divine sequence. The eternal fisher never returns empty-handed. Although his casting technique was less than perfect, the hook landed in the water. In that instant, the entire world seemed to shrink into a single beam of light, which then retreated and condensed into a phantom-like great river that flashed briefly before vanishing. A countdown appeared on the sequence light screen in his mind. 60 minutes. During this hour, empowered by the divine sequence, he could fish out any item of any grade. Probability times 10, lasting 60 minutes. With the effect activated, Jiang Mo lazily sat on the stool and began fishing. Fishing alone, however, got boring quickly. So, using his spiritual energy, he floated his phone in front of him and began browsing the martial artist forum. He came across a product called Concealment Spray, 100 milliliters for 166,000 yuan, could mask sense and lasted for 12 hours. Looking at it, his chest buzzed with excitement. The backpacks of the 7 martial artists who had been chasing him should have won. He rummaged through the backpacks and, sure enough, found a bottle of half-used concealment spray in one corner. Without hesitation, Jiang Mo called out, "Times 10," and directly multiplied the half bottle into 10 half bottles, grinning from ear to ear. Just as he cast the fishing line again, the rod trembled. He reeled it in, unexpectedly pulling out a long sword radiating a faint purple glow. A notification popped up on the system screen. Name, Purple Resonance. Category, Flying Sword, Psychic Weapon. Grade, Yellow Tier, Superior Grade, 3. Refinement Progress, 0%. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up, and he offhandedly renamed it. From now on, you'll be called, wait a moment. The sword's body quivered slightly, and the system updated its name accordingly. Wait a moment. Following standard protocol, he decided to refine it first and multiply it later. Slowly, his spiritual energy seeped into the sword. The runes on the blade began to glow, and it consumed his energy ravenously. The refinement progress climbed from 0% to 0.01%, while his spiritual energy dropped from 1,000 to 900. Jiang Mo cursed inwardly at the ridiculously slow progress. Thankfully, he hadn't recklessly multiplied the refining speed. Otherwise, his spiritual energy would have been drained in seconds. He recalled that graded weapons were best refined by extraordinary psychic adepts, but he had the star map under Rainy Night to restore spiritual energy. He decided to take his time refining the sword fully before multiplying it. As Jiang Mo gradually refined the flying sword, he began sketching the street view from the rain silk image in his mind using his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, at the 9th Martial Artists Hospital in Bincheng, Cheng Fangdong lay on a hospital bed with a dark, purplish complexion. His body was riddled with tubes, and faint groans escaped his lips. A man with narrow eyes and a shadowy demeanor, Old Wu, sat by the bedside. Staring at Cheng Fangdong, Old Wu said coldly, "I need access to the gates of the Blue Shore Estate." Cheng Fangdong blinked his swollen eyelids and spoke in a feeble voice. "Old Wu, that's a martial artist's residential district. Security there is intensely tight. Are you sure you want to act there?" Old Wu gritted his teeth. "Your nephew Tiger, Peng, Gang, they're all gone. My brothers who fought at my side for over a decade. All dead. Regardless of whether Jiang Mo did it or not, they entered the wilderness because of him. He has to pay the price.
Jiang Montag muss die.
Closing his eyes, Chung Fongdong replied quietly, "The access card is in my jacket pocket. Once it's done, I'll add another 3 billion. Old Wu sneered. "Someone as insignificant as an ant, and you're willing to spend so much?" Chung Fongdong's mouth twitched. "An insignificant ant. Remember, bring me his head." Old Wu hesitated slightly. "You've had countless chances to act against him since childhood. Yet you waited until he became a martial artist to make a move. And his chi and blood, though seemingly complete, is actually hollow and rootless, as if it were forcibly propped up by depleting his fundamentals. Could it be?" Chung Fongdong cut him off with a snort. "I pay, you get it done. Ask no unnecessary questions." Old Wu scoffed and got up, pulling Chung Fongdong's jacket from the wardrobe to retrieve an access card. The Blue Shore Estate owner's card allowed unhindered entry. Just as he was about to leave, Chung Fongdong added another sentence. "Actually, there's a better way. After all, considering your brother, being 9th Zhong's." "Shut up." Old Wu barked furiously and slammed the door behind him. By the villa pool, Jiang Mo slowed his sword-refining pace and accelerated his cultivation. The rainy street scene of the rain silk image gradually came together in his mind, but something felt incomplete. He tried hard to recall and finally realized. Shizhou was missing. Last night, Shizhou had clearly been there, holding an oil paper umbrella with a dazzlingly sweet smile. As soon as the thought surfaced, the fishing rod suddenly twitched. Jiang Mo opened his eyes. Eyes shifted and the fishing rod rose. Dangling from the hook was a figure. A groggy Shizhou, swaying gently with half-closed eyes. Jiang Mo hurriedly reeled her in, her dripping body landing directly into his arms. Shizhou rubbed her eyes, dazed, and mumbled, "Wasn't I just sleeping? Did I dream of you again?" Jiang Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he replied dryly, The sequence activated." Shizhou's eyes lit up instantly. "You activated the sequence?" The sequence, only it could explain this bizarre situation. She was completely soaked, the beige loungewear clinging tightly to her frame. As a cool breeze hit, she instinctively shrank deeper into Jiang Mo's embrace. Jiang Mo, now seated on a small stool, stiffened slightly as Shizhou shifted in his arms. He cleared his throat awkwardly to mask his discomfort. "Yeah, the sequence. Fisherman." Shizhou pondered for a moment. "Fisherman? So, you fished me up."
Jiang Montag hesitated.
"And I also fished out a sword." Shizhou froze, then muttered under her breath. "So that's what was poking me. Let me see what kind of sword it is." Before Jiang Mo could react, she reached for the sword that had been pressing uncomfortably against her. "The grip feels pretty good. Must be handy." Something felt off. Her hand tightened slightly around the hilt, her eyes widening as she stared at Jiang Mo. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. Jiang Mo, equally embarrassed, turned red as well, sitting still like a statue, too afraid to move. Shizhou slowly released her grip, hurriedly saying, Sorry, I didn't mean to." Jiang Mo snapped out of it, and for some reason, her words felt oddly familiar, as if he had once uttered them in a similar situation. He quickly stood up. "You're all wet. Be careful not to catch a cold. Let me take you back to shower and change." With that, he whisked her away to the second floor of the villa, placing her gently on the bed before hastily retreating. Shizhou sat on the bed, staring at her right hand, muttering to herself, "Well, this makes us even." She noticed her phone on the bedside table, and with a light focus of her mind, the screen lit up. A game victory screen stared back at her. She smiled softly, stretching lazily. Being a rogue girl isn't so bad. With that, she casually began undressing from her wet clothes, strolling barefoot into the bathroom. Downstairs in the kitchen, Jiang Mo pinched his face, desperately trying to erase the memory of the past few moments, but failing miserably. Giving up, he gave himself a pep talk. Cooking skill times 10. Let the kitchen god descend. With renewed determination, He busied himself with the ingredients. His attention shifted to the sequence countdown displayed on a glowing interface. It had stopped. So, the countdown only runs when I'm fishing? If I stop fishing, I won't waste time. The realization made his mood much brighter. His movements became noticeably lighter. Using his psychokinesis, he summoned his phone to hover in front of him, scrolling through pages about fencing stolen goods. After a moment, he dialed a number. The call connected, and a cold female voice answered, "Hello? Who's this?" Still flipping a pan, Jiang Emo replied, "Sister Li, it's me, Jiang Emo." There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a warm greeting. "Oh, it's Xiao Jiang. Need something?" Jiang Emo got straight to the point. "Do you take stolen goods?" Liu fell silent for a while. "What kind of goods are we talking about?" Jiang Emo explained. "You know how it is with warriors in the wilderness. It's inevitable to stumble upon some gear. I got lucky and picked up a bunch." Liu was briefly reminded of the pile of Silver Moon wolf pelts and the storage badge, items only space sequence warriors typically possessed. Her tone turned a mix of cautious and intrigued. "What kind of gear did you pick up?" Jiang Mo's eyes lit up.
Combat uniforme.
Low-level ones, second-hand, of course. 60 complete sets and 10 partial ones, though those are missing pants. Liu fell silent again. A long silence this time. Then, in a sudden outburst, 60 sets? And 10 missing pants. Are you kidding me? Jiang Emo coughed, quickly explaining. "Sister Li, you know how dangerous the wilderness is." Liu sighed, deciding not to delve deeper. "Fine, no need to explain. I'll take the combat uniforms off your hands, but second-hand ones won't go at full price. I'll need to test their wear and tear first. Are you delivering them? Or should I send someone over?" Not wanting to press her too much, given the mystery surrounding Shurjio's storage badge, Liu opted to handle it with tact. Deals could benefit her business publicly. No need for personal strings attached. Jiang Mo's eyes brightened. "You can send someone over?" Liu gave him an address, Blue Coast Estates in Bin City's 9th district. She reminded him, "I'll dispatch someone right away, but I can't get through the community gates myself. Make sure to answer your phone when they arrive." Jiang Mo agreed, hanging up with a newfound ease flooding his chest. Last night, unsure of the situation, he hadn't dared to show the combat uniforms. Earlier, he'd scoured the Warriors Forum, reviewed several tips on selling goods, and ultimately decided to go through a reputable guild rather than risk the black market. Though Bin City did have a black market, it was notorious for cheating new sellers blind. Plus, that place teemed with chaos and danger, not something a rookie like him could navigate. The Union's guilds offered security and transparency in contrast, and Liu's reaction to Shurjio's storage badge spoke volumes. Jiang Mo decided to ride that wave for a deal. When Jiang Mo carried a plate of food into the dining room, Shurjio had already finished her bath and changed into panda-themed loungewear. She sat quietly at the table, her demeanor calm and composed. Seeing her safe and sound, Jiang Mo let out a visible breath of relief, setting the plates down on the table. "Shurjio, dinner is served." His voice carried unmistakable confidence. His predecessor had possessed decent cooking skills, and now his abilities had been multiplied tenfold. He fancied himself as the culinary god ascending to earth. On the table were 3 emperor crab dishes: steamed, stir-fried with ginger and scallions, and crab leg egg custard. Each dish featured crab legs as the star ingredient. Shurjio stared at the crab leg hesitantly and asked, "What is this?" Jiang Mo smiled and explained, 3 ways to enjoy king crab. This is a grade 1 mutated beast, the blue abyss king crab, caught at the supermarket this morning. He recounted what happened in the supermarket earlier and added worriedly, "That blue-ringed octopus is definitely suspicious. Either it foresaw the king crab's mutation, or it caused it." Shurjio sat upright, listened, and calmly replied, "The officials will handle things like this. We don't need to worry about it." Jiang Mo nodded, feeling somewhat relieved, and quickly urged her to eat. "Go ahead, try my cooking." Shurjio picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and placed it in her mouth. Her expression froze, and then she let out a long sigh. Jiang Emo asked nervously, "What's wrong? Does it not taste good?" She looked at him with calm eyes. "It's not that it doesn't taste good. It's too delicious. I'm just worried I might never taste something this good ever again." Then she picked up a crystal shrimp and took a bite, her expression softening even further. Jiang Emo secretly began to doubt whether he was better suited to be a fisherman or a culinary master. Sergio mumbled softly, "I can't keep staying here and bothering you, can I?" Without thinking, Jiang Emo replied, "You're not bothering me. I have plenty of rooms here, way more than I need." Sergio seemed hopeful. "So you're saying, I can keep staying here?"
Jiang Montag nodded firmly.
"Of course." Sergio smiled. "All right, then I'll protect you. But just so you know, I'm broke and can't afford rent." Jiang Emo muttered under his breath, "Don't be so formal." He handed Sergio the access card for the residential area that he had acquired earlier that morning. "With this card, you'll be able to come and go freely from the neighborhood." Sergio took it and curiously asked, "When did you get this made?"
Jiang Montag chuckled.
"During the big cleanup this morning. Back then, I wasn't sure if you'd be willing to stay, so I didn't dare give it to you directly." Sergio carefully placed the access card close to her and then picked up a king crab leg. "When do you plan on going back to school?" Jiang Emo froze for a moment. "School?" Sergio spoke seriously. "Yes, school. It's one of the rare places in this world where you can gain the most with the smallest cost. You can acquire knowledge, common sense, cultivation methods, martial arts skills, and resources, all at school. Cultivation can't be done in isolation. You need guidance to broaden your worldview. Of course, you could also go to the Martial Artists Guild, a noble family, a conglomerate, or a martial dojo, but going to any of those places requires signing contracts that are basically selling yourself." She nibbled on the crab leg delicately but earnestly. Jiang Emo thought about it for a couple of seconds. Considering he had recently received the vital energy pill, he realized it was time to plan for the future. He looked at Sergio. "I'll go to Tianhuang Martial Arts University." Sergio had her gaze fixed on Jiang Emo the whole time, as if her statement of go instead of apply was a foregone conclusion. Jiang Emo made his decision immediately. "Then I'll go to the First Martial Arts University. It's settled." Sergio lowered her head, picked up another piece of sweet and sour pork rib, savoring its tangy sweetness as her eyes curved into crescents. Watching her, Jiang Emo felt a sense of achievement, like he had, somehow, reeled her in. Outside the gate of Blue Shore Manor residential area, a man in a suit holding a briefcase walked up confidently. Just as he stepped through the entrance, an invisible barrier bounced him back. The access control system was activated, leaving the man bewildered. "What's going on? I clearly have the access card." He tried several more times, each attempt repelled by the barrier. Frustrated, he quickly dialed a number. "Brother Wu, the access card you gave me seems to have stopped working. I can't get in." Old Wu furrowed his brows and hurried toward the hospital room where Chung Fangdong was staying. The Chung family of 3 had been placed in 3 separate VIP rooms. Chung Fangdong's blood pressure had lowered slightly, stabilizing somewhat with the help of external equipment and his own vital energy. He looked less distressed than before and was resting with his eyes closed. Old Wu entered the room nervously. "Old Chung, did you give out the wrong access card? Someone just called saying they couldn't enter the neighborhood." He put the phone on speaker as the man on the other end anxiously explained, "I tried multiple times, but the protective barrier blocks me every time. The access card doesn't work." At these words, Chung Fangdong's blood pressure spiked again, and blood gushed out of his nose like a fountain. "That wretch! How dare he? How dare he revoke my access rights?" The only person capable of deactivating his residential access privileges was Jiang Emo. Fury practically turned him into a human fountain as thick blood sprayed all over Old Wu. Old Wu panicked, hitting the call button by the bedside before fleeing at top speed to clean himself up. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang again. "Brother Wu, Jiang Emo just came out and brought someone, unfinished." He went inside. Old Wu's eyes lit up. A delivery? A parcel? In the temporary parking space outside the residential area, Jiang Mo looked at Shun Yan as he got out of the car, frowning. Why is it you? Shun Yan carried a massive package over 2 meters in diameter, flashing a mischievous smirk. Just happened to be passing by. Figured I'd help get your delivery for you. Jiang Mo said nothing, his gaze shifting to the man on the phone nearby, wearing a sapphire blue suit, his hair slicked and meticulously styled, holding a briefcase. He looked incredibly familiar, dressed just like someone he had dealt with yesterday. Do you know him? Shun Yan asked. Jiang Mo replied coolly, insurance salesman. Shun Yan froze for half a second, his expression slightly changing as he regretted not throwing away that suit yesterday. He also noticed something strange about the man's phone, unable to trace its radiation or mental energy, and became cautious. I've seen him before, he thought to himself, but I can't quite remember where. Jiang Mo intended to go back and check the hospital video footage from the morning and pulled Shun Yan into the residential area. Shun Yan followed, feeling a bit reluctant. That guy was a genius with an initial mental strength surpassing 1,000, potentially capable of becoming extraordinary. He didn't want to give up on this lead. When they returned to Villa number 666, Jiang Mo used his mental energy to arrange the combat uniforms in the courtyard. Let's sort them out here. Shun Yan walked in with the kind of familiarity typically reserved for old friends, smiling as he attempted to console Jiang Mo, though his tone carried a hint of arrogance. Don't feel bad. Some people are simply out of our league like stars in the sky, beautiful up close but unreachable. You're still young, and there's a long road ahead. Jiang Mo was baffled by his words, finding Shun Yan more vulgar and brainless with every passing moment. He inwardly resolved not to let him enter the house but still followed behind. Shun Yan wasn't about to give up. I'm a supervisor at the Warrior Guild. Let me sit down inside, and we can talk this over properly. The moment he walked into the living room, he noticed a figure curled up on the sofa. It was a young woman, her head lowered as she played on her phone. She wore an adorable black and white panda-themed loungewear set, complete with a hood, complemented by matching panda slippers. It was undeniably cute. Shun Yan stepped closer with a grin. So there really is a little girlfriend at home. This must be your sister-in-law? I'm Jiang Mo's, His sentence trailed off as he suddenly froze, his entire body stiffening like a duck being strangled mid-quack, unable to make another sound. The young woman raised her head, revealing a plain yet beautiful face. Squinting slightly, she spoke. Supervisor Shin, since when did you become Jiang Mo's brother? Shun Yan stumbled backwards several steps, stuttering, "Ew." The moment he saw the little ancestor sitting there, wearing such a cutesy outfit, he bolted. Had he known she was here, he would never have come. Jiang Mo blocked the space in front of Shurjiu with a cold expression, tossing the box Shun Yan had been carrying out the door. Your stuff is outside. Check it yourself. Shurjiu, her head lowered, continued playing her game without as much as lifting an eyelid. Shun Yan cautiously inquired, Student Shur, why are you at Student Zhang's house? Shurjiu, still curled up on the sofa, didn't respond but instead countered with a question of her own. And you? Since when did you become Jiang Mo's brother? She barely completed that thought before Shun Yan fled mid-sentence. Watching Shun Yan leave, Jiang Mo became curious and asked, He seems pretty scared of you? Shurjiu replied nonchalantly, Maybe he witnessed me killing someone before. Jiang Mo responded with an "oh," sat down and casually said, Next time, I'll kill someone in front of him too. Shurjiu froze momentarily. Suddenly, Jiang Mo's eyes lit up as if recalling something. Actually, why wait? I can kill someone in front of him right now. He pulled out his phone, finding the video footage captured at the hospital earlier that morning. A man in a suit, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Shun Yan. Jiang Mo glanced at it a couple more times, mentally imprinting the image. Now that's a true shady schemer. Shurjiu leaned back on the sofa, eyes still fixed on her phone. Is he part of the same group who were hunting you before? Jiang Mo adjusted her posture slightly. I'll go out and catch him right now, and I'll do it in front of Shen Yan. Kill him on the spot. In the courtyard, Shen Yan sat among the scattered combat uniforms in a daze. Jiang Mo stepped out of the villa, his gaze sweeping toward the neighborhood's entrance. That guy selling insurance probably hasn't left yet. I'll go buy a policy. You stay here and keep counting. Shen Yan grimaced, watching Jiang Mo walk away, left to begrudgingly sort through the abandoned combat uniforms on his own. Across the street, the man in the suit awaited instructions from Lao Wu. Lao Wu, meanwhile, was flustered, trying to send someone into the gated community through food delivery or courier services, only to be blocked by the Blue Shore Manor's strict property management system. Residents' purchases or deliveries all needed to go through the property managers, and outsiders could not enter the premises. Infuriated, Lao Wu nearly smashed his phone. Damn it! Once I'm done with this job, I swear I'll buy a house in one of these upscale warrior communities myself. The suited man chimed in. I want one too, at Blue Shore Manor. Hey you, the one selling insurance. Come over here, a voice called out from outside. The man in the suit was momentarily dumbfounded, looking around. Was someone selling insurance here? Jiang Mo's voice rang out again. Stop looking around. I'm talking to you. The suited man was taken aback but, upon being directly addressed, hesitantly answered the call. On the other end of the line, Lao Wu urged, who cares if you're selling insurance or houses? If you're called over, just go. This is a rare opportunity. Though perplexed, the suited man strode into the gated community, muttering aloud that he wasn't selling insurance. In the villa's courtyard, Shen Yan was busy organizing the combat uniforms Jiang Mo had tossed everywhere. When he saw Jiang Mo really bring in the insurance salesman, he was astonished. Hey, Xiao Jiang, are you seriously buying insurance? He scrutinized the man, royal blue suit, red tie, hair slicked to shine. Classic insurance salesman vibes. Recalling yesterday's embarrassing encounter, Shen Yan couldn't help but feel deeply awkward. Jiang Mo glanced at the briefcase and asked, do you have insurance for yourself? The suited man hesitated, his gaze suddenly landing on the combat uniforms scattered on the ground. The emblem on them was all too familiar. Those belong to Brother Hu's squad. Why are you here? Jiang Mo, it's you. You killed Brother Hu and the others. He realized he had been played, turned around, and bolted. Just as he was about to flee, a pale purple streak of light flashed by. His footing slipped and he fell to the ground. His leg had been smoothly severed at the knee, and it wasn't until 2 or 3 seconds later that blood started to spurt. Shen Yan's pupils constricted. This streak of light was astonishingly fast, like a purple sword, its speed reaching that of a high-level psionicist. In just a day, Jiang Mo's power had grown so much. Shen Yan was filled with regret, kicking himself for not recruiting Jiang Mo into the martial artists guild. Furious at his own stupidity, he smacked himself hard across the face. The slap echoed sharply. Jiang Mo was dumbfounded. Was this guy crazy? About to kill someone and he slapped himself first instead. Shen Yan gave an awkward chuckle. Ah, carry on, Xiao Jiang. Jiang Mo withdrew coolly, giving the briefcase by the man in the suit a contemptuous kick to the side. The suited man clenched his fists. Though he had lost a leg, he was still prepared to deal Jiang Mo a fatal blow at any moment. But his hands were still there. In the next instant, the purple light flashed again, and the suit man's hands flew off. His entire body convulsed, despair overtaking his expression. Jiang Mo took several steps back, sneering, "You could still try headbutting me, you know?" The suited man froze. "You're at least 10 meters away from me. Headbutt? Do I look like a giraffe to you?" Jiang Mo took a few more steps back, confirming his safety before calmly asking, "Come on then, how much did Cheng Fangdong offer you all to come after me?" Shen Yan, tending to his wounds nearby, squinted slightly at the mention of Cheng Fangdong. The suited man grit his teeth, playing deaf. "I don't know what you're talking about." Jiang Mo laughed and gestured with his hand. A transparent glass bottle floated out from the villa, stopping right in front of the suited man. At this sight, the suited man finally understood how they had been exposed. Jiang Mo was a psionicist. He instinctively reached for his phone to warn someone but then realized he had no hands. Jiang Mo remained unmoved. This bottle of water can amplify your senses tenfold. Pain included. Care to test it out? The suited man sneered. Bluffing. There's no such drug. With a cold laugh, Jiang Mo poured the bottled water into his mouth directly. Tenfold senses. 10 seconds long. Tenfold pain. 10 seconds long. The suited man gulped it forcibly, coughing violently before his expression twisted in agony. His eyes seemed ready to pop out. The pain in his severed limbs felt like they were being torn apart. His whole body spasmed violently, his screams reverberating through the villa neighborhood like a butchered pig's cries. Almost simultaneously, a team of well-trained martial artists arrived just outside the courtyard gate. Jiang Mo pointed toward the pile of clothes on the side, where a dazed Shen Yan was sitting. That's Shen Yan, supervisor of the Martial Artists Guild in District 9. He's conducting a routine interrogation. The head of security, a man in his 40s wielding a knife in his right hand and with a severed left arm, cast a glance at the suited man lying in a pool of blood. He responded respectfully but composedly, "Oh, it's Supervisor Shen. No problem, then. Withdraw." With that, his 10-person team dispersed immediately. Profanities filled Shen Yan's mind as he silently cursed. This Jiang Mo is too cunning, dragging me into this as a scapegoat. When I get back, I'm burning this damn suit. Jiang Mo poured another basin of toilet water over the suited man's head. The man slowly regained consciousness, his eyes filled with terror. His voice trembled as he asked, "What did you do to me?" A glass bottle floated out from the villa again, hovering before him. The suited man was pinned to the ground, his face pale, blood still seeping from his severed limbs, and his body shaking uncontrollably. Jiang Mo's expression was ice cold. "Didn't I already explain? This drug amplifies your senses by tenfold: sight, touch, smell, taste, hearing, and yes, even pain. That magnified agony can rip through both the body and the soul." Jiang Mo pressed on. "Who's old Wu?" The suited man clenched his jaw, looking down, refusing to answer.
Jiang Montag sneered, "Loyal, who?"
Even Shen Yan, watching from the side, felt somewhat uneasy. He murmured that martial artists shared life and death bonds and wouldn't betray each other over a bit of pain.
Jiang Montag frowned.
"Supervisor Shen, would you happen to know a way to keep him conscious so the pain doesn't make him faint?" Shen Yan froze for a moment, his face scraping into an odd expression. "Let me do it." At that moment, Shi Jiao emerged from the villa, rubbing her eyes and dressed in a fluffy panda-themed loungewear set. Seeing her, Shen Yan felt like his entire world collapsed. Jiang Mo hastily approached her to remind her not to catch a chill. Shi Jiao, with a nonchalant wave, mentioned how warm her outfit was and joked about getting wet earlier in the day not being an issue. Shen Yan was so stunned he wanted to smack himself in the mouth, while Jiang Mo felt slightly awkward but proudly praised himself for picking such cozy and cute attire. Shi Jiao smiled with squinted eyes and nodded approvingly. Shi Jiao gestured, and a sliver of silver light whizzed through the air, embedding a thin silver needle into the top of the suited man's head. With a thought, Jiang Mo poured another large bottle of toilet water down the suited man's throat again. Tenfold pain for 30 seconds. At the same time, the villa neighborhood was once more torn apart with blood-curdling screams. The suited man desperately tried to lose consciousness, but the needle in his head disrupted his body's self-preservation mechanism, keeping him fully awake as he howled in extreme agony. The security team and nearby residents were frightened, but upon hearing it was Supervisor Shen from the Martial Artists Guild interrogating someone, quietly accepted it. In the courtyard, the suited man writhed and begged for death, his severed limbs flailing on the floor, his eyes void of hope and filled with despair. Even Shen Yan felt chills crawl down his scalp. Jiang Mo said coldly, "In the wilderness, They told me they'd break all 4 of my limbs to force out the spiritual fruit before snapping my neck. Take the head back to Chung Fangdong. Xin Yan froze for a moment before realizing it was about the spirit fruit. Shizhou's dark, shadowy eyes flashed with killing intent, and he asked in a low voice, "Did they really say that?" Jiang Emo smiled and nodded. "Yes. I've taken care of 3 of them already, and 4 were fed to the wolves." The man in the suit writhed on the ground. Jiang Emo glanced at him and said, "Let him die from the pain." As soon as those words fell, a small knife flashed through the air, slicing a wound across the man's face. The man in the suit let out a terrible scream, his senses amplified to the extreme, feeling every millimeter of the blade cutting through his flesh. I'll talk. I'll talk," he stammered, pleading for mercy. "Brother Wu. His name is Wu Deming. He's an instructor at the Wuda Martial Hall and the captain of the Red Tiger Martial Combat Team. Chung Fangdong offered 3 billion for your head." Jiang Emo committed those names: Red Tiger Martial Experts, Wuda Martial Hall, Chang Fangdong, to memory. He took another look at the man's strength. It wasn't impressive. Even after several seconds of engagement, Jiang only used up 6 points of mental energy. He compared this skill level to being similar to a red-tailed rat, hardly a significant threat. Yet, this guy had the audacity to go solo and enter the Blue Shore district to assassinate someone.
Jiang Montag sneered.
Ridiculous. 30 seconds later, the man's heightened senses slowly subsided, and he lay gasping for air. I'm a poison artisan," the man murmured, weakly and almost incoherent. Jiang Emo froze for a moment. Poison artisan? With poison, he could launch a stealthy surprise attack to silently kill his targets. Hospitals wouldn't be a safe option. He recalled the venom glands from a blue-ringed octopus, and an idea popped into his mind. He activated his mental strength, picking up a bottle labeled toilet water, a concoction he claimed was a fast-healing remedy. Jiang Emo activated his mental energy again. Miraculously, the severed limbs began to reattach themselves to the body. The left hand was inserted into the right leg's severed end, while the right hand went into the left leg's stump. Left and right calves switched places, growing to wrist positions. The man in the suit stared in horror, screaming, What are you doing to me?" Jiang Emo didn't answer and instead forced the bottle's contents down his throat. The rate of tissue regeneration and wound healing instantly accelerated tenfold. With a creepy, crunching sound of bones grinding against one another, blood and flesh began to regenerate. Warriors naturally possessed a better recovery rate than ordinary humans. Now, amplified tenfold, the process was torturous. The man let out piercing screams that went on for some time. 3 minutes later, his screams weakened, and he collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. His 2 hands were now attached to his legs, and the 2 calves were fused onto his wrists. Though not fully healed, the bones and nerves had miraculously reconnected, suggesting he would eventually recover. The man's eyes were hollow, his face a mask of despair. Xin Yan became so spooked that he instinctively took several steps back, stammering nervously, Zhejiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Emo replied matter-of-factly, making sure he can't run away. He's a sinister and ruthless poison artisan. We need to keep him in a controlled environment to prevent future sabotage. Xin Yan became even more alarmed. "You're bringing him back to the warrior guild? But he's not even your responsibility. You're just a high school student." Jiang Emo firmly replied, "Whose responsibility? Anyone could see and hear what just happened earlier. Manager Shin, you came here as the one in charge to capture him. Everyone in this district can testify to that." Xin Yan was speechless. The district's warrior guild manager, manipulated by an 18-year-old high schooler. What he had initially assumed would make him a shield now made him the scapegoat. Shizhou tugged at Jiang Mo's sleeve, her bright eyes sparkling. "So, you're giving this insurance-selling guy to Manager Shen to take back?"
Jiang Montag nodded calmly.
"I prepared some toxins this morning specifically for situations like this. Keeping a poison artisan around is too dangerous, so Manager Shin can assume the risk. Joe giggled mischievously. If he ends up messing the guy up, we'll make him compensate us with someone new. Shin Yen could only silently swallow his frustration. Could they not wait until he was gone before joking at his expense? But since the decision had been made, he had no say. As he looked at the poison artisan lying bound and battered on the ground, anger and helplessness boiled within him. Suddenly, understanding dawned. Joe had simply found a partner who shared her wicked sense of humor, both cunning and devious. Shin Yen started to ask Jiang Mo about the healing concoction, but Joe dismissed the notion immediately. Not for sale, she stated decisively, leaving no room for negotiation.
Jiang Montag waved casually.
Manager Shin, we won't disturb you any longer. When the funds have been tallied, transfer them to the account. You can take him away directly, no need for a formal goodbye. With a defeated sigh, Shun Yen reluctantly waved back, leaving in frustration. At the villa's backyard, beside the swimming pool, Jiang Mo continued fishing with his rod. With half an hour left in the divine sequence, time was precious not to waste. Joe brought over a small stool and sat beside him. She instinctively leaned against Jiang Mo's shoulder but then straightened up awkwardly, finding the gesture odd. Jiang Mo couldn't hide his faint disappointment. Joe picked up a purple flying sword from the pool's edge. So, this is the sword you fished out?
Jiang Montag nodded.
I've named it. Wait a moment. Joe chuckled and experimented with a couple of swings. The sword's hilt vibrated slightly as it released an ethereal purple glow. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. Though the sword's refining connection to him was only at 0.05%, he felt an emotional resonance with it. In that brief moment, Jiang distinctly sensed the sword's will awakened. Surprised, Jiang Mo murmured, "Is this sword intent? But don't you usually wield blades?" Joe handed the sword to him, smiling. The essence of sword intent, blade intent, and fist intent is the same, he said. The weapon is guided by the practitioner. If you can understand it, you can wield any weapon. Let me lay some groundwork for you first. Surely you don't mind? Jiang Mo eagerly took the gift, grinning from ear to ear. As soon as he held it, the refining progress jumped from 0.05% to 1%. Joe yawned, leaning casually against Jiang Mo's shoulder as she squinted at her gaming screen. She said absent-mindedly, "I need to drop by the lab tomorrow. I might come back late. I have to pick up some things and figure out what's with that snake." Jiang Mo, already engrossed in the intricacies of sword intent, nodded firmly. "Got it. I got things to handle tomorrow too. If you run into anything you can't solve, just give me a call." With that, the pair had calmly set the tone for the next day. Meanwhile, in the front yard, Shin Yen couldn't be bothered to neatly pack his things. He haphazardly shoved his combat gear into a box, grabbed the suited man by the collar, and bolted in a panic. To Shin Yen, the villa was nothing short of a sinister death trap, a place that grew increasingly dangerous the longer one lingered. As he fled, he shouted, "Run! Run! That merciless little demon and the cunning, ruthless Jiang Mo. The little devil, too terrifying. What a waste of a trip. We're at a huge loss. Didn't even catch the target. Instead, we just stirred up trouble." Dragging both the box and the suited man with him, Shun Yen disappeared in a streak of panic. The next morning at 8, Jiang Mo woke up feeling refreshed. After a night of cultivation, the progress on his technique, Rainy Night Star Observation Map, Silken Rain Chapter, had advanced to 5.66%. His mental energy was fully restored, and it had even improved, rising from 1,000 to 1,005. Though it was just a 5-point increase, it represented a qualitative breakthrough. The current value was displayed with a 10-fold multiplier, so by conventional logic, further improvement shouldn't have been possible. The only plausible explanation was the extreme path cultivation technique, Rainy Night Star Observation Map Star. He could even feel an increase in the intensity of his mental energy. Considering the multiplier would drop by midday tomorrow, reverting to regular values, He expected his training to yield even better results then. This realization put him in an exceptionally good mood. Instinctively, he extended his mental energy and noticed the adjacent bed had been tidied up and was now empty. His heart skipped a beat. The next moment, he found Shurjiu downstairs in the dining room. He asked her how she was feeling. Shurjiu, with a shrimp in her mouth, replied, "I'm recovered. Normally the poison should take 10 days to half a month to clear, but it's been gone in less than 2 days. It feels like my resistance to toxins suddenly skyrocketed." Jiang Emo buried his face in the bowl of porridge and repeated in a low voice, "It's good that nothing's wrong. Really, it's good that nothing's wrong." 9 o'clock, at the road intersection. Shurjiu was a little worried. "If anything unexpected happens, call me immediately. I'll come at once." Jiang Emo waved and smiled. "Don't worry. I'm just going to be the hidden last man standing, not to pick a fight." Shurjiu patted his shoulder. "All right, then I'm leaving first." After waving, she disappeared around the street corner. Jiang Emo headed in another direction, the 9th Martial Artist Hospital in Bincheng. The environment and equipment were far superior to Jiangxing 9th People's Hospital. There weren't many people in the morning, but almost all of them were martial artists with surging qi and blood. Ordinary people were rare. In the inpatient department, Jiang Emo, using his spiritual power that could cover 100 meters, quickly locked onto the locations of Cheng Fangdong, Li Yanxia, and Cheng Xiaofeng. Suddenly, his brow twitched. In the hospital garden, a middle-aged male patient in a hospital gown was strolling around, and ripples spread across his body like water, covering an area of about 20 meters. Spiritual power.
Jiang Montag shouted inwardly.
A mind cultivator. Jiang Emo had finally encountered another spiritual practitioner at a martial artist hospital in Zone 9. But he could sense the other person's spiritual power, while the other person seemed not to notice him at all. That middle-aged mind cultivator had a distinguished air and clearly wasn't from an ordinary background. Jiang Emo couldn't help muttering to himself, "My spiritual power is clearly stronger. Isn't Shurjiu the same way when she looks at me?" He collected himself and sat on a bench downstairs in the inpatient building, his spiritual power fixed on that family of 3. In the VIP ward on the 6th floor, Cheng Xiaofeng, with tubes inserted in him, was flying into a rage and had driven the caregiver out. Jiang Emo stroked his chin. As expected of a martial artist hospital, the medical equipment is strong. This condition should be treatable. He should be able to check out in a few months. It's just that I wonder what they did with those 10 things. Whether they cut them off or left them alone. In the 2 adjacent VIP wards, Li Yanxia and Cheng Fangdong were in even worse shape, especially Cheng Fangdong, who had thick tubes inserted all over him and had swollen up several times over. Wearing a hat and face covering, Jiang Emo had no intention of going up for a direct confrontation. He just wanted to watch the fun. Keep multiplying blood sugar, blood lipids, and blood pressure by 10? Too boring. Better make things more exciting. He locked his spiritual power onto Cheng Xiaofeng and muttered in his mind, "Multiply the number of legs by 10 for 5 seconds. In a flash, Cheng Xiaofeng stiffened all over, an expression of disbelief appearing in his eyes. He slowly lifted the blanket. His lower body was like a peacock fanning its tail with 20 legs. He rubbed his eyes and trembled as he moved his legs. 1, 2, 20 all moving at once. A scream erupted instantly. My legs, I've got 20 legs. Help!" He nearly rolled off the bed and frantically smashed the call button. The nurses rushed in. Seeing the tubes had come loose and yellow fluid spraying out like a fountain, the 3 of them panicked and hurriedly helped him back onto the bed. Cheng Xiaofeng cried out that he wanted someone to look at his 20 legs. The nurses exchanged glances and said with skeptical looks, "You only have 2 legs." Cheng Xiaofeng froze. 2 legs? Could it be an illusion? After the nurses comforted him for a while, they left. Jiang Emo calculated their comings and goings, then again muttered in Cheng Xiaofeng's mind, "Multiply the head by 10 for 10 seconds. Just as he was panting, his neck sank. His upper body wavered and toppled to one side. 20 heads appeared before his eyes. He grabbed his own head and screamed hysterically. I've grown so many heads. He flipped over and fell off the bed again, frantically pressing the call button. This time, 3 young nurses came rushing over with medical equipment. They set the equipment aside and, in a flurry, helped him back onto the bed. Chang Xiaofeng had returned to normal this time. He was lying on the floor pounding the call button, crying as he grabbed a nurse's arm and wailed, "Look carefully. I really have so many heads. Whoa, please help me. I don't want to be a monster." The 3 young nurses looked at each other. One of them thought for a moment, then hurried out and brought back a half-length mirror, placing it in front of Chang Xiaofeng. "Classmate Chang, take a good look. Your head and legs are both there. None missing, none missing." Xiaofeng Chang stared at the mirror without thinking. In the mirror, there was only a head. He turned his neck, and the head in the mirror moved with him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Could it be that he had been under too much stress these past 2 days and was dreaming? A nurse smiled and comforted him. "You're recovering very well. You'll be discharged in a few more days, so don't be too nervous." He waved her off impatiently. Got it. You 3 put the mirror by the bed and hurry out." Usually, he would have tried to flirt with a pretty nurse, but now, his chest felt blocked by a row of weak, formless things, and he had no interest at all. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions cooling, and still used the instruments they had brought to stop the bleeding and reconnect the tubes he had yanked out. After a few instructions, they left the ward. On the other side, in Li Yanxia's ward, she grabbed the attending physician with her swollen hand. "I think I heard Xiaofeng's voice. Is he okay?" After thinking for a moment, the attending physician said sternly, "Your son's head was pinched by the elevator doors when he was brought in, and his mind is unstable." He looked at Li Yanxia, his eyes carrying some sympathy, secretly thinking what sort of strange illness this family had. Then he sighed and said solemnly, "Don't worry. Captain Wu is my benefactor, and you were introduced by him. I'll do my best to treat you all." Only then did Li Yanxia relax a little and close her eyes. In the flower bed downstairs, Jiang Mo sat listening to someone speak, then gave a cold laugh. "Captain Wu has done you a favor? Then wouldn't that make him my enemy? If that's the case, then let's turn against each other tenfold." Back in the ward, Chang Xiaofeng lay there, tilting his head to look at himself in the mirror. Han Ruobing's messages kept coming on his phone, but he was too lazy to reply. Suddenly his eyes widened. There was a whole line of himself in the mirror. He turned around and saw several figures piled by the bed, all of them him. "Damn it! Who the hell are you? Why are you on my bed?" He started bickering with himself, and chaos erupted. 10 Chang Xiaofengs were fighting in the ward, dragging and flipping things around. The hospital bed and equipment were knocked over. Lu Zhengxiong and the nurses rushed in at the noise, only to see Chang Xiaofeng covered in blood, with panda eyes, sitting on the overturned bed, one hand grabbing his collar and the other slapping his own face nonstop, his face swollen all over. "I'm the real Chang Xiaofeng. You bastard dare impersonate me. I'll cripple you. Come on. If you've got the guts, cripple me. If you don't cripple me, I'll look down on you." Before he had even finished speaking, several, outside the ward, under the frightened eyes of the crowd, Chang Xiaofeng smashed a fist into his own crotch. "Ah!" He let out a twisted, explosive scream and convulsed to the floor. The little nurses froze. Lu Zhengxiong subconsciously clenched his legs together, his expression complicated. Although 10 of that thing can't multiply him by 10, right now it's just 10 times the pain. One of the nurses panicked. "Dr. Lu, has he gone crazy?" Lu Zhengxiong nodded, then shook his head. "A sequela from having his head pinched by the doors. Go prepare a room with monitoring. He can't stay in this one." The 3 hurried out. Lu Zhengxiong stepped forward to help him. Anger multiplied by 10, lasting 10 seconds. Crouched up, Chang Xiaofeng suddenly felt a surge of rage in his heart. "You bastard! Get lost!" He threw a punch at Lu Zhengxiong, who was right in front of him. Lu Zhengxiong dodged and stepped on Cheng's back to pin him down. He was also a martial artist, and seeing Chang try to get up, he stomped hard to hold him in place. Looks like he's really gone crazy. Go get the needles, the sedative, he shouted outside the door. Power times 10 for 3 seconds. Explosive power times 10 for 3 seconds. The next moment, a terrifying recoil surged up from beneath Lu Zhengxiong's feet. Before he could even react, he was hurled away, crashing hard into the ward door and sliding down to sit on the floor. Chang Xiaofeng struggled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and roared ferociously, "I'm going to cripple you!" Then he delivered a savage kick straight at Lu Zhengxiong's groin. Lu Zhengxiong let out a miserable scream on the spot, slid down the wall, curled up, and convulsed, completely losing the ability to resist. Chang Xiaofeng seemed to go berserk, riding on his fury and strength as he rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, venting all the frustration he had been bottling up for the past 2 days. 3 seconds later, the boosted strength and explosive power vanished. 10 seconds later, the rage subsided. Chang Xiaofeng instantly came back to his senses and collapsed to the ground, howling while clutching a certain part of himself, his actions shockingly identical to Lu Zhengxiong's. The young nurse who returned with the sedative saw this scene. Just then, a well-maintained, elegant-looking woman rushed through the door. Lu Zhengxiong's wife, Cui Siwen, deputy director of the 9th Martial Artist Hospital. The moment she saw her husband, her eyes turned red, and she hugged him while screaming, "What happened? Can someone tell me what happened?" One of the young nurses pointed at Chang Xiaofeng on the floor. "That patient first crippled himself, then did this to Dr. Lu." Cui Siwen gritted her teeth and kicked Cheng away, then carried her husband out of the ward, her mind filled with only one thought. He absolutely had to be saved. Zhang Mo withdrew his spiritual power, phone in hand, the screen displaying Lu Zhengxiong's profile in the 9th Martial Artist Hospital. True scum only needs the slightest move to become this, and can collapse the enemy's united front from within. The hospital was about to become a living hell for the Cheng family. Cheng Fangdong, Li Yanxia, and Chang Xiaofeng. Chang Xiaofeng's kick, with power multiplied by 10 and explosive force multiplied by 10, had ended in utter disaster. Even if old Wu stepped in, Lu Zhengxiong probably wouldn't let the 3 of them off. If Deputy Director Cui didn't take out her anger somewhere, it would be a waste of her years of widowhood. Zhang Mo stretched lazily, thinking to himself, "Let them wear each other down for a while first, then I'll come harvest the results." But he still felt unwilling to stop there, so his spiritual power landed on Li Yanxia and Cheng Fangdong again. Nose hair growth speed times 10, excretion production speed times 10. The ward door was left ajar. Li Yanxia heard the commotion and tried to sit up, but a mess of tubes pinned her to the bed. She suddenly sneezed violently, blood spraying from her nose, and thick nose hairs actually began to protrude from her nostrils at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, a foul stench spread out, drifting through the crack in the door into the VIP corridor. The next ward door was tightly shut. Cheng Fangdong was talking nonsense to a nurse, a malicious grin still hanging on his pig-head-swollen face. Suddenly, he sneezed. His nose hairs shot out wildly, and a wave of stench burst forth. The nurse froze, quickly hit the call button, and ran off. "Get a caregiver, now. The patient has been incontinent." Ugh, the hallway was starting to stink too. Cheng Fangdong lay there so embarrassed he wanted to burrow into the ground, blood gushing from his nose, his lower body like a burst dam. The VIP section on the 6th floor of the inpatient building plunged into chaos. The people on the 2 hospital beds in the 2 wards were sent bouncing upward by an inexplicable force, turning into 2 balls. And the doctor who had just come in for an examination fled at top speed as well. Downstairs, Zhang Mo withdrew his spiritual power and quietly concealed his accomplishments. He pulled out his phone and checked Wu Deming's information. An intermediate martial artist, with blood and chi approaching 10,000, and the Red Tiger Squad had 12 members in total. He had already taken out 3 of them, fed 4 to wolves, and 1 was being held at the Martial Artists Association. Zhang Mo thought, aside from Wu Deming, the rest also need to be rooted out completely to avoid them causing trouble behind the scenes. And then there's that Wuda Martial Arts Hall. While he was pondering this, someone suddenly sat down beside him. It was the mental master from before. He smiled and introduced himself. My name is Su Yunfeng, captain of the 5th Squad of the patrol team in District 9 of Binhai City, an intermediate mental master. You have potential. Take me as your master, and within half a year you can become something great. Zhang Mo shifted slightly and touched the baseball cap on his head. Su Yunfeng was talkative and full of confidence, but Zhang Mo knew very well that his current mental power, after being multiplied by 10, was 1005, which counted as intermediate. If it weren't for the strength brought by Yuye Guanxing Tu, no one would have been able to sense him at all. Su Yunfeng, though he had sensed something unusual, still could not see through Zhang Mo. Seeing that Zhang Mo had no reaction, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but speak even more enthusiastically. You may still not know how powerful a mental master is. At noon yesterday, a powerful mental master came to Binhai and, in less than 10 seconds, killed a second-level blue ring octopus, one that was over 20 meters long. If you're willing to take me as your master, with your potential, you'll sooner or later become a big shot like that too. Zhang Mo stood up indifferently and stretched. Let's talk about it later. After speaking, he walked toward the hospital entrance without looking back. Su Yunfeng chased after him like a monkey and shouted, "Little brother, don't go. I'm not a scammer." He made such a racket that passers-by all looked over. Zhang Mo got annoyed and simply sped up, vanishing in an instant. Holy crap, so fast.
Su Yunfeng froze.
That speed is faster than many intermediate martial artists. No wonder he doesn't want to take me as his master. He smugly thought about how noble and superior mental masters were. Just then, Zhang Chong rushed over and grabbed Su Yunfeng. Where did you take my big shot? The one wearing the baseball cap just now was the mental master who killed the blue ring octopus yesterday in seconds. You scared him off. Su Yunfeng immediately panicked. What? That wasn't mental power I could sense. Zhang Chong sneered. Would it still be a big shot if you could sense him? Su Yunfeng instantly felt incredibly stupid. An intermediate master with mental power exceeding 2000 had actually wanted to take a real big shot as his disciple. Zhang Chong patted his shoulder to ease the mood, then asked about his condition. Su Yunfeng said he was almost recovered and was going to attend the centennial rally for number 9 middle school the day after tomorrow, a fierce look in his eyes. Someone pushed my younger brother out of number 9 middle school. I'll go take a look then. Zhang Mo stopped by a supermarket on the way to buy some vegetables. When he returned to the empty villa, he was a little dazed. Sure, Joe wasn't there, and he didn't feel like cooking either. He opened an energy pill and swallowed it, then brought a wash basin from the bathroom. Zhang Mo placed the fishing rod beside the sofa, then took out his beloved little fishing rod. He thought to himself, since I'm a conceptual fishing guy, fishing in a swimming pool and fishing in a wash basin make no difference. So he repeatedly activated his skills in his mind. Divine Sequence Fishing Guy, quantity times 10, duration 10 hours. Luck times 10, duration 10 hours. In an instant, one divine sequence turned into 10, each lasting 1 hour, exactly 10 hours with no waste. The fishing rod entered the water, and the countdown began. He also activated his cultivation buffs. Comprehension times 10, understanding times 10, cultivation speed times 10, lasting 10 hours. Zhang Mo closed his eyes and cultivated Yuye Guanxing Tu, fishing and cultivation both at once. Whatever he fished up would automatically land on the living room carpet. Ding! Items kept popping out. Flame crystal, resource, upper-graded Xian tier, cloud pattern gloves, weapon, upper-graded heaven tier, invisibility talisman, support talisman, lower-graded heaven tier, 8 treasures purple gold spear, weapon, middle-graded Xian tier. The sun slowly set. At 6 in the evening, the mental power action triggered cooking skill times 10 again, and the kitchen tools started cooking on their own. At 7, the front door was gently pushed open, and Shizhou came in wearing panda slippers. She casually tossed a golden item to Zhang Mo. Storage badge. This is my grandma's relic, so I found you a new one. She sat down, And when she saw the floor covered in treasures, she froze. Jiang Emo smiled and said, I fished all of these up. Take whatever you like. He extended his psychic power into the storage badge and found that it was still that 20 times 20 times 20 meter large space, with a silver shuttle-shaped shield inside, about 1 meter in diameter. Jiang Emo took it out and his face lit up. It was the stellar shuttle. Shi Jiao also came back to her senses. Jiang Emo explained, a kind of psychic weapon, it can also fly. It's the kind of device that can take you flying. A system overlay appeared online. Name: Stellar Shuttle Category, Psychic Weapon Grade, Heaven Rank Upper Grade Refinement Progress. 0 Note: the Stellar Shuttle is an exceptional psychic weapon, combining attack, flight, and defense in one, with 12 layers of seals, suitable for psychic practitioners at all stages. Jiang Emo swallowed hard. Heaven Rank Upper Grade. This Stellar Shuttle was not some ordinary flying sword. Wait, Heaven Rank Upper Grade, with 12 layers of seals inside, each layer corresponding to a realm. In other words, Jiang Emo didn't need to use 100-fold amount of psychic power to push that pitiful little bit of progress the way he would when refining a flying sword. Jiang Emo stared at the Stellar Shuttle, his eyes shining. Shi Jiao asked with a smile, Do you like it?
Jiang Montag nodded hurriedly.
Jiang Emo casually handed over a stack of gloves to Shi Jiao. These are for you. Last time you were poisoned and your hands were injured. Just wear them. Shi Jiao looked down and froze. The gloves were shrouded in mist, Heaven Rank Upper Grade, and not a pair, but a whole stack, at least 10 pairs. She was a little stunned. So many. Jiang Emo said it was only natural to wear them alternately when one pair got old or damaged. The living room was piled high with treasures he had hooked up. Weapons, talismans, materials, and even strange valuables that Shi Jiao couldn't identify. Shi Jiao reminded him in a low voice, Your sequence is way too outrageous. Don't let anyone know before you become a transcendent.
Jiang Montag nodded.
He knew it was dangerous if he was targeted. Only after becoming a transcendent could he protect himself. He also let Shi Jiao pick whatever usable items she wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, his fishing rod moved again, and he hauled up a string of 10 6-tier fire flame crystals. Shi Jiao sat down on the floor and began rummaging through the stuff. Jiang Emo held the Stellar Shuttle in his arms, but his psychic power once again sank into the storage badge. He set the password to 3366959 and, with a thought, said, Space length times 10, space width times 10, space height times 10. The originally 20 times 20 times 20 equals 8,000 cubic meter space inside the badge instantly became 200 times 200 times 200 is equal to 8 million cubic meters. Then he chanted again, Space volume times 10. The volume expanded once more to 80 million cubic meters. Jiang Emo thought with satisfaction that when he truly encountered that kind of heaven-defying treasure, he could just use this method to enlarge both his own space and Shi Jiao's badge. Surrounding range times 10. Instantly, the original retrieval range of a 3-meter radius became 30 meters. He sealed the storage badge back up, then let his gaze fall on Shi Jiao again. Shi Jiao sat amid a pile of treasures, her face small and tense, frowning as she looked left and right and touched this and that with her hands, the textbook picture of decision-making paralysis. Jiang Emo didn't disturb her. Quietly, he moved from the sofa to the rug, closer to her side, and infused his psychic power into the Stellar Shuttle, beginning to refine this heaven-rank upper-grade psychic weapon. Just like a flying sword, the Stellar Shuttle also contained runes. The moment his psychic power touched it, the runes lit up, and the system panel showed, Refinement Progress 1%, Psychic Power Consumed 1. Jiang Emo felt delighted inwardly. This is an exceptional psychic weapon? It's actually this easy to refine. Refinement speed times 10. His psychic power surged. In less than 5 seconds, the first layer of seals lit up by 1/10, consuming 10 points of psychic power, progress reaching 10%. In the next instant, the entire first layer of seals lit up, bursting like fireworks in his mind. The silver shield-like psychic weapon slowly rose into the air, and the Stellar Shuttle instantly scattered into 1,080 silver blades before recombining and transforming into various forms. Sergio looked up in a daze. You're done refining it already?
Jiang Montag nodded.
Finished refining it. I didn't expect it to be this easy. The Starchaser shuttle kept changing shape until it finally turned into a silver bracelet and landed on Jiang Mo's left wrist. At this moment, the Starchaser shuttle was a perfect fit with his mental power, as natural as an extension of his own arm with no awkwardness at all. Jiang Mo thought to himself that when he truly became powerful in the future, he would upgrade it to Tier 120, and it would still be a supreme weapon. He also said, I've got the sequence, so I can keep fishing. Sergio turned around and leaned against Jiang Mo's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Her ponytail fell along his arm into his palm, ticklish and soft. The two of them started chatting back and forth. Jiang Mo said it was all thanks to her abyss fruit. Sergio said that was her life-saving fruit, and that Jiang Mo was her lifesaver. Sergio had used his identity for martial artist certification, which was why Supervisor Shin said he was lucky. In the end, after all their back and forth, they both arrived at the same conclusion. It was all because they were lucky. Jiang Mo also used his mental power to bring over the dishes he had prepared in the kitchen, letting them float in the air. Both of them were mind power users, so they could eat without using their hands, but habit still made them pick up their chopsticks with mental power. Deep into the night, their voices gradually fell silent. The two of them slept in the first-floor living room back to back. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Mo had already tidied up the living room. The room was clean, except for a few talismans. He had packed everything else into Sergio's storage badge. Sergio sat cross-legged in front of the sofa, resting her head on the coffee table, and asked while watching Jiang Mo busy himself in the kitchen, Are you going to school this afternoon? Jiang Mo hummed in response. There'll be something unexpected at noon. I'll deal with it before going. Sergio didn't ask further. Then I'll go in the afternoon too. She yawned. I want to set up a lab here.
Jiang Montag smiled.
Just treat it like your own home. Sergio considered it briefly. The third floor or the basement? The basement. The third floor had practically become a forbidden zone, with Cheng Xiaofeng's room torn apart and then sealed again. The basement was actually a split-level lower floor with a layout similar to the second floor, but with more space. After breakfast, Sergio went into the basement to start setting up the laboratory. Jiang Mo sat in the first-floor living room, focusing on cultivating the rainy night stargazing chart. The progress of the Silk Rain chapter had already reached 7.99%, faster than expected. At noon, the tenfold countdown reminder sounded, and Jiang Mo stopped cultivating. A blood essence pill had gone from 1 pill to 10, but he wasn't sure whether he could withstand 10 times the medicinal potency, so he hadn't multiplied all of them yet. 1 second before the countdown ended, he multiplied 1 blood essence pill by 10 and held it in his mouth. In an instant, a sense of weakness spread from the depths of his soul. The light screen before him changed.
Name, Jiang Montag.
Gender male. Age 18. Level 0. Blood and chi value 3. Lifespan 4 days. Ability. Tenfold, cannot be stacked. Number of times the ability may be used. Infinite. His spiritual power and cultivation technique had vanished. In the basement, Sergio charged over like a gust of wind. Seeing Jiang Mo lying half dead on the sofa, her entire face went pale, and her hands were trembling. She was afraid that if she touched him, he would shatter. Jiang Mo smiled at her, then rolled that chi blood pill back into his mouth. A wave of warmth instantly spread through his body. The absorption of tenfold allowed him to recover rapidly, and his chi blood jumped to 11. He swallowed a second tenfold pill, and his chi blood rose slightly to 15. He kept swallowing from the third and fourth all the way to the 8th pill, bringing his chi blood to barely 30. After confirming that he could withstand 10 times the medicinal power, he multiplied the medicinal effect by 10 as well. The 9th pill entered his mouth, and his chi blood leapt to 50. After the 10th pill, his chi blood reached 70, recovering to the pre-tenfold quasi-martial artist state. The vanished spiritual power and cultivation technique also returned. Spiritual power, 155. Surui arc progress, 9%. Jiang Emo stood up and looked at Sergio. See? I'm fine, don't worry. Sergio was still standing there, tears at the corners of her eyes, her entire body exuding a chilling, killing intent. In a hoarse, trembling voice, she asked, "Who did this?" Jiang Emo suddenly understood. So the original owner had been forced like a beast every day, not getting enough to eat or wear, and the resources issued by the school had also been taken away by others, yet he had still become a martial artist, not because of talent, but because someone had used forbidden drugs, sacrificing his origin and potential to forcibly push his chi blood upward. So this was just forcing the seedlings to grow. No wonder when his chi blood value had reached 50 just now, his lifespan was still 10 years. Now that his chi blood had reached 70, his lifespan was still 10 years. Calculated at 11-fold, that would be 100 years, but Jiang Emo felt it could still be recovered, so there was no rush to use 10-fold again right now. "Don't worry, I'll make them pay 10-fold, Sergio said with her head lowered, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Your condition can't be treated with chi blood pills," she said. "You need the Tianbao Yuanshan pill to repair the damaged origin and potential." The hospital had previously said to use chi blood pills because Jiang Mo's chi blood had been scattered at the time, and chi blood pills could treat that symptom. The real root cause was depletion of the origin and exhaustion of potential. Only the Tianbao Yuanshan pill could hold up. But judging by her expression, this pill was definitely extremely rare. Sergio looked at Jiang Emo, paused, then said firmly, "Don't worry. I'll definitely find the Tianbao Yuanshan pill." Jiang Emo couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Sergio froze completely. The ferocity on her face vanished instantly, and she looked stunned, a little at a loss. Jiang Emo awkwardly withdrew his hand, picked up the fishing rod on the coffee table, and said with a smile to brush it off, "Actually, there's no need to rush. Didn't you say my sequence is freakish? Maybe one day I'll fish out a Tianbao Yuanshan pill." In his heart, he multiplied the probability of fishing up a pill by 10 again. Besides, he still had 4 abyss fruits on him. When luck was right, he'd try eating another one. Jiang Emo asked again, "Are there any other pills whose effects are similar to the Tianbao Yuanshan pill? Even if they're a bit weaker, that's fine." Sergio sat down and thought for a moment, then said, "The Xiaoyun pill. Its medicinal properties are roughly similar to the Tianbao Yuanshan pill, but far inferior, and it can't fully heal your injuries. The Xiaoyun pill is produced by the authorities, and you have to buy it with contribution points." Contribution points? Jiang Emo was stunned for a moment. Sergio explained. Contribution points were set up by the authorities to encourage martial artists to go into the wilderness and hunt mutated beasts. They could be exchanged for official, non-circulating items. They were obtained by killing mutated beasts and selling them through the guild or official channels. Besides money, you would also receive contribution point rewards. A level 1 mutated beast gave 1 point, level 2 gave 10, level 3 gave 100, and so on. Jiang Emo pulled out his phone to check his account. Balance 9,236,549.33 yuan. The combat suits from yesterday had sold for 3 million, and the money arrived this morning. There was also another line below, contribution balance, 100 points. The red-tailed rats and silver moon wolves he had sold 2 days ago had had their contribution points split 50-50 with Sergio. His eyes lit up. He could buy Xiaoyun pills in bulk. If the medicinal potency wasn't enough, he could make up for it with quantity. Hunting mutated beasts for contribution points? He could do plenty of that. Seeing him excited, Sergio tugged at his sleeve. "Xiao Jiang, I know you're excited, but for now don't. What did you call me?" Jiang Emo froze, his face turning red. Sergio blinked again. "Xiao Momo?" Jiang Emo coughed, steadying himself. "Hunting mutated beasts to exchange for contribution points. I'll do it myself. Take it as training before entering Tianhuang Martial Arts University." Tianhuang Martial Arts University was the #1 martial arts university in the Xia country. Besides meeting the required chi blood and mental strength standards for admission, one also needed mutated beast combat records, that is, contribution points. Contribution points could not be transferred. They could only be obtained through a martial artist personally hunting mutated beasts. They were issued by the Martial Arts Association and other official institutions. Of course, there were other rules as well, which Jiang Mo didn't know. Sure, Ju nodded. All right, then I'll help you find Tianba Wanchenden, and we'll tackle it from both sides. Don't rush into the wilderness zone yet. These next 2 days, I'll give you special training first. Jiang Mo recalled that in the wilderness there had been that cyan flame owl descending from the sky and the blood-eyed golden tiger lying in ambush. At the time, his spiritual power hadn't even detected them. He really did need practice. Shurjiu took out paper and a pen, crouched by the coffee table, and began drawing up a training plan for Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo added, "If you really find that pill, don't rush to buy it. Bring me to take a look at what it looks like." Shurjiu looked up and smiled. "Then the two of us will go chang it together?" Jiang Mo, "That works too." Training began with a rapid-fire narration. Brain strength times 10. Brain capacity times 10. Spiritual power times 10. Spiritual power intensity times 10. Spiritual power coverage radius times 10. Duration. Until the next cultivation of observing the star map on a rainy night. In an instant, Jiang Mo's spiritual power increased from 155 to 1550, and its coverage radius reached 150 meters. After changing into their school uniforms, the two went to school. Lunch break had just ended, and the senior year building was in a state of chaos. Jiang Mo told Shurjiu to go back to class first while he went to find Teacher Su. His hospital expenses had all been paid by Teacher Su, and aside from the refunded VIP room fee, the nutrition fee and medical expenses were still owed, totaling about 120,000. He had to pay it back. He didn't see Teacher Su in the homeroom teacher's office, and after sending out his spiritual power to search the school, he still found no trace of him. Frowning, he muttered, "Could he not have come yet?" Given Teacher Su's usual dedication, that shouldn't be the case. When he returned to the classroom, the students of Class 14 were chatting as usual, and those who saw him naturally greeted him. Jiang Mo's seat was in the middle of the first row. His original deskmate, Zhang Qilin, had been replaced by someone else, and he showed a trace of awkwardness before quickly looking away. Jiang Mo ignored him and headed straight for the back row. Shurjiu was sitting second from the back by the window, the seat beside him empty. His head lowered as he continued writing the training plan. At that moment, Han Ruobing walked up to him and said coldly, "You were the one who broke the appointment and didn't bring back the thing I wanted. We're done here. Don't come bother me again." She folded her arms across her chest, her eyes full of disgust. As soon as her words fell, some kind of nauseating stench of death exploded in Jiang Mo's mind, instantly giving him a spinning kick. "Ugh," he retched.
Han Ruobing exploderade in anger.
"Jiang Mo, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Mo hurriedly waved his hands. "No, it's not like that. Don't misunderstand. I don't have that kind of feeling for you." Seeing Han Ruobing come closer, he backed away several steps, his face full of disgust and resistance. "Why you stay away from me?" Ugh! That smell had come from the sudden impact when he entered Chang Xiaofeng's room at noon. The computer was playing a video of Han Ruobing, and the odor was strange and pungent, even more nauseating than silver moon wolves or blood-eyed golden tigers. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten anything at noon, or he really would have thrown up. Han Ruobing stared at him, nearly spewing fire. Jiang Mo quickly tried to smooth over the awkwardness, but he still couldn't explain it clearly right away. He kept backing away. Han Ruobing put on a cold front and shouted, "Don't worry, I won't cling to you. Stay away from me." Just as the words left her mouth and she saw Jiang Mo's expression, she actually retched herself. The classroom was first silent, then burst into laughter. Han Ruobing's face flushed red. Swallowing the words, deliberately playing hard to get, she stormed back to her seat. She had imagined countless times how Jiang Mo would act when he came back. Aloof, clingy, pretending not to care while secretly watching her. Yet the very first thing he did was spit in her face, making her grind her teeth in anger. Jiang Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief and strode over to sit next to Shurjiu, even asking, "Is someone sitting here?" Shurjiu looked up with a smile. "Nope." The two sat down naturally, and the classroom fell silent again. Embarrassed and furious, Han Ruobing lost her temper. The classmates started heckling, guessing that Jiang Emo had fallen for someone else. Others spread the rumor that Shi Jiao was formidable as soon as she arrived. She had once broken someone's leg with a chair, and that she was a martial artist. Hearing this, Jiang Emo poked Shi Jiao's arm and asked, "What's wrong with them?" Shi Jiao answered awkwardly, though she was smiling, and continued lowering her head to work on her plan while secretly rubbing her stomach. Turns out she hadn't had much of an appetite at noon. Jiang Emo took a pink lunchbox from his bag and put it on the desk, then stuffed an energy pill into his mouth and said casually, "Lunch." Shi Jiao opened it in delight. 3 dishes and a soup, smiling as brightly as spring. The whole class was stunned. Why was this new student so familiar with Jiang Emo? Han Ruobing was even angrier and cursed under her breath. Scumbag and slut. Vowing to make them pay. Before the class bell rang, Shi Jiao swallowed the last shrimp, put away the lunchbox, and asked, "You're just letting her off like that?"
Jiang Montag jaunert.
With a tiny little mind like mine, how could I possibly let her off? With a burst of mental power, the malice in Han Ruobing's eyes nearly overflowed. She was clearly holding something nasty back. Jiang Emo was a bit baffled. He clearly hadn't provoked her. Leg hair growth rate times 10. Fat accumulation rate times 10. Body odor times 10. The next moment, Han Ruobing's desk mate suddenly frowned. He frowned, pinching his nose in disgust. "Did your perfume expire? Why do you smell like scallion lamb?" Han Ruobing glared back at him. "Nonsense. If you want to change seats, go find the teacher. Don't make baseless accusations." At that moment, a female teacher in her 30s with long golden waves walked in, glanced around and said flatly, "Self-study for this period." Then she frowned again. "Who's eating scallion lamb in the classroom? And it's gone sour too." Everyone in the classroom covered their noses. Jiang Emo looked at her, stunned for a moment. Shi Jiao shook her head. "Don't know her." The boy in the front row leaned over and said quietly, "Her name is Chun Weiju. She's the new homeroom teacher. Teacher Su has been taken away."
Jiang Montag was shocked.
"Taken away?" the boy said miserably. That day during class, a few people in uniform came and took Teacher Su away. Before Teacher Su was taken, he handed the 60,000 that everyone had scraped together to Zhang Qilin and told him to buy you a blood qi pill. Jiang Emo froze, recalling the missing medical record sheet at the hospital. He had once thought it was old Wu, called by Cheng Fengdong, who had tampered with it. Only now did he realize Zhang Qilin may have been secretly skimming money for himself. Jiang Emo swept Zhang Qilin with his mental power and found that his blood and qi had already reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. He asked calmly, "Did Zhang Qilin give you the blood qi pill?" Wang Yong froze. "He didn't." Everyone was even more shocked. A few days earlier, when Jiang Emo had been brought back from the wilderness zone, he was nearly dead, and many classmates had gone to see him. Jiang Emo stood up, wanting to walk to the front row to demand answers, but the moment he smelled a sour stench, he quickly stepped back. Everyone in the classroom was covering their noses. Shi Jiao by the window hurried to open it. Han Ruobing's face turned red. Scratching at her leg and feeling singled out, her desk mate started dry heaving. In the end, Han Ruobing covered her face and ran out of the classroom, and only then did the smell slowly disperse. Turns out her body odor had caused all the trouble. It was finally confirmed. The smell was actually the class beauty's body odor. No wonder Jiang Emo threw up just now. Feeling relieved, he calculated in his mind. Han Ruobing and Cheng Xiaofeng are truly birds of a feather. He should find a chance to let her go keep Cheng Xiaofeng company too. Turning to stare at Zhang Qilin, Jiang Emo asked coldly, "The qi and blood pill that Teacher Su asked you to buy for me, why haven't you given it to me yet?" The classroom fell silent in an instant. The classmates, still dazed from the smell, turned their eyes toward Zhang Qilin. Zhang Qilin's face went pale, panicking. "I don't know what you're talking about. I already gave it to you at the hospital." Sun Yuanyuan was no better. Jiang Emo smiled faintly. "Do you know about surveillance?" Zhang Qilin froze, then shot back, Then go check the surveillance. How can you slander me like this? We're done as friends. The others muttered. He treats Zhang Qilin as a friend? He's clearly a sucker. So many cultivation resources all ended up in his mouth. Jiang Emo took out his phone and asked Shi Jiao to help edit the video. Shi Jiao took the phone, flipped through a few photos of her wearing panda loungewear, smiled as she picked out a few and said, "Pretty." Then she started editing the video. Not long after, the video was finished. Jiang Emo added the account to the class group and posted the video. From the medical record going missing to him printing a new one, to unexpectedly running into Zhang Qilin at the pharmacy entrance, and then to him spending his own money to buy the qi and blood pill, the surveillance footage restored the whole sequence frame by frame. Especially at the pharmacy entrance, the moment Zhang Qilin hid the qi and blood pill behind his back was crystal clear. The class exploded. Everyone pulled out their phones and saw it all clearly. The conversation between the doctor and Jiang Emo was recorded by him without missing a single word, and transmitted into everyone's ears. Later, Jiang Emo left the hospital and headed straight to a nearby supermarket. During that time, he never ran into Zhang Qilin again. In the classroom, Jiang Emo looked at Zhang Qilin in the front row and said, "I have evidence. It's your turn to prove your innocence." Zhang Qilin stared at the phone, his face turning red and white in turns, his mind exploding. Jiang Emo had actually recorded everything in the hospital. He forced himself to defend in a stiff voice. "I gave it to you after you left the supermarket." But the video ended right after Jiang Emo entered the supermarket. Jiang Emo looked at Sun Yuanyu and beside him. "Did you see him give it to you?" Sun Yuanyu panicked for a moment, then quickly hardened her tone. "I can testify. Zhang Qilin was waiting outside the supermarket, and he only gave it to you after you left. You clearly have money, so why use Teacher Su's money?" The classmates snorted with laughter, already having a pretty good idea. It was the two of them who had pocketed the medicine Teacher Su gave them. At that moment, Lu Pin suddenly said, "That supermarket was on the news that day. It had seafood mutations, a blue-ringed octopus invasion, and the supermarket was put under lockdown. Call the police." Shi Jiao shook his phone. "I already did. There are surveillance cameras in the supermarket and on the street. 600,000 isn't a small amount. The police will get to the bottom of it." Zhang Qilin was completely panicked. Sun Yuanyu changed her expression again. "I'll tell you. That day I went to meet my boyfriend. I didn't go to the hospital and I wasn't with Zhang Qilin. I didn't see him give it to Jiang Emo." She then dropped another bombshell. "Zhang Qilin told me the qi and blood pill cost 500,000 yuan each. Teacher Su gave him 600,000, which was only enough to buy one pill. He said the remaining 100,000 would be split between us, and he'd give me 50,000 to keep quiet." The classroom erupted in shock. Thinking back to what the pharmacy doctor had said, a medical record slip could get you 3 qi and blood pills at a 40% discount. The slip Jiang Emo had lost had obviously been taken by Zhang Qilin. That meant Zhang Qilin used 300,000 to buy one pill, then lied to Sun Yuanyu and said it cost 500,000, even giving her 50,000 to keep quiet. His actions were truly despicable. Zhang Qilin's face flushed red. In his rage, he blurted, "So what if I didn't give it to you? Aren't you sitting here now? I was just one step away from breaking through, and it was only one pill. Why are you being so petty? Jiang Emo, can't you help me one more time?" Lu Pin sneered. "Is this emotional blackmail?" The classmates began criticizing and mocking him, and the atmosphere left Zhang Qilin with nowhere to hide. Lin was seething in place. Fine, Jiang Emo, since you're not showing any regard for our past." Someone sneered. Lu Pin chimed in again. "What regard do you even have with him? He's always been the one supporting you. Your family is well off. So why do you keep leeching off Jiang Emo?" Zhang Qilin fell silent, then stood up and walked toward the door. Just then, 2 martial artists in uniform came in from outside. "Who called the police?" someone asked. In this world, police officers are mostly martial artists, responsible for handling matters related to martial artists. Jiang Emo raised his hand. "I did. Some time ago I was injured, and the homeroom teacher raised 600,000 yuan for me to buy medicine, but he pocketed it all. The girl beside him gave false testimony for him, and I have evidence. As he spoke, Jiang Mo turned off the phone's recording function. Sun Yuanyuan's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected that she had already let it slip. Zhang Qilin also cried out, "Jiang Mo, you want to take it this far?" Jiang Mo ignored him. The two police officers immediately turned serious. Embezzling 600,000 yuan was no small matter. "Students, come back to the police station with us to cooperate with the investigation." In their eyes, everyone in the class was a witness. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Chun Weiju, who had been hiding in the office playing on her phone, hurried over. Upon hearing that the police were going to take the students away, she quickly stepped in to stop them. "Officer, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't take the students away." She was afraid word would get out and ruin her prospects. The officer said coldly, 600,000 yuan is not a misunderstanding." Lu Pin stood up and shouted, "Perfect. Let's go out and get some fresh air." Chun Weiju's face turned pale. Once the 600,000 yuan mess blew up, her newly assumed homeroom position would be gone. Her eyes fixed on Jiang Mo, wanting to suppress the matter. But Jiang Mo muttered inwardly, "Feces generation rate, times 10. Sphincter relaxation, times 10. Want to suppress it? Not a chance." Chen Weiju suddenly clamped her legs together, covered her butt with both hands, and walked off in a bizarre inward pigeon-toed gait, fleeing the classroom in utter embarrassment. Jiang Mo had only multiplied the output rate by 10, not the storage capacity, so she didn't turn into a jet soldier. He silently took the lesson to heart. In the future, when doing this kind of biochemical X10 modification, he had to leave enough safety distance, or even he'd end up in trouble. Han Ruobing was the perfect example. After Chen Weiju ran off, Jiang Mo looked at the police. "Our former homeroom teacher, Su Qi, is also involved. Teacher Su should come out and explain too." The police nodded to say they would notify him, but said not the whole class needed to go. Just a few representatives would do. LV Pin immediately shouted, "No way! The whole class has to go. Right, we're all witnesses. We all have to go." The class echoed in agreement. Zhang Qilin and Sun Yuanyuan's faces turned livid. The two policemen seemed to see something and didn't stop them much. The police station was only 2 streets away from number 9 high school, but they still sent a bus to pick up the students. Zhang Qilin and Sun Yuanyuan were taken away directly by police car. At the police station, Jiang Mo handed over the video edited by Shi Jiu along with the classroom footage and gave his statement. The two sat on a bench outside the interrogation room and waited. Zhang and Sun were still inside the interrogation room, while the other classmates were arranged in the lobby, waiting quietly. Shi Jiu yawned and said in a muffled voice, "Teacher Su was definitely set up. Chun Weiju just shoved him out of the way." They had already learned on the way there that when Teacher Su was taken away, Chun Weiju had parachuted in to take over Class 14. In the 3rd year of high school, changing homeroom teachers like that couldn't possibly be a last-minute decision. It meant it had been planned long ago. From start to finish, they hadn't seen Teacher Su at all. Jiang Mo looked hollow-eyed. "If only I knew some big shot. One phone call and all the injustice and conspiracies would disappear." Shi Jiu took out his phone to contact Xin Yan. The figure passed in front of them, then turned back. Zhang Chong stared at the boy in the high school uniform and asked hesitantly, "Student, have we met before?" Jiang Mo looked up and pretended to ask, "Are you a big shot?" Zhang Chong froze. "Aha." Jiang Mo said solemnly, "If you're a big shot, then we've met." Zhang Chong awkwardly explained that he was the captain of the martial artist patrol team in Binqing District 9, so he did count as someone important. Jiang Mo smiled and said, "Then we've met," and even deliberately said they had met him at the supermarket and at the martial artist hospital. Zhang Chong was almost too excited to speak, but then remembered that time he had been wearing a mask and hat and hadn't taken them off, so he held back and only whispered, "Boss, it really is you." Jiang Mo corrected him, "My name is Jiang Mo, not boss." Just then, Shi Jiu's call connected, and Xin Yan's extremely recognizable voice came through the phone. joking half-heartedly as he said, "Little ancestor." "No, student sure. What do you need me for?" The scene cut to the vice principal's office, where Chun Weiju was panicking and pacing in circles. "Cousin, what do we do? The whole class has been taken to the police station. This is definitely going to drag me into it." Wu Dezhao pinched his nose and scolded her for making a fuss over nothing. "Chun Weiju, how old are you? Why did you shit yourself? Get the hell out of here." Chun Weiju looked down and saw yellow stains all over her tight jeans. Screaming, she rushed out of the office. Wu Dezhao looked at the mess on the floor and gagged. He was just about to call housekeeping when the phone rang. The caller roared furiously. "Didn't you say Su Qi was an insignificant nobody? Yesterday, I finally managed to send off Su Yunfeng from the patrol team, and today Zhang Chong shows up. Even Xin Yan from the Martial Artist Guild came knocking. And you told me he was a nobody." Wu Dezhao's expression darkened. He knew that targeting Su Qi was the same as targeting the connections behind him. Su Qi had once been a martial artist, but was injured during a wilderness operation and had his qi and blood shattered, after which he was arranged to become a teacher. His older brother Su Yunfeng was both a psychic and the captain of District 9's patrol team, with a strange temperament and a blunt personality. Over the years he had offended many people, and not long ago he had even been set up and nearly lost his life. Wu Dezhao had originally wanted to use Su Qi to strike at Su Yunfeng, and for tomorrow's 100-day oath rally, he had even specially invited Su Yunfeng. The sentence cut off abruptly here, and the atmosphere grew tense. He was furious the moment he thought about it. By then, no one would even need to lift a finger. Su Yunfeng would be trampled into the mud. Wu Dezhao could also take the opportunity to stuff his younger brother Wu Deming into the patrol team, using resources to rapidly turn Wu Deming into a high-level martial artist, and even push out Zhang Chong to sit in the position of captain of the 9th District Patrol Team. But now something was off. What was going on with Zhang Chong? Even the Martial Artists Guild had gotten involved. The other side threw out a, "I'm not dealing with this anymore," and hung up. Wu Dezhao's face turned frighteningly dark. He made several calls in a row to check the situation, then roared in anger, 600,000! Just because one student embezzled Su Qi's 600,000? Chun Weiju, have you lost your damn mind? Why not just use 600,000 to suppress it? More than 50 senior third-year students from 9th High had been taken to the police station. This could not be suppressed. Wu Dezhao was so angry he was gasping for breath. Outside the door, Chun Weiju, who had changed her pants, was aggrieved and glaring. She had wanted to do that too, but she didn't have the money. Thinking of that, she clutched her butt and ran back to the toilet again. At that moment, Wu Dezhao's phone rang. It was Wu Deming calling. Wu Deming calmly said he knew why Cheng Fangdong had gone so far as to try to kill Jiang Emo, because of the spirit fruit tree. Jiang Mo's parents had left behind a third-tier spirit fruit tree, kept in custody at the headquarters of the 1st District Martial Artists Guild. If Jiang Emo grew up and became a martial artist, the spirit fruit tree would belong to him. But if he died after coming of age and becoming a martial artist, the inheritance rights would fall to Cheng Fangdong, the uncle who had adopted him. Wu Dezhao immediately understood that today's commotion was all centered on Jiang Emo. He said in a low voice, "Send that poison master under you to the detention center and deal with Su Qi, then leak the news to Jiang Emo and let him make a scene." Outside the psychiatric ward of the 9th Martial Hospital in Bincheng, Wu Deming hung up the phone. But he didn't tell Wu Dezhao the details on his side. In his heart, Wu Dezhao was the vice principal standing in the light and shouldn't get involved in these dirty matters. He would handle them alone. Through the ward window, Wu Deming saw a group of people tied up inside. Cheng Fangdong, Li Yanhua, and Cheng Xiaofeng. The room stank horribly. Cheng Fangdong and Li Yanhua were still relatively calm, but Cheng Xiaofeng was half-crazed, babbling nonsense. Wu Deming turned to Dean Chui Siwen and said, "These three have to stay." Chui Siwen replied expressionlessly, "I want 30% of the spirit fruit tree's proceeds." The matter of the spirit fruit tree had been extracted from Cheng Fangdong by Chui. Jiang Mo's true inheritance was that third-tier spirit fruit tree, which was stored at the headquarters of the 1st District Martial Artists Guild. Chung Fongdong either had to make Jiang Emo willingly go to the wilderness area or make him disappear there without a trace, so it would be handled as a missing person case. If Jiang Emo died inexplicably in the city, the authorities and the guild would definitely investigate. So all those earlier actions were to make Jiang Emo look like he died in the hospital. Troublesome but safe, and most importantly, they couldn't give the guild an excuse to confiscate the spirit fruit tree as public property. Now Chung Fongdong's family had fallen into the same predicament Jiang Emo had once been in. Hearing Cui ask for 30%, Wu Deming did not refuse. Fine, but you have to come with me to the Martial Artists Guild. Cui was a little confused. Wu Deming simply replied, to ransom someone. Killing someone in the detention center silently could only be done by a poison master. But poison masters were rare, and becoming one required talent. Wu Deming recalled the price he had paid back then to get a poison master, to be continued, for the sake of power that man had brought in that poison master. In the end, he never expected to suffer a setback at Jiang Mo's hands and be caught by the Martial Artists Guild. Wu Deming didn't understand what connection Jiang Emo had with the guild, so he went to the martial hospital to find Chung Fongdong, only to see Cui Siwon torturing the family of 3 with cruel methods. Only then did he learn about the spirit fruit tree. Fine, I still have some influence in the 9th District Martial Artists Guild. In the police station, the classmates from the class had gradually dispersed. After all, they had only come to serve as witnesses and give statements. Jiang Emo and Shi Jiu were still there, while Zhang Chong and Shun Yen stood across from them, awkwardly staring at each other. Zhang Chong's phone rang, and he let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, both of you. In another 3 days, your homeroom teacher will be released. Jiang Emo asked, 3 days? Zhang Chong said, some things have to go through the proper procedures. Su Qi's old case has been dug up, so it has to go around the track once. Shi Jiu said coldly, now, immediately, right now. Zhang Chong froze. Shi Jiu added, 3 days from now, I'm afraid what I'll see is a corpse. Shen Yan seized the chance to thump his chest. Classmate Shi, don't worry, leave this to me. I'll bring old Su back today. Then he dragged Zhang Chong away.
Xiu patted Jiang Montag's shoulder.
Don't worry, Shen Yan may be a fool, but he's reliable. Jiang Emo had no mind for school, and by a little after 4 he already wanted to go home and wait. Shi Jiu put away her little notebook. That new notebook was already filled with more than a dozen pages. Since noon, she had been keeping an eye on her phone, helping Jiang Emo edit videos, call the police, and hardly stopping at all. After leaving the police station, Shun Yen drove Zhang Chong to the detention center. In the car, he asked, Captain Zhang, do you know classmate Shi? Zhang Chong looked bewildered. Classmate Shi? The pretty one? I met her for the first time today. Shen Yan was even more confused. Then why are you more concerned about old Su's matter than I am? Zhang Chong said that he knew Jiang Emo, and from that my little ancestor over the phone, he realized Shi Jiu's background was anything but ordinary. Thinking about it, that made sense too. A spirit awakener who could instantly kill a second-rank blue ring octopus would definitely have an unusual girl around him. Hearing instantly kill a second-rank blue ring octopus, Shen Yan suddenly slammed on the brakes and stared at Zhang Chong. What? Who?
Jiang Montag.
Zhang Chong froze. You didn't know about this? Shen Yan slapped himself hard in remorse. Do you know? Back then, there was someone standing before him, a peerless genius, but he hadn't cherished him properly, nor had he brought him into the Martial Artists Guild. Only after that person turned and disappeared did he regret it bitterly. Listening to this, Zhang Chong suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder Jiang Emo had kept giving Shun Yen that wary, slightly pitiful look all afternoon. It turned out that this department head Shin really was a bit crazy. Zhang Chong coughed and said, Department head Shin, let's hurry to the detention center. The sooner, the better. Shen Yan started the car listlessly and said calmly, Relax. If the District 9 Martial Artists Guild and the patrol squad go together to ask for someone, nothing will happen at the detention center. And anyone who wants to mess with Su Qi will need some time to prepare. Not long after the car started, Shun Yan's phone rang. He answered, and after listening, his eyes lit up. Who's coming to see me? Wu Deming from the Red Tiger Squad, and Vice Dean Chui Siwen of the Martial Arts Hospital? Good. Bring them to my office. Lock the door, don't let anyone run, and turn on security. After hanging up, he let out a sinister laugh and knocked the steering wheel triumphantly. Why? This is walking right into my arms. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chong moved over to the side, one hand on the car door, ready to jump out at any moment. Shen Yan sped up, planning to first go to the detention center and get old Su out. As for Wu Deming's side, he'd handle that slowly when he got back. Right now, he was only thinking about pleasing the little ancestor, and he wouldn't miss any opportunity. In the villa, on the first floor living room, Jiang Mo and Shi Jiu sat cross-legged facing each other. Shi Jiu held the notebook, her expression serious, speaking quickly but clearly as she explained martial arts basics bit by bit. Jiang Mo listened like a good child. When he heard that speed can be even faster, Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. Shi Jiu explained that movement relied on qi and blood cooperating to generate force, and that he had always used brute strength, so his speed hadn't merged with his explosive power. A quasi-martial artist could begin to mobilize qi and blood and try to coordinate them. Shi Jiu reached out and pressed her hand against Jiang Mo's chest, then lightly pinched it, letting out a satisfied Jiang Mo felt a little numb, and his face turned red. Shi Jiu chided him not to daydream, then moved her hand, and the qi and blood within Jiang Mo's body began to tremble, forming tiny ripples, while his muscles, flesh, and fascia also started to quiver. Shi Jiu told him to remember the feeling of resonance between qi and blood and the body, saying this was the qi and blood guiding method her grandmother had taught her, which could help quasi-martial artists coordinate their physique and qi and blood. She promised to help guide him for 5 minutes every day, stabilizing and improving his qi and blood. Jiang Mo nodded, then said a little regretfully, "Only 5 minutes?" Shi Jiu scratched his head. "It'll hurt your body if you do it for too long." At that moment, Jiang Mo's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered it.
Jiang Montag.
The voice on the other end was a familiar one, Teacher Su. "The teacher is fine now and is on the way back to school." "That's great. Since you've recovered, go back to school tomorrow immediately. Let the newly arrived Shi Jiu know as well. College entrance exams are almost here, and the two of you must go back." Jiang Mo replied with a "got it," and hung up, finally letting out a breath of relief. He understood that this life had been given to him by Su Qi. Without Su Qi, he would have long been dead. Shi Jiu poked him. "Remember to go back to school." Jiang Mo drooped his head. "Got it." Scene change. In Shen Yan's pickup truck, Su Qi was sitting in the back seat. Just after hanging up, he looked at Shun Yan and Zhang Chong in the front seats with a face full of gratitude. "This time I really owe you both. Otherwise..." He didn't go on, but the meaning was clear. If he had died, his older brother Su Yunfeng would have gone mad, and the consequences were unimaginable. Shen Yan said indifferently, "It was nothing, old Su. Don't take it to heart." Seeing this, Zhang Chong hurriedly tried to build a connection. "Teacher Su, if you ever need anything in the future, just say the word." After all, this was the class teacher of a big shot, so he had to make friends. In the middle of the night at 0:05, Jiang Mo woke up. The progress of the Silk Rain Arc, 9.99%. He didn't continue cultivating. Instead, he got up, put on a black hoodie, a baseball cap, and a mask, and quietly slipped out. Shi Jiu, dressed in the same outfit next door, was also opening the door and coming out. The two met eyes and both froze for a moment. "Your..." Shi Jiu's voice was stiff. Jiang Mo smiled and brushed it off. "The moonlight is really beautiful tonight. I wanted to go out and look at the moon." "I'm the same." "Then let's go together?" "All right." The two walked out of the villa. The night was covered by dark clouds. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, and vehicles occasionally passed by. Shi Jiu patted Jiang Mo on the shoulder. "The night is long. Don't rush off yet. Take this chance to practice what I mentioned this afternoon. the coordination between qi and blood and the body. Jiang Emo nodded and tried to mobilize his qi and blood, making it resonate with his bones, tendons, and muscles. At first, his movements were awkward, and even his walking posture looked strange. Shi Jiao kept reminding and correcting him from the side. Gradually, Jiang Emo began to find the feeling, and the coordination between his qi and blood and physical body became smoother and smoother, while his strength also grew steadier. Their goal was very clear: to go to the police station and teach Zhang Qilin, who was still being held there, a lesson. Jiang Emo not only wanted to send the man into the station, but also wanted to vent his anger. Whenever he thought of Zhang Qilin's memory of koi affectation, and then added the aura of a quasi-martial artist he now possessed, Jiang Emo felt miserable. So tonight's action was both revenge and practice. The two of them walked while turning the practice into combat preparation. Under Shi Jiao's reminders, Jiang Emo slowly grasped the essentials. Once he got the hang of it, walking became smoother and smoother, and in the end he simply started running, getting faster and faster. Shi Jiao put her hands in her pockets and followed leisurely beside him. No matter how much Jiang Emo sped up, she always strolled along at his side. Before they realized it, the two had already reached the police station entrance. Shi Jiao lifted her chin. "Little Jiang, the first hurdle is here. Sneak in, find Zhang Qilin, and cripple his qi and blood. By the way, don't use psychic power at the police station. You'll easily get targeted," she added.
Jiang Montag nodded.
Places like the police station had psychic detection, turned on selectively during the day and fully at night. Jiang Emo flipped his hand, and an invisibility talisman appeared. Shi Jiao's eyes widened.
Jiang Montag smiled.
"If you've got a cheat, why not use it?" Shi Jiao scratched her head. "Fair enough." Jiang Emo told her not to go in with him. Shi Jiao shook her head and said she'd keep watch outside. She knew he had secrets, and following him in would only get in the way. Jiang Emo didn't insist further, stuck the talisman to his chest, and his whole body vanished. No breathing, no presence, no body heat, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Shi Jiao touched the storage badge on her chest. Inside were 5 more of the same invisibility talismans, all hooked by Jiang Emo yesterday. Most support talismans typically lasted 1 to 10 minutes, but this one could last 100 minutes, ridiculously overpowered. She muttered to herself, wondering whether it could fool the world beast's senses. At night, there were officers on duty at the police station, and the door wasn't locked. Zhang Qilin and Sun Yuanyuan were still being held in the daytime detention room. Jiang Emo found them quickly. Zhang Qilin sat with his head down, his face haggard and sullen, with a cold glint in his eyes. Looking at him, Jiang Emo thought of Lu Pin's words. This guy was always out to take advantage of others and never repented. So he made his move. Accelerated blood loss times 10, metabolism times 10, personality fluctuations times 10, psychic agitation times 10, skin sensitivity times 10. The next second, Zhang Qilin began struggling and roaring wildly, but his hands were fixed to the interrogation table and he couldn't move. Scenes like this were all too common in the detention room, so no one paid extra attention. Jiang Emo then looked at Sun Yuanyuan and gave her a little punishment. Sphincter tightening times 10, excretion generation speed times 10. Whoever helped someone commit perjury deserved to be unable to shit XX, as in the original text. After that, Jiang Emo didn't stay long, leaving the police station without a sound, unnoticed by anyone. Under the streetlight at the corner, Shi Jiao wasn't playing on her phone. Her left hand supported a notebook, while her right hand drew with a pencil. Jiang Emo put away the invisibility talisman. "Can you tell that I'm back?" Shi Jiao closed the notebook. "I can't see you, but I can feel that you're back." Jiang Emo said with a smile that the man would be sent to a psychiatric hospital tomorrow. The amount involved was too large, and he couldn't take it for the moment and went mad. Shi Jiao nodded. "Nice work." The two of them went back to sleep. They still had school in the morning. At the mention of school, Jiang Mo's face instantly darkened, but thinking of Tianhuang Martial Arts University, it was only 100 days, so he endured it. In the room,
Jiang Montag.
Jiang Emo didn't go to sleep right away. Fully awake, He continued cultivating the rainy night starlight chart. Only the final 0.01% remained, and the Silk Rain chapter had already reached 10%. He planned to press on and break through in one go. He mentally reviewed the Silk Rain chapter all night, and after just a few minutes he broke through. The progress jumped straight to 100%. A complete rainy night street scene unfolded in his mind. Zhang Mo froze and immersed himself in it for quite a while, then casually grasped that strand of spiritual light. A cultivation method message popped up. Name: Rainy Night Starlight Chart. Category: Spiritual Cultivation Method. Grade: Extreme Tao. Cultivation Progress: Silk Rain Chapter 100%. Divine Ability: Sword Rain Continuum. Attack: Consumes 10 points of psychic power. Deals 13 hits. Ultimate Skill: Rainy Intent. Passive: Restores 3 points of mental energy per second. He stared at the light screen and thought, whether the ultimate skill is a one-hit kill or not doesn't matter. As long as it can be multiplied by 10, that's enough. So he began multiplying by 10 repeatedly. Rainy Intent first became 30 points per second, then 300 and finally 3,000. Zhang Mo nodded in satisfaction. Recovering 3,000 points per second, that was more like it. He glanced at his current total mental energy of 160 points. Multiplied by 10, it would be 1,600 points. Still less than the ultimate skill's recovery. Very satisfying. Then he looked at the divine art, Sword Rain, in endless succession. If multiplied by 10, the cost would still be 10 points, while both the number of attacks and the damage would be multiplied by 10. One attack would become 130 instances of damage, and 10 attacks would mean 1,300 total damage. With the Star Shuttle and Flying Swords working together, it would be enough to turn low-level mutated beasts into minced meat, with their parts not worth much either. But he decided not to multiply everything by 10 all at once. He would respond flexibly and deal with the specifics as they came. At 6:30 in the morning, the alarm rang. Another day, I don't want to go to school. Zhang Mo got up as usual, brushed his teeth, washed his face, changed into his school uniform, and went downstairs to cook. Shi Jiao was already at the dining table. The brand new notebook from yesterday was now more than half filled. Zhang Mo brought over 2 bowls of wontons and asked her what she wanted for lunch. Shi Jiao bit the pen, looked up at him blankly for a while, then looked down at the wontons and swallowed. I'll eat whatever you make. Zhang Mo nodded, sat down, and slightly used his mental energy. The pots, bowls, and ingredients in the kitchen began moving on their own. Shi Jiao didn't check on what was happening in the kitchen. If she knew in advance, there'd be no surprise. The 9th Martial Artist Hospital Proctology Department. Wu Dezhao stood outside the ward door with dark circles under his eyes, along with several school leaders. They had come to inform Chen Weiju that she had been expelled from the school. Actually, this kind of thing, it also doesn't. The school leadership personally notified them. Chen Weiju had been hospitalized, so they were going to pay a visit while they were at it. 19 Middle School was large, but it wasn't so cold-hearted as to ignore this. They had to make the trip. This made Wu Dezhao even more upset. Wu Deming had gone missing, and in the morning he still had to clean up the mess. Worse still, Xin Yan and Zhang Chong went to the detention center that same afternoon and got the person out. Under pressure from the Martial Artists Guild and the patrol team, the detention center didn't dare stall at all. The process moved at lightning speed, and Su Qi was released on the spot. Xin Yan, Zhang Chong, and Su Qi came to the school and met with the principal. Only then did Wu Dezhao learn about it. There was no room at all for him to work behind the scenes. The principal held an emergency meeting that night and launched a fresh investigation and verification. Wu Dezhao had no choice but to cut off his own arm to save himself, pushing his cousin Chen Weiju out as the scapegoat. On the surface, Chen Weiju seemed to be the only beneficiary. But yesterday Chen Weiju had run into trouble and was already hospitalized. So early this morning, several school leaders rushed to the hospital. There was still a senior year oath-taking rally in the afternoon, and with so many things to prepare in the morning, they could only come early. Wu Dezhao stopped the attending physician and asked with a frown, "Doctor, what exactly is wrong with her? She was sent to gastroenterology yesterday, Why is she in proctology now? The female doctor looked at the several well-dressed men and asked meaningfully, "What are you to her?" Wu Dezhao hurriedly replied, "Sort of family. She's my cousin." His heart was full of helplessness. The female doctor curled her lip. "So you're the big cousin, huh? Your cousin really knows how to play." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. Wu Dezhao and the other leaders exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Someone slapped the table and slammed a document down in front of Wu Dezhao. "You brought this kind of person into the school and even made her a homeroom teacher?" The document was an investigation into Chun Weiju's private life. In just one night, 19th Middle School had dug up her background completely. The female doctor's words had been exaggerated, but they were not entirely baseless. Wu Dezhao picked up the document and looked through it twice, his face black as the bottom of a pot. "I only just found out too. Whenever you found out, it's useless. You can't wash your hands of this." In the classroom, Jiang Mo and Shi Jiu came in on the bell and still sat in the second-to-last row by the window. Jiang Mo lay on the desk yawning, sleepy to death, thinking he'd doze off as soon as the teacher wasn't paying attention. The back row was hidden away just right. When the bell rang for the second class period, Su Qi walked into the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the room before landing on Jiang Mo and Shi Jiu. "Move Zhang Qilin and Sun Yuanyuan's seats to the back. Jiang Mo, Shi Jiu, you sit up front." The two empty seats were swapped. Jiang Mo looked dejected. How was he supposed to nap in the front row? Shi Jiu didn't care. As long as he could sit next to Jiang Mo, that was fine. The two of them changed seats. On the podium, Su Qi bowed deeply to the whole class, his eyes red. Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I would have been finished for the rest of my life." His voice choked with emotion. The matter had started yesterday, when Zhang Chong and Shen Yan went to explain. Because of Jiang Mo and Zhang Qilin's incident, more than 50 students from the class had gone to the police station, and this immediately drew the attention of higher-ups, who began investigating. It took 600,000 yuan before Su Qi was indirectly found. Then the truth came to light: Su Qi had been wronged. The Martial Artists Guild and the 9th District Patrol Team jointly vouched for him, got him out, and he was reinstated that same day. "Teacher, it's okay," someone said softly. "That's all we should do," came the reply from the side. Su Qi straightened up, wiped the corners of his eyes, and shouted with a stern face, "Quiet!" The classroom instantly fell eerily silent. Then he said solemnly, "From now on, the teacher will spare no effort to repay everyone. In the last 100 days, I'll go all out, use everything I've learned, and train each and every one of you, striving to get everyone into Wuhan University. That old teacher Chun used to let you all fend for yourselves, but now I'm back. First, let's do a test paper to get our feel back." He pulled a thick stack of test papers from under the lectern, handed them to the front row, and passed them down. The classroom was deathly still, and many people looked completely stunned. In the past few days, Chun Weiju had basically left the class to its own devices. Self-study, free activities, often not even at school, and hardly any classes at all. Those days had been nice, but no one had been watching them. As soon as Su Qi returned, he dropped a high-difficulty test paper on them and even said there would be devilish training next. Jiang Mo flipped it open. It was geography, wilderness-style questions. For a martial arts class nearing the college entrance exam, the focus of review was just those things: the wilderness, mutated beasts, Qian blood cultivation. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. With wilderness geography on his desk, he copied notes and underlined as he went. This was practically the essential handbook for a lurker, covering mutated beast distribution, habits, survival tips, vacuum zone principles, and more. Seeing how hard he was studying, Shi Jiu a piece of sweet and sour pork tenderloin over to him. "Don't push yourself too hard." Jiang Mo took it and mumbled, "This is the lurker handbook. If I study it well, I can be the most cautious lurker in the wilderness zone." Shi Jiu then a piece of braised beef over to him. Someone in the classroom was secretly watching, so Jiang Mo hurriedly closed the book and picked up his chopsticks. At noon, they made enough for 2 people with 6 dishes and 1 soup. In the afternoon was the senior year 100-day pledge ceremony. Since the training grounds were not randomly assigned, many strong martial artists from District 9 would come on-site to show off their skills and ignite the students' enthusiasm for martial arts. After the lunch break, the 14 senior classes came out in sequence. The sky was gray and overcast, with a light drizzle, and the pledge ceremony was held on the training grounds. The key classes, classes 1 and 2, sat in front, and Class 14 sat behind Class 1. Jiang Mo and Shizhou habitually sat in the back row. The ceremony officially began with Vice Principal Wu Dezhao giving the opening speech. Someone whispered, "The Vice Principal is called Wu Dezhao? What's his relationship to Wu Deming?" The person in front, Lu Pin, lowered his voice and said, "Wu Deming is an instructor at the Wuda Martial Arts Hall. Look at that little old man at the far right of the podium. That's the hall master of Wuda Martial Arts Hall." Jiang Mo looked at the little old man on the stage, dressed in a gray training suit and brimming with energy, the level of a martial hall master, a high-level martial artist whose chi and blood had broken 10,000. His mind turned, Wu Dezhao, Wu Deming. Could they be brothers? If they were brothers, then old and new grudges could be settled together. Thinking that Chen Weiju was the vice principal's cousin, and that before this teacher Su had been brought down by her and the vice principal working together, Jiang Mo now realized that the vice principal was actually called Wu Dezhao. He withdrew his gaze and quietly started plotting. Qi generation speed, multiply by 10 for 1 minute. In his mind, Jiang Mo activated the temporary X10. His spiritual power flickered, but the value was still 1600. With the ultimate skill, Rain Intent, even if he were instantly drained dry, he could recover in a second. On stage, Wu Dezhao wore gold-rimmed glasses and was speaking with a serious expression when something went wrong with his body and his face twisted. Before anyone could react, the microphone first emitted a loud, drawn-out "bift" that echoed through the venue. The students looked up in confusion. What was that? Was that thunder? The sound continued, and laughter slowly spread. Class 14 couldn't hold it in first, and soon the entire venue erupted into laughter. Wu Dezhao's face instantly turned red, and he wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. The school leaders were embarrassed and mortified, while the martial artists below the stage laughed without restraint. In a panic, Wu Dezhao slapped the microphone, and the fart sound in the speakers was finally cut off. But the people in the front row had already heard it clearly. Jiang Mo's heart stirred. He couldn't keep making life hard for himself. Better to let him bear it himself. Wu Dezhao's sense of smell, X10, for 1 minute. His spiritual power flickered again. On stage, Wu Dezhao's face turned green, and he couldn't help bending over. Ugh! Again and again, followed by an even longer bift. The people in the front row froze. What happened to him? Did he fart himself sick? The laughter only grew louder. The principal of number 9 High couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Wu Dezhao hard in the butt. With a long trailing cry, Wu Dezhao was kicked straight out of the venue. Jiang Mo watched it all with satisfaction. His goal had been achieved. In full view of everyone, he had completely kicked Wu Dezhao out of the game. Being publicly humiliated and turned into a clown was even worse for someone like Wu Dezhao than killing him. As for the rest, he could be dealt with slowly after the crowd dispersed, and let him taste suffering beyond what ordinary people could understand. As for actually killing him, Jiang Mo, in his previous life, had been a patient with ALS, spending every day hoping for death. Deep down, he felt death was a release. The real punishment was being trapped alive in bed, unable to live and unable to die. As he thought about how to torment Wu Dezhao even more, Shizhou's soft white hand quietly touched his chest and lightly pinched it a few times. Jiang Mo came back to himself and looked at Shizhou. She whispered for him to focus. Her little hand started moving, and that pleasantly tingling sensation rose again in Jiang Mo's chest. He quickly gathered his attention and began sensing the resonance between his qi and blood and his body. From this time, not only muscles and bones, but even his internal organs were responding. Looking at Shizhou's small hand pressed against his chest, a self-mocking thought flashed through Jiang Mo's mind. He should go back and train his chest muscles properly, Otherwise, just multiply the training effect by 10 times, though he immediately felt that was too exaggerated and only wanted to amplify the effect a little. At the front of the venue, the teachers were busy cleaning up, and the oath-taking assembly continued. Su Yunfeng, sitting next to Zhang Chong, was gloating and even pointing at Jiang Mo and Sijio, gossiping in a low voice. Xin Yan glanced once and withdrew his gaze, knowing Sijio's identity and not daring to look too much. Zhang Chong, however, looked carefully and explained in a low voice, "That's a special qi and blood guidance technique. The girl is helping the boy coordinate his body and qi and blood." Su Yunfeng suddenly understood and dropped those gossiping thoughts. The mess left by Wu Dezhao had already been cleaned up, and the proceedings moved on. After speeches by the school leaders and representatives from various circles, it was time for the martial arts demonstration. Wu de Martial Hall's hall master, Wu Tianda, stood up on the spot and said he had taken in a disciple, and this time he would let his disciple represent him in the demonstration. Then, in the middle of Class 1, a boy stood up and introduced himself. Yu Weiyuan. Yu Weiyuan from Senior 3 Class 1, top of the grade, Qi and blood value 150. His gaze landed on the girl in the back row of Class 14 who had her head lowered. A few days ago, my younger brother, Yu Mengyang from Class 14, had one of his legs broken by someone and is now lying in the hospital. I want to take this opportunity to get justice for him. Since you're also a martial artist, do you dare come up and spar? Everyone in the venue turned to look at Class 14. Hearing Yu Mengyang, the students of Class 14 all changed expression. He was the class's biggest troublemaker, with both background and strength, his qi and blood close to the peak of a quasi-martial artist, second only to Jiang Mo. Over the 3 years of high school, he had bullied many people and changed girlfriends 17 or 18 times. Sijio, who had just transferred in, had once been harassed by him, and on the day she transferred, a girl had actually broken his leg with a chair. The matter had caused quite a scene. The parents went to the school, but in the end nothing came of it. After that, Class 14 had been quiet for a few days. On the podium, Xin Yan sneered. Did this family really think that having Wu de Martial Hall as a backer meant they could just take revenge? He glanced at Wu Tianda and felt that things were not looking good. Wu Tianda had originally wanted to use Yu Weiyuan to make a name for himself and promote the Martial Hall, but now the situation had become complicated. In the back row of Class 14, the girl who had been lowering her head and writing and drawing looked up and glanced around. Jiang Mo pointed at Yu Weiyuan in front of the stage and said, "He's here to settle the score with you." Sijio asked indifferently, "Who is Yu Mengyang?" Jiang Mo gave a simple answer, "The one whose leg you broke." At that moment, an unoccupied chair suddenly flew up and landed in front of Yu Weiyuan. The girl raised her head and said coolly, "Let's begin." The venue erupted in uproar. The chair suspended in midair made everyone gasp in shock. She was actually a spiritual telepath, able to control objects with telekinesis. Wu Tianda froze. What had originally been planned as a chance for Yu Weiyuan to shine had unexpectedly run into the other side's enemy, a telekinetic master. A divine telepath? And not an ordinary one. There was at least a 50-meter distance between the girl and Yu Weiyuan. How the hell is this supposed to be fought? Su Yunfeng looked at the stool floating in the air and said quietly, "I feel like this girl's mental power is stronger than mine." He could send the stool 50 meters away. Although his mental power only covered 20 meters, he had a way to extend his strength outward. Xin Yan and Zhang Chong ignored it. Qi Shuan sat on the stage, perfectly at ease, and smiled at Wu Tianda. "Dean Wu, do we continue?" Wu Tianda's face twitched. Yu Weiyuan's face turned pale, and he finally admitted defeat. With a loud clang, the stool fell back onto the stage, and Shizhou lowered her head and continued writing her Jiang Mo special training plan. The students of Class 14 all stole glances at Shizhou. Lu Pin said regretfully, "Ah, why didn't Han Ruobing come? If he had, he'd definitely be furious enough to spit blood." "A mental psychic," someone said excitedly. "Shizhou is actually the legendary mental psychic." Lu Pin immediately took out his phone and started looking for Han Ruobing. Down below, Yu Weiyuan felt he could not embarrass himself any further. His gaze settled on Jiang Mo, who was sitting beside Shurjiu. Jiang Mo, do you dare come up and spar? Jiang Mo looked up, startled. Ha! Yu Weiyuan stared at him. The teachers always say that if you got into the key class, you'd definitely be the top student in the grade. Today, let's see how special this uncrowned king really is. The students in the key class erupted into a commotion. Jiang Mo had become the one used for comparison, and even he rolled his eyes. Originally, he had wanted to toss a stool over too, but after thinking it over, he held back. With Shurjiu guiding him from the side, Jiang Mo's blood and qi value had already reached 80, and his blood and flesh had begun to resonate. He might as well use this rookie to test the results. Jiang Mo nodded, removed the golden martial artist badge from his chest, clipped it back onto the zipper, and walked step by step to the front of the stage. Shurjiu looked up at his back, a smile curling at her lips. Yu Weiyuan looked at the badge and sneered. A martial artist sparring isn't child's play. If I accidentally break your leg,
Jiang Montag blinked.
you're going to break my leg? Yu Weiyuan nodded solemnly. My little brother's leg was really broken before, so someone has to pay the price. Since you're close to the transfer student, you'll have to suffer for it. Jiang Mo smiled and looked at the principal on the stage, Qi Shuyuan. Just as he was about to ask, Principal, can I break his leg? Wu Tianda spoke first. Martial artist sparring can result in injuries. Broken arms and legs are common. Don't worry. Our Wuda Hall has special effect medicine, and it can be healed. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. Xin Yan, meanwhile, thought of that unlucky poison master. Broken legs were common, but setting them back on the wrong way and still healing them was downright twisted. Jiang Mo said simply, All right, I'll remember that, and lifted the chair Shurjiu had tossed over. Broken arms and legs, restorative medicine, everywhere. Zhang Chong glanced at Xin Yan beside him. Yan was smiling in a strangely delighted way. Zhang Chong was speechless. The area below was in an uproar. The students in the key class were shouting to teach Jiang Mo a lesson, while the regular class was also cheering Jiang Mo on. Qi Shuyuan sighed, You're all students, so stop at the right point. Begin. Yu Weiyuan charged forward with a short club, like a lion pouncing on a rabbit, aiming a blow at Jiang Mo's right shoulder, wanting to break his arm. Jiang Mo didn't use his mental power. Relying on his lightning-fast neural reflexes, he sidestepped lightly and avoided it. Then he swung up a stool and swept at Yu Weiyuan's legs. With a surge of qi and blood, strength, speed, explosive power, and the stool's hardness, all multiplied by 10. With a crack, a scream of broken bones rang out. Yu Weiyuan was sent flying by the impact, collapsed unconscious to the ground, and his two legs flew out from the trouser legs. Damn! This guy's legs are way too brittle, someone shouted. Xin Yan was called out by name, and he excitedly rushed up, grabbing the two legs and yelling, Don't worry, I've got this. I'll put his legs back on. He actually slapped the left lower leg onto the right leg and the right lower leg onto the left leg, with the heels facing forward and the soles facing backward, attaching them completely the wrong way around. Jiang Mo somehow pulled out a bottle of murky water, poured it into Yu Weiyuan's mouth, and silently chanted in his mind, Wound healing speed, times 10. Leg reattachment speed, times 10. Lasts 1 hour. The recovery speed was accelerated, but the effect was not as strong as the pharmacist's potion that day. Jiang Mo looked up at the podium at Wu Tianda, who was wearing a blank expression. Touch that guy. Wu, what was it again? The crowd panicked. Didn't you just say you had a healing potion? Hurry up and bring it out. Once a leg gets reattached too late, his whole life is ruined. Everything had happened too fast. On the podium, Wu Tianda still hadn't reacted. His direct disciple, the top student in senior year at number 9 high school, had just met Jiang Mo, and both legs had flown off. Was this fake? While Jiang Mo was still shouting from the side, Wu Tianda finally came to his senses and quickly fished the potion he had prepared out of his pocket and rushed over. After all, if the damage was real, the potion could heal it, and it could also help advertise the martial arts school. Jiang Imo accused them, "What exactly do you teach at your martial arts school normally? How are his legs so brittle? I barely used any force, and his legs flew off." Wu Tianda was speechless. Xin Yan snatched the potion and poured it over Yu Weiyuan's legs. Jiang Imo silently thought, "Potion potency, times 10, lasting 1 hour." Yu Weiyuan screamed in agony, writhing in excruciating pain. As the medicine took effect, Wu Tianda stared at those 2 legs in a daze. "Why do his legs feel a little off?" Xin Yan cut him off. "Don't worry about whether they're right or wrong for now. As long as they can be attached, that's fine." Wu Tianda hurriedly said, "Quick, call an ambulance and send him to the hospital." The others at the venue also reacted, and the discussion exploded. Jiang Imo, was this ruthless? 2 hits and he sent someone's legs flying? Was the top student just all hype? Some people even started trashing the martial arts school. On the 14 class side, Lu Pin snorted coldly, "What's the big deal?" Jiang Imo went to the wilderness zone and came back alive. The students of 14 class followed suit, shouting loudly. The credentials of having been to the wilderness zone were just too impressive. On the podium, the school leaders and representatives from various martial arts circles were seated, looking at Jiang Imo as if he were some kind of treasure. Zhang Chong had been staring at Shun Yan the whole time, and when he saw him reattach the legs the wrong way, he was both shocked and amused. Since when did this director Shin have such a twisted sense of humor? But then he thought that Jiang Imo was also a big shot, so joining in on the fun was interesting too. Smiling, Zhang Chong ran over to help. Seeing someone come over, Wu Tianda's expression eased a little. "Jiang Imo, this is a bit too much. How could you break someone's legs?" Jiang Imo looked confused. "I asked you and you said I could break his legs." Wu Tianda felt awkward. Jiang Imo then tilted his head and said, "Or is it that he can only break my legs, but I can't break his?" Zhang Chong frowned and accused Wu Tianda of double standards. Wu Tianda was stunned. "Aren't you here to help me?" Both sides were embarrassed and arguing, making the situation even more chaotic. "But that was the principal who said it first," Jiang Imo said, wrangling with words. "Besides, sparring between martial artists inevitably leads to injuries. Broken arms and legs happen all the time." Wu Tianda's face turned red. Qi Shuyuan slowly walked over and nodded. "I originally wanted to stop it, but the martial arts school head said it was fine to break legs, so I couldn't really embarrass him in public." "Jiang Imo, what do you say?" Jiang Imo looked innocent. "I didn't want to either, but Yu Weiyuan said breaking legs was fine, and that martial arts school head even encouraged it, saying that if they were broken he could still heal them back. Isn't that pretty good?" Everyone looked at Yu Weiyuan's leg that had been reattached in reverse. It really had been attached wrong. Wu Tianda froze. "My special medicine is that powerful? It got reattached this fast." "Fine, even if it's backwards. Just take it apart and reattach it properly when we get back. But this matter can't just be left at that." Wu Tianda turned his gaze to Zhang Chong, who looked baffled. "Why are you looking at me?" Zhang Chong, who had been smiling yesterday, was icy cold today. Wu Tianda cursed inwardly at the fake. The ambulance had not yet arrived when the school doctors hurriedly carried Yu Weiyuan into the infirmary. Qi Shuwen looked around the venue and was very satisfied with Jiang Mo's performance. The swearing-in rally that had almost been ruined by Wu Tianda and Wu Dezhao had been pulled back on track by Shi Jiao and Jiang Imo. He said solemnly, "That's enough. In this match, Class 14's Jiang Imo wins. And one more thing, Jiang Imo went to the wilderness zone because he had the ability, not the other way around. Don't reverse cause and effect." Several top students in the audience looked disdainful. "Go to the wilderness zone? That's just courting death." Jiang Imo carried the stool back to Class 14. Passing Su Qi smiled in satisfaction. "Well done. I was almost worried you wouldn't dare break his legs." Jiang Imo said lightly, "It's all because the teacher taught me well." Shi Jiao looked at Jiang Imo and pinched his arm. "Your force application is still a little off. Use less force and bring out a more inch-level power." Jiang Imo nodded. "Teach me." Shi Jiao agreed. The performance continued. Xin Yan, Zhang Chong, and Su Yunfeng went up one after another, showing their real abilities in hard, direct fashion. In particular, Su Yunfeng's psychic master performance stunned the whole venue into an uproar. Wu Tianda should have gone up next, but he had already left because of Yu Weiyuan's matter. When the final segment ended, Principal Qi Shuan was very pleased and waved over a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, slightly overweight, to come on stage. The man stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, students. My name is Chu Huaiyan, and I'm the Director of Admissions at the Education Department of District 9 in Binqing." The host shouted, "Those who want to apply to the 3 major martial arts universities, Tianhuang, Diyuan, and Renxian, please come register now." As soon as the words fell, the venue exploded. The 3 great institutions of heaven, earth, and human are the strongest in the Xia nation. Their teaching staff and overall strength utterly outclass all other martial arts schools. Other schools only look at the college entrance examination, but the 3 major universities not only have the exam, they also hold their entrance assessment 100 days before the exam. That means the next 100 days are all exam time. Even the key high schools in Binqing number 1 can invite teachers from the 3 major schools to support them, while Binqing number 9 can only rely on notices from the local education department, and no one has ever gotten in since the school was founded. The students immediately started whispering among themselves. At the back of class 14, Zhang Mo and Shizhou spoke in low voices. Shizhou smiled and urged him to sign up. Zhang Mo asked whether she was going to, and Shizhou patted his shoulder and promised she would. Zhang Mo nodded and stood up. On stage, Chu Huaiyan had thought it would just be a routine process. When he looked at Zhang Mo earlier, he felt he was decent but not qualified. The basic threshold to apply to the 3 major universities was a Qi blood value of 300, and he couldn't tell that Zhang Mo had reached it. Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Mo walked onto the stage and said loudly, "I want to apply to Tianhuang Martial Arts University." Chu Huaiyan said they would need to test Qi blood first. Zhang Mo asked back, "Is mental power not enough? I'm a psychic master." The venue instantly fell silent. Everyone remembered what had happened earlier. Zhang Mo had used an ordinary stool to break a martial artist's 2 legs with his own strength. And now he said he was a psychic master? The contrast was unbelievable. Someone guessed quietly, maybe Zhang Mo hadn't said it earlier because he didn't want to force Yu Weiyuan into admitting defeat. Others said he had come to stand up for the transfer student, practically cleaning up the school's disgrace. Su Qi was stunned. His own student was actually a psychic master. He smiled. Zhang Mo felt a little awkward and secretly glanced at Shen Yan, who was even more embarrassed. Zhang Chong and Su Yunfeng were also calculating in their own minds. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up as he quietly thought about taking Zhang Mo as his disciple. Su Yunfeng's expression was complicated, and the offstage discussion continued. How could he not look familiar again? At this moment, Zhang Chong understood a little. No wonder so many people in the patrol team didn't like Su Yunfeng and were always trying to mess with him. This guy had the brain of a prop and didn't even know who he was offending. Then Chu Huaiyan spoke, pausing slightly. "You're a psychic master?"
Jiang Montag nodded.
"Yes." Chu Huaiyan hurriedly asked whether he could sign up. Zhang Mo didn't hesitate. "Yes." Chu Huaiyan added the rules. Spirit Thought Masters need spiritual power of at least 300, and there's an on-site test too. Zhang Mo said casually that there was no problem. Chu Huaiyan glanced at Zhang Mo and smiled. Zhang Mo had no intention of hiding it at all. His martial artist certification already listed him as a Spirit Thought Master. Besides, his qi and blood could multiply by 10. At critical moments, it was a hidden trump card. Qi Shuan's eyes lit up at once, and he immediately told someone to fetch the school's spiritual power tester. "Go! Hurry and bring that one over." He was overjoyed. Zhang Mo was actually a Spirit Thought Master, and his spiritual power was at least 300. It was perfect. Binqing number 9 Middle School's 100-day oath ceremony finally had a real shot. What a pity Wu Tianda wasn't here. Otherwise, it would be even more exciting. The school leaders on the Dushitai brought out the dusty spiritual power testing device. The apparatus was similar to the one at the guild, but larger. After it was activated, Chu Huayan smiled and motioned for Jiang Emo to place his hand on the sensing screen. Jiang Emo glanced at Shen Yan. Shen Yan fell silent, inwardly complaining, "Don't look at me. I'll die." Jiang Emo placed his hand on it. The numbers shot upward rapidly, and the venue was so quiet you could hear heartbeats. Students and teachers all craned their necks to watch. The number stopped. Chu Huayan's eyes flew wide open as he cried out, 1,600. Your spiritual power is actually 1,600. Shen Yan was stunned too. This little demon had gone from 1,000 to 1,600 in just a few days? Was he even human? Qi Shuyuan and the others drew in a sharp breath. They had all guessed Jiang Mo might clear 300, but who would have expected an absurd 1,600, an intermediate spirit thought master? The most composed of them all was Zhang Chong. He didn't believe such a setting could instantly kill a level 2 blue ring octopus, and concluded that Jiang Mo had used some method incomprehensible to ordinary people to fool the instrument. But he also admitted 1,600 was enough to shock everyone. Su Yunfeng asked nervously, "Do I still have a chance to take him as my disciple?" Zhang Chong gave him a sideways glance. "You'd better go eat more walnuts." Su Yunfeng was baffled. Walnuts? What do walnuts have to do with taking a disciple? Zhang Chong, nothing. They're just good for your brain. Jiang Emo withdrew his hand and asked, "Is that enough?" Chu Huayan's eyes shone brightly, and he beamed from ear to ear. "Enough, enough. I'll sign you up right now. Who says our Bingqing number 9 middle school can't get into the top 3 universities?" Tiandiren. "With you, that's all we need." Over in class 14, Lu Pin quickly typed on his phone to Han Ruobing. Jiang Emo is actually a spirit thought master too, and an intermediate one with 1,600 spiritual power. No wonder he doesn't use the teacher's money. Lu Pin provoked Han Ruobing in the group chat, praising Jiang Emo and Shi Jiao as a perfect match in every other line, and saying Jiang Emo was preparing to apply to Tianhuang Martial Arts University and would definitely become the school's first student to get into one of the top 3 universities. Han Ruobing stayed silent and didn't reply. After Lu Pin was blocked, he muttered a few more things, then mentioned that Zhang Qilin had been sent to the psychiatric hospital this morning. At the 100-day oath ceremony, Chu Huayan had initially thought it would just be a formality, but unexpectedly someone really met the standards to apply to the top 3 universities. Only he hadn't brought the paperwork. The Education Ministry quickly sent the documents to the principal's office. Chu Huayan, Qi Shuyuan, and a group of school leaders, together with Jiang Mo and the drowsy Shi Jiao, who was clutching Jiang Mo's sleeve, made their way in a grand procession to the principal's office. Chu Huayan looked at Shi Jiao and casually asked whether she wanted to sign up. Shi Jiao shook her head. She wasn't participating. Then he reminded Jiang Mo gravely, "The 3 major entrance assessments are fought against mutated beasts, and over the next 100 days they'll have to enter the wilderness zone to hunt them. Deaths are allowed in the process. Their opponents aren't ordinary students, but the martial arts classes from Bincheng number 1, number 2, and number 3 middle schools. Those people go into the wilderness for training every year, and their experience may far exceed his." Jiang Mo nodded in acceptance. The Ministry of Education handed over the official contract, which he signed, and he also left a spiritual imprint on the contract's special mark. The school entered his martial artist badge into the system and instructed him. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the exam system will activate. He only needs to enter the wilderness zone through the safe passage with his badge, and every mutated beast he kills will count toward his score. Jiang Mo asked whether there were any anti-cheating rules. Chu Huayan said lightly that a martial artist's strength is not judged by personal combat power alone. One's background, resources, luck, fortuitous encounters, all are part of strength. After a round of analysis, the school leaders summed it up. Having backing, having people who can rally others to charge forward, all of that counts as strength. The multi-generational accumulation of a martial arts family is not just for show. Shi Jiao put it bluntly. Being able to cheat and not being able to cheat have never been on the same path. Jiang Mo didn't say much. Being able to cheat was enough. He turned in his registration materials, completed everything, and left the principal's office with Shi Jiao under the crowd's reluctant gazes. Shi Jiao casually mentioned Teacher Su. He seems to have used a forbidden art, exhausting his qi and blood foundation and being reduced to an ordinary person. But he survived only because he ate a spiritual fruit. If he had a small origin pill, he should be able to recover. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up and asked about the heavenly treasure origin morning pill. Shi Jiao shook her head. That medicine's power is too strong. It would instead damage his foundation.
Jiang Montag nodded.
Then a small origin pill. Shi Jiao patted the notebook and smiled, saying she'd give him a few more training items before heading back. Xin Yan followed behind and, seeing the notebook cover, froze. Jiang Mo special training plan. Outside the school gate, Wu Dezhao was mulling over a cigarette when he ran into Wu Tianda and asked whether he had seen his missing younger brother, Wu Deming. Wu Tianda hadn't seen him either. Wu Dezhao sneered, saying, Deming said Jiang Mo's parents had left a third-tier spiritual fruit tree at the headquarters of the Martial Artist Association in District 1, and those greedy bastards in the association were definitely trying to suppress the matter. Now Jiang Mo's spiritual power had broken 1,600 and he had signed up for Tiandi Ren's 3 major schools. Within half an hour it was all over the local news and trending charts, and the original plan had been slapped in the face and stopped on the spot by Shi Jiao and Jiang Mo. By the wall, Xin Yan tugged Zhang Chong to eavesdrop, then went to the tea house. Xin Yan asked, Your patrol team has a partnership with the Wuda Martial Arts Hall? Zhang Chong coughed and mentioned the matter of that second-tier blue ring octopus a while back. That valley near the blank zone suddenly emitted an unusual aura, and Xin Yan said the District 9 patrol must strengthen its capabilities. Zhang Chong replied awkwardly with a smile. Wu Tianda and Jiang Mo had fallen out, and the cooperation was cancelled. Then what about that third-tier spiritual fruit tree? Why haven't I heard a single word about it? Zhang Chong looked puzzled. Xin Yan gave him a sidelong glance. You really believe it? Zhang froze. Xin Yan sighed and said, 12 years ago, the Boundary Beast Song led mutated beasts in an attack on the city, and nearly 10,000 martial artists died in Bincheng. Jiang Mo's parents perished in that battle. Jiang Yunhao and Wen Yan were both advanced martial artists, the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master of Yuntian Martial Arts Hall. They knew they wouldn't be coming back, so they left a special will. Only when Jiang Mo turned 18 and became a martial artist could he inherit the so-called third-tier spiritual fruit tree. It's fake, Xin Yan said. Otherwise, why would it be the District 1 Martial Artist Association handling it instead of District 9? Cheng Fangdong and Yan Xia couldn't even enter the General Association at the time, couldn't investigate the truth, and didn't dare let anyone know about the will. The two raised Jiang Mo, appearing to show kindness, but in reality they were plotting, forcibly boosting his qi and blood, then sending him to the wilderness zone to die once he became a martial artist. If they hadn't exploited that will, Jiang Mo would have long since been killed by those two greedy relatives. Zhang Chong muttered about why the Martial Artists Guild wasn't handling this, and Shun Yen sneered, The patrol team isn't sitting around with nothing to do either. The two fell silent for a moment, and then Xin Yan said it was really just to fool those two idiots who knew that Wu Deming would fall for it too. Zhang said indignantly, If you hadn't said anything, I would have believed it too. Xin Yan said smugly, I've already caught Wu Deming. Do you want to trick Wu Tianda and Wu Dezhao over to me as well? Just dangle a third-tier spirit fruit tree as bait, and make it happen without anyone noticing, giving the little ancestor and the little devil a surprise. Zhang's eyes lit up, and he immediately went to contact the two of them. At the entrance to the number 9 middle school library, Jiang Mo looked at Shi Jiao, who was drowsy beside him, and asked in a low voice, Tired? Shi Jiao nodded. Jiang Mo put the book in his hand into his storage badge, reached out, and swept Shi Jiao up in his arms. His voice so soft it sounded like an order, Sleep. Shi Jiao leaned into his shoulder, eyes half closed. She hadn't slept last night and had been helping Jiang Mo organize his training plan the entire time, so she couldn't hold on any longer. Leaning against Jiang Mo, she quietly reminded him, In a bit, you'll receive a confirmation link for the entrance assessment. Remember to choose the elite assessment.
Jiang Montag frotze.
Elite assessment? Shi Jiao nodded, her tone direct. The three top schools have two types of assessments: expanded recruitment and elite. Expanded recruitment is like what Chu Huayan said, set up to attract resources, relying on connections and money to get through. The elite assessment is the real one. It's a solo assessment, and if you pass, you can be admitted to any one of Tianhuang, Dun, or Renxian. Someone will activate monitoring mode, basically to prevent cheating. She muttered again. Chu Huayan isn't even a Dalsung teacher for the three schools. He was just talking nonsense and misleading students. Jiang Mo thought back to what he'd heard before and felt it was indeed unreliable. What kind of exam relies entirely on student self-control not to cheat? Shi Jiu yawned and comfortably closed her eyes. Under the sunset, Jiang Mo carried her slowly toward Blue Shore Manor. Along the way, he received a message. When he opened it, it was the assessment confirmation link, exactly as Shi Jiu had said. The page listed a long set of rules. The elite track was a solo assessment, and if you passed, the points you'd earned would be returned tenfold. Tuition would be completely waived, and there would also be scholarships and point rewards. For the expanded recruitment track, you could use connections, but all the points obtained during the assessment had to be turned over. After entering the three top schools, each semester required a fixed payment of 1 billion or equivalent resources, and you also had to complete a yearly task worth 50 million contribution points. Those contribution points also had to be turned over. Jiang Mo said quietly, "Sure enough, it's set up to attract resources. 10 billion means something completely different in the eyes of martial artists than it does to ordinary people." He knew very well that the real key was the 50 million contribution points. Bincheng number 9 Martial Artist Hospital, Orthopedics. Outside the ward, Wu Tianda looked through the window at Yu Weiyuan lying on the hospital bed, his face pale, his expression so dark it seemed water could drip from it. Yu Weiyuan was his prized disciple with decent talent. If cultivated well, he could become a backbone pillar of the Wuda Martial Hall. But now both legs had been broken and set back the wrong way. Just this afternoon, after a miraculous reattachment, the nerves, bones, and muscles had all been reconnected fairly perfectly. Yet the doctor then cut off the wrongly reattached leg and put it back on properly this time. The recovery was not as good as before, and even the special medicine from the Wuda Martial Hall had only limited effect. Outside the ward, the atmosphere was bleak. Yu Xiangrong sat on a bench, silent. The last time Yu Mengyang's leg was broken, he wanted revenge but was warned off, so the matter was dropped. This time, Wu Tianda and Wu Dezhao had acted, and the Yu family also wanted to seize the chance to strike back. In the end, Yu Weiyuan's leg was broken again. The one who did it was a mid-level spiritual mind master with spiritual power as high as 1,600, and it was Yu Weiyuan who had taken the initiative to challenge him. Wu Tianda even approved of this leg-breaking approach. Yu Xiangrong felt increasingly unwilling to accept it, even suspecting that if he went to avenge himself on Jiang Mo, he was more likely to end up with his own leg broken. And the one who had set the leg wrong was none other than Shin, the department head from the Martial Artists Guild, a man he couldn't afford to offend. The Yu family had influence, but it couldn't compare with the Martial Artists Guild. He looked up at Wu Tianda, his voice full of helplessness. "Old Wu, are we just going to let this go?" He couldn't provoke those two, so he could only place his hopes on Wu Tianda. Wu Tianda's expression remained unchanged. "Don't worry, I'll make a move. For that third-tier spirit fruit tree, this matter can't be let go." The phone suddenly rang. Wu Tianda glanced at it and frowned. "Zhang Chong? He still has the nerve to call me?" Anger rose in his heart, and he let out a cold snort. "I'd like to see what tricks he has." Zhang Chong had embarrassed him in the afternoon, and this matter had to be explained. Then he saw the new message, and a cold smile appeared on his face again. Shen Yan. He was the real culprit. As the dignified head of the Martial Artists Guild, he had actually reattached someone's legs the wrong way around. Wu Tianda stood up. "Xiao Yu, don't worry. I'll give you an explanation for this." With that, he went downstairs and headed out of the hospital. Outside the hospital, in Shen Yan's pickup truck. Just as Wu Tianda opened the car door, Zhang Chong spoke first. "Call Wu Dezhao over. Let's go to the Martial Artists Guild and talk." This concerns the Tier 3 spirit fruit tree, so we have to be careful. Wu Tienda sat in the back seat and looked warily at the two people in the car. No wonder you had that attitude this afternoon. You really did know about the spirit fruit tree. Looks like Wu Deming's disappearance has something to do with you. Xin Yan remained silent, and Zhang Chong continued. You call Wu Dezhao and set a meeting place. The spirit fruit tree is in the Martial Artists Guild of District 1, and just that will alone isn't enough. We need to call a few more people. I'll be here, along with Supervisor Shen, and Vice Dean Cui of the 9th Martial Artists Hospital. Wu Tienda suddenly understood and picked up the phone. Blue Shore Manor Community. Sure Jiu still hadn't woken up. Jiang Mo carried her to the bed, covered her with a blanket, and returned to his own room. On the desk lay Basic Applications of Mental Power, the book Sure Jiu had recommended from the library that afternoon. Jiang Mo had strong mental power, but his basic application skills were lacking. This book was just what he needed to make up for that weakness. He lay there fishing while cultivating. His mental power swept through the contents of the book, and the effects popped up one by one. Divine Sequence Fishing Count times 10, for 10 hours. Probability of catching Tianbao Yuanshan pills times 10. Probability of catching pills with similar medicinal properties times 10. Number of items fished up times 10. He would not boost luck for now. He would first accumulate fortune in preparation for eating the abyss fruit next time. There were also luck, recovery speed, cultivation speed, comprehension, insight, cultivation effectiveness, multitasking, and more, all times 10 for 10 hours. He couldn't be bothered to look for a basin, so he leaned back at an angle with a fishing rod in his hand, fishing while practicing the rainy night stargazing chart. The book floated before him. With a sweep of his mental power, the text went straight into his mind. A night passed, and it was 8 in the morning. Jiang Mo opened his eyes, his first thought being pure delight. Ah, a day without school. Looking down, he saw the floor piled high with treasures. He brought up the system interface to check, and Tianbao Yuanshan pills were not on the list. Sure enough, pills like that were rare. He used his mental power to stuff everything on the floor into the storage badge, washed up, made the bed, changed clothes, and went downstairs. The pots, pans, and bowls in the kitchen moved on their own. Sure Jiu was already sitting early at the dining table, scribbling and drawing on Jiang Mo's special training plan. Jiang Mo sat down beside her and said, "The exam application is already taken care of." Sure Jiu hummed and said she would first give Jiang Mo some simple Qi blood training, go challenge a dojo in the morning, then head to the Martial Artists Guild and enter the wilderness area in the afternoon. Jiang Mo froze for a moment. Challenge a dojo? Sure Jiu nodded. Find someone to spar with. Yesterday's half-baked one wasn't good enough, so they needed to go to a proper martial arts hall and fight someone who had truly been in contact with martial arts. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. Sure Jiu frowned again and said that the Wuda Martial Hall was famous, but its students might not be that strong. Still, since he wanted to, they would start with Wuda Martial Hall for now. The goal was to beat every beginner-level student at the martial arts halls in District 9 within 7 days. You're the successor of the Yun Tian Martial Hall, so challenging them at their doorstep is perfectly justified. Sure Jiu explained the purpose. Using the name of a martial arts hall to issue a challenge would force the other side to send students of comparable level to fight him according to the rules. If he went as an individual, they would ignore him. Jiang Mo wasn't worried about anyone coming to challenge him, and said he would take them on one by one. Sure Jiu reminded him not to appear as a mentalist, only as a quasi-martial artist, but bearing the name of Yun Tian Martial Hall could also draw other martial arts halls to come knocking. After breakfast, Sure Jiu taught him a set of boxing techniques called the Yuan Attracting Art, paired with 5 minutes a day of Qi blood redirection. She said that once Qi and blood reached a certain level, redirection alone would no longer be enough. It would need the Yuan Attracting Art to help further improve it. Jiang Mo's source foundation was depleted, so ordinary Qi blood cultivation had limited effect on him. Even if the potency of the Qi blood pills were multiplied by 10, it would only barely get him to quasi-warrior level. The two methods Sure Jiu gave him were clearly advanced techniques ordinary people could not access. In the villa's backyard that morning, Sure Jiu wore a dark blue tracksuit with her ponytail tied up, demonstrating the boxing technique while explaining the essentials. Jiang Mo copied it very quickly and had strong comprehension. After practicing, Shi Jiu said this set was the yuan attracting art. Jiang Mo activated his qi and blood, his face slightly flushed and sweating, but his qi blood value didn't rise. Shi Jiu walked up, placed a hand on his chest, and half-jokingly said it was a bit harder than yesterday. Jiang Mo blushed. Last night, in the middle of the night, he had suddenly remembered to practice and did several sets of push-ups. The results were actually quite noticeable. Jiang Mo began performing the qi blood redirection method. Shi Jiu stood in front of him, one hand resting on his chest, moving with his motions without obstructing him. Don't rush qi blood cultivation. For someone like you with a depleted source foundation, it has to be done step by step. Improving too quickly will only increase the burden on your body. Shi Jiu's expression turned serious. Jiang Mo nodded and took a deep breath, his boxing techniques becoming steadier. Before they knew it, it was 10 a.m. After the two of them finished showering and changed clothes, they were just about to head out to challenge Wuda Martial Hall. At that moment, the villa's smart entry system at the foyer rang out in a crisp voice. Is student Jiang Mo at home? I'm Xia Fan, from the Martial Artist Guild. Shi Jiu tilted her head slightly and recognized the name at once. The president of the Zone 9 Martial Artist Guild, likely here to arrange the proctoring system. Jiang Mo immediately understood that the three major admissions exams for Tian, D, and Ren were officially starting at 10 a.m. today. Not long after, a young man in loose training clothes stood outside, looking to be in his late 20s or so. Jiang Mo used his mental power to open the door for him. Xiafan first glanced at Shi Jiu, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Mo. Shi Jiu only nodded and made no further comment. He looked kind on the surface, but in reality he carried a fierce aura that could erupt at any moment. Jiang Mo thought to himself, if Xin Yan really had no trump card, this Xia Fan could kill 3 Xin Yans with one punch. Xia Fan was a high-level martial artist and often active in the wilderness zones. This time, he had come back specifically because of Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo greeted him politely. Xia Fan awkwardly said that the two of them had actually met before, and Jiang Mo responded accordingly with, "Second time meeting you, President." Xia Fan handed over a silver metal disc about the size of a palm. Jiang Mo took it and asked, "Is this for anti-cheating?" Xia Fan explained succinctly. This wasn't just for anti-cheating. It was also the assessment and settlement item for this exam, called the Shen Light Mirror. It was a spatial storage-type item jointly developed by 7 sequence warriors from the Tianhuang, Dun, and Rinxian universities. It also had a special ability, to rewind death and reveal the cause of death. Jiang Mo froze for a moment. Xiafan said, "First use your martial artist badge to activate the Shen Light Mirror and let it record your qi blood and mental power fluctuations. After you leave the city, throw any mutated beast you kill into the Shen Light Mirror, and it can determine the cause of death, whether someone assisted you or whether there was outside interference." Xia Fan placed the Shen Light Mirror in front of Jiang Mo and said flatly, "That's all there is to it."
Jiang Montag pauset.
"That's all." Xia Fan stared at the mirror and replied, "Simple as it is, this thing is no ordinary object. A sequence item made through the collaboration of 7 high-level sequence warriors. Ordinary martial artists can't understand it."
Jiang Montag suddenly understood.
He had thought it was just some surveillance device. Xia Fan sneered. Surveillance is easy to interfere with. Once it's blocked, it becomes useless. Sequence items are different. He then went on to explain the Shen Light Mirror's function. It could detect whether there were any other powerful experts assisting nearby. Once such assistance was detected, the elite assessment would automatically be downgraded to an expanded recruitment assessment.
Jiang Montag nodded.
The 3 major schools' exams wouldn't let people exploit loopholes so easily. He also realized that some people might actually hope for candidates to cheat, so they could admit more expanded recruitment students. Xia Fan coughed twice and gave a meaningful smile. In previous years, there had indeed been cheating, but the Shen Light Mirror would expose it. The punishment wasn't an outright disqualification, but a downgrade from elite admission to expanded recruitment. Jiang Mo noted that down. Xia Fan took out another confidentiality agreement and handed it over. Sign this first. The Xian Guang mirror is a sequence item, so it can't be made public. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Shi Jiao on the sofa. Clearly, that little ancestor didn't need to sign. Jiang Mo didn't refuse and signed it. Xia Fan helped him activate the Xian Guang mirror and added, "This thing is only valid for 100 days. After the admissions exam is over, it'll just become an ordinary object." A glint flashed in Jiang Mo's eyes. Sequence martial artists could also make items? He was a sequence martial artist too. Xia Fan got up to leave and nodded goodbye to Shi Jiao. Shi Jiao suddenly called Jiang Mo Xiao Jiang, then said, "Jiang Mo plans to challenge them in the name of Yun Tian Martial Arts Hall. You handle this." Xia Fan froze. "What did you say?" Shi Jiao tilted her head and repeated, "Use the name of Yun Tian Martial Arts Hall to challenge them?" Jiang Mo's face turned slightly red as he rubbed the back of his neck. Xia Fan panicked a little. "Okay, I understand. I'll handle it," he added, still not daring to look Shi Jiao in the eye. "By the way, that guy Shen Yan caught a bunch of people at the Martial Artists Guild and locked them in his office. You might have some connection to this, so when you have time, go deal with it." Jiang Mo's eyes widened. "He caught a bunch of people and locked them in his office? I clearly only told him to take away one poison master." Xia Fan said helplessly, "Those people have quite a background. There's the deputy principal of number 9 high school, the vice president of the 9th Martial Artists Hospital, the hall master of Wuda Martial Arts Hall, and a martial artist team captain who's also a coach. If they weren't being held, they'd probably cause trouble." Jiang Mo said nothing, only subconsciously looked at Shi Jiao. With a smile at the corners of her mouth, Shi Jiao praised, "Didn't expect Shen Yan to be so sensible. Promising." Jiang Mo nodded, a little lacking in brains, but reliable in everything else. Hearing this, Xia Fan trembled all over, feeling as if he had missed out on a huge fortune. He hurriedly tried to salvage things, stammering, "I also helped catch these people." Shi Jiao glanced at him and curled her lip faintly. Xia Fan was immediately embarrassed. His attempt at damage control failed, and he slunk away in disgrace. After Xia Fan left, Jiang Mo leaned in and asked whether the Xian Guang mirror had any other functions, such as surveillance. Shi Jiao patted his shoulder and plainly said that the real Xian Guang mirror had absurdly many functions. It could monitor, rewind the entire exam, and even analyze the specific attack values produced by the martial Dao divine powers and spiritual divine powers you used. As she said this, a trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes and vanished in an instant. Then she added the final blow. "The one in your hands is only a 100-day imitation, a temporary proctoring item. Its functions are exactly what Xia Fan said, with the extra features of locating and sending for help. If you really want the real thing, I can get one." Jiang Mo quickly waved his hands. "No need. This imitation is fine." Shi Jiao stood up. "Come on. Let's go challenge Wuda Martial Arts Hall." The news reached Wuda Martial Arts Hall, and the upper echelons went into an uproar. Jiang Mo was coming to challenge them, and under the name of a Yun Tian Martial Arts Hall inheritor? He had broken Yu Weiyuan's legs yesterday, and today he was already coming? Some people wanted to call and discuss it, but they couldn't get through. The Vice Hall Master sneered and retorted that Jiang Mo was a spiritual master with spiritual power reaching 1,600. Since he was going to take part in the 3 major joint exams and lacked qi and blood as well as experience, he had set his sights on them, wanting to use them as a whetstone. How could there be such an easy deal? Just shut the hall and admit defeat. Yu Weiyuan had already become a joke for being broken and then reattached in public, and the martial arts hall had lost all face. Shutting down would put an end to the matter. Someone suggested using the media to blow up the situation and portray Jiang Mo as wanting the martial arts hall to serve as his whetstone, so as to drag other martial arts halls into it. When Xia Fan received the news about Wuda's closure and all those messy reports, he was confused and anxious. Such a huge Wuda martial arts hall had just admitted defeat. Weren't these reports just helping Jiang Mo build up enemies? He thought about how Shen Yan would handle it if he were the one in charge. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Let Xin Yan deal with it. Zhang Mo and Shizhou received the message while on the way to the martial arts hall. Shizhou opened Xiafan's message. Don't go to the martial arts hall anymore. Go directly to the martial artists guild. Zhang Mo saw it too. Wuda Martial Arts Hall's move was indeed pretty disgusting. As soon as the media got involved, things started to snowball. Zhang Mo, who had originally been challenging the dojos in a low-key way, hadn't actually offended anyone. But once that provocative headline was shouted out, every martial arts hall felt insulted. Using their halls as whetstones, or treating their reputations as stepping stones. Who could stand that? If he kept going around challenging dojos, then in all likelihood the other big halls in District 9 would either shut their doors and concede, or send out a few quasi-martial artists who were no match for Zhang Mo just to make a token effort. The two of them didn't take a taxi. They walked to the Martial Artists Guild, using the time to temper their qi and blood. Seeing Shizhou wearing a sullen expression, Zhang Mo said with a smile, "Tomorrow I'll go challenge Wuda Martial Hall again." Then he added, "In the name of an intermediate spiritual thought master." Shizhou's eyes lit up. If a hall kept closing its doors, it could be downgraded and have its sign taken down. Zhang Mo said smugly, "Don't forget, the hall master of Wuda Hall is still in Supervisor Shin's hands." Only then did Shizhou smile. All the way to the guild, when they saw that massive defensive city wall, Zhang Mo was shocked all over again, and he also thought of those mutated beasts, the crown python, the blue abyss emperor crab, and so on. Xin Yan wasn't waiting on the first floor. He personally led them to the second floor, smiling mysteriously. "Little ancestor, no, student Shi, and student Jiang. Guess who I caught?" The two of them immediately named them Wu Deming, Wu Dezhao, Wu Tianda. Zhang Mo even mentioned Vice Dean Chui by name. Xin Yan looked utterly defeated. This was the surprise he had prepared. But Xiafan had leaked it early, so everyone already knew. After being praised, he got carried away again. Shizhou asked about Wuda Martial Hall and the news reports. Xin Yan was thinking hard. Let Zhang Mo keep challenging the halls, point all the fire at Wuda Martial Hall, then find the media to follow up, maybe even do a live stream. Expose them thoroughly. Zhang Mo and Shizhou exchanged a glance. They were thinking along the same lines. As for the people who had been arrested, Zhang Mo said lightly, "Keep them locked up. They're all prominent figures in District 9, so you can't kill them. If they're in your hands, word won't stay hidden." Shizhou smiled and said, "Unless you want to take the blame?" Xin Yan's eyes lit up. "That works too." Through the crack in the office door, they could see that the people inside had already vented their rage. Wu Dezhao, Wu Deming, Chui Siwen, and Wu Tianda were sitting amid the wreckage, gasping for breath. The room was in complete disarray. Tables, chairs, sofas, and ornaments had all been smashed to pieces. Zhang Mo stared at the only unfamiliar man in the room. Broad-built, rough-skinned, and clearly someone who had spent years out in the wilderness. Wu Deming, the old Wu mentioned by Cheng Fongdong. Zhang Mo turned to Xin Yan. "You've got one advanced martial artist and 3 intermediate martial artists locked up in your office?" Xin Yan looked smug. "I'm the District 9 Martial Artists Guild Supervisor. The security here is top tier. Even if 4 advanced martial artists with qi and blood exceeding 10,000 were locked in here, they still couldn't get out." Shizhou looked at Zhang Mo, then at Xin Yan, and said coldly, "You turned your office into a cage?" Xin Yan stammered that it was an accident, but there was a hint in his eyes that he was looking at Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo somehow produced a glass bottle and said with a serious expression, "This bottle of medicine will make people go insane and split their minds." Xin Yan froze. The bottle looked familiar. A scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. Zhang Qilin from Class 14. The Zhang family had caused a scene at the school, and Shen Yan had quietly settled the matter for them, even making them compensate Su Qi 600,000 yuan. Later, Zhang Qilin went violently mad and was sent to a psychiatric hospital. So that was the result of this medicine. Xin Yan gritted his teeth. "Fine. My office can handle a few crazed martial artists." Shizhou said coldly, "Then can you handle the fallout? If something happens, you'll have to answer to the higher-ups." Shen Yan hurriedly pledged his loyalty. I'll take responsibility for this. Student Shi, you don't need to show your face. Shi Zhou smiled and handed the matter over to him. Shen Yan was overjoyed and asked how the drug should be used. Zhang Mo handed that bottle of toilet water to Shen Yan. Atomize it. Just let them inhale it. Shen Yan took it and thought it was simple enough. There were ventilation ducts in the office, so it would be easy to deliver it as a mist. Standing outside the door, Zhang Mo looked at the people in the room and recited the effects one by one. Personality multiplied by 10, lasting 3 hours. Frenzy multiplied by 10, lasting 3 hours. Temper, resentment, and anger all multiplied by 10, lasting 3 hours. After checking the surveillance again, he continued, Wu Dezhao and Wu Deming's mutual affection is multiplied by 10. Their disgust toward Cui Siwen and Wu Tianda is also multiplied by 10, lasting 3 hours. Wu Tianda's disgust toward Cui Siwen, Wu Dezhao, and Wu Deming is multiplied by 10. The original text is cut off here. Shen Yan's office suddenly exploded into chaos. Cui Siwen shouted at Wu Deming, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be locked up in here, and slapped him across the face. Wu Dezhao irrationally retaliated, landing a punch. The two went back and forth, still yelling, I'll beat you to death, you little bastard. And if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be stuck living like a widow. Wu Tianda also blew up. I'm going to the wilderness area to break through. I don't want to be some city gym leader. The others, afraid of death, tried to stop him, and the atmosphere instantly grew even more frenzied. In an instant, the 4 of them seemed like 40 different people. Every sort of personality, every kind of face, all of them agitated, throwing themselves into a brawl. Shen Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Zhang Mo, fear returning to his eyes, the same kind he'd had years ago. This little devil went berserk far more terrifyingly than the little ancestor. But the whole thing was entirely their own self-destruction, their mutual slaughter. With the non-existent spirit fruit tree mentioned in the will added into the mix, the blame could be shifted off completely. Shen Yan quietly turned off the surveillance. Zhang Mo lowered his head in thought. When he multiplied these people by 10, his mental power kept flashing. When he multiplied Wu Tianda by 10, his mental power instantly dropped by more than half, then recovered a second later. Yue multiplied by 10 was very suitable, but Yue was only a numerical recovery. If he could fully cultivate the sudden rain chapter, perhaps he could comprehend the ultimate divine power of percentage-based recovery. Shen Yan stood outside the door watching them make a scene, and decided to rearrange the office. Then he remembered that matter, the last time they said they wanted to recruit that poison master for their use, and asked Zhang Mo whether he wanted to go meet him now. Zhang Mo looked strangely at him. What would I meet him for? I messed up his limbs so they're reversed. Would he still dare to side with me? Shen Yan froze. Shi Zhou reminded him, The risk from that poison master is yours to bear. Zhang Mo took a supermarket bag out of his storage badge and handed it to Shen Yan. Shen Yan took it and glanced at the contents, which had been frozen into. The original last sentence is cut off, so I made a brief rewrite based on the existing content. If you want me to continue or complete the ending, please paste the remaining original text. A lump of frozen stuff like seafood. Looking at it, Shen Yan showed a helpless smile on his face. You came all this way and even brought me a gift. Zhang Mo was a little embarrassed. This isn't a gift for you. It's the venom gland of a second-rank blue-ringed octopus. That venom gland had already been multiplied by Zhang Mo tenfold. This was only one of them, but he didn't dare multiply the venom itself by 10 as well. This kind of deadly toxin still had to be handled with care. Shen Yan froze, then his expression changed drastically and his hand trembled. He nearly dropped the bag. A venom gland from a second-rank blue-ringed octopus? Something capable of poisoning a high-level martial artist to death? And you just handed it to me so casually? He glanced at Shi Zhou again, carefully, and held himself back. For the little ancestor's sake, he'd endure it for now. Shen Yan pinched his fingers in a dainty orchid finger gesture, carefully holding the shopping bag with 2 fingers, suppressing his anger. If that's the case, Why insist that I bring it back to the Martial Artists Association? Wouldn't it be fine to just lock it up anywhere? Jiang Emo shot him a glance and explained impatiently, "It's not the same. If you don't bring the poison master here, who would willingly walk into the trap and come to your door?" Xinyan froze, then reacted instantly. "So you're using me as a fishing rod, and this poison master as bait? To fish for people?"
Jiang Montag nodded.
If he were locked up somewhere else, Wu Deming would definitely send people to steal or snatch the poison master away. But if he's kept at the Martial Artists Guild, they wouldn't dare come straight to grab him even if they had 10 times the courage. They can only come to negotiate ransom. He looked at the 4. No, 10 people crammed together in the office and muttered, "I originally thought I'd only catch Wu Deming, who knew I'd hook a whole string of them. A fisherman never comes home empty-handed." Xinyan was speechless. "So I'm not only a tool man and a scapegoat, I'm also a fishing rod?" Jiang Emo waved a hand. "Let it go this time. We'll talk about it next time." "Oh right, I don't know how to deal with this venom gland either, so I just froze it and put it in a plastic bag. Be careful not to touch it. It'll kill you." Xinyan took the venom gland to see the poison master. As for whether the poison master would obediently handle it, Jiang Emo didn't care. He dumped the person here mainly to fish for people. If it could be handled, great. If not, it didn't matter. On the 3rd floor of the Martial Artists Guild, in the VIP lounge, a steaming spread of 6 dishes and 1 soup sat on the table. Shi Jiao had puffed up cheeks as she vaguely reminded Jiang Emo of some assessment rules. She said that once they reached the wilderness zone, they absolutely had to hide their identities and not expose themselves. Everyone taking part in the 3 major recruitment exams with him was a competitor, especially those extra admission candidates. Jiang Emo listened without interrupting. Shi Jiao continued, "There's a confidentiality agreement for the rules of the Mystic Light Mirror, so not many people outside know about it. The main enemies of elite candidates are often the extra admission candidates. They'll actively come to you and snatch your prey. Elite candidates can steal it back too. But the extra admission candidates aren't just one person." Jiang Emo frowned and suddenly thought of something. "If the extra admission candidates send a strong fighter to follow me, would that be considered cheating?" Shi Jiao shook her head.
No.
"The exam determines results by having the corpse of a mutated beast sent into the Mystic Light Mirror for appraisal. If someone follows you and helps you kill the beast, it doesn't matter even if the Mystic Light Mirror wasn't used. So don't reveal your identity, hide yourself, and stay away from other people. All of that is part of the elite assessment." She took another sip of pork rib soup. "The Mystic Light Mirror also has positioning and distress call functions. If you run into danger, you can activate it, and the teachers from the 3 schools will rush to rescue you as fast as possible. But once you activate the distress call, it means you've failed the exam. The elite assess." 072. Noon. As she ate, Shi Jiao told Jiang Emo about the possible exam rules.
Jiang Montag listened quietly.
Outside the VIP room, Xinyan and Xia Fan quietly stepped out. After a moment, Xia Fan said in a low voice, "I think the little ancestor seems a little different." Xinyan glanced at him sideways, annoyed. "How is she different?" Xia Fan stroked his chin and said with feeling, "She seems more human than before." Xinyan nodded. "Good, I got it. I'll tell the little ancestor that you said she isn't human." Xia Fan glared. "Xinyan, you fucking asking for a beating. You know that's not what I meant." Shi Jiao held the scent-concealing spray and carefully sprayed Jiang Emo all over, completely masking his scent. Jiang Emo was wearing advanced camouflage combat gear, with a helmet, goggles, a face mask, and a neck guard all in place. Xian Guang mirror was placed inside the lining as a chest protector. Hanging at his waist was a battle blade infused with Shi Jiao's blade intent. Feijin Chanqi was slung across his back, and Xingqian Shua had been transformed into a silver wristband worn on his left wrist. With the blessing of rain now, Jiang Emo had already refined the flying sword to 10%. 11 more times and it would be fully charged. Shi Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Emo twisted his body. "Will this outfit be too eye-catching?" Shi Jiao kept spraying behind him. No, the beginner and advanced ones are about the same, you can't tell. You can set off now. If you run into danger, share your location immediately. Jiang Emo answered and put away the spray before heading out. Though he had an invisibility talisman, he wouldn't refuse Shi Zhou's kindness. At the entrance to the safety passage in Zone 9, a guard on duty spotted Jiang Emo from afar and shouted, "Bro, you're carrying the wrong sword." Jiang Emo froze for a moment. It was the same guard from last time who had said he was going to pick out a grave. The guard said solemnly, "This kind of long sword should be hanging at your waist, not strapped to your back. You won't be able to draw it in a critical moment." Jiang Emo patted the knife at his waist. "I've got a knife at my waist." The guard was stunned. Is this guy sick in the head? He's got a knife at his waist and still carries a sword on his back, planning to strut around the wasteland looking cool. He muttered again that the combat suit looked brand new, and his voice sounded young, probably just a rookie heading out to broaden his horizons. Once he suffered a setback, he'd understand. Jiang Emo smiled but didn't respond, and walked into the passage. A red light swept over him. Ding, warrior identity verified. Permission granted to enter the wilderness zone. Ding, joint admissions exam for the 3 schools, elite candidate identity verified. Exam system activated. May all students perform beyond expectations and get into the 3 top universities. 2 voices sounded in his ear at the same time, one from the warrior badge and one from the Xian Guang mirror. The Xian Guang mirror on his chest lit up silver again, instantly opening an internal space about 10 meters square. On the front was a light screen, and on it scrolled the ranking of elite candidates in the Binqing exam zone. First place, Binqing number 1 High School, Senior Class 1, Li Shouchuan, male, points, 125. Second place, Binqing number 1 High School, Senior Class 1, Tong Min, female, points, 99. Third place, Binqing number 3 High School, Senior Class 3, Xue Peng, male, points, 60. Fourth place, Binqing number 2 High School, Senior Class 1, Deng Song, male, points, 30. There were 209 students in total, most of them from Binqing number 1, number 2, and number 3 high schools, making up more than 80%. Number 4, number 5, and number 6 high schools together had only 20 to 30 students. Beyond number 6 high school, there was only Jiang Emo from number 9 high school, temporarily ranked last. Jiang Emo stared at the live ranking on the screen, then looked at the time, 12:10. The exam had started at 10, and most people already had points. He was a little surprised. I just got out of the safety passage, and those overachievers already rushed into the wilderness zone? He quickened his pace, left the safety passage, and began activating his skills. Vitality times 10, lasts 3 hours. Neural reaction speed times 10, lasts 3 hours. Explosive power times 10, lasts 3 hours. Strength times 10, lasts 3 hours. Physical stamina times 10, lasts 3 hours. Speed times 10, lasts 3 hours. Mental power had to be multiplied by 10 every morning. He had never activated Vitality before because Shi Zhou had arranged training for him, but now was the time to rely on real strength. If you have a cheat, you have to use it. Suddenly, his body felt lighter, and strength flooded through him. He clenched his fist and looked at the attribute panel. Vitality 860, lifespan still 9 years and 363 days. Unchanged. It's fine. If I can't fish for Tianbao Yuan Chendan, I'll use contribution points to exchange for Xiao Yuanden. If the medicine isn't strong enough, I'll make it up with 10-fold multiplication. He stepped out of the safety passage and took a deep breath of the damp air. The sky was gray, with a light drizzle drifting down. It looked like it would only get heavier. At the entrance, someone looked at the sword on his back and said, "Bro, don't carry your sword on your back. Hang it at your waist so it's easier to draw." Jiang Emo replied coldly, "I'm carrying a knife." Not wanting to chat, he went straight toward the blank zone. People nearby muttered, "Are the people from District 9 all this bold? They're heading into the wilderness even in the rain." Others said, I heard there's a genius from District 9 with mental power of 1,600 here too. Wonder if we'll get to see him. In the blank zone, Jiang Emo stared at a pebble on the ground and said silently, "One moment before my foot steps on this pebble. The number of this pebble times 10 lasts 3 seconds. He took a deep breath and stepped forward to stomp on it. The instant his foot was about to land, the pebble suddenly turned into 10 pebbles, then returned to 1 after 3 seconds. It really can be multiplied like this." He turned back to look at the city's defensive wall, which stood like a mountain, and thought about the rules. One moment before a siege battle begins, all the defenses and durability of the city wall times 10, lasting until the siege battle ends. Then he looked up at the anti-air barrier in the sky, which resembled an aurora. Even on a rainy day, the anti-air barrier remained brilliantly multicolored and striking. This thing was like a force field, able to block or destroy boundary beasts and mutant beasts falling from the sky. When the air defense belt encounters an irresistible attack, all offense and defense coefficients of the air defense belt are multiplied by 10. Duration. Until the battle is completely over. Jiang Emo kept reciting this in his mind, but he didn't immediately multiply the two items by 10. Any change in city defenses would inevitably attract investigation. No one could say exactly what abilities those strange sequence warriors had, and Jiang Emo didn't want to invite trouble. After finishing his business, he slowly vanished into the rain, this time not nearly as hurriedly as before. The rain was getting heavier, visibility was low, and ordinary warriors rarely dared to come out into the wild relying only on their eyes. The concealment spray was waterproof so the rain wouldn't affect it. Jiang Emo spread out his mental power, covering a spherical area with a diameter of 340 meters. Soon he gathered his consciousness, condensing it into a 500-meter-long mental straight line. Mental touch. Sight could be obstructed, but the mind could not. Mental touch could probe farther, but at the cost of losing awareness of other directions. Mental barrier could shield himself. Both were basic skills that had to be learned, and Jiang Emo had already mastered them last night. 500 meters away, a 2-meter-long gray-black mutated beast was crawling toward him, an rain monkey. The panel showed, Level 1, Weakness, Heart, Most Valuable Part, Fur. Jiang Emo licked his lips and muttered, "Multiply the rain monkey's gravitational force by 10, lasting until its death." The rain monkey stumbled and fell to the ground, its black eyes full of confusion and fear. It barely managed to crawl, but its speed dropped several times over, and it was gasping heavily. Jiang Emo didn't move closer. He retreated to 150 meters away, then muttered again, "Multiply the number of rain monkeys by 10. In an instant, 1 became 10. The 10 rain monkeys froze for a moment, then all at once revealed fierce looks in their eyes. Even though they were under 10 times gravity, moving at pitiful speed and with weakened attack power, they actually charged at one another and started tearing into each other in the rain, killing each other. They all wanted to kill one another. Last time, when I multiplied Chang Xiaofeng by 10, the 10 Chang Xiaofengs immediately started fighting. That was because Chang Xiaofeng's mental state was unstable. And these rain monkeys are stupid. No rush. I'll try a stronger mutated beast later. Jiang Emo didn't dwell on it. After all, they could still be appraised. His flying sword slowly slid out of its sheath, leaving a streak of afterimages in the rain. In an instant, the 10 rain monkeys turned into 10 corpses. He walked over, hesitated for a second, and put one of the corpses into the Shen Guang mirror. Unlike the storage badge given by Shurjiu, the Shen Guang mirror had a storage range of only 1 meter. Ding! Species: Rain Monkey. Level: Tier 1 Mutated Beast. Cause of death: killed in self-cannibalistic combat with its own kind, then had its heart pierced by Jiang Emo in a sneak attack. Appraisal passed. Exam points obtained. 1. A 1 appeared after his name on the light screen, and his ranking rose to 183rd. The Shen Guang mirror can even identify self-cannibalistic combat. Jiang Emo licked his lips and then sent the remaining 9 corpses into the Shen Guang mirror one by one. Their causes of death were all the same, and he gained 9 more points, bringing his ranking up to 156th. People ahead of me in this line really know how to grind. Every point source is written out so clearly. Who the hell is this meant to guard against? Zhang Yimou was a little annoyed, but he quickly noticed that the corpses in the Shenlight Mirror hadn't been taken away. They were still lying there. Doesn't that mean I can take them back to the Martial Artists Guild and sell them? He smiled, and his target became even clearer. A level 3 mutated beast, the blood-eyed golden tiger. Zhang Yimou took out the 10 rain monkeys in the Shenlight Mirror, controlled his battle saber with spiritual power, and skinned them. Then he said the words multiply by 10, and in an instant he had 100 rain monkey pelts. He tried putting one into the Shenlight Mirror. Ding! Rain monkey pelt. Official purchase price. 500 xia coins. Note: candidates must use a mutated beast corpse with an integrity of at least 60% for the assessment identification. Zhang Mo's expression darkened. The 3 major exams really aren't easy to game. He put all the pelts back into the storage badge, then took a spatial backpack out of the badge, stuffed the 10 bloody corpses inside, and left in a hurry. The small valley had caused such a big commotion last time that it had already drawn the attention of the official forces in Zone 9 of Bincheng. There were warning signs on the safe passage, so Zhang Yimou deliberately took a detour and entered the depths of the wilderness from the other side. This time, the wilderness had less desolation and more greenery. Zhang Yimou remembered Xiao Jiu saying that candidates from other districts would also come here, especially the expanded admissions candidates, and they might set their sights on him. He casually found a spot to dump the 10 corpses, sent the spatial backpack back into the badge, then crouched down in a hidden place. The blood from the corpses would attract mutated beasts that like to appear on rainy days. Before hunting the blood-eyed golden tiger, he would practice first. This move was one he had learned from the blood-eyed golden tiger itself. Looking up at the sky, he saw the rain gradually growing heavier. Fortunately, his combat suit was waterproof, so aside from impaired visibility, it posed no problem. To all the martial artists still in the wilderness outside Zone 9, my apologies. For the sake of my exam, I'll have to wrong you all. Zhang Yimou muttered under his breath. The duration of this rain in the wilderness outside Zone 9. Multiply by 10. The clouds in the sky seemed to tremble. On rainy days, most mutated beasts stayed hidden and refused to come out. Only those like the rain monkeys that loved the rain would appear. Zhang Yimou was a spiritual power user, so he could find their hiding places and drag them out one by one. Just then, his spiritual power stirred, and a giant beast rushed in from afar. It was over 5 meters long, covered in dark red fur, and charged straight toward the rain monkey corpses to feast. Bloodthirsty wild boar, a level 2 mutated beast. Its weakness was on its forehead, and its bones and meat were the most valuable. Zhang Mo's eyes lit up. He gave a low shout. Hold on, sword rain. Continuous. His figure flashed, and the one bloodthirsty wild boar instantly split into 10, all happily eating. In the next moment, an almost invisible afterimage appeared in the void, twisting through the air 13 times in a row. 10 boars simultaneously had holes burst open in their foreheads and crashed to the ground, dying cleanly. Zhang Yimou put the 10 bloodthirsty wild boars into the Shenlight Mirror, then transferred them into the storage badge. The system prompt read, Bloodthirsty wild boar times 10, cause of death. Ambushed by Zhang Yimou while feeding, killed in 1 strike. Identification passed. Exam points awarded. 100. Zhang Yimou was pleased with himself, thinking, these bones and meat can be counted tenfold too. I'll sell them by the pound when I get back. This haul brought his points up to 110, pushing him past Xuepeng and into 3rd place. First place was Li Shouchuan with 220. Second was Tong Min with 159. Looking at the scores, Zhang Yimou smiled. Wait a little longer, and I'll show you what despair is. With that, he vanished into the rain again to look for the blood-eyed golden tiger. Scene shift. Su Yunfeng, captain of the 5th squad of Zone 9's patrol team, was in his office absent-mindedly cracking walnuts and spacing out, secretly marveling that Zhang Yimou was that big shot from that day. While he was touching the mirror and feeling sorry for himself, someone knocked and opened the door. A report came in. Someone from Zone 1 is looking for you. The door opened, and a woman wearing a dark red professional outfit and a tight skirt suit walked in with a sway of her hips. The woman closed the door and looked at him. Captain Su, hello? I'm Jean Manji, Secretary to Minister Yuan of the Education Department in Bincheng Zone 1. He didn't move and raised his eyebrows. The Secretary to the Education Department head of Zone 1? What do you want with me? She glanced at the rain outside and said, Our minister is from District 9. He thinks highly of Jiang Mo and wants Jiang Mo to represent District 9 in the Big Three. He asked me to come and invite you to be Jiang Mo's exam support. He froze, remembering Chu Huayan's words at yesterday's 100-day pledge rally. Candidates for the Big Three could bring outside support. But he quickly shook his head. Forget it. Jiang Mo doesn't need me. That man could instantly kill a level 2 blue ring octopus. Going there himself would only cause trouble. Besides, he needed to discuss it first with Zhang Chong and Shen Yan. Jean Manji slightly raised an eyebrow and sat directly on his office desk, leaning forward with a seductive voice. What, Captain Su, are you unwilling? A wave of perfume hit him. He glanced at her cleavage, then suddenly sneezed hard. Something felt off. He smashed the last few walnuts on the desk and grabbed the kernels to stuff into his mouth. Jean Manji froze. What is this guy doing, eating walnuts to boost his brain? After a few walnuts, he regained his seriousness and looked at her. Secretary Jean, you must be tired. The sofa's over there. My desk isn't for sitting on. Her face reddened, and she moved off. He picked up the phone. I'll consider what you said, but I need to discuss it first with Shun, the supervisor at the Martial Artists Guild. Oh, right. Chairman Xia seems to be back too. Jean Manji got angry and was just about to leave when everyone at the door was staring at her. As she left, he urged again, Hey, why aren't you twisting anymore? Weren't you twisting pretty well just now? Her face turned green and white, and she nearly stumbled. Grinding her teeth, she fled outside, thinking she'd definitely get back at him when she returned. Someone outside asked curiously, Captain Su, that woman? He chewed on walnuts and answered with complete conviction. She was probably trying to seduce me, but I have a wife and kids, and I'm not going to violate my principles. If she wants me to do something for her, she should give money, resources, and treasures. What kind of nonsense is seducing me? And she still wants me to work for her? Where's this kind of good deal supposed to come from? The office fell silent in an instant. Then he added, Xiaozhang, go buy a few walnuts. I'll reimburse you when you get back. At that moment the call connected, and Shun Yan's voice came through the receiver. Old Su, what happened? Who tried to seduce you? Su Yunfeng's expression darkened. A woman just now said she was the secretary to the Minister of Education from District 1. She came to ask me to be Jiang classmate's exam support and help him get through this Big 3 admissions exam. He recounted the whole conversation on the phone in full detail, then added, Something felt off. It seemed like she was testing whether I was easy to fool. Shen Yan was silent for a moment. All right, I understand. I'll discuss it with Xiafan. At the mention of Xiafan, Su Yunfeng nodded slightly. Unable to be seen over the phone, he answered and hung up. After hanging up, he stared at the walnut shells on the desk, picked out the kernels, and ate them. At that moment Xiao Zhang came back, carrying a pair of exquisitely packaged scholar's walnuts that were nearly identical. Xiao Zhang looked triumphant. Muffled pointed lion head, the finest quality, 20,000 a pair. I had to go to the antique market to get them. Captain Su, reimburse me? Su Yunfeng was speechless. The Martial Artists Guild, the guild leader's office. Xia Fan sat upright, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The bunch in District 1 really couldn't sit still after all. He glanced outside at the rain that still hadn't let up. Visibility was low. In weather like this in the wilderness zone, only spirit masters would dare go, and there were already few of them to begin with. They also didn't want to provoke others in the same line of work. The people from District 1 had gone to Su Yunfeng precisely because they had their eye on that point. Shen Yan explained the trick behind it. Those words Chu Huaiyan had said were, on the surface, aimed at Jiang Emo, but in fact they were bait for everyone else to hear. The first few districts absolutely would not want resources snatched away by District 9, so they had long since planted their own people. If District 9 had elite candidates enter the top 3 academies, resources would tilt toward District 9. That would cut into their livelihoods. Chu Huaiyan was merely reciting lines according to the other side's script. The real hidden thread ran much deeper. If not for this rain, Qi Shiyuan and the leadership of No. 9 High School might really have secretly arranged for someone to help Jiang Emo. Afterward, Jiang Emo would receive a confirmation notice and sign a confidentiality agreement, and if he were helped by outside aid during the exam, he could only swallow the loss. Shen Yan then mentioned another thing. Jiang Mo's parents left a will stating that there is a third-tier spirit fruit tree stored at the District 1 Martial Artists Guild. Xia Fan was shocked. A third-tier spirit fruit? If that were real, I'd have known about it ages ago. Shen Yan gave a faint smile. If handled properly, it can be made real too. The few people in my office are all here for that possibly existing spirit fruit tree. Xia Fan's eyes lit up. Shen Yan said coldly, anyway, District 1 made the first move. Chapter shift. Jiang Emo was flying through the air, standing on the Xingchen shuttle, which had turned into a silver flying sword, about 70 meters above the ground. He withdrew his spiritual touch. His spiritual power expanded into a sphere with a radius of 170 meters, keeping both sky and ground under his surveillance to guard against ambushes. The flying sword had merged with him, and its speed was astonishing. Raindrops and air currents lashed at him like knives and bullets, but his advanced combat suit, face mask, and goggles neutralized them completely. So this is what flying feels like. Jiang Mo's spirit grew faintly excited as his spiritual power swept back and forth through the world. Pretty much here, the place where I ran into the blood-eyed golden tiger last time. He slowed his pace, and his spiritual barrier temporarily expanded tenfold. His presence dropping so low he almost blended into the curtain of rain. Nothing, still nothing found. Did it leave because of the rain? There were no traces of mutated beasts on the grassland. Underground there were a few red-tailed mice, but he looked down on those little things. Gua! A thunderous frog croak rang out as a 5-meter-long monstrosity leapt up, shot into the air, and flicked out its long tongue to swallow a gray flying bird in one bite. After landing, it vanished without a trace beneath the rain. Fuck! What is that? Jiang Emo was startled, and his figure instantly shifted to the spot where it had jumped. A system overlay appeared. Name: Spirit-Eating Demon Frog. Level: 3. Weakness: spine on the back. Most valuable parts: eyes, skin. His spiritual power had failed to detect it directly. This kind of beast was adept at hiding, and in rainy weather it was even harder to make out through thermal imaging. But with the system's assistance, he locked onto it. Hidden in the ground's ravines, nearly fused with the environment, with neither aura nor body heat.
Jiang Montag suddenly understood.
No wonder thermal imaging is useless against this kind of mutated beast in the rain. At the same time, the spirit-eating demon frog also sensed him. Its vertical eye turned, locking onto Jiang Emo in midair. Its body tensed, hind legs drawn back like a fully stretched bow. Whoosh, its tongue shot out like an arrow.
Jiang Montag was startled inwardly. So fast.
But still nowhere near me. Standing on a heaven-tier top-grade mental power weapon, his speed was X10, burst power X10, and neural reaction X10. His spiritual power had already reached 1700, and his vital energy 860. Much stronger than before, which was why he dared come alone to hunt the blood-eyed golden tiger. He easily dodged the strike, then made his move Sword Rain continuous and unbroken, a sword multiplied by 10. The purple flying sword on his back unsheathed itself, twisting 130 times in the rain curtain, each strike landing with perfect precision on the demon frog's spine. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking drowned out the rain. The spine snapped, and the frog's body folded backward before slamming heavily into the ground, splashing mud and water everywhere. Jiang Emo let out a slight sigh of relief. Without rushing to land, He used his psionic touch to whip the surrounding area a few times with his psychic power like a lash, then drifted lightly down beside the corpse. The weak point marked by the system had been shattered, and this level 3 powerful beast was utterly dead, like a folding screen broken apart. He completely relaxed, lowering his guard to the minimum. The mental barrier was lifted, and the purple flying sword dropped casually onto the grass. I didn't run into the blood-eyed golden tiger, but I did take down a spirit-devouring demon frog, points secured. Just as he let his guard down, a gust of wind passed by, the curtain of rain trembled, and a ferocious, vicious aura locked onto him. A bloodpin, like maw from the depths of the abyss, somehow appeared above his head, lunging down to bite him. When, crack, a silver shield suddenly appeared above Jiang Mo's head. Then, the tiger bared its jaws wide and bit down on the shield, sending several teeth flying. It howled in pain, its huge body stumbling back several steps, its blood-red eyes shocked and enraged as it glared fixedly at the tiny human before it. Jiang Mo slowly turned around and grinned. Blood-eyed golden tiger. The mutated beast's class clown? Since you're the clown, how could I not be on guard? This guy's stealth ability was even stronger than the soul-eating demon toads. If not for his prior precautions and using mental touch to scan the surroundings, he would never have discovered it at all. Fortunately, the system interface had warned him first, so he took the risk and used himself as bait. Anglers never leave empty-handed. Sure enough, he lured it out. The tiger roared and turned into a blur as it lunged straight at him. Jiang Mo reacted with everything he had. Star Shuttle changed again, instantly transforming into a silver sphere 2 meters in diameter that enveloped him. The tiger's claw slammed down hard, and the sphere shook once but remained unharmed. At the same time, the purple flying sword that had been tossed aside trembled, turned into a blur, and unleashed a continuous rain of swords. Jiang Mo murmured under his breath, "This attack count times 10, damage times 10. Speed times 10. Attack power times 10. Critical hit times 10. Critical damage times 10. Armor penetration times 10. Damage dealt times 10. Accuracy times 10. Whoosh, 1,300 attacks crashed down like a storm, all aimed straight at the blood-eyed golden tiger's ass. The blood-eyed golden tiger had never seen such a method. It instinctively rolled to dodge, retreating dozens of meters away, but the flying sword stayed on its heels, even faster than it was. The very instant it dodged, the flying sword hit the bullseye, 1,300 strikes of damage. Peft, peft, peft. Amid despairing shrieks, its nearly 10-meter-long body collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. The scene was bloody enough to make even the rain curtain seem to tremble. Even hyenas would have called it professional. Without hesitation, Jiang Mo stored the blood-eyed golden tiger and the soul-eating demon toad corpses into his storage badge. Star Shuttle returned to its silver flying sword form. His mental barrier activated, and he slowly sheathed it. Then he flashed upward into the sky, finally relaxing a little. Done. He had at last hunted a blood-eyed golden tiger, along with that soul-eating demon toad. But the commotion from the fight would attract other predators, so he didn't dare linger and left immediately. After traveling about 30 li, he landed and used mental touch to condense his psychic power into a whip, sweeping the surrounding area to confirm there were no mutated beasts before easing up slightly. Inside the storage badge, times 10, times 10. Those two corpses had both become 10 copies. The soul-eating demon toad was 5 meters long and 4 meters wide. The blood-eyed golden tiger was nearly 10 meters long. Even multiplied by 10, they still didn't take up that much room in his large badge. Jiang Mo then made subtle adjustments to those 20 specimens. The fur texture, muscle, and bone structure, the knocked-out teeth, and the shapes of the wounds were all altered so that each one looked different. Then he took out one blood-eyed golden tiger and threw it into the profound light mirror. The profound light mirror clearly lagged for a moment. Then, ding! Species: blood-eyed golden tiger. Level: Tier 3 mutated beast. Cause of death: pierced through from behind by Jiang Mo using psychic telekinesis, killed instantly. Identification passed. Candidate Jiang Mo's level. Intermediate mentalist. Cross-level kill. Exam points doubled. 300. Current points. 410. Looking at the information on the profound light mirror, Jiang Mo curved his lips. He had known all along that cross-level kills doubled the points, which was why he had set his target on the blood-eyed golden tiger. The soul-eating demon toad? Just a bonus. He put the golden tiger corpse back into his storage badge, then tossed a soul-eating demon toad into the profound light mirror. Ding! Soul-eating demon frog, level 3 mutated beast. Killing it earns 300 points. Identification passed. Jiang Mo stretched lazily in the rain. It had been about 40 minutes since he left the city, and he decided to walk back instead of flying. Another 5 or 6 minutes later, he tossed another soul-eating demon frog into the Shen Guang mirror, 300 points. Then, every so often, he threw a mutated beast into the Shen Guang mirror. Soon, 7 blood-eyed golden tigers and 9 soul-eating demon frogs had all been tossed in, earning 4,800 points. Combined with the earlier bloodthirsty wild boar and rain monkeys, his total reached 4,910 points, firmly holding first place. He glanced at second place Li Xiuquan, who only had 250 points, tisk, utterly crushed. Jiang Mo multiplied the prey by 10 not just to show off, but mainly to squeeze more benefits out of the officials. After enrollment, the points would be multiplied tenfold. However, he didn't throw everything in to avoid arousing suspicion. Better to be cautious. Soul-eating demon frog. Jiang Mo suddenly stopped. His psychic sense picked up a soul-eating demon frog not far away, crouching in a puddle with only its eyes exposed. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he stepped onto the star shuttle and slowly rose into the air, lifting his mental shield, continuing to use himself as bait to lure the enemy in before counter-killing it. Every death had to look the same. At the same time, his phone floated beside him, recording the whole process. Maybe it would come in handy. The sun tilted westward. Outside Zone 1, on an island in the sea, a boy in blue battle gear exhausted himself breaking through the defense of a level 3 ancient black turtle and killed it on the spot. Li Xiuquan sat beside the giant turtle's corpse, panting. This yellow-rank low-grade battle saber is sharp enough, but it burns through chi and blood too fast. He swallowed a recovery pill and smiled. Ancient black turtles moved slowly and attacked weakly, but their defenses were absurdly strong. The island had been sealed off, so other examinees couldn't come ashore. Li Xiuquan urged his chi and blood, sending the ancient black turtle into the Shen Guang mirror displayed. Defeating a level 3 mutated beast above your level earns 300 exam points. Li Xiuquan smiled confidently. Chi and blood value 2031. First in Binqing No. 1 High School, the top genius in Binqing. His only goal was the elite admission slot at Tianhuang Martial Arts University. After sending the ancient black turtle into the Shen Guang mirror, he casually glanced at the leaderboard, ready to see his points double and shock the crowd. The next second, he froze, his face twitching, despair filling his eyes. The leader had changed names. Binqing No. 9 High School, Senior Year 3, Class 14, Jiang Mo, male points, 8,000. The Shen Guang mirror also produced the identification result. Species: ancient black turtle. Level 3 mutated beast. Cause of death: while sleeping, it was hacked to death by Li Xiuquan with a yellow-rank low-grade battle saber over the course of 2 hours. Exam passed. Overlevel kill. Exam points awarded, 300. Comment: poor little turtle, just taking a lazy nap and got hacked to death by someone with an official battle saber. And it was hacked for a full 2 hours. Li Xiuquan collapsed on the ground, staring at the top ranking, muttering, "How is that possible? How is that possible? 8,000 points?" 8,000 wasn't necessarily impossible to get. But this was only the first day. 8,000 on the first day. How was anyone supposed to catch up? Just as he was stunned, the points behind Jiang Mo on the list jumped slightly, becoming 8,001. Li Xiuquan went crazy. Fake. It must be fake. More than 8,000 points on the first day. I only bought out an entire island for 550. Grinding his teeth, he staggered toward the seaside and headed straight for Zone 9. He had to find out exactly what was going on. Not just him. More and more people were fixating on that name. The results of the three-way joint admissions would be synchronized on all three official websites, ensuring openness and transparency. Some were discussing it, some suspected cheating. The carcasses of mutated beasts were the only standard for verifying the truth. In the office of the Education Department in Zone 1, Yuwenya looked at the official website and laughed out loud. As expected of our genius from Zone 9, more than 8,000 in just one afternoon. This time, the elite quota for Tianhuang University should be ours. He called someone. On the other end was Jean Manji, her voice cool and detached. Minister, I'm trapped in Zone 7. The matter has been handled. I'll get to Zone 9 as soon as possible and deliver the item to Jiang Mo. Yuwenya smiled.
No rush.
Just look at the website. You'll see that the thing you prepared may no longer be needed. Jean Manji hung up and refreshed the three official websites on her phone. Her eyes widened. Jiang Mo, 8331. She lowered her head to look at the box in her hands and gave a bitter smile. Looks like this yellow rank. The original text ends here. A low-grade psychic weapon. He really won't be able to use it anymore. Thinking this, Jean Manji started up the car she had just repaired and sped toward Zone 9. 3 hours later, the blood and chi tenfold ended. Jiang Mo appeared at the edge of the blank zone. It was raining in the blank zone, and many rain monkeys were using the rain to surge toward the city. Rain monkeys are a branch of the Level 3 mutated beast water monkey. They like rainy weather and specialize in ambushing martial artists traveling in the rain. Jiang Mo swept the area with his spiritual touch. Within a 500-meter radius, there were at least a dozen of them. His flying sword slowly transformed into a purple streak of light, slaughtering them back and forth within that 500-meter radius. The rain monkeys, pulled closer by his spiritual power, had their tails tied together by him, strung into several long lines and dragged behind him. From the edge of the blank zone to the entrance of the safe passage was 30 li, and Jiang Mo killed a total of 78 rain monkeys. Under the tenfold multiplier, that became 780. Near the city wall, he killed 3 more, but because he was close to the city, he didn't use the tenfold boost anymore. In total, 783, divided into 8 strings, dragged behind him in a particularly spectacular sight. At the entrance to the Zone 9 safe passage, the sturdy-looking candidate Jin Yuqian stared at the endless downpour with despair. It's almost dark, and this rain just won't stop. Suddenly, he saw Jiang Mo and the long string of rain monkeys behind him, and the whole person jumped in shock. He even slapped his helmet. Rain monkeys! Why didn't I think of it? On rainy days, the blank zone has rain monkeys. After saying that, he rushed into the rain and thanked him repeatedly. Brother with the sword on your back, thanks for the reminder. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Jiang Mo recognized him as the person he had met in the afternoon. He had originally wanted to remind him that the rain monkeys had basically been cleared out by him, but then thought better of it. There would always be new ones. Judging from Jin Yuqian's flustered appearance, he should also be here to take part in the 3 major admissions exam. Because of the rain, no one was coming or going through the safe passage. Jiang Mo dragged several strings of rain monkeys out of the passage, and the martial artists waiting outside immediately noticed him and the pile of prey. Someone exclaimed, "The swordback guy." "No, it's the rain monkey killer." The guard was even more dramatic. "Did you just blow up a rain monkey nest or something?" "So many." Jiang Mo answered seriously, "There are more rain monkeys on rainy days, and they all gather in the blank zone. No one's competing with me." The guard was stunned for a moment, then started calculating the value. "These rain monkeys are only worth 500 each, and you caught all of them in one afternoon. No, there have to be at least 800 of them. Not wasteful at all." Jiang Mo waved a hand and headed toward the Martial Artists Guild building. The people around him were talking all at once, unable to tell whether this really was Jiang Mo. Some said Jiang Mo was still in the wilderness zone. Others said he had already come back. He entered the guild building. 8 long strings of rain monkeys were still outside, being dragged in little by little, and the martial artists outside watching it all had twitching eyes. "Hey, Xiaoli, you're back." Su Lulu at the front desk hurriedly stepped forward, and when she saw the long string of rain monkeys behind Jiang Emo, she froze. The rain monkey man stiffened for a moment before stammering, "Xiaoli, hurry and come with me. Sister Li is waiting for you." As he spoke, he winked at Jiang Emo. Many people in the first-floor lobby of the Martial Artists Guild were waiting for Jiang Emo. The impatient ones had already run outside, while the rest stayed inside watching the excitement, who wouldn't want to see for themselves how this genius, the first ever from number 9 high to take part in the 3 major admissions exams, managed to score more than 8,000 exam points in just one afternoon. There were also skeptics saying the result was too exaggerated. At this point, someone dragging in hundreds of rain monkeys had entered, and when they heard Su Lulu call him, everyone was curious but didn't ask too much. Jiang Emo didn't take off his helmet. He smiled at Su Lulu and followed her to the first-floor trading center. In the trading center, Shi Jiu had been waiting for a long time. When she saw him return, her eyes curved with a smile. Jiang Emo took off his helmet, removed his high-grade combat suit, and sat beside Shi Jiu wearing a hoodie and casual pants. The restlessness in his heart instantly calmed down. On the other side, Liu looked at the pile of rain monkeys and twitched at the corner of her eye. "Xiao Jiang, this time, we can't buy them at a premium. These rain monkeys were only worth a few 100,000 at most, and the key issue was Jiang Mo's more than 8,000 points. After removing the cross-rank bonus, it was still a terrifying number." Jiang Emo waved a hand. "It's fine. By the way, I haven't appraised these rain monkeys yet." Liu understood what he meant. She first stepped out of the room, closed the door, and even cut off the surveillance. Jiang Emo took out the profound light mirror and sent all the rain monkeys on the ground into it. Ding! Species: Rain monkey level, Tier 1 mutant beast quantity. 783 cause of death. On a rainy day, while crawling in the blank zone, it was instantly killed by Jiang Mo's powerful spiritual telekinesis. Appraisal successful. Points awarded. 783 comment. These days, very few people are willing to hunt this big, worthless mutant beast in the blank zone on rainy days. Jiang Emo glanced at his exam points. 9116. Then he took several unappraised mutant beasts he had hunted on the way out of his storage badge and tossed them into the profound light mirror. A series of sounds rang out, and his points surged. 10,000.
Jiang Montag nodded in satisfaction.
That's it for today. He suddenly remembered something and asked Shi Jiu, "In Bincheng, does Tianhuang Martial Arts University only have one elite spot?" Shi Jiu nodded and said that in previous years there hadn't been even one spot, and only in the past 3 years had they managed to get one. Jiang Emo asked whether it was because of him that she hadn't applied. Shi Jiu had wanted to nod at first, but then said, "Did you forget? My martial artist identity was verified using your information, so I can't apply." Then she added with a smile, "But if you make it into the national top 3, you can make a request to Tianhuang Martial Arts University, for example, bringing one more person to school." After speaking, she patted his shoulder. Jiang Emo remembered it, then looked at the exam rankings in the profound light mirror. At this moment, a new line of small text appeared beneath Jiang Mo's ranking. First place in the Bincheng Examination District, 33rd nationwide. Jiang Emo frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction. "I only got 10,000 points and I'm just 33rd nationwide? This competition is insane." The people beside him also erupted. So many overachievers? Hearing that, Jiang Emo immediately wanted to keep grinding. Shi Jiu opened his mouth, about to speak, when he saw Jiang Emo take out a pile of mutated beast corpses from his storage badge and instantly fell silent. So this was his way of grinding. Jiang Emo dumped all the unappraised mutated beasts from his badge in one go and stuffed them into the mystic light mirror. The most numerous were the Tier 3 soul-devouring demon frogs, which, like rain monkeys, ran all over the place on rainy days. There were also other mutated beasts that liked to appear in the rain, plus a few that had been found sleeping in caves and killed at their doorstep. Some were counted in tens, some weren't multiplied by 10, but the total was astonishing. Inside and outside the Martial Artists Guild, many people were staring at the scores page on the three major official websites, their hearts nearly jumping out of their chests. Jiang Mo's points were soaring like a rocket. Someone shouted, "Holy crap! He's made it into the national top 30. Another person checked the point breakdown. Blood-eyed golden tiger, soul-devouring demon frog, silver moon wolf, 783 rain monkeys in one go. Everyone suddenly remembered that figure from earlier. Li Xiao is Jiang Mo. They all turned to the front desk clerk, Su Lulu. She looked innocent. She only handled front desk work and didn't know the candidates' identities. The examinees taking part in the three major joint exam all entered the wilderness zone under concealed identities. At the same time, the atmosphere in Xiafan's office was tense. A teacher in a black suit looked somewhat troubled. Principal Qi, President Xia were not suspecting cheating, but this is just too outrageous. An intermediate psychokinetic master with mental power of 1600, nearly 20,000 points in one afternoon. It needs verification. As long as Jiang Mo can produce the mutated beast corpses to prove the appraisal seals haven't been erased, that's fine. Shun Yan muttered softly, "An insurance salesman." Everyone heard it. Xiafan glanced at Shun Yan, then at Sui Xuan, thinking that this teacher really did look like a salesman in a tailored suit. Jiang Mo's 10,000-plus points caused quite a stir, directly propelling him into the national top 30. Even at Bingqing's peak, it was rare to see such a result. Last time someone broke into the national top 100 was 12 years ago. That 97th place student was later admitted to Tianhuang Martial Arts University, but before he could even enroll, he died in the battle defending against a boundary beast assault. Now Xiafan's office was packed with people. Sui Xuan from Diyuan University, Principal Qi Shuyuan of No. 9 High School, Education Minister Lu Wenfeng, Patrol Captain Zhang Chong, along with top officials from Bingqing's Education Department and Districts 1, 2, and 3. After hearing yesterday that there was a candidate with mental power of 1600, they rushed over overnight, and after seeing the scores, they came straight to Xiafan's office to wait for verification. With just one reminder, Xiafan's impression of Sui Xuan completely changed. He coughed and called out to the crowd, "The insurance salesman." "Ah, no. Teacher Su." As soon as he said that, everyone instinctively looked at Sui Xuan. The tailored suit was simply too eye-catching. Their expressions shifted subtly at once. Sui Xuan's face stiffened, and he looked down at his own suit, suddenly finding it very unpleasing to the eye. Xiafan went on casually, "Jiang Mo has already returned from the wilderness zone and can be verified at any time. But the three major schools' admissions exam system has a confidentiality agreement, so we need to ask Jiang Mo's consent first." Sui Xuan nodded awkwardly. "Fine." At this point, Jiang Mo's exam score was fixed at 15,666, first in Bingqing and 26th nationwide. Xin Yan called him, hung up, then said, "Jiang Mo is at the procurement center warehouse in the trading district. Let's go together." Zhang Chong followed behind and lowered his voice to ask Xin Yan, "Were you and the president doing that on purpose?" Xin Yan snorted. "He started it first. Besides, he really does look like an insurance salesman. Why can't I say it?" Zhang Chong nodded, deep in thought. Sui Xuan came from Diyuan Martial Arts University. Yesterday at the 100-day pledge ceremony, Jiang Mo had publicly only applied to Tianhuang Martial Arts University, so Sui Xuan probably came to find him because of that. In the warehouse, Jiang Mo and Shi Zhou were sorting a pile of huge mutated beast corpses into categories and arranging them neatly. Shi Zhou's eyes were bright, but he still sounded a bit depressed. "What a pity. This time they're not buying at a premium." Jiang Mo looked at Li Yu beside him, feeling both sympathetic and dissatisfied. "Sister Li." Li Yu panicked when she heard the chairman had arrived and hurried off to greet him, fleeing in disarray. When Jiang Mo leaned close to Shi Zhou's ear to tease him, the atmosphere turned slightly ambiguous. He was just about to continue when the warehouse door was knocked open, and Xiafan stood at the entrance. Since the two were standing too close, the moment felt a little awkward. The others were stunned. The warehouse was piled high with mutant beast corpses, nearly filling the entire space. Sui Xuan also looked dumbfounded. Chairman Xia, why did you really come to the warehouse? Weren't you supposed to be verifying points? Xia Fan pointed at the corpses. Didn't you want to see the mutant beasts he hunted? These are. Before he could finish, everyone froze. This entire warehouse was Jiang Mo's spoils. Level 3 mutant beast, soul-eating demon frog, dozens of them, and the blood-eyed golden tiger. That's a blue-gray water buffalo. A martial artist from the Bincheng Education Department stared in shock. These were really all killed by you? Jiang Mo looked helpless, yet a little proud. If not, then what? Here's the video. On the other side of the warehouse, a large screen began playing footage of Jiang Mo hunting mutant beasts. I expected someone would question it, so I didn't just bring the corpses. I also recorded a video. The people present were first embarrassed, stung by the implication that they were making trouble for no reason. Then, when they looked at the screen, they fell silent again. There was video evidence, and it was indeed Jiang Mo who had killed them. Suddenly, Shizhou raised an eyebrow. Huh? Why is there a salesperson mixed in with these people? Jiang Mo glanced at the only man in a suit on the scene and nodded along. Judging by that outfit, he looks like a product manager.
Sujixuan Kov Dokuerli.
Jiang Mo, I'm the person in charge of the Bincheng examination area for this year's 3 major admissions exams. You can call me Teacher Su.
Jiang Montag blinkt.
Tiak. Her. Hello. Sui Xuan instantly lost the desire to say anything more to him and fell silent. A small mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. Not the profound light mirror, but another sequence item. The mirror gave off a faint golden glow, shining onto the corpse of a soul-eating demon frog. In the next instant, words popped up in the mirror. Ding! Species: soul-eating demon frog. Level: Level 3 mutant beast. Cause of death: attempted to hunt Jiang Mo, but was counter-killed by Jiang Mo's powerful spiritual telekinesis. Examination verification complete. Independently killed, with no assistance or interference from others. Everyone looked at what was written in the mirror, then at the screen showing Jiang Mo slaying the demon frog, and for a moment none of them spoke. Immediately afterward, the second prompt sounded. Ding! Species: blood-eyed golden tiger. Level: Tier 3 mutant beast. Cause of death: in a direct confrontation with Jiang Mo, it was pierced through the vital point from behind by Jiang Mo's powerful spiritual force and killed in one strike. Exam identification completed. Independently killed, with no help or interference from others. Comment: this is the bearing of a prospective student of Tianhuang Martial Dao University. Sui Xuan silently put away the mirror, feeling conflicted. Why is such an excellent student set on Tianhuang? Our Duen is not bad either. No, I have to find a way to bring him over. At this moment, a martial artist from Zone 1 made it clear. Jiang Mo, your spiritual power is only 1,600. How could you break through a Tier 3 mutant beast's defense? Before he finished speaking, Shun Yen said coldly, are you openly trying to probe Jiang Mo's trump card? Why don't you bring out your own secrets first? Qi Shuan immediately stepped forward and blocked Jiang Mo, looking at the man coldly. Situ Yang, since you insist on digging into this, why don't you first share the secrets of Bincheng No. 1 High School? What does how Jiang Mo kills mutant beasts have to do with you? Situ Yang stiffened his neck and said, using spiritual power of 1,600 to kill a Tier 3 mutant beast is inherently unreasonable. His words were cut off by Sui Xuan. Enough. Jiang Mo's exam results are fine. Let this matter end here. Situ Yang could only shut his mouth resentfully. Looking at Jiang Mo sitting in the pile of corpses, Sui Xuan said seriously, Jiang Mo, are you really not considering applying to Diwen Martial Dao University? Our faculty is no worse than Tianhuang's. If you go there, the school will do its best to cultivate you. In addition to the privileges of elite examinees, there will also be resource support. Shizhou tilted her head to look at Jiang Mo, and Jiang Mo widened his eyes in disbelief. So, you're trying to lure me with empty promises? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Su Yishuan. Su Yishuan felt awkward and helpless. He really was painting a pretty picture, but he couldn't say it so bluntly. He had some standing at Diwan Marshall Dao University, but not enough to make such major promises. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to Bincheng as the person in charge of the examination area. Clenching his teeth, he added, "I can make the decision. Once you become a transcendent, the school will provide a rank-grade weapon free of charge." Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared. Outside the warehouse door, someone gently knocked. "Hello, I'm Jin Manji, Secretary to Minister Yuan of the Education Department for Zone 1 in Bincheng. I've been sent by Minister Yuan to meet Jiang Mo." As soon as the three words Jin Manji were spoken, Xin Yan and Zhang Chong both frowned. This name is a little different from what Su Yunfeng said. Looking at the woman before him, dressed in black training clothes and looking capable and fresh, Xin Yan was momentarily dazed. Xia Fan was also stunned. So it was her. No wonder it sounded familiar. Xia Fan said softly, "Don't make a scene. Let's watch first." Seeing Jin Manji arrive so quickly, Situ Yang's expression changed slightly. Jin Manji shot him a cold glance, then swept her eyes over the martial artists guild members from Zone 1, and finally landed on Jiang Mo. She quickly walked up to him and put on a warm smile. "Our Minister Yuan is also from Zone 9 and has always cared about his hometown. Hearing that Zone 9 produced a genius spiritual practitioner, he specially sent me to deliver a gift, a yellow-rank low-grade spiritual weapon for defense, the Aurora Shield. Please don't refuse, Jiang Mo." She had originally intended to hand it over privately, but after Liu brought her out and said she was representing the minister, Jin Manji simply presented the gift in public. Jiang Mo was stunned for a moment, then took the exquisite box. "Please pass my regards to Minister Yuan." Seeing Jiang Mo take the box, Jin Manji's smile widened completely. Shizhou pouted when she saw the box, and the next second Jiang Mo stuffed a strawberry lollipop into her mouth. Shizhou froze. "When did you buy that?"
Jiang Montag smilet.
"Secret." Shizhou's eyes curved with a smile. Su Yishuan was extremely awkward. He had just promised Jiang Mo a rank-grade weapon once he became a transcendent, and now the man had already received one. Alarm rose in his heart. Jin Manji's name felt very familiar. So she was a top graduate from Renxian University. Although she had not yet become a transcendent, her vital energy had broken through 30,000, making her formidable even among advanced martial artists, and she was well known in the three major circles. And she had actually come to Bincheng. Was she here to snatch someone away? The faces of the warriors from District 1 turned so ugly it looked as if water could drip off them. They had known of Jin Manji's whereabouts in advance and made arrangements, but their plan was thrown into chaos right from the start. Jin Manji looked at Xia Fan and smiled. "Senior, do you want to recruit Jiang Mo on behalf of Renxian Martial Arts University?" Xia Fan laughed heartily. "Where Jiang Mo goes is his own freedom. We won't interfere." Su Yishuan's face darkened even further. So the president of the Warriors Guild in District 9 was actually from Renxian. Tianhuang, Diwan, Renxian. Tianhuang ranked first, while Diwan and Renxian tied for second, refusing to yield to each other. At that moment, Jiang Mo suddenly spoke up. "Everyone saw it just now. My score is real, absolutely no cheating. Teacher Su from Diwan University even promised to recruit me into Diwan with a tiered weapon." Everyone froze. Qi Shuan asked instinctively, "Who are you talking to?" Jiang Mo said matter-of-factly, "The viewers in the live stream chat, of course." Everyone was shocked. Live streaming? Just then, someone finally noticed the phone lying among the pile of mutated beast corpses. Jiang Mo said, "Of course I'm live streaming. People online were questioning whether I faked my exam score, and I don't even know whose hired trolls are stirring things up and slandering me."
Jiang Montag smiled faintly.
"Naturally, I have to prove my innocence. I started the live stream before coming in. Teacher Su's assessment just now was also streamed in. Don't worry, though only martial artists can watch it. It's a room on the Martial Artist Forum." After hearing that, the faces of the people from District 1 grew even uglier. Su Yishuan froze, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Only one thought surfaced in his mind. Damn it, I really did become an insurance salesman. None of them had expected Jiang Mo to live stream the entire scene, completely blocking any route for spreading rumors about exam points. There was no point in staying any longer, and everyone dispersed. Su Yishuan almost fled from the Warriors Guild. Junior, go wait for me in my office. I still have things to do here. Xia Fan called out to Jin Manji. Jin Manji nodded and left. After everyone left, Xia Fan patted Jiang Mo on the shoulder. The people from District 1 won't let this go. They'll target you afterward.
Jiang Montag frownet.
They're that petty? Xia Fan explained that the joint recruitment by the 3 major universities was carried out by school and fought out by city district. If Jiang Mo entered Tianhuang Martial Arts University as the top student in Binchang and ranked near the top nationwide, the biggest beneficiary would be Binchang No. 9 High School. In recent years, Binchang's resources had been monopolized by districts 1, 2, and 3. What they feared wasn't resources being tilted elsewhere, but the monopoly being broken and the whole board reshuffled. Be especially careful when hunting mutated beasts. Xia Fan reminded him. Jiang Mo complained that the rules were unfair and that civilian geniuses were easy targets. Everyone was stunned. Xia Fan asked, "You mean civilian geniuses?" Jiang Mo nodded. Xia Fan gave the example of Li Shouchuan, the former top student in Binchang before Jiang Mo. He came from a poor family, but his talent showed at age 6. The very next day, he became the disciple of the District 1 president, and his whole family achieved a leap in social class. In order to secure Li Shouchuan, District 1 sealed off a stretch of sea, and that island became his exclusive exam ground. This time, they were targeting Jiang Mo to protect Li Shouchuan. Real geniuses are discovered and fought over. If no one's fighting over you, it means you're not talented enough, Xia Fan said. Jiang Mo subconsciously looked at Xin Yan, who felt a chill from being stared at. What are you looking at me like that for? I haven't offended you, have I? Shizhou rested her chin on Jiang Mo's shoulder and lazily said around a lollipop, "Little Jiang says you look down on him." Xin Yan panicked, feeling as if all his efforts during this time had been wasted. Xia Fan gloated and chuckled, then cleared his throat. Also, about the rules you mentioned, the 3 universities' recruitment, apart from the expansion quota, very rarely has anyone targeting the exam before he could finish. English candidates, Xin Yan said coldly. Everyone didn't take it seriously. How does this have anything to do with outsiders? Who would care about little kids' exams? And besides, doing this is exhausting and thankless. Before a genius grows up, they're called a genius. Once they grow up, they become a powerhouse. Who could afford to bear the consequences? Xin Yan shook his head and continued explaining that the district's expansion quota rule was essentially about raising money, not about making things difficult for students. The so-called no-trading rule for points actually meant handing over the corresponding number of mutated beast corpses. He looked at Jiang Mo and said in a lowered voice, "But you're different. The people in District 1 will definitely want to turn you into an extra enrollment student in order to preserve their monopoly. Be careful in the upcoming exam." Jiang Mo shrugged, sweeping his mental power over the invisibility talisman in the storage badge, a playful expression appearing on his face. They've sealed off a stretch of sea? Since District 1 has made a move, I'll turn their precious treasure into an extra enrollment student and make them bleed for it. Director Xin, come with me to the Wilderness District tomorrow afternoon. Xin Yan was stunned. What are we going to the Wilderness District for?
Jiang Montag was delighted.
You're the best at reattaching arms and legs. Shizhou should come too. Shizhou, who had been drowsy and ready to fall asleep, instantly perked up, anticipation sparkling in his eyes. I'm going too.
Jiang Montag nodded.
Okay, let's head back first. The money from selling the mutant beasts will be transferred directly to Xiao Zhou's card. With that, Jiang Mo picked up Shizhou, who was leaning against his back. Shizhou clutched the Jiang Mo special training plan and fell into a deep sleep. After the two left, Xia Fan's eye twitched beside them. What exactly is going on between this little ancestor and Jiang Emo? Shen Yan rubbed his face. There's still hope. Xia Fan muttered. Can't you tell? They're in a relationship. Jean Manji stared at Su Yunfeng in Xia Fan's office, her brows tightly furrowed. She had seen the woman who had come in the afternoon and said coldly, I know who she is, serial number. Disguiser, someone from the president of the Martial Artists Association in District 1. That sentence changed everyone's expression. Jean Manji added calmly, Don't worry, she's only got that much skill. Shen Yan picked up the thread. Since District 1 has made a move, we should strike back. I heard the District 1 Martial Artists Association has a third-tier spirit fruit tree. Jean Manji glared. You don't mean to move that tree to District 9, do you? Shen Yan stroked his chin, smiling wickedly. A third-tier spirit fruit tree? What does it have to do with us? Xiao Jiang can go challenge the Wuda Martial Arts Hall again, and with his results from the joint entrance exam, he'll definitely make a name for himself in Bincheng District 9 tomorrow. His maternal uncle and aunt, who work in psychiatry at the Martial Artists Hospital, saw the live stream and got so stimulated that they accidentally made the will public. A will. Jean Manji seized on the key point, and everyone turned their gaze to Su Yunfeng, who was crunching on walnuts. Zhang Chong cleared his throat. Su Yunfeng isn't exactly quick-witted, but he's a decent guy. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have called him over. Su Yunfeng was listening with great interest. Seeing everyone looking at him, he looked a little confused. Why are you all looking at me? Keep going. He crushed another walnut and stuffed it into his mouth, his face showing a hint of displeasure. This woman is the one from District 1. But you trust her and not me, Jean Manji said with a cold expression. I've only been in Bincheng for 3 months. She shrugged. District 1 and District 9 are no different. Whoever Minister Yuan supports, I support. Su Yunfeng froze for a moment, then understood. So the fake you from this afternoon didn't deceive me. Minister Yuan is really one of our people? Someone asked. Jean Wanji sneered. If you hadn't fallen for it, and if I hadn't arrived in time, they were trying to use one blade to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Xia Fan's expression darkened. If Jean Wanji had arrived later, and that impersonator had gone around District 9 wearing her face and doing whatever she pleased, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yu Wenyue had come from District 9, yet he had become the Minister of Education of District 1 and had openly supported Jiang Mo. Some of the higher-ups in District 1 had wanted to use this trick to win on both sides, but they had underestimated Jean Wanji, the top student from Shen University. According to the other side's plan, Jean Wanji was supposed to be trapped in District 7 for 3 days. Jean Wanji motioned for Shen Yan to continue. Shen Yan recounted, in full detail, the wills and the cause and effect chain left behind by Jiang Mo's parents before they dealt with the boundary beast Song back then, and finally brought up the spiritual fruit tree. They can create public opinion to force the other side to yield, but they must never step into the spotlight themselves, and even more so must never become a target. As for Jiang Mo, tomorrow I'll leave the city with him. Someone will definitely tail us, and then we'll make our move. Xia Fan looked at Jean Wanji and reminded her, you need to be careful of the people around you. For an impersonator to mimic you, they first have to get close to your aura-bearing personal belongings. You may already have been betrayed by someone close to you. Jean Wanji's brows tightened, and she let out a cold laugh. Relying on public opinion alone isn't enough. I'm going to stab them in the back too. She pulled out her phone and, in front of everyone, made a call. Xia Fan was very satisfied with her decisiveness. 7:33 p.m. Blue Shore Manor. Jiang Mo placed Shi Jian on the bed, took off her shoes, covered her with the blanket, and casually put that book, Jiang Mo Special Training Plan, on the bedside table. Standing there and watching her fall asleep, he muttered to himself, sleep quality times 10, lasting 10 hours. These past few days, Shi Jian had barely slept properly at all, always getting up in the middle of the night to revise the training plan. Just as he was about to leave, his phone vibrated. It was a message from property management. Dear owner of Villa 666, Someone is waiting to see you outside the community. Would you like us to let them in? Jiang Mo thought of Su Yishuan and sneered inwardly. That teacher from Dimensional University still hadn't given up? Anyway, after so long, he should have already communicated with the school. He glanced at the unopened gift box. A yellow-rank low-grade psychokinetic defensive weapon, the Aurora Shield, and shook his head. This time, they were probably really here to offer benefits and win him over, rather than just talking. He also figured the visitors were likely high-level officials from District 1 or teachers from Number 1 Middle School. Jiang Mo replied to property management. Don't let them in. Outside the community gate, it was indeed Su Yishuan, Situ Yang, Lu Chongqing, and the others. Su Yishuan had changed into casual clothes, and when he heard the words, "Don't let them in," his face turned ugly. Situ Yang sneered. Looks like Jiang Mo won't take the toast and is insisting on the penalty. Su Yishuan's face darkened. I won't ask about this matter any further. However, before he finished, he only left behind a meaningful line. You can target Jiang Mo. If you dare cause a death, there will be no mercy. Su Yishuan's eyes turned cold, and the words were thrown out like a blade. The crowd immediately felt displeased. Lu Chongqing frowned. Su Yishuan, what do you mean by that? Jiang Mo may be from District 9, but he's still a genius from our Bincheng. Even if we go after him, at most we can disrupt his exam. How could we possibly kill him?
Su Yixuan nodded lightly.
Then that's fine. At that moment, a coquettish woman beside Lu Chongqing interjected. Whoever can get personal clothing items from someone close to Jiang Mo. I heard there's a campus goddess at his school named Han Ruobing. I can turn into her and seduce Jiang Mo. He should obediently fall into line. Lu Chongqing was silent for a moment. That might work too. The next day, Bincheng Number 9 Middle School, Senior Year Class 14. Lu Pin yawned as he walked into the classroom. Seeing Han Ruobing, he rubbed his eyes. You're Han Ruobing? Why have you gotten rounder? Han Ruobing raised her hand with a cold expression. Teacher, I want to change seats. Lu Pin set down his bag and muttered in annoyance. Regretted it? Want to sit with Jiang Mo? He's gone to take the joint admissions exam for the 3 major academies. You might not even see him before the college entrance exam. He even leaned in and sniffed Han Ruobing. Why can't I smell anything on you? Bought concealment spray, huh? That stuff costs 166,000. At that moment, Su Qi tapped the blackboard in front and said, Quiet, stop making noise. There aren't many days left until the college entrance exam. This morning, Jiang Mo will represent Yuntian Martial Arts Hall, going to challenge another school as an intermediate psychic esper. The whole school will go to the training hall to watch the live broadcast as a practical observation. Han Ruobing's expression stiffened, and Lu Pin lowered his voice in satisfaction. See? Intermediate psychic esper. At 8 in the morning, the sky was overcast, but it wasn't raining. After breakfast, Shurjiu looked refreshed, and her complexion had improved a lot. She stood in front of Jiang Mo, placed a hand on his lower abdomen, and, working with the origin-attracting art, performed the qi and blood channeling method. Shurjiu moved her fingers. 6 abs. Jiang Mo muttered softly, Too bad it's not 8. Shurjiu said calmly, 6 is pretty good already. Jiang Mo nodded and practiced several more sets of the origin-attracting art. 5 minutes later, on the system panel, his qi and blood jumped from 86 to 92, and his lifespan also increased slightly. It became 10 years and 1 day. Jiang Mo's heart trembled. His essence was depleted, his potential exhausted, and he had less than 10 years of life left. Ordinary qi-restoring medicines were useless to him. But Shurjiu's method not only increased his qi and blood, it actually brought his lifespan back as well. He suddenly thought of the Tianbao Yuanqing pill and the Xiaoyuan pill, and turned to ask Shurjiu, Do you know what those 2 things are about? Shurjiu froze for a moment. You actually fished them up? Jiang Mo nodded. Fished them up, but then they were gone. In the sequence's fishing records, there had been the Tianbao Yuanqing pill, the Xiaoyuan pill, and also a Jiao Huanyuan pill whose attributes were close to the Tianbao Yuanqing pill. Jiang Mo searched the room thoroughly, and in the end only found a few piles of tiny pill crumbs on the floor. Shi Jiao furrowed her brows, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She knew the Tianbao Yuanqing pill could cure Jiang Mo's illness, and she also knew it was a rare pill surpassing top-tier heavenly grade, but she didn't know the specifics. "I'll look it up," Shi Jiao said. "The Tianbao Yuanqing pill and Jiao Huanyuan pill can't be found. Let's look up the Xiaoyuan pill first." She waved someone over to ask about it. Her phone, untouched for 2 days, was only now picked up by her. Jiang Mo had originally wanted to go challenge the Wuda Martial Arts Hall, but Xin Yan called him early in the morning and urged him to wait a bit longer, saying they should use the momentum from yesterday's livestream to build hype and maximize the impact. Jiang Mo didn't mind waiting either. 9 o'clock. Shi Jiao, dressed in a pink cartoon-style home outfit, curled up on the sofa sorting out the Jiang Mo special training plan, with her phone tossed aside. Jiang Mo sat beside her, scrolling through martial artist forums on his phone. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xia Fan called from the access control, "Classmate Jiang Mo, the teacher from Tianhuang Martial Dao University has arrived." Jiang Mo's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, inviting them in. Shi Jiao said she'd ask the teacher about Xiao Yuandan and Tianbao Yuanshan Dan in a moment. Xia Fan came in with a young man. He looked to be about 27 or 28, wearing a sky blue training outfit, handsome and distinctive, with an unusual presence. Xia Fan looked a little restrained. The young man smiled and introduced himself to Jiang Mo, but before he could finish, he suddenly blurted out, Sure. Fuck. Who the hell are you?" His gaze was instantly drawn to the girl on the sofa in the pink cartoon outfit, and he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Shi Jiao glanced at him indifferently and said, "Are you sick?" The young man took several steps back, immediately recognizing that familiar voice and tone. His mouth practically failed him as he stammered, Xiao Jiao?" He seemed ready to spit out all the shock in his brain. Then he turned to Xia Fan and demanded, "Why didn't you tell me Xiao Jiao was here too?" Seeing Xiao Jiao in pink cat pajamas had completely shattered his image, and the key issue was, how had Xiao Jiao ended up living at a boy's house? Xia Fan shrank to the side innocently. "You didn't ask." The young man was utterly broken. He had personally seen the little ancestor being carried away by Jiang Mo yesterday. His emotions exploded instantly. Shi Jiao said lightly, "My fifth brother, Shi Wu. I think we're biological." The young man sprang up abruptly, dodging Jiang Mo's bow. "I'm not. Don't call me fifth brother. Call me Teacher Shi." His voice was panicked and urgent. The smile vanished from Shi Jiao's face as she asked coldly, "Then may I ask what brings Teacher Shi here?" When Shi Wu heard about being carried away, he completely broke down, grabbed Xia Fan by the collar and lifted him up. "Say it! What the hell is going on? What exactly is going on between my sister and this dyed blonde kid?" Xia Fan waved his hands repeatedly. "I don't know either. I'm innocent too." Jiang Mo returned to the sofa and leaned against Shi Jiao, murmuring, "My hair!" Shi Jiao reached out and touched it, her eyes curved in a smile. "It's black." Someone nearby said coldly, "Ignore him. He's mentally ill." Shi Wu panicked when he heard that, shoved Xia Fan aside, and rushed out to find his sister at Grandma's lab. Shi Jiao said calmly, "Grandma's lab has already been moved here. It's in the basement." Shi Wu froze, his gaze going blank. His sister had wandered with Grandma for more than 10 years, and he still hadn't properly searched for her. Thinking of how he'd missed his sister's smile, his heart ached. Xia Fan coughed and said, "We should get to the real issue." Outside the villa, Shi Wu squatted by the wall smoking, cigarette butts piled up like a small mountain. Xia Fan tried to persuade him, "Young Master Shi, it's actually pretty good this way. Jiang Mo did well on this exam." Shi Wu sneered, 3 major joint enrollment programs? If Xiao Jiao comes to take part, there won't be anyone else. His anger deepened as he clenched the bank card and said he would snatch his little sister back from the yellow-haired punk. Inside the room, Jiang Mo and Shi Jiao were reading a stack of confidential materials together. Tianbao Yuanchenden and Xiao Yuanden. Burn after reading. The two of them studied the instructions. Tianbao Yuanchenden combined the life sequence with the pill sequence, presenting the source of life in the form of a pill. But the source of life could only be sealed by life itself. After all, a pill was still a pill, and once formed, it had to be taken as soon as possible, or it would turn into pill dust. Xiao Yuanden was a castrated version. It could also replenish the source of life and heal injuries. The refining cycle and preservation time were written clearly. Xiao Yuanden took 21 days to refine and could be stored for 23 minutes. Tianbao Yuanchenden took 81 days to refine and could be stored for 13 minutes. Looking at the materials, Jiang Mo asked in confusion. Strange. Even though Tianbao Yuanchenden is of a higher grade and contains more of the live source of life, why is the preservation time shorter? Shi Jiao scratched her head. I'm not sure either. She wasn't omnipotent. Every field had its own specialists. Jiang Mo thought of the Xiao Yuanden information he had found on the martial artist forum. No wonder the official website requires a reservation a month in advance to exchange for it. But for Tianbao Yuanchenden, he couldn't find a single clue. Just as the two of them finished reading the document, it suddenly turned to ashes. At that moment, Shi Wu pushed the door open and came in. Finished reading? He handed Shi Jiao a bank card. Xiaojiao, rebuilding your grandpa and grandma's lab will cost a lot. Take these 300 million first. If it's not enough, we'll talk. A phone rang, and the screen lit up. The lock screen was a fluffy panda. No, it was a girl wearing panda loungewear. The background was the living room of this very villa. Shi Wu froze. Xiaojiao, is this you? Shi Jiao ignored him and picked up her phone to read the text message. Her expression blank. The Martial Artists Guild transferred 5 billion yuan into my card. Xiafan hurriedly explained. That's the money from when Junior Jiang sold the mutated beasts. A total of 5 billion. Yesterday he transferred the money directly into your card. He said those mutated beasts were worth a lot, especially the blood-eyed golden tiger, which was comparable in value to a level 5 mutated beast. Jiang had hunted 20 of them yesterday, all perfectly preserved, and the Martial Artists Guild purchased them at 230 million each. The bulk of the money came almost entirely from the blood-eyed golden tigers. Shi Wu's eyes widened. Where in the Binhai wasteland did 20 blood-eyed golden tigers come from? The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became, his lips trembling. 50 billion, and you gave it all to Xiaojiao?
Jiang Montag snorted lightly.
That's only what I earned in one afternoon. 300 million, and you have the nerve to bring that out. He also shot Shi Wu a glance, and 2 words were written in his heart. Poor wretch. Jiang Mo had the multiply by 10 ability, and once his strength picked up, he made money like a printing press. He added, this 50 billion is just the result of my first day of the exam. And there are still 99 days to go. At this moment, Binhai District 9, even the entire city of Binhai, had exploded. With Xin Yan pushing from behind, the first wave of public opinion had already surged up. Today, at 11 a.m., Jiang Mo would challenge the Wuda Martial Arts Hall in Binhai District 9 again. Jiang Mo was now the center of the city's attention. On the first day of the 3 major joint enrollment exams, he had scored over 10,000 points and ranked in the top 30 nationwide. This was unprecedented in Binhai's history. Add to that the fact that many martial artists had questioned his results yesterday, as well as his unprecedented livestream to prove his innocence, and the uproar only grew larger. Jiang Mo's popularity was pushed to a new high. Striking while the iron was hot, he came to challenge the Wuda Martial Arts Hall for the second time as the successor of the Cloud Heaven Martial Hall and a mid-level spirit power master. With Shen Yan secretly manipulating things, the tricks the Martial Arts Hall had used yesterday were brought into the open, and Wuda immediately became the target of public criticism. The upper management of Wuda was in a panic in the conference room, and everyone's faces were grim as they looked at the media crowding outside the door. Wu Tianqing said coldly, "We can't avoid the fight anymore. We absolutely cannot lose this battle. If we keep dodging, Jiang Mo will keep coming back to kick our door in." Everyone regretted having played tricks yesterday. They should have sent some beginner students to spar with him early on. But now they could only rely on the stronger intermediate fighters. Just as everyone was frowning with worry, the meeting room door was pushed open, and a cold, hard voice said, "I can temporarily join you and help you face Jiang Emo." Everyone's eyes lit up. Qi Shanghui, last year's top recruit in Binhai. Hope was reignited. Meanwhile, at a five-star hotel in District 9, Ma Xiaojia held Han Ruobing's white spaghetti strap top and sniffed at it in disgust. "It smells like scallion's mutton?" Lu Chongqing pinched his nose and said she might have worn it while eating. Ma Xiaojia activated sequence disguise, blending the top into her body and transforming into Han Ruobing as she had been at the time. Plump in build with a pungent odor. Situyong and Lu Chongqing covered their noses and backed away, ventilating the room and spraying scent suppressor. Ma Xiaojia suppressed her helplessness and said, "Fine, let's go meet Jiang Emo." As she spoke, her hip-hugging skirt split with a tearing sound, revealing two legs covered in thick leg hair, and everyone froze again. Lu Chongqing. Inside Xiafan's off-road vehicle, Shiwu sat in the front passenger seat, staring through the rearview mirror at Shijiao and Jiang Emo in the back, unable to stop muttering. Losing to that blonde punk really made him unwilling to accept it. If only we hadn't rushed to buy equipment and had kept the money instead. Now they only had 300 million left, and he felt deeply resentful at being outmatched by that blonde punk. He then thought of the lock screen photo on Shijiao's phone. It was obviously a candid shot, and Shijiao had been completely relaxed and unaware at the time. The more Shiwu thought about it, the angrier he became. Shijiao glanced at the rearview mirror, took out her phone, and snapped a selfie with Jiang Emo. The two leaned their heads together, changed poses, and took several shots in succession. Shijiao picked one and said she wanted to use it as her wallpaper. Shiwu exploded. "Pull over. Blonde punk. Get up front." Xiafan stopped the car. At the entrance of the Wuda martial arts gym, crowds packed the area, and the media had already set up live coverage. As he got out of the car, Jiang Emo saw Han Ruobing walking toward him through the crowd and immediately stepped forward to stop Shijiao, who was about to get out. "Don't get out. It's a human-shaped toxic gas bomb." With that, he lifted his foot and kicked. Upon contact, Jiang Mo's expression changed. This Han Ruobing was actually a high-level martial artist, with abundant vitality and force no weaker than Wu Tianda's. Ma Xiaojia, who had been kicked, was stunned. "How did I get kicked? The intel was all fake." She quickly sprang up, shouting, "Jiang Emo, you're really heartless. Just you wait." Then she fell heavily to the ground, rolled into the crowd, and disappeared. At this moment, in the training hall of Binhai No. 9 Middle School, the entire school had been temporarily recalled and was sitting in front of a large screen watching the live broadcast. Qi Xiu Yuan wanted the whole school to see it. Jiang Emo, as an intermediate spiritualist, storming a martial arts hall. If he succeeded, it would be a historic event for District 9. The senior students in the front row watched Han Ruobing being kicked flying on the screen, and Lu Pin shouted with a laugh. So Han Ruobing didn't come to watch the live stream. She went to find Jiang Emo. Good kick. That shameless woman actually had the nerve to go find Jiang Emo. Han Ruobing used feeling unwell as an excuse and didn't go to the training hall. Instead, she squatted in a corner of the school, clutching her phone in her hand, staring fixedly at the live stream. Anyone could hear the barrage of curses in the comments. Go challenge a martial arts school? Humph. It'd be better if he got beaten to death. Ha! Han Ruobing's eyes flew wide open. Her face went deathly pale, and she trembled with terror. What is going on? Why is there another me over there? The next second, her whole body jolted as if hurled upward by an invisible force. She shot into the air and vanished toward the western horizon. A moment later, with a dull thud like teleportation, she fell into a cesspit in the farmland on the outskirts of the city. At that time, it was still raining at the edge of Bingqing's 9th district. In the psychiatric ward of Bingqing's 9th Martial Artist Hospital, Cheng Fangdong, Li Yanxia, and Cheng Xiaofeng, the three members of the Cheng family, were neatly tied to hospital beds. The large screen in front of them was broadcasting Jiang Mo's challenge at the Wuda Martial Arts School. Beside the screen, a little nurse in protective clothing and a gas mask was explaining in an unusually gentle voice. Jiang Mo is representing our Bingcheng 9th District in the Tianhuang, Dun, and Renxian school admissions. On the very first day, he ranked in the top 30 nationwide, and getting into Tianhuang Martial Arts University is basically a foregone conclusion. Now he's here to represent the Jiang family's Yuntian Martial Arts School in a challenge at the Wuda Martial Arts School. Oh, and he's currently an intermediate spiritual Nansuro. Li Yanxia struggled desperately on the bed, screaming that she wanted to kill someone and pin all the blame on Jiang Mo. But she was bound tightly and couldn't move at all. Her eyes were wide open, and blood suddenly spurted from her nose. Cheng Fangdong's face was swollen, and he was already too weak to go on. Cheng Xiaofeng had gone mentally deranged, muttering nonsensical things to himself, completely insane. Outside the ward, the hospital director, Ji Lin, stood watching the family, muttering about their condition. Blood sugar, blood lipids, and blood pressure all skyrocketing to absurd levels. If even one indicator were missing, this family wouldn't survive. Beside him, Zhang Chong held that will in his hand, smiling coldly. They deserve it. After Jiang Mo goes to the wilderness area this afternoon, give the will to Li Yanxia and then let her out. Guide her to read the contents of the will aloud in public. Ji Lin took it, his eyes shining. Leave it to me. Zhang Chong added, Cui Siwen also needs to be handled properly. He has some background. Zhang Chong smiled and said Cui Siwen was part of the plan. The director nodded. She already believed that will. In front of the Wuda Martial Arts School, the originally noisy scene fell silent in an instant. With so many people staring at him, Jiang Mo felt a bit awkward. Shi Jiu got out of the car and stood beside him, lowering her voice to ask, Who is that person? She had already noticed that Han Ruobing was wrong. Jiang Mo let out a breath of relief. An advanced martial artist. Shi Jiu frowned. Sequence, disguised one. Toward the end, her tone was a little sour. Looks like someone wants to use your childhood sweetheart to force you out. Jiang Mo was stunned for a moment, then touched his nose. A childhood sweetheart who got kicked flying? Shi Jiu lowered her head, pulled down the brim of her baseball cap, and said nothing more. The curve at the corner of his mouth stiffened, and Jiang Mo followed suit. The two of them wore matching hoodies and casual pants, along with the same style of baseball cap, the only difference being the chest prints. Shi Jiu's was a pink cartoon design, while Jiang Mo's was blue. Jiang Mo suddenly remembered something else and casually looked toward the western sky. Just now, that scene seemed to have magnified the distance between Han Ruobing and him by tenfold. The fake Han Ruobing wasn't affected, so where would the real Han Ruobing be? This place was about 7 kilometers from the school, and if multiplied by 10 in a straight line, over there should be farmland at the edge of the city, right in the middle of spring plowing. While Jiang Mo was still thinking it over, the upper management of the Wuda Martial Arts School had already come out. Jiang Mo, since you've come here 3 times to provoke us, my Wuda Martial Arts School has no choice but to accept the challenge. Vice Director Wu Tianxing stood at the entrance.
Jiang Montag pauset.
We're fighting here? Wu Tianxing snorted. Our temple is too small to hold a great deity like you, so we'll fight outside. The training ground had already been sealed off. Reporters and onlookers packed the area outside the door, but none could get in. Jiang Mo felt a little uncomfortable and muttered that he had social anxiety. Shi Jiu held back her laughter and said, You have to overcome that kind of thing. She remembered that after returning from the wilderness area that day, Jiang Mo would cling even tighter whenever he encountered a crowd. Start now, Jiang Mo asked. Wu Tianxing sneered. If not now, then what? You want to eat and drink tea? He then said coldly, This time, the one facing you isn't one of our coaches. It's a student, a junior disciple of Wuda Martial Hall, Qi Shanghui. Hearing the name, the high-ranking officials of District 9 watching from afar all changed expression. Qi Shanghui? How could it be him? He was first in Bingcheng in last year's joint exam for Tian, Di, and Ren. He's now a student at Tianhuang Martial Arts University. What's he doing getting involved? And he's even become a junior disciple. Jiang Mo stepped into the arena. Shi Jiu returned to Xiafan's car and watched him from afar with telekinesis. Shi Wu looked at his sister and said meaningfully, I know that Qi Shenghui. When he entered Tianhuang University, his qi and blood were under 2,000. Within a year, he broke through to 5,000. Half a month ago, he went alone into the depths of the wilderness and hunted down the level 3 mutated beast, Monghuang Tyrannosaurus. Stronger than the blood-eyed golden tiger and the soul-eating magic frog. Tianhuang University only admits the top geniuses from every city. If you can't kill beasts across levels, what kind of genius are you? Jiang Mo's spiritual power is decent, but his qi and blood are too low. In crowded places, a spiritual master can't fully let loose, and once Qi Shenghui gets close, every word was a warning. On the arena, Qi Shenghui, dressed in a junior disciple uniform, walked up to Jiang Mo and introduced himself with a smile. Jiang Mo nodded and asked coldly, a student from Tianhuang University coming to a low-tier martial hall. Does your teacher know about this? Qi Shenghui froze for a moment, then smiled and said he had only joined temporarily and would leave after the match. Why not add some conditions?
Jiang Montag frownet.
Conditions? Qi Shenghui's smile turned even more sinister. Yuntian Martial Hall is left with nothing but a name. So for this battle, for you, there is no. Qi Shenghui proposed a condition, speaking very straightforwardly. If I win, you will voluntarily give up your identity as an elite candidate and become an expansion enrollee instead. Jiang Mo was stunned for a moment. You're doing this for Li Shouchuan? Qi Shenghui nodded. He's my junior brother. We agreed to meet at Tianhuang Martial Arts University. Qi Shenghui went on to explain. With Jiang Mo's current results, he could enter Tianhuang even as an expansion enrollee. But if Li Shouchuan wanted to get into Tianhuang and became an expansion enrollee instead, he would only be able to go to Diuan or Renxian. Competing for Bingqing's only elite spot was very important. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mo asked, and if you lose? Qi Shenghui smiled. Whatever you want. Jiang Mo flashed a wicked grin and came back with an even harsher condition. Then if you lose, you'll sign a formal contract with Wuda Martial Hall and become a real junior disciple. As soon as those words came out, the room fell silent. Then the coach's eyes lit up. If Jiang Mo won, then Qi Shenghui, the Tianhuang University student, would become a member of the Martial Hall. That would be a living signboard. Even the higher-ups of Wuda Martial Hall began hoping Qi Shenghui would lose. After all, having a living Tianhuang University student in the Martial Hall was incredibly valuable. Qi Shenghui's expression changed. Becoming a disciple of the Martial Hall would mean losing his independent status, and it would also affect his chances of becoming a named disciple within the university. That was the goal he was currently pushing toward.
Jiang Montag schrugget.
Wasn't that the condition you proposed first? If that doesn't work, then let's just fight casually. Qi Shenghui took a hard breath and still agreed. He was confident he wouldn't lose. At this moment, Shi Jiu, sitting in the off-road vehicle, looked at Shi Wu and urged in a low voice, "Go notarize it, otherwise he might back out." Shi Wu got out of the car helplessly and said, "In that case, it's settled." The moment his voice rang out, Qi Shenghui shouted in shock, "Teacher!" Shi Wu added another condition. "Qi Shenghui, if you win, I'll take you in as a named disciple." A moment later, Qi Shenghui's eyes lit up. Jiang Mo pointed at himself and asked, "Then what if I win?" Shi Wu smiled darkly. "If you win, I'll take you as my direct disciple." Jiang Mo glanced at Shi Jiu in the car and said half-jokingly, "Do you really have to make this so exciting?" Shi Wu looked at Jiang Mo, and his heart tightened. This blonde kid clearly wasn't an ordinary person. He suddenly realized that Jiang Mo's motives might not be so simple. Shi Wu cursed inwardly, but still snorted coldly, "Don't rush this. We'll talk when you get into college." Jiang Mo answered, and disappointment was obvious in his eyes. Another empty promise. Shi Wu was speechless. At this point, Wu Tianxing stepped forward and asked cautiously, Shi Wu put on a stern face and said he was a teacher at Tianhuang Martial Arts University, and that this time he had sent a student representative from Wuda Martial Arts Hall to challenge Jiang Mo, with him serving as the witness. The terms were clear. If Qi Shenghui won, he would take him as a registered disciple, and Jiang Mo would give up his elite candidate status for this joint enrollment. If Qi lost, then Qi Shenghui would have to sign with Wuda Martial Arts Hall and become a formal student, with no right to leave the hall. He asked Wu Tianxing whether he agreed. Wu Tianxing was both pleasantly surprised and nervous. With a teacher from Tianhuang University personally serving as witness, once it was settled, no one could go back on their word. He quickly agreed and prepared to clear the field. The crowd stepped back. Shi Wu nodded and looked to Qi Shenghui for his opinion. Qi Shenghui flushed red, excitement surging through him. Good. I won't let the teacher down. The media and spectators around them were also fired up. This was a high-stakes gamble, and everyone held their breath. In the distance, Sui Xuan, who had not shown himself, darkened in expression. Damn it! Shi Wu is here in Binqing too. He felt that Jiang Mo was only around the top 20 nationwide, so why would Tianhuang send a transcendent-level expert? But if he could bring Jiang Mo over to Diyuan University, he could rise in rank too. Silently, he decided to find a way to win Jiang Mo over. On the open-air martial arena, Jiang Mo lowered his head and silently boosted himself. Blood energy, neural reflexes, speed, and explosive power all multiplied by 10, until the match ended. Shi Wu said lightly, "Begin." Qi Shenghui's eyes sharpened. His blood and energy surged as he lunged at Jiang Mo like a tiger descending a mountain. Jiang Mo suddenly looked up and shouted, "Wait!" Qi froze. The next second, his pupils were tinted purple by a streak of light and shadow. Wu Tianxing clapped and laughed. This sword strike came out of nowhere. The people around were stunned. What? Qi Shenghui was representing Wuda in the match, and now he'd been ambushed. You're actually clapping and praising it? The crowd burst into laughter, the atmosphere turning strange. Wu Tianxing also felt something was off and hurriedly changed his wording. That sword strike was utterly shameless. To launch a sneak attack. And in my Wuda Martial Arts Hall. No less. Where's the martial virtue? Qi Shenghui was a little angry, but as a student of Tianhuang Martial Arts University, he had seen life-and-death situations, and his reactions had been trained into his bones long ago. At the critical moment, he twisted his body and changed his footwork, narrowly avoiding Jiang Mo's nearly sneak-attack sword strike. Shameless scoundrel! Tianhuang Dragon Transforming Fist. He finally shouted the name of his ultimate technique. Both fists condensed qi into dragons as he leapt toward Jiang Mo. But Jiang Mo roared again. "Amwa! Damn it! You think I'd still? Holy shit!" The next moment, Qi Shenghui's airborne body twisted violently 13 times in midair, barely dodging Jiang Mo's 13 sword strikes. When he landed, he was in a miserable state with 13 sword marks on his clothes. In the end, he still hadn't completely avoided them. A senior figure from Wuda Martial Arts Hall clapped and laughed. That move was really perfect. Qi Shenghui's movement technique is exquisite. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to dodge it. Qi Shenghui was so angry he glared over there. And before the words were even finished, he charged again, throwing a punch at Jiang Mo's chest. Look, a flying saucer. Jiang Mo suddenly looked up and pointed at the sky. Qi Shenghui's instincts drew his attention back for a split second, and in that instant Jiang Mo had a black blade in his hand. With a flash of cold light, he brought it down hard. Qi Shenghui immediately twisted away and retreated explosively. The blade slammed into the ground, carving a huge scar across the martial arena, and cold sweat poured from his forehead.
Jiang Montag.
You're not following martial virtue, Qi Shenghui roared. Jiang Mo replied lightly, How am I not following martial virtue? My flying sword is called Wait a Moment. My sword move is called Hold On. And my saber move is called Look, a UFO. These are all aimed at mutated beasts, and mutated beasts can't understand human speech anyway, so how am I not following martial virtue? It's you, a student of Tianhuang Martial Arts University, who got distracted by a few words from me. Looks like your cultivation still isn't up to par. Wu Tianqing quickly chimed in. I think Jiang Imo makes sense. Mutated beasts really can't understand human speech. Others nearby joined in. In the video of Jiang Imo killing mutated beasts in the wilderness, he was shouting, "Wait a moment," and "Hold on." He's used to it. Shen Yan had already edited the video and uploaded it to the official website of the Binchang 9th District Martial Artists Guild, and many people had seen it. Shi Wu heard the discussions around him. Shi Jiu couldn't help but take out his phone and open the official website of the Binchang 9th District Martial Artists Guild. Sure enough, the homepage was a video of Jiang Imo hunting the spirit-eating demon frog. In the footage, Jiang Imo shouted, "Wait a moment," and "Hold on," and the spirit-eating demon frog was beaten into a folding screen. Xia Fan drove the off-road vehicle to the edge of the arena, and Shi Jiu leaned against the car window, staring at Jiang Imo without moving. Xia Fan felt a little pity. Such a great trick can only be used once. Whoever learns it next time won't be able to catch people off guard. Shi Jiu stared at Jiang Imo, not even lifting his head. If I shout UFO next time, will a UFO really appear? Xia Fan was speechless. Qi Xinghui's face turned red. Just as he was about to argue, Jiang Imo cut him off with one sentence. You've already lost. No need to keep up appearances. The flying sword, wait a moment, hovering above his head, lightly tapped 3 times. Jiang Imo said coldly, if this were a real fight to the death, I would have killed you 100 times already while you were still wasting words. Jiang Imo looked at Shi Wu, his eyes filled with confusion. This is a student from Tianhuang Martial Arts University? That's it? Shi Wu remained silent, and Qi Xinghui's scalp went numb as he genuinely felt the threat of death. He stammered, Teacher, did I lose? Shi Wu just pressed a hand to his forehead and said nothing. The senior management over at the Martial Virtue Martial Arts Hall were overjoyed. He lost. Hurry up and sign the contract. From now on, Qi Shenghui is one of ours. Wu Tianqing hurriedly handed over the contract. Qi Shenghui, helpless and desperate, could only take out his martial artist badge and sign his name through gritted teeth. There was still a flying sword hanging overhead, so no one dared to back out. Watching him sign, Jiang Imo nodded in satisfaction. If you come looking for trouble on your own, you'll have to pay the price. His goal was very clear. Get into the national top 3 and take Shi Jiu to school with him. Anyone who came looking for trouble would not be let off. The Martial Virtue Martial Arts Hall was in an uproar of celebration, treating Qi Shenghui like a golden signboard. Jiang Imo sneered. He wouldn't let them enjoy the advantage for long. Jiang Imo shook his head and headed toward. Shi Wu walked in another direction and had already sat down in the back row of the off-road vehicle. Just as he was about to open the door, Shi Jiu pushed open the car door from the other side and came straight to Jiang Imo's side. Jiang Imo happened to be on the phone. Seeing the fun, Li Daji stepped on the gas and rushed over. Jiang Imo pulled open the back door and got into the back seat together with Shi Jiu. Uncle, head to the Martial Artists Guild. Jiang Imo ordered briskly. This time you've got to charge me, or I won't even dare ride your car anymore. After saying that, Shi Jiu added, drive a little steadier. Li Daji grinned from ear to ear. Sure thing. The car jolted violently, and Shi Jiu's whole body fell into Jiang Mo's embrace. Sitting in his own car, Xia Fan watched the departing taxi, his eyes full of resentment and anger. That little blonde punk can't even afford a car, and he still makes my sister take a taxi. He's driving all over the place like that. What if he bumps my sister? As he spoke, he started the car, while adding under his breath, Student Jiang Imo just gave Miss Shi 5 billion yuan. Shi Wu was stunned on the spot. Stop the car. I'm sitting in the front passenger seat. Jiang Imo went to challenge a martial arts hall and defeated Qi Shenghui of Tianhuang Martial Arts University in one battle. As soon as the live broadcast of the match was released, Bincheng 9th District exploded, and the media quickly spread the news throughout all of Bincheng. After receiving the news in Binhai City, Li Shouchuan collapsed on the spot. Senior brother actually lost? He held his phone tightly, his voice trembling. Qi Shenghui and Li Xiuchuan were both disciples of the chairman of the Area 1 Martial Artists Guild. They had agreed that both of them would get into Tianhuang Martial Dao University. Qi Shenghui had stepped in for Li Xiuchuan, but in the end he got himself into trouble. At that moment, the chairman of the Area 1 Martial Artists Guild called and calmly instructed him, "Xiuchuan, return to Area 1 immediately and continue with the exam. Just focus on doing your part. Leave everything else to me." Li Xiuchuan took a deep breath, hung up, and told the driver, "Go back to Area 1. The luxury car drove off. At the entrance of Wuda Martial Arts Hall, the martial artists slowly dispersed, while the ordinary people were left completely bewildered. What? That's it. The crowd in front couldn't see clearly and could only rely on reports from journalists and martial artists. Only after all the martial artists had left did the ordinary people rush forward to check. Some people saw the vice hall master of Wuda Martial Arts Hall smiling so brightly his face seemed ready to split, and they all assumed Jiang Emo had lost. But in the next moment, a push notification came through with the truth. Jiang Emo had won. He had defeated Qi Shenghui of Tianhuang Martial Dao University. The crowd erupted in uproar. Suddenly, the loudspeaker at Wuda Martial Arts Hall blared, and Wu Tianxing's voice echoed through the district. To celebrate Jiang Mo's victory over our hall's Qi Shenghui, Wuda Martial Arts Hall has decided to serve 3 days of free-flow banquet meals. Anyone, from north or south, is welcome to come eat. Qi Shenghui listened, his gaze hollow. This was obviously rubbing salt in the wound. He only felt like he had been set up. The training hall of Binhai No. 9 Middle School was filled with joy, and Qi Shiyuan and the school leadership were all beaming. Jiang Emo had done it. Qi Shiyuan walked up to Su Qi, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Old Su, your daughter wants to go to No. 1 Middle School? I can throw caution to the wind and do my best to help." Su Qi came to his senses and said seriously, "Principal, what do you mean by that? I'm a teacher at No. 9 Middle School, so of course my daughter should come to No. 9 Middle School too. Once Jiang Emo rises, he will pull educational and cultivation resources from Binhai's districts 1, 2, and 3 toward No. 9 Middle School. But normally, No. 9 Middle School would still need time to catch up to District 1. In a 5-star hotel, Ma Xiaojia had just finished transforming and was sitting on the sofa, gasping for breath.
Si Tuyang.
Lu Chongqing, you 2 old bastards. Next time you want me to seduce someone, at least check the situation first. She had suffered 2 losses in just 2 days. Yesterday she was humiliated by Su Yunfeng, and today she was kicked down by Jiang Emo. Fortunately, it wasn't her own face. Otherwise, she would have been utterly humiliated. In the end, it was an intelligence problem. Lu Chongqing and Situ Yang both looked grim. Qi Shenghui had lost, and in front of the Tianhuang Martial Dao University teacher, he had joined Wuda Martial Arts Hall. In other words, from now on Qi Shenghui was just an ordinary university student, with no chance of entering the core circle of Tianhuang Martial Dao University. Situ Yang said with a dark expression, "So this time, Li Xiuchuan must get that one and only elite slot. Tianhuang Martial Dao University only gives Binhai 1 elite slot. There is no expansion. If your aptitude isn't good enough, no amount of money will get you in." Ma Xiaojia changed into a white dress. "How about I transform into that little girl next to Jiang Emo again?" "Stop," Lu Chongqing said anxiously. "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you."
Si Tuyang Frouuned.
"We can't find her identity. Not a single clue."
Ma Xiaojia Froze.
"She's that big of a deal?"
Si Tuyang Siged.
"She seems to have appeared out of nowhere in District 9, and she deliberately erased all information. She's probably afraid of trouble and guarding against flies like us. But you can disguise yourself as someone else and go interfere with Jiang Mo's exam. Bring those old guys from Districts 2 and 3 and 2 and make them suffer.
Ma Xiaojia nodded.
Let's drag them in together." On the outskirts of District 9, the rain had stopped, and the road leading to the safe zone was deserted. Jiang Emo sensed a familiar figure by the roadside from afar through his psychic touch, mentally estimating distances and probability analysis. He looked at Li Daji. "Uncle, Do you see that person by the roadside? She's my enemy. Don't give her a ride when you go back. Shizhou, who had been curled up in Jiang Mo's arms the whole time, nodded repeatedly.
Li Dashi grinat foolishly.
All right, since she's little Jiang's enemy, she definitely can't be a good person. By the roadside, Han Ruobing's phone had been ruined by the water. After waiting for a long time, she finally saw a taxi and waved excitedly. As the car approached, the driver swerved and sped up, splashing a huge sheet of muddy water all over her. The next second, an off-road vehicle darted out. More muddy water was splashed up, soaking Han Ruobing all over again. She stood there motionless, hurling an expletive in her heart. Damn it, who had she offended? Why was everyone targeting her? At the entrance of the Martial Artists Guild, Shen Yan had been waiting the whole time. As soon as the taxi arrived, he hurried forward, only to hear Jiang Imo in the car loudly introduce him. Uncle, this is Shen Yan, the supervisor of the Martial Artists Guild. If anything comes up, just go directly to Supervisor Shen. Let's add each other as friends first. Beside him, Shizhou also nodded solemnly. The driver got out and everyone froze. Li Daji was shocked. Who? The supervisor of the Martial Artists Guild. Shen Yan? A big shot like that was someone he couldn't even get close to, and now he was standing right here? Shen Yan was also stunned. He was supposed to add a taxi driver as a friend, but when he saw Shizhou's serious nod, his expression changed immediately. This taxi driver was absolutely no ordinary person. Shen Yan quickly shook Li Daji's hand with a smile. Hello, sir. I'm Shen Yan from the Martial Artists Guild. Let's talk inside. Before he could even finish speaking, Xia Fan rushed out from the off-road vehicle, opened the car door first, and loudly said, Hello, I'm Xia Fan, the president of the District 9 Martial Artists Guild. Let's add each other as friends too. The scene was utterly awkward, and Li Daji and Shi Wu were both stunned. Inside the VIP lounge of the building, Li Daji sat on the mutant beast-hide sofa as if he were floating. In his phone's friends list, the names Shen Yan and Xia Fan had clearly appeared. Shen Yan asked in disbelief, and Li Daji had no choice but to explain honestly. He really was someone Jiang Imo had called uncle, and could also be considered Little Zhou's uncle. Little Zhou's uncle? Shen Yan and Xia Fan exchanged glances. Shen Yan's heart sank. So the little demon wasn't as hard to get along with as he had imagined? Li Daji, hearing the words little demon, immediately panicked. Watch what you're saying. Who said Little Jiang is a little demon? Little Jiang is the pride of our District 9. You absolutely cannot say that. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Xia Fan hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over, nudging Shen Yan to correct himself. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Looking at that smiling face, Shen Yan felt unconvinced. Jiang Imo treated a taxi driver better than he treated himself? If he wanted to curry favor with the little ancestor, he'd have to curry favor with the little demon first. But the little demon clearly didn't like him. In that case, he might as well curry favor with this taxi driver first. In another room, Shi Wu was staring intently at that black giant python wearing a crown, his expression grave. What exactly is this thing? How could there be a snake like this in the world? Shizhou shrugged. I don't know, so I handed it over to you to study. He added that the snake venom was very strange. Not only could it seal true qi and mental power, it also made people extremely sleepy. Shi Wu frowned. How do you know that? Could it be that you… Shizhou remained silent. In truth, after killing that snake last time, he deliberately made a small wound on his hand and smeared some snake blood on it, wanting to see what was different about this crowned python. Then he suffered a total defeat due to a moment of carelessness. Shizhou muttered softly. People always have moments when their brains just short-circuit. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Imo. Jiang Imo rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that if Shizhou hadn't had that momentary lapse of judgment back then, he probably would never have met her in this lifetime. Even if they had met, they would likely never have crossed paths. He suddenly remembered that time when his luck had been off the charts and he ate 6 abyss fruits in a row to awaken his sequence. Could Shizhou's momentary lapse of judgment have something to do with that? Shi Wu stared at the python on the ground, conflict in his eyes. Originally, he was supposed to follow Jiang Emo and Shi Jiu to the wilderness zone to keep an eye on the yellow-haired brat. But now things had changed. Before he could finish, Shi Jiu cut him off. The Warrior Association has a laboratory. You'll study the python there this afternoon. Jiang and I are going to eat. After saying that, the two of them left. Shi Wu gave the python a hard kick and muttered, "It's all your fault." In his heart, he had figured out the whole story. Xiao Jiu had a momentary lapse of judgment, got snake venom poisoning, was saved in the wilderness zone by Jiang Emo, and then, in another VIP lounge, Shi Wu looked at the pink, girly bowls, chopsticks, and soup spoons on the table, his worldview completely collapsing. His usually cold and stern younger sister was actually using such feminine things. The next moment, Jiang Emo carried out 2 extra-large insulated lunch boxes. Shi Jiu blinked. "So much." Jiang Emo smiled faintly. "Yeah, teacher Shi has to eat too." This was also the first step toward winning over the 5th brother-in-law. Shi Wu snorted coldly. "You think I'd eat a single bite of whatever that yellow-haired kid made?" Shi Jiu said impatiently, "Then don't eat it if it tastes bad." As she spoke, she eagerly opened the lunch boxes, and the rich aroma instantly filled the lounge. Seeing the 8 dishes and 1 soup, Shi Wu couldn't help swallowing and asked, "Which takeout place is this from?" Jiang Emo shocked him with a single sentence. "It's not takeout. I made it myself, before we set off this morning." Watching his sister be won over by Jiang Mo's cooking, Shi Wu felt his head spin. In the end, he sat down resentfully and took a bite of the dry-fried shredded eel. The very first bite stunned him. This is really good." He then looked at Jiang Emo. You really made this?" Jiang Emo picked the fish bones out of the way for Shi Jiu and said with a proud smile, "Yeah. Is it tasty?" Shi Jiu put on an act of disgust. "It's not good at all." But at the same time, she picked up some boiled sliced pork and said, "This one is good." Shi Wu seized the chance to pick up a piece of the translucent braised pork belly. After taking a bite, he was utterly shocked. "Holy crap! This is the best braised pork belly I've ever eaten in my life." The look in his eyes toward Jiang Emo subtly changed. If there were really a younger brother-in-law who could cook like this, that didn't seem so bad, but the thought quickly turned to anger again. "No, wait! That won't do!" Shi Wu shouted as he introduced himself. "I, Shi Wu, the 5th young master of the Shi family, a transcendent teacher at Tianhuang Martial Arts University." With a piece of blue abyss emperor crab leg stuffed in his mouth, he froze. "Why does this crab leg taste completely different from the ones I've eaten before? What the hell have I been eating all this time?" As he chewed, he was already making calculations in his head. 1 meal not enough? Then 3 meals? No, at least 10 meals. No, even 10 meals can't buy me off. I, Shi Wu, am not the kind of 5th brother-in-law you can bribe with a few meals. This meal consisted of 8 dishes and 1 soup. Jiang Emo and Shi Jiu barely ate, and the rest was almost entirely devoured by Shi Wu. In the end, Shi Wu was still unsatisfied, sucking on his chopsticks with a look of regret as he asked, "Is that all?" Jiang Emo rested his chin on his hand and smiled. "I didn't expect you to eat that much either." The portions had all been increased too, far more than the 6 dishes and 1 soup he and Shi Jiu usually had. If he'd known the 5th brother-in-law could eat so much, he should have prepared a few more sets. Shi Wu was a little embarrassed. "Actually, it's fine. I wasn't this big an eater before." Shi Jiu urged him in disgust. "All right, the meal's over. Go do the real work." Hearing that, Shi Wu immediately remembered the python that had taken his sister away and reluctantly left the lounge to deal with the corpse. Shi Jiu looked at Jiang Emo. "So what do we do next?" Jiang Emo gave a sinister grin. "People from Zone 1 have already made their move, trying to turn me into a transfer student. Of course I have to strike back. By turning their precious darling into a transfer student." Shi Jiu's eyes lit up. "Start from the wilderness zone outside Zone 9?
Jiang Montag nodded.
Right. It's easy to be spotted if we go through the city, and that would waste too much time. We'll swagger straight out through the wilderness zone and let them watch us leave through the safe passage. Rainy weather is the most suitable for a spiritual power user. Shi Jiu immediately understood Jiang Mo's intention in bringing Xin Yan along. When the time comes, let Xin Yan make the move and take the blame. The two high-fived, then each sprayed some concealment spray on themselves to wipe out their auras. The news that Jiang Mo had appeared at the 9th District Martial Artists Guild quickly spread. Quite a few people had already gathered at the safe passage entrance. Some were surprised, others sneered. He's not even wearing combat gear, and he's going to the wilderness zone like that? When the guards saw this, they snorted. Where's your sword? Why isn't it strapped to your back?
Jiang Montag stammered an explanation.
Didn't you say I couldn't draw it if it was on my back? The guard rolled his eyes. You're a spiritual power user, for fuck's sake. If you don't put the sword on your back, where else are you supposed to put it? Jiang Mo had no choice but to hang the sword at his waist. The guard impatiently warned him to be careful in the rain. The onlookers muttered that he was far too arrogant, strolling out in a hoodie. Inside the guild, Shun Yan, who was about to set off, was suddenly yanked to a stop by Xia Fan. Xin Yan froze. President, Xia Fan, what are you doing? Xia Fan was dressed in high-end combat gear, looking solemn. Supervisor Shin, you're only an intermediate martial artist. There are some things you can't handle, so let me, your president, go. You stay in the city to steer public opinion, and make sure you get that third-tier spirit fruit tree. You know as well as I do, spirit fruit trees have spiritual awareness. For spirit fruit trees above the 4th tier, it's impossible. A third-tier spirit fruit tree is the strongest spirit fruit tree humans can possess. Xia Fan set the tone with that one sentence. No matter what, this time we have to get that third-tier spirit fruit tree into Jiang Mo's hands. Xin Yan was furious. You've been hanging around the 5th young master of the Shi family the whole time. Why not just curry favor with him? Why do you have to steal my job? Xia Fan curled his lip. Young Master Shi is young Master Shi, and the little ancestor is the little ancestor. If he weren't the little ancestor's older brother, I wouldn't even bother serving him. After saying that, he stripped Xin Yan of his combat gear in 3 swift motions and walked off without looking back. Xin Yan was left on the ground, nearly in tears. His surprise ruined again, and he still hadn't managed to improve their relationship. It was raining in the wilderness zone, and it didn't let up. Jiang Mo estimated that this rain would last at least another 10 days. He was in the back seat and was stunned to see Xia Fan driving. Shi Jiu was curious too. Xia Fan smiled and said, Xin Yan has something to do, so he asked me to take the blame. Shi Jiu raised an eyebrow. If you don't want to, then switch with Xin Yan. Xia Fan hurriedly changed his tune and said he was willing to take the blame. Shi Jiu suggested they first head to that small mountain valley to deal with the hidden danger, and Jiang Mo agreed. Last time, that thing had been forced away by Shi Jiu. This time, with Shi Jiu in good shape and Jiang Mo having brought some valuable items, they should be able to handle it. Xia Fan's expression changed, so the disturbance in that valley might have been caused by those 2 little ancestors after all. When the car reached outside the valley, Jiang Mo pulled Shi Jiu into his arms. He was worried Shi Jiu might not drive steadily. Shi Jiu obediently leaned against him. Xia Fan, off to the side, kept bragging about how good his driving skills were. After several rounds of running around, the car stopped outside the same small valley as last time. Jiang Mo said, You stay here. Xiao Jiu and I will go in and take a look. Xia Fan had just wanted to say a few more words when he watched Jiang Mo and Shi Jiu get out of the car and head toward the valley. Shi Jiu vanished from his sight in an instant. Xia Fan rubbed his eyes, stunned for a long time. Gone. Just like that? Just as he was beginning to question life itself, Jiang Mo's voice came through. Park the car somewhere hidden. 500 meters to the left. There's a spirit-devouring demon frog watching you. Xia Fan shuddered and quickly started the car, moving it to the right and parking it securely. Spirit-devouring demon frogs and some level 3 mutated beasts weren't much of a threat to him, but visibility was poor in the rain, which made dealing with them a lot more troublesome. Xia Fan kept rubbing his eyes, muttering, The little ancestor's methods are really unexpected. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Emo stepped out of the emergency passage, several martial artists followed him and quietly made their way into the wilderness zone. The rain kept pouring. Lu Chongqing wiped the rain off his glasses and grumbled, "Damn rain. If it weren't for this, we could have waited for him directly in the wilderness zone." Beside him, a thin mentalist wearing combat gear said coldly, "Don't worry. This rain doesn't affect me. As long as Jiang Mo is in the wilderness zone, I can find him. The chairman is already on the way." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. The mentalist added, "But we can handle this first. The chairman didn't come all this way just for Jiang Mo. That teacher from Tianhuang Martial Arts University is also here for this. And this rain is rather suspicious." Everyone responded and moved forward to look for Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo and Shi Jiuteja Yin Sunfu quietly slipped into the same small valley from last time. Protected by the stealth talisman, the rain had no effect on them. The valley was silent, with not a trace of any mutated beast, not even a red-tailed rat. The two stealth talismans obscured each other, making them unable to see one another, and in the end their hands naturally joined. Jiang Mo held Shizhou's soft little hand and whispered, "This is it. I'll investigate first." Shizhou nodded. Jiang Mo silently chanted in his heart, "Mental touch, effect multiplied by 10. Mental touch concentrated his dispersed spiritual power into a single strand, allowing him to amplify its effect tenfold. In an instant, his spiritual power transformed into a tentacle 5,000 meters long, extending underground. Jiang Mo muttered, "Strange. Last time that thing clearly emerged from underground and even affected the ground. So why is everything normal now?" At that moment, a new light screen suddenly appeared before Jiang Mo. The fourth system light screen. He stared at it. Name, Calamity. Species, Boundary Beast. Weakness, as shown. Most valuable part, crystal core. Beneath the light screen appeared a snake-like creature, but under its abdomen were 4 powerful claws, and atop its head sat a black crown. Inside its body, a red glowing dot moved continuously. The system had locked onto the location of this boundary beast named Calamity. But when Jiang Mo's mental touch swept over the area, everything there seemed normal, with no trace of any living creature. Jiang Mo said to himself, "So this is the legendary boundary beast? It doesn't even have a level." Shizhou sensed Jiang Mo's hand trembling and guessed that he had found the target. Jiang Mo nodded slightly. "Boundary beast, Calamity. It looks a lot like the python that ambushed you, but it has 4 claws. It must have noticed me already." Spiritual power could hide from a boundary beast, but the stealth talisman only protected the body. Once spiritual power left the body, it would be exposed. A pair of white gloves shrouded in wisps of cloud-like mist and a purple-gold spear suddenly appeared in Shizhou's hands. Heaven tier upper grade, cloud pattern gloves. Profound tier mid-grade, 8 treasures purple-gold spear. "Then let's fight," she shouted. One of Shizhou's hands was still held by Jiang Mo, while the other gripped the 8 treasures purple-gold spear. Her aura gradually rose. Jiang Mo squeezed her little hand and whispered, "Don't move yet. It found me, but it hasn't found you." Using the fourth system light screen, Jiang Mo scanned the air around them, about 3,000 meters away. In the light screen, the red dot inside the boundary beast Calamity began to speed up, clearly having locked onto his spiritual power. He also saw an unhealed blade wound at Calamity's throat, the one Shizhou had left last time. At this moment, Jiang Mo had 4 system light screens open in total. The first was the attribute panel, the second was used to identify and lock onto mutated beasts and mark their weaknesses, the third detected treasure attributes and grades, and the fourth had popped up the instant the boundary beast was discovered, functioning like the second one but specifically for boundary beasts. Shizhou understood what he meant and shook her head, saying it was too risky. Jiang Mo squeezed her hand again. "It'll be fine if you strike fast enough. You can sense my spiritual power. Once I lock onto its position, you go stab there." After thinking for a moment, Shizhou suddenly let go, wrapped her little hand around Jiang Mo's waist, and slid her fingertips across his six-pack abs, her face slightly red. This way is safer. I'll take you flying later. Because of the stealth talisman, Jiang Emo couldn't see her, but he could feel the softness and stammered, Then, okay. Anything else to prepare? She asked. Jiang Emo shook his head. No need. Then I'll make my move. Shurjo hugged him tighter. Go ahead. The next instant, the starry shuttle transformed from Jiang Mo's wrist into a silver beam, piercing through the air and shooting underground. All the values were multiplied by 10. Earth burrowing times 10, attack times 10, damage times 10, defense penetration times 10, speed times 10, explosive power times 10, burst damage times 10, accuracy times 10. The silver beam aimed straight for the red dot marked by the system, the fatal weak point of the world beast A, and stabbed down hard. Roar! An enraged bellow came from underground, the ground trembled, and the raindrops that had been falling downward were suddenly tugged in reverse, flying back up into the sky. The soul-devouring magic frogs near the off-road vehicle were startled and fled in panic with a shriek. In the car, Xia Fan's expression changed dramatically as he leaped out at once, staring at the valley. Farther away, Situyang, Lu Qingzhang, Ma Xiaojie, and another psychic master also sensed the disturbance. They decisively gave up searching for Jiang Mo and headed toward the small valley. Even farther out, the warriors hunting rain monkeys outside Zone 9's safety passageway heard the faint commotion. But since they were more than 50 li from the valley, they didn't take it seriously and kept hunting. Underground, the starry shuttle encountered the obstruction of soil, but all the times 10 boosts instantly tore through it. World Beast A sensed the presence coming from Jiang Mo. The red dot inside the starry shuttle moved faster and faster, nearly becoming a red line. The moment it touched World Beast A, the shuttle suddenly veered and fiercely stabbed at the old wound on its throat. Accuracy multiplied by 10, at point-blank range, leaving the beast nowhere to dodge. The starry shuttle drove into the wound. The world beast roared, and it felt as if the entire earth was heaving up. Jiang Mo's spiritual power probed downward, and in the dead soil 3,000 meters below, a colossal beast suddenly appeared. Snake-like, wearing a crown, with 4 claws beneath its belly, exactly like the one shown on the system interface. World Beast A opened its blood-gold eyes, and its gaze followed Jiang Mo's spiritual power straight down onto him. Jiang Mo felt a chill run through him. His heart went hollow, as if the whole world had isolated him. Just then, a warm, soft sensation touched his waist. Shurjo leaned against him and breathed on his face. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The sense of safety instantly pulled him back to reality. Shurjo moved suddenly, holding Jiang Mo in one arm and a gun in the other as she leaped into the air. With a thunderous crash from underground, the giant beast burst out of the earth, its snake head raised high, black smoke pouring from its nostrils, its mouth seeming ready to spew black flames straight toward Jiang Mo. Shurjo shielded him behind her, gripping the 8 treasures purple-gold spear tightly, while her other hand protected him from the back. Jiang Mo also wrapped his arms around her waist and urgently whispered into her ear, "Pay attention to my spiritual power. Wherever my spiritual power goes, that's where you strike." Jiang Mo pushed his reactions to the limit, and his spiritual power ranged back and forth over the world beast. Shurjo, though poisoned at this moment, still had enough strength to deal damage. They multiplied their offensive by 10. This strike had 10 times the speed, 10 times the attack range, and 10 times the accuracy. As long as they hit a vital point, that was enough. Shurjo's face tensed as she held Jiang Mo motionless, her mental power almost merging with his. "Here," Jiang Mo said sharply. Shurjo's purple spear flew from her hand, purple light piercing the void and stabbing into the world beast. The beast let out a miserable howl, its body freezing before crashing straight down and splashing up mud and water. A huge hole appeared beneath its neck, its spine shattered, leaving it unable to move but still not dead. Shurjo landed and leaned close to Jiang Mo's ear in excitement. "You do the killing." Jiang Mo didn't hesitate. The starry shuttle lodged in the throat trembled and transformed into a streak of silver light, piercing through the frozen red dot of light. In the next moment, World Beast's blood gold eyes. The savagery in its eyes vanished at once. Its gaze dimmed completely, and the life within its body faded away with it. Shurjo watched, her eyes brightening. She beckoned, and the 8 treasures purple gold spear flew back into her hand. Jiang Imo stared at the corpse on the ground and asked blankly, "You want me to kill it? Don't tell me you're planning to use this world beast for the exam assessment?" Shurjo's eyes brightened even more as she hugged Jiang Mo's waist. "Yeah." Jiang Imo was a little tempted, but also worried. "Won't that be judged as cheating?" Shurjo put away the cloud pattern gloves and the purple gold spear into her storage badge and said lightly, "The stealth talisman you gave me can fool the perception of a boundary beast. So naturally it can fool the Xian Guang mirror too. When I attacked, I wrapped your mental power into my psychic force and my spear. Since the Xian Guang mirror couldn't see me, it would only determine that you killed it on your own." She hadn't originally been sure whether the stealth talisman could hide from the Xian Guang mirror, but once she saw that the boundary beast had indeed failed to notice her, she immediately decided to help Jiang Imo cheat. She gave a disdainful smile. Cheating without getting caught is also a skill. The stealth talisman was originally a low-grade heaven-tier item, lasting 10 minutes. A one-time consumable, it required neither blood chi nor mental power. Jiang Imo multiplied the time by 10, turning the duration into 100 minutes, and multiplied the grade by 10, making it eternal tier. Shurjo added that the heaven tier upper grade rainy night stargazing chart multiplied by 10 became extreme, but the heaven tier lower grade multiplied by 10 became eternal, which showed that eternal tier was below extreme. This eternal tier only appeared on Jiang Mo's 3rd system light screen, and as a counterfeit that could fool sequence items, it was no problem. Jiang Mo's eyes also lit up. "Then I'll cheat," he muttered softly. "That sounds like I've never cheated before or something." Shurjo's lips curved with amusement as she looked at the giant beast and frowned. "But this boundary beast is too big. The Xian Guang mirror space is only that much," Jiang Imo said anxiously. "Then take it back and have the proctor teachers from the 3 major schools verify it themselves." Shurjo hesitated again. "My storage badge doesn't seem big enough to hold it." Before she could finish, the 100-meter-long giant beast in front of them suddenly vanished.
Jiang Montag grint.
"Then let's talk about it after we get back." The most valuable part of a boundary beast was its core crystal. After the proctor teachers finished their evaluation, they would multiply the beast's head by 10, the quantity by 10, and extract the core crystals and then multiply them by 10 again. 1,000 core crystals. But Jiang Imo also knew that bringing 10 boundary beast corpses back for appraisal was too outrageous. It would be enough to turn trust into suspicion. He couldn't bring himself to do something that stupid. He casually asked, "By the way, what are core crystals used for?" Shurjo withdrew her gaze from where the beast had disappeared. With one hand she slid it through the hoodie and across Jiang Mo's abdomen, not asking any more questions, and said indifferently, "Core crystals are the main material used to make sequence items. Boundary beasts like this one aren't as strong as the one from 12 years ago, the Tsang beast, but their core crystals are still something many sequence warriors fight over. Sequence item crafting is complicated, and it's hard for a single sequence warrior to complete it alone. If we get the chance, let's team up and try making a sequence item."
Jiang Montag nodded.
Okay. He was thinking that even if he unlocked the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sequences, he would still make it with Xiaojiu. As he gauged the time, it seemed about right to try consuming the 2nd sequence fruit. "Come on, let's go to Area 1. Shurjo picked Jiang Imo up in one motion and flew out of the valley. Outside the valley, Xia Fan was sitting in the off-road vehicle, boredly scrolling on his phone. The car door was opened, and damp air rushed in. He twitched the corner of his eye and hurriedly called out, "You too! The little classmate is back." Jiang Imo took off the stealth talisman, his face slightly red. Shurjo looked refreshed and energetic, with one hand still resting at his waist. "Come on, let's go to Area 1. Shurjo said as if it were only natural. Xia Fan froze. "Go to Area 1. For what? Do bad things." Shurjo replied calmly. After Xia Fan figured out what the two little ancestors meant, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said fearfully, "Through the wilderness area?"
Jiang Montag nodded.
Xia Fan gritted his teeth and started the car, accelerating a little too hard. Shi Jiu wasn't sitting steady, and Jiang Emo yanked him straight into his arms. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Emo gave Xia Fan a "good job" look and held Shi Jiu with a perfectly justified air. Jiang Emo unleashed his psychic touch to sweep the area. Suddenly, he spotted several figures walking this way. One of them had a very strong psychic fluctuation. Jiang Emo glanced at their face armor and sneered. The vice principal of No. 1 Middle School, the district's martial arts guild supervisor, and two others I don't know. All four were wearing helmets, but they couldn't hide from his psychic power. Jiang Mo's eyes darkened. The vice principal of No. 1 Middle School and the district supervisor personally brought a psychic adept into the wilderness to target me? How about we make it a big one this time? Shi Jiu's eyes lit up with excitement. Xia Fan's face went pale with fear. What big one? Jiang Emo sneered. Turn all those precious little treasures in District 1 into expanded enrollment students. Make them bleed heavily for once. Xia Fan grew even more panicked. That's not good, is it? It'll drag me into this. Jiang Emo didn't care. They only planned to interfere with my exam, not kill me. That already counts as giving me face. Xia Fan gave a wry smile. You're still thinking of killing people?
Jiang Montag frowned.
Killing people is too cruel. I plan to beat them into cripples. Unable to move their hands or speak, fully conscious and living a long life. Xia Fan's eyes widened, stunned through the rearview mirror. So that was why Shen Yan called him Little Demon. Seeing Xia Fan's odd expression, Jiang Emo raised an eyebrow. Don't be cursing me for being soft-hearted in your head. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh right, there's a punishment called human swine. The effect is about the same. Xia Fan exploded. You little demon. Why are you smearing an innocent person's name? Jiang Emo scratched his head. What the hell is a little demon? Xia Fan's face twitched. A little demon is you. When did I ever say that clearly? It was the little demon himself who said it. If this little demon were a saintly mother, then the whole world would be full of 9-generation good people. Xia Fan was furious. Jiang Emo continued to talk to himself. Didn't they want to kill me? They also wanted to win me over, but I just didn't give them the chance. The current game rule is to turn the other side into expanded enrollment students. Captain Xia, pay attention. About 1,200 meters ahead, there's a Class 3 Qingluo crocodile. He suddenly reminded him. Forget it. I'll go kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of silver light shot from his wrist and vanished through the crack in the car window. Xia Fan hurriedly pulled over. Why are you stopping the car? Jiang Emo said calmly. Didn't you say I was going to kill the crocodile? It's already dead. Xia Fan froze. 1,200 meters. A Tier 3 mutant beast. And you're only an intermediate mind master. A silver light came back through the crack in the window and turned into a silver bracelet, which slipped onto Jiang Mo's left wrist. Jiang Emo muttered. That crocodile was just lying there stupidly, even dumber than the soul-eating magic frog. I just had to stab its head. The key was that the weak points of this kind of ordinary mutant beast didn't move. With spirit touch multiplied by 10, plus the system's targeting lock, the Star Shuttle was like a sniper rifle, hitting whatever it aimed at without needing to worry about wind resistance. This time Jiang Emo had permanently multiplied his experience accumulation speed by 10, so when facing a stationary weak point, he could just ambush it directly without acting as bait. He used psychic force to drag the corpse of the large blue Luo crocodile 30 meters away from the off-road vehicle, stored it in the storage medallion, and said flatly, "Let's go." The car started again. Xia Fan changed the topic and asked, "What exactly did you kill in that little mountain valley?" Shi Jiu leaned comfortably in Jiang Mo's arms and lazily replied, "A boundary beast, E." Xia Fan was startled. "A boundary beast? Eh? That thing."
Jiang Montag nodded.
Shi Jiu added, "Where there's E, There's usually also a boundary beast disaster and a boundary beast calamity. Put the three together, and it's a city-devouring disaster. This rain is very likely caused by the boundary beast disaster. Shurjo also thought of the crowned python she had cut down earlier and felt that there were too many strange things going on, but Jiang Emo reassured her, "It's fine. Yi is already gone. Without Yi, this rain won't cause much trouble." Bingqing's defensive wall isn't something a rainstorm can shake. Jiang Emo secretly let out a breath of relief, then thought about improving his strength. He silently recited, "Good luck multiplied by 10 lasts 30 seconds. With one hand, he casually took out a deep abyss fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Shurjo asked in surprise, "You can eat that too?"
Jiang Montag nodded.
"Yes. Do you want some?" Shurjo was silent for a moment, then turned her hand over and placed a fruit as black as the abyss into Jiang Mo's hand. Jiang Emo fell silent. "You still had more?" he asked in a daze. Shurjo muttered softly, "I just picked it casually in that little mountain valley. I didn't expect it to be this thing. If you can eat it, I'll give it to you." A single thought flashed through Jiang Mo's mind. What incredible luck! Suddenly, he felt a mysterious force surge up within him. The second sequence activated. 098. Long before Jiang Emo took out the deep abyss fruit, Shurjo had subconsciously used psychic power to shield Xia Fan in the driver's seat. She stared at Jiang Mo and asked excitedly, "Did it work?" Jiang Emo nodded hard. "It worked, and it's very useful." Information flashed across the screen. Sequence. Dodger. Category. Support. Level 1. Skill. Passive evasion. Description. Can be activated for 30 seconds each day, during which there is a 12% chance to evade external damage. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up as he muttered, "Duration times 10. Evasion probability times 10. Sequence level times 10. His mind shook, and the sequence transformed. Sequence. Dodger. Category. Conceptual. Level. Divine sequence. Skill. Absolute evasion. Description. Can be activated for 300 seconds each day, during which there is a 120% absolute chance to evade any damage. Jiang Emo swallowed hard. Absolute evasion, switchable on and off, lasting 5 minutes. At critical moments, he could even multiply the number of sequences by 10. More than enough. He even imagined himself shouting "Dodge, dodge," while making bizarre, exaggerated movements, and wondered whether his opponent would just be utterly baffled. Thinking of how well the conceptual type would pair with fishing through the heavens, he grew even more delighted. Just as he was about to explain, Shurjo Sunso covered his mouth and shook his head while pointing up at the sky. "Don't say it. It's enough if we can use our trump cards in the wilderness zone. We can't reveal them." Jiang Emo remembered what Xia Fan had said. This rain might have been caused by a world beast disaster. They had just killed Beast E, so they mustn't reveal themselves. Shurjo withdrew her hand. Jiang Emo put the abyss fruit into his storage badge and lowered his voice as he gave instructions while reciting the boosts. The number of abyss fruits times 10. The activation probability for Xiaozhou times 10. Xiaozhou's luck recovery speed times 10. The limited number of times the sequence can be activated times 10. The limited number of fruits she can eat times 10. And the probability of activating the sequence times 10. He stuffed the multiplied abyss fruit back into Shurjo's hands. "Don't eat it for now. Wait until you feel your luck has recovered. Then eat it." This time he used the limited count, not the usage count. Although the usage count had dropped to 0, the limited count had originally been 1, and after multiplying by 10, the usage count became 9. Shurjo stared blankly at the fruit. Golden, dim patterns lit up again between her brows, and the god sequence reappeared. She buried her head in Jiang Mo's embrace, resting her forehead against his chest, swaying as she said, "I knew it was you. You must hide your ability well, very well, very well." She didn't ask him how he did it, only kept muttering, "Hide it well." Suddenly, she thought of something. She got up and took off the pendant around her neck, leaf-shaped in form, still warm to the touch with ripples all over it. She solemnly hung the pendant around Jiang Mo's neck, her expression earnest. This is a shielding pendant made by the Sequence Shielder. Wear it properly, and no one will be able to pry into your secrets. This pendant was also Shi Jiu's maternal grandmother's inheritance, but she didn't say it out loud. A third system screen popped up. Name, Shielding Pendant. Category, Sequence Item. Grade, Heaven Rank High Grade. Ability, passively shields everything about the wearer. Outsiders cannot pry. Jiang Mo touched the pendant on his chest and silently thought, multiply by 10. Multiply by 10 again. Then he took off 5 from around his own neck and put them onto Shi Jiu's neck. Shi Jiu was stunned for a moment, then buried her head in Jiang Mo's embrace again and muttered in a muffled voice, I'm planning to make use of you. You won't be angry, will you? Jiang Mo thought for a moment. You mean you want to take back the true form of the Xian Guang mirror? A trace of sadness flashed in Shi Jiu's eyes. The Xian Guang mirror is a sequence item forged by my maternal grandparents and several elders together. It should contain the cause of their deaths. Jiang Mo placed his hand on her back and gently stroked it. This isn't using me. It's cooperation. To identify the beast calamity, a replica of the Xian Guang mirror wouldn't work. They had to use the original. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Jingchuan, the president of the Wu City 1st District Martial Artists Guild, arrived in District 9 on time. He didn't go to the Martial Artists Guild. Instead, he headed straight for the headquarters of the patrol team in District 9's Central District. The purpose of this visit was clear: to investigate the invasion of blue-ring octopuses and the mutation of the Blue Abyss Emperor Crab, both of which threatened the human district. As Bingqing's strongest person, he had to come in person. He said he wanted to keep a low profile, but his face was smiling with satisfaction, and he was already calculating in his mind, I might as well take a look at those people's treasures. If I can lure Jiang Mo over to our 1st district, even better. Just as he was thinking this, a huge, flesh-ball-like man suddenly rushed out, crying as he ran toward him, President Lu, you're finally here. This is Jiang Mo's parents' will. You must keep it safe. Never, ever give the Tier 3 spirit fruit tree to Jiang Mo. Li Yanxia shouted like a broken gong, looking somewhat deranged as she waved the will and charged over. The reporters around them immediately swept their cameras over the scene. Someone recognized Li Yanxia. She's Jiang Mo's aunt. Someone else repeated the line. The owner of Yuntian Martial Arts Hall left a 3rd-tier spirit fruit tree in storage with the Martial Artists Guild in District 1 12 years ago. And the news exploded in an instant. Lu Jingchuan's expression changed as he listened, his heart sinking. Damn it! These people from District 9 are after my 3rd-tier spirit fruit tree. He understood now. Although Yuntian Martial Arts Hall had never actually sent over any spirit fruit tree, once enough people repeated the lie, it would become the truth. While steadying himself, he sneered inwardly. They could forget about laying a hand on his spirit fruit tree. At that moment, the patrol warriors rushed forward, pinned Li Yanxia to the ground, and handcuffed her in a flurry of movement. This is the District 1 Guild Chairman. How dare you act so recklessly? What will? What tier spirit fruit tree? Before he could finish, someone snatched it away. A patrol officer casually grabbed the will from Li Yanxia's hands and tossed it aside. The thin sheet of paper fluttered like a butterfly into the livestream camera of a nearby reporter. The contents of the will, the notarization seal from District 9, and even the imprint of the martial artist badge were all magnified by the camera and instantly spread to thousands of households. Lu Jingchuan's face changed. Just as he was about to salvage the situation, Zhang Chong, the captain of the District 9 patrol team, suddenly appeared before him. Shaking his hand while smiling broadly, he said, Chairman Lu, please come have a seat. It's truly our honor. This was all our subordinates' failure in security. Please don't take it to heart. Come inside. Before Lu Jingchuan could even blow up, he was surrounded and ushered into the patrol building. He wanted to look back and signal the driver, but the driver had already been led away by several warriors, laughing as they took him in another direction. His heart turned cold, District 9 had been thoroughly prepared. But Lu Jingchuan didn't panic either. He had seen plenty of storms in Bincheng. Don't even think about snatching his spirit fruit tree. At the same time, outside, one event after another was triggered like falling dominoes. In the morning, Jiang Mo, in the name of Yuntian Martial Arts Hall, stepped onto the stage and challenged Wuda Martial Arts Hall, defeating Qi Shanghui of Tianhuang Martial Arts University and rising to fame in a single battle. The Yuntian Martial Arts Hall, missing for 12 years, was instantly brought up again. In the afternoon, a will surfaced. Before Jiang Mo's parents, Jiang Yunhao, the head of Yuntian Martial Arts Hall, and Wen Yan, the deputy head, died, they left a third-tier spirit fruit tree to Jiang Mo, stored with the Martial Artists Guild in District 1. The news spread like wildfire across all of Bincheng. As public opinion fermented, the truth itself no longer mattered. People only believed the version they were willing to believe. Orphaned hero, tragic background, self-made genius. Jiang Mo was packaged as Bincheng's #1 prodigy, and support overwhelmingly favored him. Whether online or in real life, the calls for the spirit fruit tree to be returned to Jiang Mo only grew louder and louder. The interview clips were widely shared, and neighbors and passers-by alike condemned Cheng Fangdong and Lianxia, saying they had harmed little Jiang back then for the sake of the spirit fruit tree. Others lamented that Jiang Mo had been sensible since childhood, sharing resources with his classmates, which only made him seem more pitiful and worthy of sympathy. Excess resources? What excess? He didn't even have enough for himself, and he still foolishly shared them with those ungrateful losers. He's just an idiot who was taken advantage of. No, wait. A kind and helpful classmate. Who am I? I'm Lu Pin, Jiang Mo's classmate. While Lu Jingchuan was being held by Zhang Chong, Xin Yan, and others in the conference room at the patrol headquarters, the outside world had already exploded. Public opinion was being pushed forward by someone, wave after wave, directly overturning the entire city of Bincheng. The senior officials of the District 1 Martial Artists Guild panicked. It was real. A third-tier spirit fruit tree, and the very one that had appeared after the Beast King Song attacked Bincheng 12 years ago. Even more absurdly, someone suspected that this tree might have come from Yuntian Martial Arts Hall. The entire guild was in total chaos. Quick, call the chairman. Can't get through? Then call the supervisor. The supervisor won't answer either. Then hold a press conference and say it's ours first. What did you say? Minister Yuan and our vice president have already finished the press conference and confirmed that tree belongs to Jiang Mo's parents. I had no idea. Who cut off the overseas internet? Reconnect the internet and hit back. Is Cui Siwen the one behind this? Isn't she the 2nd district chairman's sister-in-law? Could the 2nd district be stirring up trouble? Or is it the 9th district? By the time Lu Jingchuan heard these rumors, it was already 7 in the evening. He had just come out of a meeting about the blue-ringed octopus causing the blue abyss emperor crab to mutate, and the meeting had lasted a full 4 hours. The moment he took out his phone, his face turned green, and rage shot straight up his nostrils. That bunch from the 9th district really has no honor, he cursed furiously. Just for my tree. They'd use such despicable tactics. Yuan Yi and Chun Xiao, you ungrateful, treacherous bastard. The vice chairman of the 1st district actually stabbed me in the back. At that moment, Jean Manji came out from the side, gave him a cold glance, and a vicious smile curled at the corner of her mouth. You stabbed me in the back first, so I'll let you taste what it feels like. With that, she turned and left in a carefree stride. Lu Jingchuan stared at her retreating figure, his heart sinking. Everything pointed to Jiang Mo, but the 1st district had moved first and shifted the focus back onto his own Tier 3 spirit fruit tree. He had originally planned to go one-on-one with Xia Fan from the 9th district, but Xia Fan never even showed up, instead turning the spearhead toward him. Worse still, someone else would make a move before he could. Just as he was fiddling with his phone and thinking of a countermeasure, a stern middle-aged man in dark blue combat uniform walked over. Wang Chang, captain of Bincheng's Patrol and Defense Corps. Wang Chang said seriously, Chairman Lu, regarding the blue-ringed octopus incident, we'll need to hold another meeting. Lu Jingchuan looked at him tremblingly. You? You're here to stab me in the back too? Wang Cheng said solemnly. What are you joking about? If the Blue Abyss Emperor Crab's mutation really was caused by a blue-ringed octopus, then this is no small matter. How can you ignore the major issue of the entire human survival zone just for a mere spirit fruit tree? Lu Jingxuan's face darkened, and his heart turned even colder. Wang Cheng wasn't finished yet, but the air already felt as though a huge stone had been pressed down upon it. The situation was worse than he had imagined. The bodies have already been sent over. Someone suggested holding another meeting to study the two corpses, and said that Tiangang Martial Dao University had sealed off the cave that had been infiltrated into the city, but it still needed a careful search. After the meeting, they would go out at night to see whether anything had been missed. Lu Jingchuan lowered his head to look at his phone, but Wang Cheng snatched it away and glared at him. Chairman Lu, it's already this late and you're still playing with your phone? Are human lives worth less than your Tier 3 spirit fruit tree? He dragged him into the meeting room, all the while trying to soothe him. Don't worry. The patrol team has prepared energy pills. Wang Cheng added another stab. That Tier 2 blue-ringed octopus that sneaked into the city was slain by Jiang Emo. If he also gets the Tier 3 spirit fruit tree, that would be like adding wings to a tiger. Helplessly, Lu Jingchuan felt as if he had been kidnapped and couldn't break free. He pinned his hopes on Lu Chongqing, who was capable of getting things done. So long as the guild's upper management firmly insisted the will was fake, that would be enough. In any case, the will was fake. Now that the chairman was under control and the vice chairman had become an insider, he could only rely on Lu Chongqing. That night, the wind was cold and the rain drizzled. At the entrance to District 9 security passage, Lu Chongqing pulled his combat uniform tighter around him and, after seeing the message on his phone, suddenly understood. So that's it. District 9 isn't stopping us because they've set their sights on our Tier 3 spirit fruit tree. Masiaoji is nird. They've got a lot of nerve. Do they really think they can hold onto a Tier 3 spirit fruit tree? Lu Chongqing gave a wicked smile. It doesn't matter. The chairman is in District 9. They wouldn't dare move against the tree. They'd be underestimating people too much. Leave the spirit fruit tree matter to the chairman. Our only target is Jiang Emo. The two were brimming with confidence. On the other side, Situ Yang and the psychic Esper exchanged a look and frowned. Something about this is strange. Where did Jiang Emo go? The guards hadn't seen anyone come back, so the four of them had no choice but to wait. The target had slipped away. Xia Fan's off-road vehicle burst out of the curtain of rain and charged toward Zone 1. Looking up at the stars in the sky, Xia Fan muttered, "Weird. The rain stopped as soon as I left Zone 9. The boundary beast disaster couldn't be this precise, could it?" Jiang Emo touched his nose. "Pull over." Xia Fan complained. "Didn't we just go to the bathroom?" Jiang Emo said indifferently, "It's time to eat." Xia Fan froze, pulled out an energy pill and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it as Shurjo paused and said, Chairman Xia probably can't eat anymore, right?"
Jiang Montag nodded.
"Then the two of us will eat." As he spoke, Xia Fan took the lunchbox back and watched as Jiang Emo lifted the lid. Once it was opened, for dishes and a soup were revealed, all still steaming hot. Xia Fan was stunned. Camping in the wilderness zone, and these two little ancestors were actually eating such a lavish meal? He caught another whiff of the fragrance, and with a twitch of his nose, regretted swallowing the energy pill earlier. The lunchbox must have originally been left for him. Using his spiritual power, Jiang Emo peeled shrimp for Shurjo as he asked faintly, "Will this smell attract mutated beasts?" Shurjo nodded eagerly. Jiang Emo said, "Don't worry, just treat them as exam prey." Xia Fan recalled Jiang Mo's long distance sniping along the way and felt somewhat relieved. Jiang Emo also brought up whether the mutated beast they killed in the afternoon should be sent into the Mystic Light Mirror, and said that Chairman Xia had now fallen out of the top 30. He liked seeing people lie awake in the middle of the night, anxious and frustrated. He asked, "What time do the elites taking the joint exam of the three major institutions usually go to sleep?" Xia Fan hurriedly replied, "High school martial arts students usually rest around 11. If you want to stir up trouble, start before 11. 10 would be better. Jiang Emo glanced at the time, 8 p.m., and muttered, "When did I say I wanted to stir up trouble? But since Chairman Xia said so, I won't let you down." He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began eating, while quietly reciting in his mind, "The fragrance of the food spreads, multiply by 10. The aroma really spread out." Hearing it, Xia Fan both hated it and craved it, swallowing hard and secretly regretting having eaten the energy pill in the first place. Ordinary martial artists in the wilderness zone would not feast like this, because the smell could attract mutated beasts and trigger a beast tide. But Jiang Emo was a spiritual Nancer and could sense mutated beasts from several thousand meters away, so he wasn't too worried. As for the rankings, the overall leaderboard for the 3-in-1 joint exam only recorded the top 100, and candidates could only see their own ranking in the Mystic Light Mirror, while the official website showed the top 100 list. Jiang Mo's breakthrough into the national top 100 yesterday had attracted attention. Although it was only the first day and the true experts had not fully made their moves yet, he had once reached as high as 26th place, and he was from Binhai City, which made him especially eye-catching. Today, as candidates from other regions started putting in effort, by 8 p.m. he had already been pushed down to 39th place. The points were still 15,666, but his ranking had fallen out of the top 30. At night, the wilderness was dangerous, and most candidates would not come out hunting beasts after dark. But many people would check the leaderboard one last time before going to sleep, especially when watching a dark horse like Jiang Emo who had suddenly surged upward. Some of them thought to themselves, "Tomorrow I'll work harder and push him out of the top 100 again." After dinner, Jiang Emo and Shi Jiao had no intention of getting back in the car at all. The two of them sat leisurely on small stools. Xia Fan looked at the map and asked, a little puzzled, "We're staying here tonight?" This was considered Zone 8, not far from Zone 9. Jiang Emo glanced toward Zone 9 and muttered softly, "Strange, why aren't they here yet?" "What isn't here yet?" Xia Fan froze. "The mutated beasts?" As he spoke, Shi Jiao suddenly stood up, and what seemed like two rosy clouds appeared in her hands. A streak of purple-golden light flashed, and the 8-treasure purple-gold spear appeared in her hand. Jiang Emo said to Xia Fan, "Don't move. Little Jiao and I are going to buy a few oranges. We'll be right back." Before he finished speaking, the two of them vanished. Xia Fan stood there in a daze. At his feet were food scraps deliberately scattered everywhere by Jiang Emo, still carrying a fragrance, and half his back turned cold. "You two hurry up. I'm not a spiritual, the master chanter." In midair, Shi Jiao held the spear in one hand and wrapped the other around Jiang Mo's waist. Jiang Mo's spiritual touch locked onto an image deep within the clouds. Name, Disaster. Species, Boundary Beast. Weakness, as shown. Most valuable part, Crystal Core. The beast looked very much like the one they had hunted before. Snake-bodied, wearing a gray-black crown, but with no limbs and a pair of huge bat wings. Inside its body, a red point of light was moving, its fatal weakness. The world beast Disaster was hiding in the clouds, its dark gold eyes tinged with bloodlight, locking onto them through Jiang Mo's mental power. World beast Disaster is about 4,700 meters away from us, and it's charging this way, Jiang Emo said quietly in Si Jiao's ear. Si Jiao hadn't released her psychic force, but she could feel the terrifying aura pressing down from above the clouds. Disaster should be much stronger than Calamity, but it feels a little hollow. She slowed down and descended toward the ground. Jiang Emo cleared his throat. "Maybe it's because it's rained too much." He remembered what Xia Fan had said. The rain outside Zone 9 wasn't natural. It was summoned by Disaster using disaster power. According to the plan, it coordinated with Calamity and Tribulation in a measured rhythm to create rain disasters. Yesterday someone had magnified the rain tenfold, and Disaster lost control, continuously being drained of disaster power by the rain, unable to stop. Now it had come chasing after them. Jiang Emo had already planned for this. He was luring world beasts. An expert never goes home empty-handed. One calamity wasn't enough, so they might as well add a disaster too. The world beast could sense that Jiang Mo's mental power was under 2,000, but strangely, This tiny human could hide himself, and if he didn't use mental power, even it had difficulty locking onto him. In the next moment, seeing that the man was dropping rapidly, Disaster beat its giant wings and plunged from the clouds. Its massive body swooped down like a black curtain, carrying violent disaster power, while the surrounding mutated beasts fled in panic. Jiang Emo looked up at the falling giant beast and squeezed Si Zhou's little hand. Xiao Zhou, I want to try my second sequence. Si Zhou tilted her head and asked, Can you guarantee it'll be safe? Jiang Emo glanced at the sequence description in his sea of consciousness, grinned and said, Probably. It'll make the world beast question its very existence as a beast. Jiang Emo nodded and said, Be careful. Si Zhou followed him out, taking off the invisibility talisman as well. The two of them appeared in the barren wilderness. Above them, the blood-gold eyes of the world beast Disaster narrowed, locking onto Jiang Emo. It growled low and punned out a smoke-like pillar of air straight at him. Jiang Emo made an exaggerated twist at the waist and leapt left. The ground shook as dirt and weeds were thrown up, and several red-tail mice that had been caught off guard were blasted into blood mist. When the smoke dispersed, Jiang Emo was completely unharmed. A trace of confusion flashed in Disaster's eyes, and it punned out another pillar of smoke. Jiang Emo dodged again just as easily, calmly waving at it. Nice power, a bit off on the aim. Keep going. I can still dodge. Si Zhou couldn't help laughing. The world beast was enraged, lunging in a fierce charge, black ripples with a tangible presence surging over its body as it slammed hard into the earth, shaking the ground and mountains. Xia Fan, alert in the distance, was thrown up by the impact and suddenly realized something was wrong, cursing out loud, Holy shit! That power is definitely not from an ordinary mutated beast. That little ancestor and that little devil must have gone to provoke a world beast. Jiang Emo suddenly realized the performance was a little too over the top and wanted to change to a cooler pose. But Si Zhou was faster. She rushed up first, grabbed the gun, and hugged his waist. Put your mental power onto the spear. The world beast tribulation is coming. Jiang Emo gritted his teeth and did as she said. The Babu Zijing spear burst with purple light and shot toward the world beast. At the same time, the ground split open, and a world beast named Tribulation, its shell thick as a turtle's, its head like a python's, burrowed out from underground. The spear struck the turtle shell dead on, yet left not a single scratch. The spear shadow flew back into Si Zhou's hand. Tribulation extended its long neck and looked at Jiang Emo mockingly. Disaster, meanwhile, poked its snake head out from behind the shell and stared at him coldly. The gazes of the two world beasts pressed down like physical force. An ordinary martial artist would likely have his mind collapse on the spot. Yet above Jiang Mo's head, it was like special effects had been turned on. Strings of miss, miss, miss flashed wildly. Jiang Emo muttered under his breath, What are you two staring at? The two world beasts were still glaring at him, not even blinking. Jiang Emo turned his head and asked Si Zhou in a low voice, Do you trust me?
Si Zhou nodded. Jiang Montag s lips curled.
Then stab it again. It's definitely being careless. It absolutely won't dodge. Si Zhou raised her hand. Jiang Emo shouted, Just stab its spine. Xiao Zhou's strike unleashed a tenfold burst across all attributes. Strength, attack, armor penetration, critical hit, accuracy, speed, range, all amplified. The 8-treasure purple gold spear turned into a demonic streak of purple light, piercing through the void and shooting straight at the world beast Jie. World beast Jie did not dodge, and even leaned its turtle shell forward. The purple light blasted through the turtle shell and snapped its spine. Its eyes first went blank. Then, in an instant, its 4 limbs lost all strength, and the entire beast collapsed to the ground. Zai's pair of blood-gold eyes still held a hint of smugness, not yet realizing how dire the situation was. Shizhou activated telekinesis again, and the purple-gold spear light trembled before changing direction to pierce straight through World Beast Zai's long neck. Its neck was punctured, its spine shattered, and its head slammed heavily into Jie's turtle shell. The smug look had barely faded before turning into confusion and terror. In this area, only 2 heavy breaths remained. Shurjo stared at the 2 beasts that had completely lost their ability to move and urged, "You do it? Kill them!" Jiang Mo did not hesitate. The star shuttle transformed from his wrist into a streak of silver light, passing through the huge hole in Jie's turtle shell and drilling into its body, heading straight for its fatal weak point. World Beast Jie's eyes lost their light, and its life aura vanished in an instant. It didn't even know how it died. The star shuttle shot out from the corpse and slammed viciously into Zai, breaking its spine. Zai, too, lost all resistance and was killed with a single blow. At this point, the 3 great world beasts lurking outside Zone 9 of Bin City, Zai, Yi, and Jie, all perished. Shurjo took off the invisibility talisman, her eyes full of tangled thoughts. She grabbed her hair and muttered, "Your ability is way too outrageous. If it leaks out, you'll definitely be targeted, and your sequence must never be known to anyone. I need to go snatch a few more treasures back before I can feel at ease." Jiang Mo shook the invisibility talisman in his hand. Going to steal them would be too risky. If there really is a treasure, we'll just use the invisibility talisman to take it. Shurjo's eyes lit up, eager to try. The Dean of Tianhuang Martial Arts University has one. It's a sequence item forged by the reality sequence and the trickster sequence working together, the shielding pendant. It only blocks other people's perception, so I'm still not entirely reassured. But, did we forget something? Jiang Mo froze, then immediately remembered. President Xia. I just used him to lure the mutated beasts. Shurjo hurriedly added. He can't die, and he still has to take the blame. Jiang Mo activated the storage badge and collected the corpses of the 2 world beasts from the ground. Then he took Shurjo's badge. Jiang Mo pressed it once. Length, width, and height multiplied by 10, spatial volume multiplied by 10, effective range multiplied by 10. He handed the badge back to Shurjo. Taking it, Shurjo frowned. I still feel like that old bastard's treasure isn't enough. If we don't get the old bastard stuff too, it won't do.
Jiang Montag was speechless.
Xiao Jiu, do you have very little sense of security? Shurjo said softly, probably. At this moment, Xia Fan was leaning despairingly against the off-road vehicle, battle saber in hand, surrounded by mutated beasts lured by the smell of food. First came a silver-gray giant wolf, the Silver Moon Wolf King, leading countless wolves as they surged in from all directions. Their numbers quickly exceeded 800, among them no shortage of powerful 3rd-tier mutated beasts. As a high-level martial artist, Xia Fan instinctively counterattacked, his blade shadows flashing as he unleashed nearly 1,000 slashes, barely blocking the first wave of flying flesh and blood. But the mutated beasts did not stop. The second wave came even fiercer. At that moment, the earth trembled violently, and from afar came the aura of some colossal being drawing near. Despair filled Xia Fan's eyes, when suddenly he saw a black python, 100 meters long and as dark as ink, sweeping over like a train, its massive body crushing mutated beasts beneath it in a scene of brutal carnage. And on its back there was also a pair of giant bat wings swept past. The boundary beast disaster was sweeping toward them. The giant snake's head brushed past Xia Fan's nose, and those dim snake eyes met his. Xia Fan instinctively stepped back, his mind screaming in panic. It's over. I'm dead for sure. Did the boundary beast disaster die? Someone in the distance screamed, Holy crap! The little ancestor and the little devil really killed a boundary beast. Hearing about it in the small valley outside Zone 9 in the afternoon and seeing the corpse with his own eyes now were completely different levels of shock. The corpse of the boundary beast disaster swung around, sending the off-road vehicle that Xia Fan's mutated beasts had overturned flying again. Xia Fan cried out, Hey! My car! Shurjo was holding Jiang Mo, and neither of them said a word. Jiang Mo used psychic power to drag the tail of the boundary beast disaster in a sweeping arc, gathering nearly all the mutated beasts within a radius of 10 li in an instant, then put the corpse into his storage badge. Xia Fan trembled as he asked, El little ancestor, No, student Shi. You too are. Shurjo blinked. Little ancestor? Jiang Mo pulled the scattered corpses over here, smiling as he said he just liked keeping people from sleeping at midnight and making things a little exciting. Xiafan froze. Using a boundary beast corpse to kill mutated beasts, were you trying to wake everyone else up? Jiang Mo beckoned again, and a streak of purple light slashed toward the mutated beasts that still hadn't died completely. The flying sword went back and forth, clearing out the remaining ones. After glancing at the time, he said, "It's not even 9 yet." Shurjo's eyes lit up. "No need to wait anymore?" Jiang Mo said solemnly. "Makes sense. They can't sleep, but we still have to sleep." Just as Xiafan was about to speak, he was struck on the back of the head by the 8-treasure purple gold spear and passed out on the spot. The two discussed whether they should let him sleep a bit longer, and in the end decided there was no need. He still had to be the driver. Shurjo muttered that Xiafan had absolutely no sense, and Jiang Mo agreed. Then Jiang Mo picked a 3rd-tier Silver Moon Wolf King out of the pile of corpses, ready to take it away. Jiang Mo took out the boundary light mirror and stored the Wolf King's corpse inside. A string of system prompts popped up: Silver Moon Wolf King, 3rd-tier mutated beast, cause of death. While besieging Xiafan, the president of the Bingqing 9th District Martial Artists Association, it was crushed to death by Jiang Mo wielding the corpse of the boundary beast disaster. Killing above one's level, 300 assessment points credited. The bullet comments exploded. "Wait, what did you use to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King?" "The corpse of the boundary beast disaster." At the same time, all the examinees refreshing the 3 joint recruitment exam rankings locked onto Jiang Mo's points, from 15,666 all the way to 15966. So it was a level-crossing kill of a 3rd-tier mutated beast. Someone suddenly realized. It didn't rise at all during the day, so it turns out he was waiting for the nighttime assessment verification to give everyone a surprise. Someone else said in frustration. Everyone clicked into the detailed point records and saw that the Silver Moon Wolf King had the same cause of death. Either crushed to death by the corpse of the boundary beast disaster, or first crushed into severe injury and then slain by a sword. At night, more prompts kept popping up one after another. Jiang Mo's points seemed to be on cheat mode, steadily jumping in increments of 300, all of them 3rd-tier mutated beasts. The manner of death was also highly uniform. While besieging Xiafan, they were crushed to death by Jiang Mo wielding the corpse of the boundary beast disaster, or killed by a sword after being severely injured. This speed, this method, it gave people the creeps. Those top candidates, who had been forced to get some proper rest, were completely unable to sleep. They came out in groups of 3 or 5, pulled out their phones for video calls, and stared at the leaderboard with red-rimmed eyes. "I killed 12 level 3 mutated beasts during the day and still didn't get them identified. I was planning to stage a comeback tonight, but he made his move first." Someone gritted his teeth. "This kid is way too sly. Using a realm beast to smash mutated beasts around in the middle of the night?" Someone exclaimed. Even more outrageous speculation came out in the discussion. A realm beast that size was at least 100 meters long and denser than steel. How could a spiritual mind master possibly swing it around? Others proposed another possibility, that the corpse of the realm beast disaster was simply too huge for the profound light mirror to fit, so it couldn't be identified, making it look like someone had handed out free points. No matter what the truth was, Jiang Mo's points on the rankings kept surging in the night, and everyone was utterly panicked. This was the sound of an obscure high school student igniting in the dark. Holy crap! He identified over 100 mutated beasts at once? No way! Could it be that the profound light mirror has reached its limit, not Jiang Mo's? At the same time, the top leadership of the 3 major martial arts universities, Tianhuang, Diyuan, and Renxian, held an emergency meeting. "It's possible he hunted down a realm beast," someone said in a low voice. Mutated beasts were still beasts. Their weapons were their own fangs, claws, and venom. But realm beasts were different, their power was absurd, and they could trigger natural disasters. The strange rain outside the 9 districts of Bingqing was a precursor caused by a realm beast disaster. Now, one realm beast disaster corpse had been used by Jiang Mo as a weapon. Even if he hadn't killed it himself, the fact that he could swing a realm beast corpse with the strength of an intermediate spiritual mind master was extraordinary. The atmosphere in the Diuan conference room was tense. Jiang Mo publicly said he only wants to come to Tianhuang. Sui Xuan is in Bincheng. Give him the authority and make every effort to get Jiang Mo to our Diuan. If we can't get him, take him as an expanded admission candidate and provide elite admission resources as well. Tianhuang is only giving Bincheng one elite spot this time, and there are no expanded admission spots. According to the rules, once he becomes an expanded admission candidate, Tianhuang no longer has the qualification to admit him. Our only competitor left is Ren Xian. Usually, people would turn a blind eye to such rules, but the situation was sensitive now. A realm beast corpse, Jiang Mo being able to use it, and some even suspecting he did it himself, anyone could choose to take it seriously. Tianhuang, on the other hand, was much calmer. Should we send someone to keep watch in Bincheng? Someone suggested. No need, an old professor said firmly. Teacher Shi Wushi is in Bincheng. With him there, nothing will go wrong. The true body of the profound light mirror is of great importance and cannot be moved lightly. A realm beast disaster isn't enough to require using its true body. As he spoke, he glanced at the official website, and his expression changed. Jiang Mo's ranking jumped straight to 6th, with an exam score of 66,666. The old professor couldn't help blurting out, "Holy shit, 6th place." The top 5 on the official site were all prodigies cultivated by major powers, with exclusive hunting grounds and skyrocketing points. By the next day, even the top 3 had scores exceeding 100,000. But the old professor still said, with Jiang Mo's ranking, he's already enough to come to Tianhuang. No one can be sure whether that realm beast disaster was killed by him, and Jiang Mo didn't apply to have the corpse identified. There's no need for us to make a fuss. Wilderness Area, Zone 8. Xia Fan was sleeping soundly while hugging the corpse of a mutated beast. Shi Jiu looked at Jiang Mo, who was clearing the battlefield, and frowned. Those old fellows at Tianhuang are cautious. They might not easily bring out the true body of the profound light mirror.
Jiang Montag grinned.
Tomorrow night, we'll go deeper into the wilderness, find a few level 4 mutated beasts, and smash them to death with the realm beast corpse. Let those who didn't sleep well tonight stay up again tomorrow. The wilderness outside Zone 9 is raining. The beast of the boundary realm is dead, yet the rain has not stopped. Gale force winds whip the downpour around, and heaven and earth are in utter chaos. At the entrance to the safe passage in Zone 9, Situyang, Lu Chongqing, Ma Xiaojie, and the mental power user were huddled in a corner against the wall. The mental power user suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "I'm done. I'm out." Lu Chongqing froze. Just because of this little rain? The mental power user sneered. This little rain? I don't want Jiang Mo swinging a boundary beast corpse around and somehow grinding me into minced meat. With that, he turned and walked into the passage. Go check the martial artists forum yourselves. The 3 of them hurriedly opened the forum and Tianchuang Martial Arts University's admissions rankings. In an instant, their hearts leapt into their throats. Jiang Mo, exam score 66666, 6th in the nation. A Tier 3 Silver Moon Wolf King, crushed to death by him while he was swinging a boundary beast corpse. The wind and rain outside seemed to freeze, leaving only the 3 of them breathing heavily. Ma Xiaojie looked at Lu Chongqing, her lips trembling. Lu Chongqing fell silent, then finally decided, "Go back. See the chairman."
Situ yang stood up.
"Stop standing guard like idiots. Let's go back." At the same time, the headquarters of the patrol team in Zone 9 of Bincheng was brightly lit. Lu Jingchuan sat there, looking at the dissected blue ring octopus and the blue abyss emperor crab with its severed leg, feeling utterly powerless. Wang Chang came up and handed him an energy pill. Only then did Lu Jingchuan remember Tianchuang Martial Arts University's transcendent instructors had already arrived in Bincheng, so perhaps these matters no longer required their concern. He suspected that Bincheng had stabbed him in the back, but Wang Chang seriously interrupted him and pulled him over to look at new clues about the Blue Abyss Emperor Crab. At the Zone 9 Martial Artists Association, Wu stared at the giant python cut into countless pieces, his face grim. Inside that python's body were actually the powers of 4 different boundary beasts, and those 4 forces were faintly merging into something new. Wu suddenly remembered that Xiao Jiu hadn't come back and panicked. Xin Yan said that Xiao Jiu and Xiao Jiang had gone to the wilderness zone and still hadn't returned, then added that classmate Shi had been staying at classmate Zhang's place these past few days. Wu grew even more anxious. It's already this late and they're still in the wilderness zone? That's too dangerous. Xin Yan comforted him, saying that Xia Fan was also there and that nothing would happen. Wu let out a breath and told someone to prepare a table full of dishes so everyone could feel at ease. Back in the wilderness zone, Xia Fan was holding that silver moon wolf in his arms, looking at the more than 10 mutated beast corpses around him, stammering, "Hey, these?" Jiang Mo glanced at him indifferently. "You're awake? These are all mutated beasts you killed. Deal with them yourself." Just now, Xia Fan had been surrounded and attacked by mutated beasts, and had killed nearly a dozen of them. Jiang Mo piled these corpses beside him. Xia Fan glanced at the off-road vehicle that was now completely wrecked, and his heart twitched. Looks like they'd have to go on foot. Before he could finish speaking, a brand new RV appeared before his eyes. Jiang Mo said calmly, "I told Xin Yan yesterday that I was coming to the wilderness zone, so he prepared it in advance." Then he muttered, "Strange. The vehicle's ready, so why hasn't he come?" Xia Fan quickly changed the subject, feeling that Xin Yan was just making a fuss. Shi Jiu yawned and leaned against Jiang Mo's shoulder, explaining, "The RV has been modified. Its performance is much better than an off-road vehicle. The keys are on the vehicle. Chairman Xia, you keep driving. We'll head a little deeper into the wilderness and see if we can run into a Tier 4 mutated beast." There was only one large bed in the RV. Shi Jiu said, "You sleep on the bed. I'll lean against it." In the end, he dragged Jiang Mo onto the bed, and the two of them quickly fell into a deep sleep. Xin Yan had thoroughly modified the vehicle, and the bed didn't jolt at all. After dawn, the RV drove deeper into the wilderness. Near noon, Xia Fan yawned while eating braised pork. Jiang Mo pointed in a direction and said that was the activity zone of Tier 4 mutated beasts, telling Xia Fan to go over and get a good sleep so he could attract a few beasts. Xia Fan instantly lost his appetite. Wasn't this just using him as bait? Shi Jiu said with utter seriousness, "Whether the pot is on your back or you're placed into the pot, the effect is basically the same." Jiang Mo also said, "We've already come this far. Even if we switch to Xin Yan now, it's too late." Xia Fan felt unconvinced. He had become the control group, there just to highlight how good Xin Yan was. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mo asked, "Do you use a blade?" Xia Fan nodded and said that most martial artists use blades. Jiang Mo took a battle saber about 4 chi long, faintly glowing pale blue, from his storage badge and handed it over. The moment Xia Fan saw the saber, he jolted violently and jumped back on reflex, blurting out, "Holy crap! A ranked battle saber. Boss, if you want to kill me, just give me a clean stab. Don't use this kind of method to get me killed," Xia Fan complained. Jiang Mo froze for a moment. "Didn't I already stab you? Get you killed." Xia Fan casually glanced at Shi Jiu. Shi Jiu was holding a soup spoon, taking small sips of pork rib soup, completely ignoring them. Xia Fan curled his lips. "This combat blade isn't ordinary. This grade is not low. I'm only an advanced martial artist. If I show up in the wilderness area carrying this thing, I'll definitely get targeted and robbed." Jiang Mo suddenly understood and lifted the purple flying sword Qianman. "What about my sword?" Both weapons were high-grade yellow tier. Shi Jiu glanced at the flying sword. "This flying sword is an advanced telekinesis weapon. It's not an item of rank, so use it with confidence. No one will rob you. As for the Aurora shield Yuenya gave you, keep it well for now. Don't take it out before you get to university." Jiang Mo subconsciously looked at Shi Jiu. Shi Jiu had finished the soup and looked up to blink at him. Jiang Mo's heart stirred. Shi Jiu's sword intent could conceal the aura of ranked weapons. When she first saw that sword, She had infused it with her sword intent to help him refine it, and had also completely masked its ranked aura. That was why Jiang Mo could use the flying sword in public without anyone realizing it was a ranked item. He leaned closer to Shizhou and put away the combat blade into his storage badge. Shizhou waved her hands repeatedly. I wanted to give him compensation, but he didn't want it himself. Jiang Mo agreed. It's not like you have to take it out. You can keep it at home and use it later when you become transcendent. Xia Fan plopped down on the ground and bit into a braised pork knuckle with big mouthfuls, as if he were biting Jiang Mo. After eating his fill, he wiped his mouth vigorously with his sleeve, then stood up. I'm full. I'm going to sleep first. Don't let me sleep to death. As soon as he said that, he slapped the back of his head with one palm and fell flat onto his back, passing out. Jiang Mo and Shizhou looked at each other in silence. Shizhou asked in a low voice, "What is he doing?" Jiang Mo said, "Probably knocking himself out." The two of them were speechless. Jiang Mo took a rope from his storage badge and controlled it with his psychic power, tying one of Xia Fan's legs, then tossed him back to his original spot and stuffed the ham hock back into his hand. Then he magnified the ham hock's aroma tenfold, cast psychic shielding, multiplied the effect by 10, and crouched nearby with Shizhou to wait. Jiang Mo put everything he had learned from wilderness geography to use. He knew exactly where there were mutated beasts and where there were void zones in the wilderness. The patch of ground where Xia Fan was sleeping was a level 4 mutated beast activity zone, about 2 kilometers from them. Level 4 mutated beast. Gale Tiger. Jiang Mo's expression changed, and his psychic sense had been scanning that area the whole time. If not for the system interface popping up, he would never have discovered that tiger. The system locked onto the target. A Gale Tiger more than 10 meters long, dark bluish-green in color, almost blending into the terrain, moving extremely fast, its 4 paws silent as wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached near Xia Fan and opened its mouth to bite the ham hock in Xia Fan's right hand. A ham hock? For a Gale Tiger, it wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. But, so fragrant, it was even more tempting than the human in front of it, who was thick with the smell of blood. Just as that blood Pandako was about to fall, the sky suddenly darkened. The clear afternoon seemed covered by a black cloud, and the Gale Tiger looked up. A thing like a mountain was charging straight toward it. Boom! The giant tortoise-like body swept past like a pendulum, and the Gale Tiger was sent flying like a tiger pancake, rolling several times before scrambling back up, its head buzzing, staring blankly at the giant thing that had vanished overhead. The ground rumbled, sand and wind flew, and after a moment everything calmed down. Shizhou put the RV away into his storage ring and pulled Jiang Mo over. Jiang Mo looked at the tiger pancake lying on the ground with its tongue out and said, "A complete tiger pelt is the most valuable. Take it." The two quickly put it into the storage badge, planning to appraise it later that night. As they left, some warriors in the distance were so frightened by the commotion that they fled, guessing that a super mutated beast was fighting. Jiang Mo and Shizhou walked in the opposite direction, heading deeper into the level 4 mutated beast activity zone. Few people came here, making it a perfect place to set a baiting trap. Jiang Mo pulled over the rope tied to Xia Fan's leg, used the sleeping Xia Fan as bait, and laid out 10 roast whole sheep with mouth-watering aroma. Shizhou was drooling with greed, and Jiang Mo said with a smile that these were only half finished. They would taste even better at night. The two of them set up a ring of roast whole sheep and waited for the effect. As soon as the Great Formation was activated, the aroma multiplied by 10, the spread multiplied by 10, and the attraction to mutated beasts multiplied by 10. The baiting operation officially began. Jiang Mo pulled Shizhou over, activated psychic shielding, and the two of them shrank to one side and quietly waited. Jiang Mo turned his hand and handed Shizhou a fruit pudding, "A dessert I made after dinner." Shizhou was first stunned, then took a bite, and with eyes half closed, brought the spoon to Jiang Mo's mouth to feed him a bite. Inside the roast lamb leg formation, Xia Fan was hugging the ham hock and sleeping soundly. Suddenly, The surroundings fell silent for an instant. Then a gale rose, and a huge shadow descended from the sky. A black-feathered mountain hawk with a wingspan of over 10 meters dove straight at the formation. Just before it landed, the massive corpse of the Jia beast appeared out of nowhere and, like lightning, slapped horizontally into the hawk, sending it back into the sky. Before the hawk could react, the Jia beast corpse came crashing down from above again, finally smashing it down to a place about 1,000 meters away from the formation. Shurjo got anxious. That hawk is valuable. You can't smash it into a hawk pancake.
Jiang Montag nodded.
Wait! A flying sword flashed, carrying a violet glowing afterimage, and, guided by the system's interface, instantly pierced the hawk's vital point. Jiang Emo then used his psychic power to pull the two massive corpses closer and store them in the storage badge. The two of them withdrew again and silently waited for the next one to bite the hook. The aroma continued to spread, and mutated beasts of all levels kept arriving one after another. Jiang Emo, in keeping with his principle of not wasting anything, didn't let a single one get away. Either they were directly smashed to death by the Jia beast corpse, or they were crippled by the blow and then finished off with a sword. Later, he once again did as he had the night before, swinging the Jia beast corpse around to crush them over and over, until night fell. The aroma of the 10 roast sheep legs had completely dispersed, and no more mutated beasts appeared nearby. The ground was covered in corpses, and Jiang Emo excitedly stuffed them into his storage badge by category. Good thing the badge is big enough. Shurjo was also overjoyed. If it doesn't fit, I still have room over here. Xia Fan, hugging a roasted whole lamb, stared at the huge black corpse not far away, utterly baffled. This? How can there be such a big turtle? Jiang Emo said lightly. That's the corpse of a boundary beast tribulation. After hearing that, Xia Fan just flopped onto his back on the ground with a thud. At 9 o'clock that night, Xia Fan drove the RV to an uninhabited area. Shurjo looked at the golden roasted lamb leg in front of him, eager to dig in. Jiang Emo stuffed the corpse of the Stormfury Fierce Tiger into the Xian Guang mirror, wearing a wicked grin. Tonight, there'll probably be more people who can't sleep. His smile was dark and sinister. System prompt. Species: Stormfury Fierce Tiger. Level: Tier 4 Mutated Beast. Cause of death: while hunting Xia Fan, the president of the District 9 Martial Artists Guild. It was smashed into a tiger patty by Jiang Emo wielding the corpse of the Boundary Beast Tribulation. Assessment passed. Cross-level kill of a Tier 4 mutated beast. Score doubled. Examination score awarded. 8,000. Comment: you can already kill a Tier 4 mutated beast. Wait, Boundary Beast Tribulation. Isn't that Boundary Beast Disaster? Many candidates and martial artists who had been watching Jiang Mo's ranking saw that his score, which had not moved all day, suddenly jumped by 8,000, and each of them blinked, swallowing hard. Jiang Mo's hand trembling, he opened the score details. No way, it's a Tier 4 mutated beast? The bullet comments exploded. Some guessed he had used the corpse of the Boundary Beast Disaster to smash a Tier 4 mutated beast to death. Others mocked the aesthetic fatigue. Suddenly, everyone realized something was wrong. The label said, Boundary Beast Tribulation. Boundary Beast Tribulation? That's not Boundary Beast Disaster. Some people were stunned, saying the system had made a mistake. Others smiled and waited for the back end to correct it. The next second, Jiang Mo's score jumped again, plus 8,000. Everyone held their breath and opened the details. Tier 4 mutated beast. Black-feathered rock eagle. It was injured when Jiang Mo used the corpse of the Boundary Beast Tribulation as a weapon, then killed by his spiritual telekinesis. The scene fell silent. Impossible. It really is Boundary Beast Tribulation. He actually has the corpse of Boundary Beast Tribulation in his hands. People in the exam field were nearly desperate. The geniuses who had planned to make their move later realized they could no longer catch up. The score was still climbing. Another plus 8,000 Storm Fierce Tiger, its body smashed into serious injury by the corpse of the Boundary Beast Jia. Another plus 8,000 Black-feathered mountain hawk, seriously injured. Another plus 8,000 Storm Fierce Tiger again. The two level 4 mutated beasts, alternating in appearance, were smashed into pieces by the corpse, and the total score skyrocketed crazily. Everyone finally accepted reality. It wasn't a system error. Jiang Mo really was using the corpse of Boundary Beast Jie as a weapon. Those who still wanted to make a name for themselves were instantly silenced. "Just go to sleep obediently," muttered someone from the street. I never expected Jiang Mo to still be able to use a Boundary Beast corpse as a weapon. He actually beat a level 4 mutated beast to death. Xia Fan is at it again? How can you run into him everywhere? Someone looked into his background. Xia Fan was a core graduate of Xuanwu Martial Arts University in the human realm. Because of his poor aptitude, he was exiled to Binhai City and made the head of District 9's Martial Artist Association. I really want to become Xia Fan and see with my own eyes how Jiang Mo swings a corpse around. That doesn't count as cheating, does it? Without Jiang Mo, 10 Xia Fans wouldn't do. Could Xia Fan have been kidnapped and used as bait? Kidnapped as bait? At most, he's an exam prop. The three major martial arts universities of Tianhuang, Diyuan, and Renxian all exploded into an uproar at the same time. Call a meeting. All leaders must be present. For 2 consecutive days, 1 Boundary Beast corpse a day used as a weapon. Such a thing had never been seen before, and the 3-school joint exam was thrown into panic. In District 9 of Binhai City, inside the Martial Artist Association, Shi Wu was wearing protective gear and holding precision instruments, measuring the Boundary Beast corpse that had been chopped into pieces. Furious, he slammed his phone against the wall and said hoarsely, "The power of 4 Boundary Beasts is condensed inside 1 mutated beast. There are at least 4 Boundary Beasts in the wilderness outside District 9. Little Jiu still hasn't come back. Hurry up and tell them to return. What if they run into a Boundary Beast?" Shun Yen stood to the side, looking at the shattered phone on the floor, his heart twitching. He had suggested checking the news, only to be reprimanded by Shi Wu. Shi Wu repeated the test results like a madman. Calamity, disaster, tribulation, havoc, with stubbornness and frenzy in his eyes. Shen Yen backed out and sent Xiao Jiu and the others a text to warn them. At the camp on this side, Jiang Mo methodically alternated between putting the corpses of Storm Fierce Tiger and Black-Feathered Mountain Hawk into the profound light mirror. If he was going to do it, he might as well make it exciting. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. There were still plenty more level 4 mutated beast corpses in his storage space. While eating roast whole lamb, Shurjiu looked at his phone and read out Shun the supervisor's intel. There were at least 4 boundary beasts outside the wilderness of District 9.
Jiang Montag blinked.
Supervisor Shin, is that reliable? Xia Fan sat on the ground, chewing on a lamb leg without any taste in his mouth, feeling irritated in his heart. This trip out here had just been to act as a foil for Shen Yen, and he'd lost out miserably. All the good impressions had gone to Shen Yen, and he looked utterly depressed. Jiang Mo suddenly asked, "What does Boundary Beast Havoc like to eat?" Xia Fan said absent-mindedly, "Likes eating people, probably. The more abundant the blood and vital energy, the more it can attract a realm beast." No, wait! He suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Jiang Mo in terror.
Montag.
"You're not planning to use me to attract a realm beast, are you?" While Jiang Mo stuffed mutated beast corpses into the Xian Guang mirror, he complained, "This Xian Guang mirror is way too small. It can only take in 3 or 4 level 4 mutated beasts at a time. How long is this going to take?" Level 4 mutated beasts were mostly over 10 meters long, some nearly 20. He had to beat them into folded screen shape before he could squeeze them into the Xian Guang mirror. Judging by the evaluation message the Xian Guang mirror gave, there was probably someone manually reviewing it behind the scenes. Jiang Mo took the roasted lamb that Shi Jiu had put in her mouth and chewed as he said vaguely, "If Shen Yen were here, he definitely wouldn't ask such a pointless question." Hearing Shen Yen again, Xia Fan was almost ready to rush back to Zone 9 and drag Shen Yen over for a good beating. Shi Jiu continued stuffing meat into her mouth and said indifferently, "Chairman Xia is too weak. He won't attract a realm beast." Xia Fan felt awkward. But Shurjo ignored him and continued insisting that the realm beast corpses be piled up in the wasteland zone. If that disaster is following us, it'll definitely show itself. Jiang Mo used his mental touch to sweep around. Aside from a small red-tailed mouse crouching 10 meters underground, there were no traces of any other realm beasts at all. His brows twitched as he looked at Shurjo. Shurjo kept eating the meat at a leisurely pace, showing no unusual reaction whatsoever. Xia Fan half-jokingly asked whether they should toss him into the pile of realm beast corpses, and Jiang Mo smiled as he brushed it off. How could we let Chairman Xia take that risk? Then, changing the subject, Jiang Mo said that since it was Chairman Xia's suggestion, not doing it would be a bit unfair to him, and Shurjo nodded again and again. Xia Fan was speechless. Sure enough, he'd been disliked. Shurjo suddenly stood up. A flash of purple gold light flickered. Xia Fan's eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Jiang Mo threw the realm beast corpses farther away, then tied up Xia Fan and dragged him into the RV. As for the job of luring realm beasts, well, yeah, he really wasn't needed. Shurjo asked softly where it was. Her telekinesis directly reached Jiang Mo's ear. Jiang Mo used a napkin to wipe the grease from the corner of her mouth. Shurjo regretfully said she still hadn't finished eating, and Jiang Mo smiled and told her to finish first. She shook her head, put the whole roasted lamb into her storage badge, activated an invisibility talisman on herself, and sank her telekinesis into the ground. Jiang Mo discovered that the red-tailed mouse had appeared on the fourth system light screen. The fourth screen was specifically for displaying realm beast information. In other words, this red-tailed mouse was the realm beast disaster, hiding by parasitizing the human eye. Jiang Mo yawned widely, put the corpses on the ground back into his storage badge, and walked toward the RV. The moment he stepped forward, a purple gold shadow flashed past him and plunged straight down 10 meters underground. The small red-tailed mouse was struck in an instant. Boom. The ground was pierced through, and the mouse's dark red eyes were immediately replaced by terror. The red-tailed mouse's body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. A streak of scarlet light shot out from within it, nimbly dodging Shurjo's spear. The next second, the ground split open and a scarlet creature burst forth. Name: Disaster. Species: Realm Beast. Weakness: as shown. Most valuable part: Core Crystal. Disaster wasn't as enormous as calamity, plague, or tribulation. It was about 30 meters long, entirely crimson, with a glittering golden crown on its head. Its head was like a python's, but beneath it were countless writhing legs, like a giant red centipede. "Let me do it!" someone shouted. Jiang Mo couldn't help pinching Shurjo's little hand. The moment the giant centipede burst out of the ground, a huge black turtle fell from the sky and slammed hard onto Hua. The corpse effect of the world beast Jie. Size unchanged, density times 10, weight times 10, gravity times 10, falling speed times 10, hit probability times 10. Duration: 10 seconds. Hua's target was the corpse of Zai. That human had just shot it badly, and it didn't want to keep fighting at all. It just wanted to grab the corpse and run. Hua lunged straight over, ignoring Jiang Mo. But before it could get close, another world beast corpse suddenly appeared above its head. It was Jie's corpse. Excitement flashed in Hua's eyes. Take Jie's corpse first. But something was wrong with Jie's corpse. It was absurdly heavy. Boom. Half its body was instantly pinned down by Jie's massive corpse, and the exposed half thrashed and slapped wildly. 10 seconds later, Hua was smashed so hard it was completely dazed, only feeling as if a mountain were pressing on it, then suddenly lifting away. Hua looked up blankly, and Jie's corpse in the sky came crashing down again with tenfold force. A woo. Hua let out a miserable howl, and the exposed half of its body instantly stiffened. Jie's corpse rose again and again, then slammed down heavily each time. Hua was repeatedly flattened and lifted, struggling desperately, twisting and screaming in agony. The wind howled, the ground trembled, and the world beast shrieked. Hua was crushed over and over, almost beaten to death alive. Watching Hua, which was still struggling, Jiang Mo muttered, World beasts are that tough? It still isn't dead. Shurju looked conflicted. So the fact that you instantly killed a world beast before was really outrageous. We can't let people know I can one-shot world beasts. Jiang Mo was already calculating in his mind. Before, Shurju could heavily injure a world beast, but world beasts recovered quickly, so truly killing one was difficult. Jiang Mo's one-strike kill that time was too eye-catching, so this time he had even knocked Xia Fan out on purpose, only to decide to smash Hua to death this time. Fine, if it gets smashed to death, it gets smashed to death. It's more impressive anyway. Jiang Mo looked at Shurju and smiled. It's okay. One-shotting it was just a trick. Besides, if I hide everything, it'll definitely arouse some people's suspicion. People specifically watching me. Shurju muttered to herself, suddenly understanding. The first time they hunted that world beastie, Jiang Mo's spiritual power locked onto a location, and that location happened to be its weak spot.
Jiang Montag nodded.
World beasts, and also blue ring octopuses, have something inside their bodies that keeps moving. Hit that and it's an instant kill. Shurju's eyes lit up. Thank goodness they had moved Grandma's laboratory over. When they got back, they would study the corpse carefully and find that deadly weak point. Thinking of tossing that python to Shurwu, she felt secretly relieved. Shurwu was the best at research, and giving it to him would keep him locked in the guild and out of trouble. Jiang Mo smiled and said that figuring out the results also counted as a contribution. Shurju muttered softly, "We should get something good in return." Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. Sell it to the old geezer and exchange it for treasures? Shurju immediately decided. 10 times the markup. The two of them high-fived, grinning wickedly. In the distance, the world beast Hua, flattened into a heap by the blows, was still struggling. Shurju complained, "Is this thing a centipede or a snake?" Jiang Mo simply said, "Forget it. Just stab it to death." With a wave of his hand, he took back the silver radiance tied to the tail of the world beast Jie, turned it into sword light, and directly pierced Hua's vital point. The world beast, dazed and woozy, was done for. The stellar shuttle changed back into a bracelet and returned to Jiang Mo's wrist. Without that top-grade heavenly artifact, he simply couldn't swing the world beast corpse. With it, like using a lever, he could turn the corpse into a weapon. Shurju was excited. "It's dead. We can put it into the Shen Light Mirror for appraisal." Jiang Mo put all 3 world beast corpses into his storage badge, licked the corner of his mouth, and smiled wickedly. "Tomorrow night, we'll use Hua's corpse for appraisal and make all those people who can't sleep even more sleepless." The two looked at each other and went heh. Jiang Mo then said that he already had over 300,000 exam points and was firmly in first place, but he wanted to reach 666,666. Shurju glanced at the time and decided to stay up with him to grind points. The two of them spread out mats and sat down, beginning to stuff all kinds of mutated beasts into the Shen Light Mirror. Meanwhile, in a martial artist camp in the Wilderness Zone, Luo Zixuan, the once first genius, with an exam score of 123,572, held his phone in both hands, eyes fixed on the screen, staring at Jiang Mo's score, which still hadn't changed. As the motion stopped, everyone let out a long breath. "Looks like that's it for today," someone said. 320,000 points? It's not like he can't be caught, right? Another person murmured. Suddenly, Jiang Mo's score jumped. Plus 32,000. The corner of Luo Zixuan's eye twitched. The details showed. 4 level 4 mutated beasts were crushed to death by the corpse of the boundary beast Jie. Then it jumped again. Plus 24,000. 3 level 4 mutated beasts were smashed into critical condition by the boundary beast Jie, and then killed by Jiang Mo with powerful psychic force. It's happening again. Luo Zixuan lay sprawled on the camp bed, too lazy to move. Just destroy everything already. Quickly.
"I'm tired."
Tonight, just like last night, countless martial artists watched the official rankings with red eyes. Even those who originally didn't care about the 3 major admissions exams joined in. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the continuously updating score details for Jiang Mo. Level 4 mutated beasts, Level 3 mutated beasts, crushed to death by a boundary beast corpse, crippled by a boundary beast corpse, and then finished off by Jiang Mo's sword. The numbers on the screen kept jumping. Plus 8,000, plus 16,000, plus 24,000, plus 32,000. Some candidates short on resources watched in alarm. An 8,000-point jump at once? If my total score were 8,000, I could pick between Diwen and Renchuan however I wanted. Total score 32,000? I could even get into Tianhuang. Last year's top scorer in Yunqing had only a little over 10,000 points, and that was merely Jiang Mo's score from a single appraisal. At a camp on a wild island in Binqing's Zone 1, Li Xiuchuan lay on the corpse of a giant turtle, staring blankly at the moon. How did I end up in the same city zone as someone like this? Senior brother, looks like I'll have to break my promise. I probably can't go to Tianhuang. He thought of how his master, Lu Jingchuan, said it could be resolved, but he feared his master might be beaten to death by Jiang Mo with a boundary beast corpse just like a mutated beast. Finally, at 11 o'clock, Jiang Mo's exam score stopped at 666666 and no longer moved. Binqing number 9 High School, grade 12 class 14, Jiang Mo, male. Exam score 666666. First in Binqing, first nationwide, leaving second place Luo Zixuan behind by more than 500,000 points. And this was only the third day. That guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Yesterday it was 66,666, and today it's 666,666. Someone shouted. Although his score had stopped, no one left the screen, repeatedly staring at the score, ranking, and details. From last night using the corpse of the boundary beast's eye to smash a level 3 mutated beast to death, to tonight using the corpse of the boundary beast Jie to smash a level 4 mutated beast to death. Everything was dreamlike and unbelievable. The conference rooms of the 3 major martial arts universities, Tianhuang, Diyuan, and Renchuan, were brightly lit. The professors were also staring at Jiang Mo's details. An old professor with graying hair spoke up. I'm guessing tomorrow he'll use the corpse of the boundary beast A to smash a level 5 mutated beast to death. Everyone discussed it, seemingly relaxed on the surface, but tense inside. Boundary beasts had tenacious vitality, and even powerful transcendence found them hard to kill. And now, Jiang Mo likely had 3 boundary beast corpses in hand. Professor Fong, should we bring the Shuangguang mirror to Binqing? Someone asked. The corpse of the boundary beast's eye isn't enough to warrant using the Shuangguang mirror itself. But now, Jiang Mo should have 3 boundary beast corpses on him. Professor Fong gritted his teeth. How those corpses came to be, no one can say for sure. Wait until Jiang Mo applies on his own. If he takes the initiative to apply for the Shenguang mirror itself and go take the appraisal exam, I'll personally take the Shenguang mirror to Binqing. Professor Fong made the decision. The other professors and teachers in the conference room, upon hearing this, looked at him with disdain. You'll go in person? Once the Shenguang mirror is in your hands, you'll treat it like your own treasure. Under the moonlight, Shizhou fell asleep leaning against Jiang Mo's shoulder. The breeze gently brushed through her hair and grazed Jiang Mo's cheek, tickling him so much that just as he put away the Shenguang mirror, she woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, "Is it done?" Jiang Mo hummed in response, picked her up, and walked toward the RV. Go to sleep. The next day, the weather was sunny, and the breeze was refreshing. Xia Fan held a bowl of beef noodles and, while eating, looked at the 2 people across from him. Jiang Mo took his stance and repeatedly practiced the yuan attracting art. Shizhou stood in front of him, her fair little hand pressed against his lower abdomen, helping him perform the qi and blood circulation method. Suddenly, a surge of fullness burst from within his body and spread through every limb and bone. I broke through, Jiang Mo said excitedly. My qi and blood value has broken through to 100. I'm officially a martial artist. His lifespan also increased by 11 years. He hadn't fallen behind in mental power these past few days either, and this morning his mental power broke through to 200. Multiplied by 11, that's 2,000. Shurjo's eyes lit up, and she excitedly felt him up all over. You really broke through. Looking at the two of them, Xiafan suddenly found that the noodles in his bowl had no taste anymore. He muttered softly, "These years I've been trying to break through and become a transcendent martial artist, and I haven't even found a girlfriend. Did I take the wrong path?" Then he comforted himself. Becoming transcendent has nothing to do with whether or not you have a girlfriend. Little demon, Jiang classmate, sure classmate, should we go hunt a level 5 mutant beast today? Xiafan changed the subject. Jiang Mo looked incredulous. A level 5 mutant beast? Are you kidding me? Me, a mid-level spiritual Nansur, going to kill something like that? Even if I used a realm beast corpse to smash it, I probably wouldn't be able to touch a single hair. Last night, the realm beast had only been smashed because it had taken the initiative to get up and snatch the corpse. That wasn't the norm. Xiafan snorted. At least you're self-aware. Jiang Mo thought for a moment and said, the biggest difference between humans and mutant beasts is that humans know how to use tools. For example, bait, traps, and the like. As soon as Xiafan heard bait, he immediately shivered. You're not talking about me, are you?
Jiang Montag smilet.
I'll give you the day off today. No need to go kill a level 5 mutant beast. Xiafan was speechless. So tomorrow then? Shurjo said from the side. It's not really a day off either. We still have to hurry to Area 1. If I don't turn the candidates in Area 1 into expansion students, I won't feel right. Xiafan had almost forgotten that a huge black pot was still hanging over his head, ready to drop at any moment. He lowered his head and buried his face in his bowl. Shurjo poked Jiang Mo, Xiao Jiang. Now that you can officially start cultivating martial arts techniques, want me to teach you? Jiang Mo's eyes lit up. Once his qi and blood value reached 100, he could cultivate martial arts techniques. Martial arts could not only train qi and blood, but also grant killing power. He thought for a moment, then glanced at Xiafan, who was still eating noodles. Should we let President Xia sleep a little longer? Xiafan jerked and looked up with a face full of despair. No, I'm not the least bit. Xiafan was just about to sleep when he heard Jiang Mo casually say, maybe not after all. What if President Xia gets carried off by mutant beasts? Xiafan thought to himself, fine, at least you've got a conscience. Then Jiang Mo muttered that there weren't any other drivers to be found out in this wilderness. Shurjo pulled on Jiang Mo's sleeve. It's fine. What I'm teaching you, President Xia won't understand. The little demon and the little ancestor took turns bombarding Xiafan psychologically, and there was only one question in Xiafan's mind. What exactly did I come out here for? To flatter the little ancestor? Doesn't seem like it worked. How did Shen do it? I need to ask him. Jiang Mo took a soft cushion and spread it on the ground, and the two of them sat cross-legged. To prove himself, Xiafan muttered, the Tianhuang Coiling Dragon Fist of Tianhuang Martial Arts University is universally recognized in Great Xia as the #1 beginner technique. Even if my aptitude is a bit lacking, I'm not to the point of not understanding it. Shurju rolled his eyes at him and said to Jiang Mo, don't listen to his nonsense. The Tianhuang Coiling Dragon Fist sounds imposing, but it's just a flashy name. There are plenty of beginner techniques in Great Xia stronger than it. Jiang Mo said solemnly, even a loser like Qi Shenghui can use it casually, so it can't be that profound. Xiafan put down his noodle bowl and secretly sent Shen Yan a message for advice. Shurjo said seriously, the technique I'm going to teach you may, once learned, get you excluded from the core of the martial arts university, leaving you only as an ordinary student. Think it over carefully. Jiang Mo's eyes immediately lit up. How many people are practicing this technique? Shurju hesitated. I'm not really sure. Probably just me. Jiang Mo was immediately delighted. Then it's just the two of us. Teach me. Teach me. If it's like the rainy night stargazing chart and only the two of us cultivate it, then multiply it by 10. Shurjo stared at Jiang Mo. After a moment of silence, he reached out and pressed a hand against Jiang Mo's chest, smiling. You've gotten quite a bit sturdier. Have you been secretly working out? Jiang Emo blushed and stammered. I just did a few sets of push-ups and sit-ups this morning, and then multiplied the effect by 10. Shurju nodded in satisfaction and became serious. Martial arts lies in the application of qi and blood. The technique I'm going to teach you is called star channeling. The breath priming art and qi blood guiding method I taught you before are actually part of star channeling.
Jiang Montag was shocked.
So will there still be a qi blood guiding method in the future? Shurju stroked his chin. You still can't cultivate qi and blood on your own right now, so every day I'll have to help you with qi blood guiding. Once you officially start cultivating star channeling, I can extend the time. At night, I can also help you with... As he said this, the tip of his ear turned red. These past 2 days, the two of them had slept in the same big bed, each taking one side, and nothing else had happened. On the other side, Xia Fan looked at the smirking emoji Shin Yen sent back and muttered, I hate Shin Yen. He actually kept things from me. Shin Yen snorted over at the 9th District Warriors Guild. Xia Fan is so annoying. He ruined my good deed and still wants me to teach him how to win over the little ancestor. Dream on. Win over the little demon instead. If the little demon is happy, the little ancestor will naturally be happy too. But he would absolutely never tell Xia Fan any of this. Letting that guy keep wasting his effort would be enough. Back on the mat, Jiang Mo concentrated all his mental power on his chest. Shurju's hand moved gently again, and the blood and energy circulation method began. Jiang Mo's qi and blood. The story continues. The qi and blood slowly moved through Jiang Mo's body along a set trajectory. Shurju's voice drifted into his ears like a warm breeze, softly explaining the cultivation methods and techniques of star guidance. After who knew how long, the system screen trembled, and a new technique appeared. Technique: star guidance. Category: qi and blood cultivation method. Level: heaven rank high grade. Cultivation progress: star attracting chapter 0.01%. Awakened divine ability: none, obtainable at 60% of the star attracting chapter. Awakened ultimate technique: none, obtainable at 100% of the star attracting chapter. Jiang Mo stared at the screen and checked how many people were currently cultivating this technique. The screen showed number of cultivators, 1.5. Jiang Mo froze. 1.5? What the hell was half a person? The screen then added, Shurju, Star Realm Chapter 70%. Jiang Mo, Star Attracting Chapter 0.01%. Note: Jiang Mo's original foundation has been destroyed, making it impossible for him to cultivate qi and blood independently. Shurju's assistance is required, so he counts as half a cultivator.
Jiang Montag was speechless.
Fine, I'm 0.5 now. He gave himself a self-mocking smile. Whatever, let's just call it 0.5. Then he muttered again, Star guidance, technique grade, multiply by 10. The scene briefly jolted. Shurju, who was helping guide his qi and blood, stiffened and knocked straight into Jiang Mo's chest. Jiang Mo hurriedly caught her and comforted her, telling her not to worry. He had checked, and for now it was just the two of them plus half of him cultivating, so it wouldn't be exposed. Shurju said softly, even though it's just the two of us now, there might be other copies stored elsewhere. Later cultivators might notice something off. Jiang Mo brushed aside her long hair and leaned close to whisper, don't worry, raising the technique grade will only make it harder for later people to get started. We've already gotten in the door, so it won't affect us. Want to discover the clues? Wait until they can get started first. It's the same with the rainy night stargazing chart. He moved even closer, his breath warm. Shurju's cheeks flushed faintly. Turning sideways, she met his eyes and asked, if heaven rank high grade is the surface appearance, then what is the ultimate core? Jiang Mo shook his head. I'm not sure yet either. If I can get something beyond heaven rank high grade, I should be able to make a judgment. Shurju's eyes lit up. Then go search the old geezer's treasure vault. On the other side, Xia Fan grumbled into his phone for a while. When he looked up, he found Jiang Mo and Shurjo glued together again. Shen Yan had said the two of them were dating. Probably this was what he meant. Xia Fan complained, "It's broad daylight. Even if this is the wilderness zone, you should still mind your image." Shurjo got up from Jiang Mo's arms, glanced at Xia Fan, and said, "Vacation's over. It's time to head to District 1. Xia Fan swept the food scraps off the ground with a miserable expression and climbed into the RV parked nearby. Jiang Mo laid out the travel plan. There were 2 routes. First, cross the wilderness of District 5 directly, go out to sea, and then take the sea route to District 1. Second, travel along District 5's land, head to the coast of District 3, and enter District 1 from District 3. The author explained the district layout. District 5 does not connect to District 4. District 4 lies on the other side of Binhai City and borders District 2. District 5 adjoins District 3. Binhai City is built along the coast with an irregular shape. The safe passages from District 1 to District 6 all face the sea, but Districts 1, 2, and 3 face the ocean and have the tightest defenses. If mutated sea beasts land from Districts 1, 2, or 3, it would become a surprise attack. The wilderness zones corresponding to Districts 4, 5, and 6 also include land areas. Sitting on the RV's soft seat, Shurjo's gaze gradually steadied. On the big bed, Shurjo handed Jiang Mo the Shen light mirror she had casually set aside, and at the same time pulled out her phone to tinker with it. "A mini program," he said in a low voice. "It can locate other candidates who have activated and are wearing the Shen light mirror." Jiang Mo leaned over to look, and Shurjo's eyes lit up. "There's a signal 10 li away, Binhai No. 1 High School, Senior Year Class 1, Lu Yuanchao, exam points 222, 7th in Binhai, no national ranking."
Jiang Montag snorted.
"It's already the 4th day and he only has 222? 7th in Binhai is pathetic." After saying that, he pointed in a direction. "Target Lu Yuanchao, charge." Shurjo followed with a charging gesture. Xia Fan asked weakly, "How are you going to disrupt his exam?"
Jiang Montag smiled wickedly.
"No need for me to teach you, President Xia, you do it. Take 100-odd mutated beasts and charge over, create a life-and-death crisis, and he'll definitely turn on the positioning and distress system on the Shen Guang mirror. Once that happens, even if he fails the exam, the elite candidate will be judged to have cheated and be downgraded to an expanded admissions student." Xia Fan's expression changed. Wasn't this making him take the blame? Jiang Mo added, "The president from District 1 came to District 9 to interfere with me, so I'll have the District 9 president go after a District 1 candidate, and I'm perfectly justified." The scene shifted back to the wilderness. The sun was just right, and Lu Yuanchao was in excellent condition, dressed in camouflage combat gear, a premium combat saber in one hand and a defensive shield in the other. Suddenly, he used his shield to block a charge from a level 1 wasteland wild ox, then raised his blade and brought it down. This low-level mutated beast was decapitated by Lu Yuanchao with a single strike. Humming some unknown tune, he tossed the wasteland wild ox into the Shen Guang mirror for appraisal. Glancing at the points and ranking displayed above the mirror, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Jiang Mo had suddenly erupted, and his ranking had shot up like crazy. Lu Yuanchao muttered to himself, "That kid must have gotten lucky. If he could get his hands on a world beast corpse and actually swing it around, he'd have been stronger than him long ago." The internet even said Jiang Mo might use the corpse of the world beast E to smash level 5 mutated beasts. It'd be best if he really got eaten. Still, he was smart enough to take advantage of everyone focusing on Jiang Mo and run to the wilderness to overtake them on a bend. Maybe he could get into Binhai's top 3. He really hoped President Lu could beat Jiang Mo down into an expanded admissions student. Suddenly, his expression changed. The ground in the distance trembled, trees and grass flew up, and low beast roars merged into one continuous wave. More than 10 savage tyrant dragons charged over, massive and ferocious, over 8 meters long, each with a single long horn on its head. Lu Yuanchao was dumbfounded. So many level 3 mutated beasts, he had never seen that many in his entire life. What was even stranger was that in front of the tyrant dragon pack, There was actually a person running while carrying a roasted lamb leg. That lamb leg looked so delicious he swallowed unconsciously. Fear instantly swallowed him. He couldn't outrun them, he couldn't outrun them. It was over, but he was still unwilling to just die. In his panic, he pressed the distress mechanism on the back of the Shen Guang mirror. Ding! Elite candidate Lu Yuanchao has activated the positioning distress system. He has become the first elite candidate in this joint exam to be downgraded to an expanded admission student. Positioning teleportation array activated. A silver beam of light shot him into the sky, the Shen Guang mirror replica was Fei, and the exam ended. In a flash of light, the figure vanished. Only the tyrant dragon's furious roars remained in the wilderness. The sky was overcast in the manor in Zone 9 where Sui Xuan was temporarily staying. Sitting by the window, lost in thought, Sui Xuan suddenly saw the small mirror beside him float up. With a thunderous crash, a teenage boy in camouflage uniform was thrown miserably down in front of him. Sui Xuan glanced over indifferently. It was Lu Yuanchao. Lu Yuanchao understood immediately. Did you get eliminated just like that? He took off his helmet, looking grief-stricken. Ah, Teacher Su. I ran into someone holding a roasted leg of lamb. Sui Xuan recognized him and froze for a moment. Someone holding a roasted leg of lamb? Lu Yuanchao swallowed. It smelled so good that I couldn't help wanting to snatch a few bites. Before he finished, he added, not that leg. The point is, there was a huge group of level 3 mutated beasts behind him. Sui Xuan picked up the small mirror and shone it at Lu Yuanchao. The reason immediately appeared in the mirror. Xia Fan, the president of the Zone 9 Martial Artists Guild, was eating roasted leg of lamb in the wilderness and was besieged by dozens of level 3 mutated beasts. In a panic, he fled in Lu Yuanchao's direction. Startled, Lu Yuanchao activated the location-based distress system and failed the elite exam, thus being eliminated. Looking at the scene in the mirror, Sui Xuan found it absurd. Xia Fan, a core graduate of Runxian Martial Arts University, was actually eating roasted lamb in the wilderness? Then it suddenly occurred to him. This Xia Fan was Jiang Mo's exam tool, and Jiang Mo might have discovered Zone 1's little scheme. This was retaliation. He sent Lu Yuanchao back to prepare for the expansion exam and warned him, if you want to be admitted to Diwen or Runxian Martial Arts University, you'll need to do everything possible from now on to get 10,000 exam points as soon as possible. Lu Yuanchao smiled bitterly. The expansion exam wouldn't be doubled, but with family background and outside help, 10,000 points could still be scraped together. What was truly difficult was the subsequent tuition and points. Most of that would probably have to rely on subsidies from the Zone 1 authorities and the Martial Artists Guild. After Lu Yuanchao left, the small mirror flashed again, and another examinee was thrown beside Sui Xuan. As soon as the short-haired girl looked up, she shouted, roasted leg of lamb, so fragrant. Soon, a third, fourth, and fifth followed. Many had tried to use the chaos to overtake on a bend, but one batch after another was eliminated. By evening, nearly 20 examinees from Zone 1 had been downgraded. Looking at the group of worried-looking examinees who were still discussing roasted leg of lamb, Sui Xuan was both amused and exasperated. Could it be that Jiang Mo really wanted to turn all of Zone 1 into expansion exam candidates? He was indeed vindictive, but he also felt relieved. Everyone across the web had thought Jiang Mo was going to smash level 5 mutated beasts with the Boundary Beast E. But instead he had turned all the elite examinees in Zone 1 into expansion exam candidates. At least tonight he could finally sleep peacefully. Once Jiang Mo returned from the wilderness zone, he would try to talk sense into him then. The sun set, and the sea was dyed golden red by the lingering glow. On the beach in Zone 5, Xia Fan stared blankly at the scene before him. WW. What are all these things? Shi Zhou turned his head proudly and said, the Boundary Beast E. Xia Fan collapsed onto the ground. I know it's the Boundary Beast E, but isn't this number wrong?
Jiang Mos.
With a movement of his spiritual power, Jiang Mo used the star shuttle to bind the tails of 3 Boundary Beasts E together. Just 3 E beasts. What's there to make such a fuss about? Xia Fan let out a weak snort, then rolled his eyes before he even finished speaking. While I was asleep, Just how many boundary beasts did you kill? Jiang Mo curled his lip. With a light tug of the star shuttle, he lifted the corpses of the 3 boundary beasts, then began to spin them. The 3 bound bodies flew through the air like 3 small mountains, and also like helicopter rotor blades. Excitement flashed in Jiang Mo's eyes. Rotors in place. Shiju rubbed his hands together. We can go hunt level 5 mutated beasts. The 2 of them turned to look at Xia Fan at the same time. Xia Fan trembled in fear. This area is the territory of the level 5 mutated beast blue-winged Songlong. You need to move fast, or I might really get eaten. Jiang Mo corrected him solemnly. President Xia, the only one making a move is me. Xia Fan looked at him in despair. You still don't trust me. Shiju pulled Jiang Mo and hid with him on the dirt mound behind the beach. Jiang Mo silently did the math. The traumatic beast's organ smell is 10 times stronger. It spreads 10 times farther, and its attraction to the blue-winged Songlong is multiplied by 10. If it lands, the gravity in that area is multiplied by 10, lasting 10 seconds. He didn't know whether his mental power could hold out, but he could set the effect to the environment. This would still affect level 5 mutated beasts. Xia Fan was an advanced martial artist, close to transcendence, so he could withstand 10 times normal gravity. Sitting beside the pile of organs, Xia Fan suddenly covered his nose. Fuck! What is that smell? It's way too stinky. A flash of purple gold light swept by, and Xia Fan rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the beach, falling asleep. Night fell, and the sea surface glittered with ripples. Jiang Mo's expression shifted as the second system screen appeared. Species: blue-winged Songlong. Level 5 mutated beast. Weakness: neck. Most valuable part: it's all treasure. Beneath the screen appeared a giant beast, reptilian in form, over 30 meters long, with its mouth making up a quarter of its body length. Between its forelimbs and hind limbs were wing-like membranes. The undisputed ruler of Zone 5 seas, the blue-winged Songlong. The seawater surged as it was lured by the smell of organs. The colossal beast slowly came ashore from the deep sea. Seeing the pile of organs and that human martial artist, smaller than one of its teeth but seemingly far more delicious, it let out an excited roar and lunged forward. The next instant, the blue-winged, the Songlong was dumbfounded. Looking up, it saw a giant propeller-like thing crashing down from the sky, like a small mountain, carrying a howling gale straight toward it. The blue-winged Songlong had quick reactions and a powerful body. Among level 5 mutated beasts, it was considered strong. Instinctively, it wanted to dodge, but this was land, and, moreover, gravity was multiplied by 10. Then there was no then. Finally, it's 9 o'clock. Time for Jiang Mo's show. Tonight he'll definitely use the corpse of the boundary beast E to take down a level 5 mutated beast. The same trick for 3 days straight. So boring. Their words were sour, but their hands kept refreshing Jiang Mo's score details. Minute by minute, the interface didn't change, and they grew more and more anxious, staring at the screen like madmen. At 11 p.m., the interface finally refreshed. It refreshed. Something happened. Everyone looked at the content and first burst into laughter. It's not Boundary Beast E, it's Boundary Beast Jie. Cause of death: smashed into a disaster pancake by the corpse of Boundary Beast Jie. Then killed by Jiang Mo. Laughter broke out everywhere. See? Jiang Mo's run out of tricks. Then someone rubbed their eyes. Wait, what did he smash into? What pancake? Disaster pancake? What rank is Boundary Beast Hua again? Isn't that not a mutated beast? On the screen, 123,456. 6 identical kill records for Jejo appeared. Holy shit, Jejo! I'm not playing anymore. We were still sweating over a level 4-1, and this guy just went straight to hammering Jejo with Jejo. Why bother working hard at all? 2 hours earlier, at 9 o'clock at night, back in reality. Jiang Mo shoved the Jejo Hua he had beaten into a pulp into the Shenguang mirror. Sizzle. Name: Hua species. Jejo cause of death: while trying to seize the corpse of the Jejo tribulation, was beaten into a pulp by Jiang Mo with the Jejo tribulation, and finally killed by Jiang Mo. The light screen only showed a comment with no points. Shizhou took the Shen Guang mirror and looked at it with her mind power. There really are no points. She shook it, then lightly tapped the Shen Guang mirror. Could it be lagging, or did the system crash? Jiang Mo changed tactics and took the Hua pulp out of the Shen Guang mirror, then put it into the second Hua pulp obtained after multiplying by 10. Sizzle. Name. Hua species. Jezhou cause of death. Was swung around by Jiang Mo holding the corpse of the Jezhou tribulation, beaten into a pulp, and then killed by Jiang Mo. The light screen's comment changed from question marks to ellipses, but still no points. The two stared blankly at the light screen. Jiang Mo imitated Shizhou, knocked on it, then shook the Shen Guang mirror, wondering in his heart, why aren't the points showing up? Shizhou rubbed her chin and said, how about trying another one? Jiang Mo nodded and stuffed another Hua pulp into the Shen Guang mirror. The result was still no points, the total score didn't budge, and this time even the comments were gone. He kept stuffing in several more in a row. The evaluations all passed, but the points just wouldn't increase, and the comments disappeared entirely after the fourth one. Jiang Mo didn't dare put any more in. Shizhou pulled out her phone and opened the Tianhuang Martial Arts University admissions exam page. The leaderboard still hadn't updated. The points were stuck at 666666, and the last entry was still from last night. Shizhou said in a low voice, the system has definitely crashed. Jiang Mo pursed his lips in displeasure. What a lousy system. The moon hung over the sea breeze was gentle, and Xia Fan was still sleeping soundly in a heap of the storm furious tiger's internal organs. They had already changed beaches more than 10 times, and the level 5 mutant beasts nearby had basically been cleared out by Jiang Mo with the Jezhou propeller. But over at the 3 major martial arts universities, chaos had erupted. The Shen Guang mirror exam system had crashed because it had, for the first time in exam mode, appraised a Jezhou directly. The system was built around the Shen Guang mirror and had never been designed for high-level appraisals. The teachers had originally thought it was just a level 5 mutant beast, but who would have expected Jiang Mo to just stuff a Jezhou in there? The mysterious light mirror was fine, but the exam system crashed. Jiang Mo then shoved in 5 more realm beast corpses one after another, and the system grew even more chaotic. The 3 schools urgently dispatched sequence warriors and transcendent powerhouses to rescue it overnight, and it was only at 11 o'clock that the system recovered, with the points and detailed records finally coming back. The interface showed, examinee, Jiang Mo, school. Binhai number 9 high school, senior year, class 14, exam points, 6066666, Binhai rank, 1, national rank, 1. Then came 6 consecutive exam points plus 10 million entries, all with identical details. Species. Realm Beast Calamity, cause of death, killed after Jiang Mo used the corpse of a Realm Beast Tribulation to smash it into a Calamity pancake. Jiang Mo looked at the points and frowned. This exam system really is a huge pit. Today these 6 calamities showed up, and tomorrow my 3-beast Realm Beast propeller built from disasters and tribulations will seem like nothing. Shizhou's eyes lit up. How about identifying all of them today, then? Don't keep making people lose sleep.
Jiang Montag nodded solemnly.
Shizhou, you're really kind. Just for this last day, let them sleep well tomorrow. After saying that, he shoved the remaining 4 calamity pancakes into the mysterious light mirror one by one. Since 6 had already been identified, for more didn't matter. Then he stuffed in the blue-winged Songlong corpse folded into a cube. The system displayed. Species, blue-winged Songlong. Level 5 mutant beast. Cause of death. While preparing to eat Xia Fan, the chairman of the 9th District Warrior Guild, it was smashed to death by the Realm Beast propeller made from 3 Realm Beast Tribulations by Jiang Mo. The identification passed, and Jiang Mo received 100,000 points for killing a level 5 mutant beast above his grade. But the exam comment was a string of garbled characters. UN percent are percent carat dollar hashtag dollar percent. Jiang Mo stared at it for a long time and still couldn't make sense of it. He then took out the corpse of a second level 5 mutant beast, the sea dragon turtle, and directly stuffed it into the mysterious light mirror. The guild and the school authorities exploded. Contact Shi Wu and notify Jiang Mo. His exam is over. Jiang Mo, the first place in this joint recruitment exam of the 3 major institutions. He doesn't need to keep taking the test. 10 realm beast calamities, 3 realm beast tribulations, and also realm beast disasters, realm beast misfortunes. He has at least 15 realm beast corpses on him. 1 realm beast is worth 10 million points. That's the Warrior Guild's purchase price. Realm beasts have no level classification and no bonus for surpassing one's grade, for a total of 150 million points. The most fatal part is that after the exam, these points still have to be returned to Jiang Mo tenfold. The Tianhuang Martial Dao University panicked. If Jiang Mo really only had these 15, that would be fine. The problem was that today was only the 4th day. If he were to keep killing for a full 100 days, the school simply couldn't handle it. After 11 o'clock that night, Jiang Mo's exam points began to surge again. The increase wasn't as terrifying as the first 10 times, but it was still shocking to everyone. Level 5 and Level 4 mutant beasts, swarms of Level 3 mutant beasts, and dense detailed point records overwrote the previous identifications. As they watched, many people spent the night unable to sleep. The bullet comments were full of exclamations and mockery. He actually tied 3 realm beast tribulations together and turned them into a realm beast propeller, then used realm beast tribulations to smash a level 5 mutant beast to death? This guy has turned realm beasts into an art form. Some laughed uncontrollably, while others gritted their teeth and wished they could go block him right now. In Binhai District 9, Su Yixuan sat staring blankly at the screen in a temporary residence manner. His phone rang. It was the principal calling. Stop the people from Tianhuang Martial Dao University from finding Jiang Mo. Su Yixuan instantly perked up. Understood. Mission guaranteed. After hanging up, he chuckled. Heh heh. Jiang Mo's exam points were too many, and they still had to be returned tenfold. If this kept going, Tianhuang Martial Dao University really wouldn't be able to hold out. The safest way was to go straight to Jiang Mo, take back the mysterious light mirror, tell him to stop taking the exam, and admit him by exception. But ending the exam through the exam system required the consent of both Diyuan and Renxian schools, and Diyuan obviously wouldn't agree. So they could only go find Jiang Mo in person and take the mysterious light mirror back. Su Yixuan immediately called Shun Yan. At this moment Shun Yan was also staring at the screen, having gone 3 days without sleep, regretfully thinking, if only I had reacted faster back then and recruited this little demon into the guild. None of this would be happening now. Shun Yan's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, and his guts were all tied up in knots. He regretted it more and more. Su Yixuan. I'm not buying insurance. Not selling insurance? Then why are you looking for me? He hung up listlessly, casually found Shizhou's number, and sent a text message. Jiang Mo stuffed all the mutated beasts he had killed over the past 2 days into the Shuangguang mirror for appraisal, but the results still didn't reach the 1066666666 he had in mind. Shizhou smiled and comforted him. Don't rush. There are still more than 90 days left. Jiang Mo thumped his chest and vowed to push this exam's points all the way to 666666666. Shizhou agreed on the surface while glancing at her phone with a cold smile. The folks at Tianhuang Martial Dao University have lost their nerve. Jiang Mo froze, then quickly realized. Could it be that his exam points were too high and he'd caught someone's attention? Shizhou explained. Exam points are actually contribution points, which can be exchanged through official channels for high-level supplies. Usually, people earn contribution points by selling mutated beast corpses. The joint exam is different. The corpses from competition do not need to be handed in, and the exam points will be returned tenfold to the elite students who are admitted after the exam ends. This is also a benefit the school gives to its elites. So if Tianhuang Martial Dao University wants to terminate his exam early, Renhuang or Diyuan would have to agree, and they'd also have to bring out the Shuangguang mirror itself to appraise the things he hunted. It's a joint agreement among 3 universities, not something one school can decide alone. A wicked grin appeared on Jiang Mo's face. Then before they find me, I should squeeze out as many points as possible. Shizhou blinked. The university can't directly redeem them. They can only be forced into bankruptcy. That piqued Jiang Mo's interest. He hesitated again. But with the points I have now, is it enough to bring Tianhuang Marshall Dao University down? Each expanded admission student can give them 50 million points per semester. And Tianhuang is all high and mighty, with very few expanded admission slots. Binqing doesn't have a single slot at all. Shi Jiu gave a sly smile. What we have in our hands is more than just exam points. You're kind of locking realm. Jiang Mo said he would study the beast's fatal weakness and sell it to the old geezers at 10 times the premium. After saying that, he even rubbed his hands together, as if waiting to make a fortune. He was doing some little calculations in his head. To study the weaknesses of realm beasts, wouldn't he need to catch live realm beasts? Exactly, he added. Actually, I'm very rich too. Super rich kind of rich. Shi Jiu was startled by him and hurriedly stopped him. Don't rush to cash in your treasures. First get the reality sequence and the fraudster sequence, then we'll talk. Jiang Mo's fisherman sequence was absurdly overpowered. It was practically a treasure-producing workshop, no, a factory. Shi Jiu said seriously, the sequences in this world are bizarre in all kinds of ways, so don't reveal your hand easily. Until you're sure everything is foolproof, don't touch anything you've hooked. Jiang Mo was a little disappointed. Then, should we catch realm beasts first? Catching realm beasts is the safest. Shi Jiu nodded. The two of them said in unison, catch realm beasts and bankrupt Tianhuang Marshall Dao University. Suddenly Jiang Mo thought of something else. We can use the Xuanguang mirror replicas to locate other candidates. Could Tianhuang Marshall Dao University also use this to find us? He shook the Xuanguang mirror in his hand. Shi Jiu smiled with confidence. Don't worry, I've got a way to deal with it. If people from Tianhuang come to Binqing, they'll definitely look for Shi Wu first. I left that huge python at Shi Wu's place. It can hold them off for a while. Only then did Jiang Mo breathe a sigh of relief. Then he said, Xuanguang mirror quantity times 10. Once someone finds any one of the 9, cancel the multiplication. The Xuanguang mirror instantly became 10 copies. Shi Jiu's plan was even more thorough. Fix the 9 copies onto 9 mutated sea beasts. That way we can keep them under control for a while too. She buried her head in Jiang Mo's chest. I'll just take this as your sequence. Want to disguise it as another sequence too. Jiang Mo was a little confused. Disguise it as another sequence? Shi Jiu nodded. You need a reasonable explanation for the exam, like calling it a sequence warrior. Your real sequence isn't suitable to expose, so we need to disguise it as one everyone can accept. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, and the events of the past suddenly flashed through their minds. Jiang Mo blurted out, Shun Yan. Shi Jiu's eyes lit up. Right, Shen Yan. In the distance, Xia Fan woke up on the beach, rubbing his head as he muttered, I hate Shen Yan. That guy is truly like a lingering ghost. Meanwhile, people from Tianhuang Martial Arts University rushed to Binqing overnight. At dawn, they arrived at the Martial Artists Guild in Binqing District 9, looking for Shi Wu. Shi Wu was not an ordinary teacher. He was the youngest professor in Tianhuang's history, had his own private laboratory, and had a terrifying background. After Shi Wu lost contact in Binqing, the university had to find out what had happened. In the reception room, Shun Yan, who had gone 3 days without sleep, looked like a wandering soul. His eyes red, his hair disheveled, his clothes wrinkled. Glancing around as he asked, didn't they say Tianhuang's extraordinary teacher had arrived? Where is the teacher? There was only one person in the reception room. A pale, unshaven, middle-aged man with eye bags so large they seemed to be dragging on the floor. The man spoke tiredly. Hello, my name is Zhou Qing. I'm from Tianhuang Martial Arts University. Xin Yan realized the other man had also gone 3 days without sleep and immediately asked, You haven't slept for 3 days too? Zhou Qing gave a bitter smile and rubbed his face hard. Ever since that kid started swinging around mutated beasts with the corpse of a boundary beast, I haven't slept. Xin Yan was involved in maintaining the Shen Light mirror exam system. Once the system was fixed, he nervously kept watching Jiang Mo's assessment. When things over there finally quieted down, he hurried to Binqing. By then, Zhou Qing had met the similarly exhausted Shen Yan. Zhou Qing's earlier irritation instantly vanished. Apparently, he wasn't the only one kept awake by Jiang Mo. Zhou Qing rubbed his face and asked, "Is teacher Shi Wu from Tianhuang Martial Arts University here?" Shen Yan quickly introduced himself, then said Shi Wu was in the lab and led him over. As soon as they entered the laboratory, Zhou Qing's eyes lit up like light bulbs. A giant python, split open and lying on the table, was clearly no ordinary creature. When Shi Wu looked up and saw that it was an acquaintance, he immediately called on Zhou Qing for help. Zhou Qing took one look at the monster and instantly became excited and professional. "What's the origin of this thing?" Everyone was busy as bees. Suddenly, Zhou Qing playfully called Shen Yan, annoying supervisor, and urged him to hurry up with the protective suit. Shen Yan helplessly corrected the title, but inwardly forgave him. Fine, he'll let it slide since the man hadn't slept for days. Right after that, he pressed a cabinet switch. Pop. A brand new protective suit sprang out. Zhou Qing quickly threw it on and then leaned over the cut-open python, discussing it with Shi Wu at length. Outside, Shen Yan stepped back and didn't immediately send a message to Shi Jiao. Through the window, he watched the two busy figures in the lab, took a sip of strong tea, and curled his lips into a cold smile. After receiving Su Yishuan's call last night, he already had a plan. By time So Jiangmo could rack up more exam points before the Tianhuang University teachers found him. Points meant contribution, and contribution meant resources. So he worked through the night, moving all the protective suit stock from the District 9 Martial Artists Guild into this laboratory and arranged for people to keep watch. As soon as Tianhuang arrived, they were to be notified at once. As for Shi Wu's lab, Shen Yan had even deliberately left it without a door lock, making it convenient for people to come and go. Thinking of Xia Fan, the little ancestor, and the little devil, he muttered to himself with both annoyance and indulgence. "Xia Fan is so annoying. Fine, I forgive you." But he also laughed inwardly. Even if he didn't go out with Jiang Mo, he could still curry favor with the little ancestor. Thinking of Xia Fan being taken out as an exam prop, he couldn't help but grin gleefully. At daybreak, the main group from Tianhuang Martial Arts University finally arrived at the District 9 Martial Artists Guild in Binqing. They were led by the veteran Professor Fang Yizhang, with a total of 6 people. Shen Yan had already tidied himself up and greeted them with a smile. "Shen Yan of the Binqing District 9 Martial Artists Guild greets you all, honored sirs." Fang Yizhang's expression was calm, but his eyes were bloodshot. The night before, they had originally planned to take a short rest, only to end up awake all night. Jiang Mo had thrown another level 5 mutated beast corpse into the Shen Light Mirror and used 4 boundary beasts, Zai Yi Jie and Hua, bound together into a propeller, to cut it down directly. As a result, no one could sleep at all. Fang Yizhang's voice was a little hoarse as he asked, "Where are Shi Wu and Zhou Qing?" Shen Yan quickly replied, "Teacher Shi and Teacher Zhou are both in the laboratory. Take us to see them." Fang Yizhang frowned. "The laboratory?" The others were also stunned. Shen Yan didn't dare exaggerate and said honestly, "It's just a very strange mutated beast, and it seems to have the power of a boundary beast too." Fang Yizhang didn't show much expression, but interest flickered in his eyes. "Let's go. I'll take a look." They rushed to the laboratory and hurried to put on protective suits. Everyone had one. In the meeting hall at the headquarters of District 9's Patrol Defense Team, Lu Jingxuan's face was cold, with not a hint of extra expression, as he swept his gaze over everyone present. He had been held here under control for 3 days already. Today was the 4th day. At first, it was only the higher-ups of District 9 who were arrested, but later Wang Cheng, the captain of the Binqing Patrol Defense Team, was dragged in as well. More and more of Binqing's higher-ups had been implicated, and even Binqing's strongest man, Lu Jingchuan, was almost unable to hold on. There was only one thought in his mind. The whole of Binqing had stabbed him in the back. But he was also baffled. Why were these Binqing higher-ups helping District 9? Just because of Jiang Mo?
Impossible.
Last night, even the city lord had come in person. At that moment, the meeting room door was knocked open again. Lu Jingchuan couldn't be bothered to look. It was probably another backstabber. Su Yunfeng pushed the door open and came in, with 2 steamy lion head meatballs floating beside him. As he walked, he shouted, looking for someone, "Hey, I'm looking for Chairman Lu Jingchuan. Chairman Lu, look who I brought you," he announced triumphantly. Lu Jingchuan froze, recognizing Su Yunfeng, the one who had thrown a will to the reporter's cameras that day. The person he brought was Li Xiuchuan. Xiuchuan, who should have been taking the exam, now had a vacant look in his eyes as he muttered, "Roasted lamb leg, such a fragrant roasted lamb leg." Lu Jingchuan frowned deeply. What exactly is going on? Su Yunfeng leaned closer with a smile. "Congratulations, Chairman Lu. Your disciple has safely made it into the top 3 universities." Lu Jingchuan hurriedly asked for the whole story. Li Xiuchuan said with a mournful face, "Teacher, I got eliminated, downgraded to an expanded admissions student. It's not just me. The candidates from our first district were almost all eliminated." Li Xiuchuan said that it was the District 9 Martial Artists Guild President, Xia Fan, who brought 2 roasted lamb legs and lured over 100 level 3 mutated beasts, dragging them all down. Now, right at the start of the exam, everyone was charging through the wilderness. At night, they mostly stayed at martial artists' camps, where they were easiest to hunt and strike in chaos. As Lu Jingchuan listened, his eyes instantly turned red. Su Yunfeng peeled walnuts on the side while laughing. "Back then, people from your District 1 Martial Artists Guild personally came to eliminate our District 9 candidates. Now we're just returning the favor. Isn't that fair? Expanded admission students can still go to school, so don't be too upset." He even looked utterly nonchalant, saying that he had only just learned there were expanded admission students and elite students among the top 3 university candidates. The mysterious light mirror had to be kept secret, and the other exam rules were secret too. In the past, these people hadn't cared, so they hadn't noticed. The angrier Lu Jingchuan became as he listened. "Fine, fine. I thought you were after the spiritual fruit trees in my first district. Now it seems you're targeting my district's candidates. In that case, I'll go down there myself and eliminate that Jiang Mo." Su Yunfeng shouted, then added a finishing blow of his own. "Go, go! Whoever doesn't go is a grandson." Lu Jingchuan was provoked into darkening his expression. The anger he had been suppressing for days exploded all at once, and he turned and strode out of the meeting room. Li Xiuchuan anxiously shouted, "Teacher, you?" Before he could finish, Su Yunfeng slapped a hand over his mouth. Su Yunfeng smiled coldly. "You don't want your teacher to end up calling me grandpa, do you?" With one hand covering Li Xiuchuan's mouth, the other crushed a walnut and used his spiritual power to send it into Li Xiuchuan's mouth. Beside them, 2 walnuts floated there like ornamental nuts. Zhang Chong looked satisfied. As expected, telling him to eat more walnuts was the right move. Wang Cheng was stunned. Telling him to eat walnuts? Because they're tasty? Zhang Chong tapped his own head with a finger. "For the brain." Wang Cheng secretly glanced at Su Yunfeng and muttered under his breath, "Isn't this just bullying an honest man?" Everyone present understood that Lu Jingchuan was the chairman of the District 1 Martial Artists Guild and also Bingqing's strongest man. These past few days, everyone had kept him here by force for work and district safety. As soon as Su Yunfeng made his move, he tore open the surface piece and laid the conflict bare. Many people looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Apparently last time he offended someone and was schemed against, ending up lying in the hospital for a long time. Just as everyone was guessing in their minds, the conference room door was pushed open again, and Lu Jingchuan came back with a dark expression. Su Yunfeng was still covering Li Xiuchuan's mouth, and he sneered, "What? Is President Lu planning to be my grandson now?" Lu Jingchuan glared at him, then turned to Wang Cheng. "Give me back my phone." Wang Cheng hurriedly felt around the table, only to find the phone was gone.
Su Yunfeng blinket.
The phone on the table? So that was President Lu's? I thought it didn't have a password, so it was public property, and I took it to watch a movie. As he spoke, He used his psychic power to make the phone appear in his hand. "Oh right, I forgot to charge it. It's dead already." Lu Jingchuan snatched back the phone, shot him a fierce glare, and turned to leave. Only then did Su Yunfeng let go of Li Xiuchuan. Li Xiuchuan collapsed to the floor, despair filling his eyes. While cracking walnuts, Su Yunfeng looked at Wang Chang and Zhang Chong, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "I'm a spiritual Nansir. I can hear everything you say. Walnuts can't improve emotional intelligence, but one learns from a setback. Doing the dirty work of offending President Liu, I can at least win some favor on Jiang Mo's side. That's a pretty good deal." He took out his phone and used his psychic power to send Xin Yan a message, reporting that Lu Jingchuan had already left headquarters and might be heading to the wasteland zone to look for Jiang Mo. He also said that everything else had been arranged, and guaranteed that no one would leak Jiang Mo's whereabouts to Lu Jingchuan. Soon, he received a reply and felt delighted, thinking that once the spirit fruit tree was obtained, he and Director Shin would have the greatest merit. Out on the sea, Xia Fan sat on the yacht in a daze, staring at the water in the distance, muttering, "That Shun Yen guy actually even prepared a yacht." Then he looked troubled again. "I can't drive a yacht," Xia Fan complained. On the other side, Jiang Mo hauled a 7-meter-long second-level mutated beast out of the sea, a blue-eyed fish. He stuffed the 9th piece of Guangshuan mirror into its belly, muttered, "Multiply the blue-eyed fish's swimming speed by 10, and flung the fish back into the sea. You and Shurjiu are both spiritual Nansir, so there's no need for you to drive the yacht. When we reach the territory of 6th-level mutated beasts or boundary beasts, just obediently hang yourself on the fishhook," Jiang Mo said indifferently. Xia Fan stared blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Shurjiu lay on a reclining chair, enjoying the sea breeze and drinking juice, and casually said, "I didn't expect all those candidates in Area 1 to be in the same martial artist camp. That saved us a lot of trouble." She said that camp had been specially set up for this exam. Xia Fan had been circling nearby with a group of 3rd-level mutated beasts at the time, and after the candidates activated their location devices, they were transported away by the Guangshuan Mirror. "We're almost at Moyuan Island. That's the territory of the fire toxin flood dragon," Shurjiu said, staring at the island ahead and the sea chart. The fire toxin flood dragon was over 50 meters long, and the Guangshuan Mirror might not be able to fit it. Jiang Mo waved a hand. "Don't panic. The Guangshuan Mirror only needs a corpse that's 60% intact for appraisal. If it can't fit, just cut off 40%. The rest can go in." Shurjiu laughed wickedly. "Maybe this time we can make the exam system crash once. Every time the system crashes and gets repaired, it costs a lot of money, enough to speed up Tianhuang Martial Arts University's bankruptcy." Jiang Mo also chuckled in response. Xia Fan sat on the deck, looking at the two of them as if he were looking at two devils, wondering in his heart whether he was an accomplice. The narration explained, 6th-level mutated beasts could rival Transcendence in combat power and had extremely strong territorial instincts. In the sea, they commanded countless mutated beasts. Once angered, they would trigger a beast tide, and even the strong would find it hard to escape. Shurjiu had only ever seen the fire toxin flood dragon from afar before. With Jiang Mo here this time, she couldn't suppress the urge to go and test it. But they didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, they circled the nearby waters for a while Jiang Mo condensed his psychic power into a whip to probe underwater, preparing to clear out the surrounding large mutated beasts first. Suddenly, Jiang Mo's mind stirred as he discovered human traces. A speedboat was approaching at high speed, and on it stood a burly martial artist wearing an azure blue protective suit, shouting through a megaphone. "This sea area has been sealed off. Unrelated people, leave immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the speedboat released a special force, and the sea surface immediately churned. The yacht rocked violently, and Jiang Mo quickly embraced Shurjiu. The two of them simultaneously looked toward Xia Fan at the bow. Xia Fan, who had originally been standing there looking listless, instantly perked up. "Finally, it's my turn to shine." He straightened up, glanced at the speedboats opposite him, and sneered, Hongluo Group? A few lousy speedboats dare to seal off a sea area? As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of blood and chi rushed through him, and the rough, raging sea instantly became calm. The people on the speedboats changed color at once and immediately called for reinforcements. More than a dozen small boats came screaming over, with martial artists on board armed with hot weapons, all aimed straight at Jiang Emo and the other's yacht, pouring dense fire at them. Jiang Emo scratched his head. What's going on with this Hongluo group? Si Zhou was still in his arms. Jiang Emo squeezed her small hand to keep her still. Suddenly, the seawater churned again, and a nearly 100-meter-wide water tornado rose into the air, sweeping all those incoming hot weapons and small boats into the vortex. What is that? The people opposite had no time to react before they were swept into the deep sea. More than a dozen speedboats were crushed to pieces and sank to the ocean floor with the tornado.
Jiang Montag laughed excitedly.
The sea is the main battlefield of a spiritual thought master. Seawater is the weapon. Si Zhou's eyes lit up when she heard that, and clarity suddenly dawned in her heart. Xia Fan was stunned. You killed them all?
Jiang Montag shrugged.
They made the first move and tried to kill us. I only paid them back in kind. That's already merciful. The two of them joked again. Jiang Emo suggested turning the bodies into human sticks and tossing them into the sea to catch fish, while Si Zhou kept shaking her head, saying it was too cruel, and Jiang Emo stopped himself. Xia Fan reminded them not to wipe everyone out and to leave a few live ones to question.
Jiang Montag nodded.
Right? What if they have some kind of spiritual power shielding device? He reached out and swept his hand over the sea, using spiritual power to fish the martial artists he had pressed into the water back up. These people were still alive, terrified yet conscious, staring at the three of them in horror. You're dead for sure. How dare you move against our Hongluo group on the sea? Before he could finish, Jiang Emo shoved the man back into the water with one hand, and he sank with a splash. The others froze, not even having time to finish speaking, and the second person was also forced back into the water. Jiang Mo's eyes turned cold. Speak. What exactly is going on? One martial artist trembled and shouted, If I tell you, will you let me go? With another splash, he was thrown into the water. Everyone from Hongluo stared dumbly, as if they had seen a devil. I'll talk. On the island at the center of that sea area, a large spirit vein was discovered. Hongluo Group, Haikong Island, and the Donglin family joined forces to seal off the sea area. The man pinned down shouted repeatedly. Jiang Emo nodded and pressed the rest of them back into the sea again. Si Zhou's eyes lit up. A large spirit vein? That's valuable. Jiang Emo nodded seriously, stroking his chin. There must be a lot of people coming. There might even be transcendent beings. Spiritual thought masters are standard equipment. Xia Fan hurriedly raised his hand. And me? He looked a little awkward. Si Zhou nodded along. The three major forces have money, power, and a coastal base. There are plenty of mutated beasts, and plenty of people too. Jiang Mo's eyes brightened. Money is good. We don't necessarily have to kill them all. If we can drive them away, we still have to squeeze some oil out of them and make them leave willingly, even be grateful to us.
Si Zhou suddenly understood.
The two of them turned to look at Xia Fan at the same time. Xia Fan panicked. You're not planning to use me as bait to attract mutated beasts, are you?
Jiang Montag frowned.
That trick works on ordinary people. The three major forces are organized and disciplined. With the handful of mutated beasts you could lure in, they wouldn't take it seriously at all. Si Zhou said solemnly, You don't need to worry about that. Your only job is to take the blame. Xia Fan crouched in a corner of the deck, silently drawing circles, his heart in ruins. I'm this close to becoming a transcendent, and I'm still just bait and a scapegoat. Jiang Emo thought about it again. Don't make it too big. If they get smashed to death, we won't be able to squeeze any oil out of them. Si Zhou nodded, and her telekinetic force moved. The sea suddenly exploded, and a wave more than 30 meters high was lifted up, surging toward Mayuan Island. Jiang Emo murmured, height times 10, width times 10, Scale times 10, quantity times 10, destructive power times 10, attack power times 10, speed times 10, downward force of the wave times 10, duration 3 minutes. The giant wave instantly roiled violently and swept off into the distance. The island in the distance, about 10 kilometers in diameter, was slammed against heavily. On Mo Yuan Island, Donglin Chushue, the eldest daughter of the Donglin family, dressed in a blue battle suit, sat on the sea cliff, gazing at the ocean. "Someone's here?" she asked, turning back. Her subordinate replied, "Just a few little grasshoppers. We've already sent people to deal with them." She said coldly, "Don't leave a single survivor. The matter of the large spirit mine cannot leak out. The core members of the 3 major factions are all here, and we must not be careless with the outer blockade." Her subordinate reported again, "We've set up the most advanced detection systems underwater. From last month until now, 34 ships have approached Mo Yuan Island, and they all sank." Before he could finish, he suddenly screamed, "That is a tsunami!" Donglin Chushue turned to look at the sea, despair surging in her eyes. A towering wave hundreds of meters high blotted out the sky and hurtled toward the island with devastating force. She saw the desperate eyes of a Donglin warrior within the wave and screamed as she rushed into the island, "Run! Run!" The defenses were activated immediately. Warriors from Haikong Island, the Donglin family, and the Hengluo group all sprang into action, while important figures dove into the underground fortress. But the giant waves did not come in just one round. There were 10 rounds in succession, followed by countless aftershocks. The first, second, and third waves were blocked, but the fourth, fifth, and sixth waves completely shattered their defenses, and an eerie downward force even lifted the underground fortress open. Just as Donglin Chushue ducked underground and had not yet caught her breath, she was torn back out by the waves. Xia Fan, watching from afar as the successive giant waves thundered in, was stunned. No, there were not just 10 waves at all. 10 waves was only the beginning of what Jiang Mo and Shi Jiu had done together. The sea was one vast hole, and one disturbance set off another, with aftershocks continuing endlessly. Jiang Mo had made the giant waves descend downward tenfold, and this strike was enough to destroy all the defenses of the 3 major factions and send everyone into the sea. Xia Fan remembered what Jiang Mo had said. The ocean was the true battlefield of a spiritual power user. After a chain of cascading reactions, he finally understood what that sentence meant. Half an hour later, the aftermath of the sky-high tsunami had completely dissipated. Shi Jiu excitedly pulled a yacht out of his storage badge and tossed it into the sea. "Time to fleece them!" Jiang Mo also laughed and shouted, "Charge, charge, charge!" The 2 yachts sped side by side toward the other side of the sea. On the other side of Mo Yuan Island, strange fragments floated on the water. Houses, ships, trees, and countless warriors struggling in the sea. The people of Hengluo Group, Haikong Island, and the Donglin family were all strong, but once the sea tore through them, their stamina was nearly exhausted. Mutated beasts would soon return to their nests, and then it would be a massacre. No matter how powerful a transcendent was, they could not save those who had exhausted themselves. Hundreds upon hundreds of warriors lay on floating objects, despairingly waiting for death. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "A yacht! 2 yachts!" Someone started shouting for help, desperately swimming toward them. A man who claimed to be a transcendent elder of the Donglin family threatened and called for rescue. Before he could finish, the seawater seemed to come alive and drag him under, turning into a current that swept him away without a trace. On the yacht, Jiang Mo curled his lip. This guy must be out of his mind, still acting all cocky after falling into the sea. Xia Fan looked blank. "Gunpoint!" Jiang Mo kicked him. "Remember your lines." Xia Fan forced a straight face and began to act, shouting solemnly, "We're not a professional rescue team. Boarding the yacht requires a ticket, 1 billion per person, or equivalent valuables, paid on the spot. And you must also hand over all the gains from this trip to sea." The sea fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Were these pirates? 1 billion per person? Someone quietly observed. There are only 3 of them, 1 advanced warrior and 2 kids. Donglin Chushua glanced coldly and said in a low voice, "Agree for now. Once we get close, kill them and take the boat." The people nearby agreed, and some quietly slipped underwater, preparing to ambush. People began shouting that they accepted the terms. The mutated beasts would be here very soon. The yacht drew closer and closer. Just then, 3 figures burst up from the sea and charged straight at the yacht. At the same time, a battle blade suddenly appeared in Xiafan's hand. With one sweep, blade aura slashed across the water, and a mighty burst of blood energy erupted. The people who rushed over were struck by the blade aura. Their bodies instantly repelled, falling back into the sea, where they made no further movement. That man was cleaved into 2 halves. Plop, plop, they crashed heavily into the sea, and blood spread out instantly. Someone on the sea cried out, "Almost transcendent. He's not an ordinary advanced martial artist." Xiafan heard it, straightened up, and finally regained a sense of presence. He looked down at the sea and said indifferently, "From now on, 1 head costs 200 million. Someone said, "If he's transcendent." Xiafan glanced at the old man in the distance. 1 billion. The sea erupted again, and the old man roared angrily, "You're taking advantage of the situation." Jiang Emo popped up and snorted, "It's obviously taking advantage of the flood." Shizhou followed up with a finishing blow. "When the mutated beasts show up later, it'll be taking advantage of the beasts." Xiafan was speechless and everyone else fell silent too. "So, you're admitting this is robbery?" He cleared his throat and pointed at the sea. "Look, the blood has already spread out. The mutated beasts will be here soon." The old man stared fixedly at Xiafan, memorizing his appearance, then looked at Jiang Emo and Shizhou lying on the ship's rail. He muttered under his breath, "Such good kids. And this sleazy bastard is the one who led them astray." The people from the 3 major factions exchanged glances and decided to get on the ship first to stay alive, settling accounts after they recovered. That strange tsunami hadn't killed them outright, but it had exhausted them badly. Many advanced martial artists couldn't even take one of Xiafan's blades, and even the transcendent experts were being targeted, only barely able to float on the sea. The transcendent old man stared at the battle saber in Xiafan's hand and gritted his teeth. "Fine. We agree to your conditions." Xiafan corrected him. "Not conditions.
Ticket fare.
There are 938 people here in total, and 2 transcendent experts. Round it off, and I'll charge you 200 billion. After saying that number, Xiafan's heart ached. He didn't have 200 billion. The people in the sea wanted to curse, and Donglin Chushua pleaded pitifully. "How could the sea possibly come up with that much money? Can we at least issue an IOU first?" Xiafan nodded, but then took out something like a POS machine. The slot was a perfect fit for the martial artist badge. "I accept transfers via martial artist badge. As long as you have a badge, you can transfer money." As the guild leader, he had the authority. Everyone was so furious their teeth ached. This guy is a professional robber, and he even has a badge POS machine. Jiang Emo touched Xiafan with his mental power. "Hand over your storage items as well. Little Joe is using a psychic barrier to block the mutated beasts, and it's pretty tiring." Shizhou touched the 5 shielding pendants on her chest and nodded along. Xiafan's eye twitched, and he gritted his teeth. "Your gains have to be handed over too." Xiafan couldn't be bothered to inventory everything and directly shouted, "Hand over your storage items as well." The moment he said that, the sea fell silent. The transcendent old man couldn't help but explode in rage. "You robber, and you're still raising the price on the spot. Aren't you afraid of corrupting the 2 kids around you?" Xiafan was speechless, muttering to himself. "Raising the price on the spot? Corrupting the 2 kids? Everything I said was taught to me by by one of the kids, okay." At this moment, a spirit Nian master in the distance let out a scream. "What is that? Ah, help, glug glug," and was immediately dragged into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Mutated beasts. Mutated beasts are here. The sea erupted into chaos. Everyone was already out of strength, barely keeping themselves afloat by clutching the floating debris. Once the mutated beasts arrived, there would only be death. On the yacht, Shurjo tugged at Jiang Mo's sleeve and said in a low voice, "That's 200 million yuan?" Jiang Mo grinned wickedly and said, "No problem." President Xia rounded it the other way for them. "Missing one or two still makes it 200 billion. That's more than enough for us to keep fleecing them." Only then did Shurju relax. The two of them looked at Xia Fan together, admiration written all over their faces. As expected of President Xia, to think he'd come up with reverse rounding. After the mutated beast dragged that spirit Nian master away, the others were completely panicked. "We'll pay! Hurry up and let us onto the boat." The extraordinary elder and Donglin Chushue and the others urgently begged to board. Xia Fan, expressionless, tossed the POS machine to Donglin Chushue. "Transfer the money first, and hand over your storage items too." Donglin took it with a face full of humiliation. After discussing it, the three major powers decided to each cover 1/3 first, get the people onto the ship, and deal with the rest after they recovered. The people out at sea were all core elites painstakingly cultivated by the three major powers at great expense. They absolutely could not be lost. Most of them simply couldn't come up with 200 million yuan, so the three sides would front the payment first. Someone recognized that Jiang Mo and Shurjo were wearing the uniforms of Blue-White High School and gritted their teeth in fury. Two high school students had actually been brought here to join in the robbery. They were guilty beyond forgiveness. At that moment, Xia Fan's phone rang 3 times in a row, signaling that the boat fare had arrived. The higher-ups of the three major powers were able to mobilize huge amounts of money, so the transfer was completed very quickly. Looking at the massive sum added to his phone, along with the 3 bracelet-style storage items in his hand and their passwords, Xia Fan felt a chill down his spine. This mess was huge and heavy, and once the three major powers investigated, they'd trace it back to him without fail. With a bitter expression, he pointed to a nearby yacht. "All right, everyone get on this ship." Beside another one, a ladder was lowered, and the people in the sea used up their last bit of strength to swim toward it. Very soon, more than 100 people had boarded that apparently sturdy yacht. Suddenly, the yacht lurched violently, accompanied by a huge splash of water. Boom! It sank. At that moment, the people who had already boarded the yacht were just... The martial cultivators were about to recover their strength. But before they could react, they were flung back into the icy seawater. The whirlpool and undercurrents caused by the sinking ship sucked away the little strength they had just regained. The ship sank. Those who hadn't boarded yet were dumbfounded, floating helplessly in the sea. At this point, Xia Fan shouted at the top of his lungs, "The yacht! My yacht!" One hand clutching his chest, the other pointing at the sea, he yelled with exaggerated flair, "You bastards, you damaged my yacht! Compensation, you must compensate me! My yacht is worth 100 billion. You have to pay me back." Jiang Mo and Shurjo covered their faces as they listened. He was acting way too hard. The people in the sea were both stunned and furious. Xia Fan continued reading his lines. "Anyone who wants to board the yacht again has to pay another 200 million each. Rounded down, that's 200 billion. Add the compensation, and that makes 300 billion. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. "Are we being robbed over and over again?" Someone angrily demanded. "Didn't we already pay the boat fare? Why do we have to pay again?" Leaning over the railing, Jiang Mo muttered softly, "Robbery? I brought Xiao Zhou here to fleece them." Shurjo smiled and agreed. "Exactly. If we don't fleece them clean, no one is getting on the boat. Look at all those heads out there, they're clearly all money." The two of them high-fived, thinking that if the lab funding could arrive sooner, they could produce results and then raise the price to sell to the old geezers, driving Tianhuang Martial Arts University into bankruptcy. Xia Fan was getting impatient. Standing at the bow with a knife raised, he threatened them, "Pay up, or I'll kill you." He vented all his grievance onto the people in the sea. The extraordinary elder, who had been toyed with, was shaking with rage. He could have slapped Xia Fan to death with one palm, but now that he was in the sea, He could only grit his teeth and pay. The major powers had no choice but to transfer the money, 100 billion from each side, their hearts bleeding. The extraordinary elder gritted his teeth. Once I recover, I'll make these pirates pay in blood. Donglin Chushue looked at the only larger yacht in front of her, filled with regret. After the whistle blew past, the people dragged the spare lifeboats out of their storage items. But the moment they were lowered into the sea, they were smashed to pieces by the remaining waves. Should have waited until the seas were calm before taking it out, the crowd complained as they transferred the money. A notification popped up on the phone. 300 billion had arrived. Donglin Chushue looked like an enraged lioness, shouting at Xia Fan, "Hurry up and let us on board." Xia Fan glanced at the incoming transfer message and shivered inside. Sneaking a look at Jiang Imo cleared his throat. "They want to pay you in flesh," Xia Fan whispered. "Isn't this all your little troublemaker self's fault?" Jiang Imo muttered, "Well, now we've offended people." The sea churned again, and a yacht identical to the previous one appeared, with several more behind it. The pirates clearly had storage items too. It looked like this was a premeditated series of repeat robberies. Donglin Chushue gave a calm order. "Let the two extraordinary ones board first and recover their strength. Once they've recovered, they'll protect us as we leave." There had originally been 3 extraordinaries, but now the one from the Donglin family and a mind reader dragged into the sea by a mutated beast were both missing, making the situation even worse. The 2 extraordinaries boarded the yacht, gasping for breath. The old man carefully asked Jiang Imo, "Little classmate, do you have energy pills?" Jiang Imo immediately pulled out a pile from his backpack, smiling brightly. "Chocolate, peach, strawberry, kiwi, grape. Which flavor do you want?" After thinking for a moment, the old man said, "Grape." Xia Fan said expressionlessly, "Grape-flavored ones are 200 million each." The crowd erupted in uproar. Just as everyone froze, the hull was pierced by floating debris and the yacht sank. The sea fell silent. Several advanced martial artists desperately salvaged the scene before finally hauling the 2 extraordinaries back up. The 2 extraordinaries' eyes were